Chapter 56. A great loss. The Congling region has long been characterized by its harsh and frigid climate, remaining shrouded in silence throughout the years. However, today it has attracted numerous organizations, some of whose members possess formidable identities. Within a starship, the number of individuals seated is not extensive, yet they are all prominent figures engaged in discussions, negotiations, and haggling. Emohai has faced defeat. A member of the assembly rapped the table to draw the attention of others towards the large screen. The spokesperson for the new technique maintained a composed demeanor as he proclaimed, "The new technique is just beginning, while the old technique has reached its conclusion. One rises like the dawn, the other fades like the setting sun. The new technique holds boundless potential. Anything is possible. The old technique is left with only the aging Chen, who too is on the brink of demise. The old path is treacherous and nearly concluded in this era. It is regrettable that no one from the old technique has qualified to be seated here." An interjection broke the flow of the new technique representative's speech, coldly noting the substantial resources allocated to the new technique over the years. Those present boast significant backgrounds, having unearthed remarkable treasures from the underground that could reconnect the severed old path. Originally, they had devised a plan that was about to unfold, but it was altered at the outset. Previously, a supply of secret elixirs intended for several old technique experimental classes was unexpectedly redirected to the new technique. This revelation chilled the atmosphere, as it was a collective investment and decision from all parties involved. The shocking news from the new technique had demanded a shift in resources toward them, instantly altering the existing resolutions of all involved. It could be said that the old technique had suffered a significant blow. On another super battleship, the Grand Master of the new technique, Chen, adopted a lowly posture, primarily to behold the coveted golden bamboo slips. To date, only 2 complete sets of these golden slips have been unearthed, one of which lies in the possession of the affluent Zhong family. However, the elderly Zhong Yong proves to be exceptionally obstinate, extracting numerous benefits from Chen without yielding an inch. Chen sighed inwardly. Had it been another place or another person, he would have acted decisively. Regrettably, this was a powerful figure from a super financial conglomerate. Any rash move on his part could lead to dire consequences for both himself and the organization he represents. The mere presence of a super battleship is sufficient. No matter how many masters are cultivated, once targeted, their obliteration is swift. Therefore, the Grand Master yearns for greater strength, aspiring to delve into the realm of myth. We have truly exerted ourselves, drawing our own lifeblood and boiling our marrow to concoct a potent elixir for you. Yet we can only achieve this step at present. Time is of the essence. As we grow stronger and uncover more secrets in that domain, we can naturally extend your life further. Do not speak of merely a decade or 2. If we make further advancements, we may even procure celestial herbs for you, allowing you to live for 200 years or perhaps even longer. For now, the golden bamboo slips in your possession will merely gather dust. It would be more prudent to allow us to study them, as we might unravel their profound meanings. Zhong Yong lifted the fur from his legs, standing to stretch his limbs before turning his gaze toward Grand Master Chen, adopting a serious demeanor as he remarked, "I withhold this from you for your own benefit. Why delve into the roots of the old technique while you pursue the path of the new technique?" Chen replied, "History serves as a mirror. It reveals the rise and fall of civilizations. Drawing upon the wisdom of ancient techniques, one can glimpse the potential of new methodologies. Moreover, we acknowledge that the preaching era was remarkably illustrious in its practices. However, the significant pathway leading to the celestial beings has been irrevocably severed in later times. We aspire to validate this notion, for the future may indeed herald the revival of ancient arts." The elder, Zhong Yong, shook his head and remarked, "It is futile. You, who tread the path of new techniques, will never comprehend the engravings upon the bamboo slips. As for the written texts, it goes without saying." He lamented that despite his substantial investment in gathering the most renowned scholars to collaboratively decipher these works, not a single character could be elucidated. "Can you make sense of this?" he questioned, believing that your linguistic foundation and expertise still fall short in comparison to theirs. The Grand Master of the new techniques remained silent, secretly cursing the obstinate old man who clung tenaciously to the golden bamboo slips while deriding their lack of cultural depth. He understood that unless this old fellow were granted an extension of life by another decade or 2, meaningful negotiation would be exceedingly difficult, as he was an exceptionally challenging interlocutor. Rising to take his leave, He pondered that some matters might require time to simmer before they could be more favorably addressed. Currently, the new techniques possess the capability to prolong life, albeit through an arduous process. Mastering such a skill is akin to wielding the most formidable weapon. Ultimately, all matters can be negotiated, including the acquisition of additional resources and collaboration with relevant authorities of the ancient arts to assume control of exploratory organizations. On the frozen earth of the Congling Mountains, old Chen's chest heaved violently until a faint white light emerged, followed by streaks of crimson auroras accompanied by the rumble of thunder, gradually calming him. There was little to articulate. He signaled to Xiaqing, and the two engaged directly in combat. Though Xiaqing was a woman, she was tall and powerful, her movements conjuring fierce winds that stirred the surrounding stones and gravel into a chaotic dance. Like a live leopard, she leapt a considerable distance and aimed a kick at old Chen's chest. Radiating brilliance, her new techniques focused on physical resilience, with every pore emanating radiant light, rendering her a formidable sight. Old Chen met her descending foot with a powerful strike, resulting in a blinding explosion of light. Xiaqing utilized the momentum to spin gracefully mid-air before landing, causing the frozen ground to shatter beneath her, creating a deep crater. This demonstrated her overwhelming strength. Recently, those opponents struck by old Chen's palm had either been obliterated or shattered into fragments, unable to withstand the force. Xiaqing was indeed worthy of the title of Grand Master, her physical prowess astonishingly formidable. The radiant aura enveloping her augmented her already extraordinary combat capabilities. In an instant, the light surrounding her intensified, giving the impression that she was cloaked in a golden sun, her flesh radiating a divine glow. As she and old Chen battled fiercely, their fists and palms clashed, accompanied by the roar of thunder, unleashing blinding bursts of light that transcended the realm of mortals. The gray-brown frozen earth was strewn with boulders, some towering 2 to 3 men high. Upon contact with Xiaqing, these massive stones would splinter or explode. It was evident how astonishingly resilient her physical form was, enveloped in that dazzling radiance. In the distance, Wang Xian's expression turned grave as he noticed something amiss with old Chen. His breathing was rapid, and an anxious urgency welled within him, compelling him to step forward. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, old Chen transitioned from a palm strike to a fist, unleashing a martial technique reminiscent of the Great Diamond Fist. With a thunderous impact, Xiaqing was sent flying, her alloy armor shattered in parts, including the protective helmet that lay in ruins, cascading to the ground, while her golden locks fell freely around her. Her slightly azure pupils constricted sharply. The overwhelming force had inflicted excruciating pain throughout her body, leaving her arms numb and her right hand fractured, causing her heart to race with fear. Old Chen advanced, his chest heaving as he executed techniques surpassing the Great Diamond Fist, having mastered several forms in less than half a month. And this was the first time he showcased them. A faint mist enveloped him as he approached his adversary with heavy, powerful strides. Xiaqing sought to evade his onslaught, her body ablaze as if consumed by divine fire, emanating radiant light from her pores to enhance her corporeal strength against old Chen. In the ensuing clashes, old Chen unleashed an unstoppable force. After several encounters, Xiaqing coughed up blood, her right arm rendered limp as it succumbed to 3 fractures. With a resounding thud, old Chen's speed transcended limits, and despite Xiaqing's attempts to evade, she was forced to take another blow, resulting in excruciating pain as more bones within her body succumbed. Channeling the blinding light, she attempted to escape like a comet streaking across the earth, but old Chen was swifter, closing in with a ferocious strike aimed at her back. In desperation, Xiaqing pivoted to confront him, but was unable to withstand his punch. Her left arm twisted grotesquely, nearly severing. With a thunderous sound, her chest armor was obliterated, pierced through by a single punch, leaving her bloodied and battered as she was sent sprawling to the ground. A brilliant white light surged as Grandmaster Mo Hai intervened, attempting to thwart old Chen's lethal onslaught against Xiaqing. 7 chains of white light surged forth, aiming to bind old Chen's limbs. Yet, old Chen turned and delivered a punch that shattered the sound barrier, obliterating the 7 chains, and leapt several meters toward Mo Hai with lethal intent. Mo Hai summoned all his strength to resist, yet with a resounding crash, the white light surrounding him was dispersed. Even with his quick reflexes, he could only partially evade, resulting in his left shoulder armor exploding. leaving half his body damaged and bloodied as he was hurled away to the ground. Both grandmasters of the new technique realm were severely injured, incapacitated, and suffering irreversible harm, with nearly 20 bones fractured and their bodies penetrated. Old Chen too appeared gravely affected. He halted, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, momentarily ceasing his assault. Those who pursued the path of new techniques were both astonished and horrified, witnessing Old Chen single-handedly vanquish two grandmasters, a display of power that was terrifying. Some felt compelled to intervene, unable to watch the grandmasters perish, while others, noticing Old Chen's compromised state, were eager to seize the opportunity to eliminate the last prominent figure of the old technique realm, thereby ending that path altogether. Wang Xian stepped forward, and those who walked the path of the old techniques, sensing the situation amiss, hurriedly followed suit. It was inconceivable to let Old Chen face the confrontation alone. "Old Chen, it's time to relent. Let today come to a close," spoke the elderly gentleman in traditional attire, Chang Hong, his expression a tapestry of complexity, mingling regret with resignation. He understood that after today, he would likely never see Old Chen again, for the afflictions of his internal organs had reached a critical point. Simultaneously, he was aware that the two grandmasters standing by would most likely not survive, for with Old Chen's temperament, there was no chance he would allow them to live. "Chang Hong, do you intend to intervene?" Old Chen gasped, his breath labored. At these words, Chang Heng's heart raced uncontrollably. Having known Old Chen since their youth, he understood him well. Moreover, witnessing the chilling glimmer in his eyes, he wasted no time and turned to board the spacecraft. "I practice the new techniques to strengthen my body. For now, I focus solely on theoretical research." After uttering these words, he beckoned familiar faces aboard. Old Chen remarked, "Old Wang, did you see that? Those who remain harbor murder in their eyes, fearing me and wishing for the old techniques to fade into obscurity, never to shine again." A collective pause ensued as everyone processed his words. Who was Old Wang? Speculation arose that he must be an elder from the realm of old techniques. Only Wang Xian and Aoki comprehended to whom he was speaking. Old Chen continued, "Old Wang, remember these individuals. Exercise caution in the future. If you can eliminate them, do so. This is a faction that harbors the deepest animosity towards the old techniques, including those who once trod that path but achieved little and have now turned to the new methods." Wang Xian gazed across the way, taking mental notes, yet unease gnawed at him. Why did Old Chen sound as if he were dictating affairs of the future? Who is Old Wang? Wu Yin whispered beside Wang Xian. Stunned, Wang Xian wanted to retort, "Big Wu, are you seeking trouble?" Yet he could only respond impassively, "I don't know. I thought he might be your uncle," Wu Yin said, noting their shared surname of Wang. Wu Chunglin chuckled lightly. He must be an old fellow from the neighboring group practicing the old techniques. Wang Xian remained silent, mentally vowing, "Old Wu, I shall remember you. We will settle this later." At that moment, Old Chen's chest heaved dramatically, but he drew forth the black sword embedded in the frozen earth and began to stride towards the two grandmasters. "Old Chen, stand down. Everything should conclude today." From the horizon's edge, Chen Kai approached, having already reached the battlefield with an alarming swiftness. Everyone understood this was yet another grandmaster. "Having waited so long, I presumed you would eventually arrive," Old Chen declared, wielding the dark sword, his breathing now somewhat steadied. In the distance, Wang Xian's heart raced. What was Old Chen's condition? He had always enjoyed fishing. Was he now using himself as bait? Grandmaster Chen Kai spoke. "Old Chen, cease your stubbornness. We both know your condition is dire. I have arranged for the finest medical team. They will attend to you shortly. Spare me your feigned concern." Old Chen, donning a silver mask, raised the black sword aloft and retorted, "Your appearance, along with the other two grandmasters, is merely to exacerbate my old afflictions. What talk of treatment is this?" At this proclamation, an uproar ensued. Astonishment rippled through the crowd, many oblivious to the underlying truths. Even Aoki's complexion turned pallid in shock. "I deliberately refrained from killing the two of them, awaiting your arrival. I am aware that even in a trade, you would never stand idly by while I eliminate two grandmasters. A one-for-one exchange is your threshold, is it not?" At this point, Old Chen let out a cold chuckle and declared, "Regrettably, you have underestimated me. This time, I intend to slay all three of you grandmasters." The murderous aura emanating from Old Chen was palpable. Though his chest heaved slightly, the contemptuous demeanor he exuded was razor-sharp, instilling a profound sense of dread in everyone present. Turning his gaze towards the faction of new techniques, old Chen coldly proclaimed, "And you? Since you have chosen to remain here and harbor animosity towards me and the old techniques, there is no longer any need for you to live. Today, I shall eliminate every last one of you." Chapter 57. A dazzling finale. At just over 50 years of age, Chen Kai was unmistakably not an ordinary individual. Although he sought to maintain a low profile, the beams of light that flickered in and out of his eyes were almost tangible. "Is there no room for negotiation?" Chen Kai inquired. Old Chen had known him since his youth. He was once a member of an expedition team and had vanished for nearly 30 years after departing for the new star. Undoubtedly, during those 30 years, he had been delving into and mastering new techniques in a mysterious land, ultimately becoming a grandmaster. "What do you think?" Old Chen retorted coldly. Chen Kai sighed. They had triggered Old Chen's internal injuries, expecting him to perish at any moment, yet it was evident that he still possessed the strength to fight. "There is nothing more to discuss," Chen Kai replied straightforwardly. Suddenly, Old Chen retreated in an instant, leaving behind a residual shadow. With a thunderous crash, a massive pit was formed where he had stood, and some of the earth and stone melted away. Old Chen had already established a rare spiritual domain, sensing danger in advance and thus evading it. In that fleeting moment, silver light flowed from his back, resembling a pair of silver wings unfurling. These were propulsion devices engineered by the Wu family, propelling him forward at breakneck speed. His target was a mech that had just unleashed an energy cannon against him. The mech fired wildly in an attempt to thwart him, but it was too late. With silver light cascading behind him, Old Chen deftly maneuvered closer. With a sharp crack, the black longsword, measuring 1.5 meters, swung down, cleaving the mech in half, blood spilling forth as it shattered to the ground. Following this, Old Chen swiftly repositioned himself, showing no mercy as he dismantled the remaining 3 mechs, sparks flying and blood gushing. Once Old Chen closed in on them, the mech squad was utterly defenseless against his rampage. This team of 4 piloted the latest mechs, yet not a single one survived. All were obliterated, along with their pilots, leaving no trace behind. He showed no compassion, for the other 3 mechs had also glowed in his proximity, attempting to lock onto him. Thus, he dispatched them all in one fell swoop. The onlookers were left in shock. Those who walked the path of old techniques had reached an almost divine level. Old Chen, wielding his black longsword, strode back step by step. Though his breaths were heavy, he remained profoundly awe-inspiring, causing a palpable sense of trepidation among all factions. Even the sound of his footsteps on the ground evoked intense unease in those from the realm of new techniques. The Grandmaster Chen Kai sighed softly, acknowledging the unpredictability of Chen Yongjia. Initially, he feared that once Yongjia broke through his realm and resolved his physical issues, there would be no one left to counterbalance him. Presently, he sensed a considerable challenge. What state was Chen Yongjia truly in? Old Chen's voice grew somber as he stated, "In truth, had you not sought me out, I would have been unable to suppress the issues with my internal organs in a few years. Now, fearing my breakthrough, you wish to eliminate me first. Therefore, I must apologize for today. I shall unleash a massacre." As he reached the climax of his declaration, Old Chen bellowed, causing the entire plateau to tremble, with the nearby mountains echoing his terrifying roar. Qing Mu's complexion turned pale, clearly noticing his master's unusual state, filled with profound concern. Wang Xin sighed, "It's all right. Old Chen is resilient." At that moment, Qing Mu fervently wished for Wang Xin's words to hold true, praying his master remained unharmed and did not perish in the Congling Mountains. Boom! The battle erupted, with Chen Kai taking the initiative. A blinding beam of light emanated from his forehead, distorting the surrounding space, rendering it hazy and indistinct. Nearby, many cried out in agony, clutching their heads in excruciating pain as they rapidly retreated. Those with weaker wills succumbed to a mysterious energy, their vision darkening as they teetered on the brink of collapse. What sorcery is this? Many were taken aback, retreating in alarm. Wu Yin felt a throbbing headache, profoundly uncomfortable, as she was positioned close to Old Chen, not far from the battlefield. Comparatively, her response was relatively mild. Some individuals nearby had already fainted from the pain. Quickly retreat. Qing Mu organized those following the old techniques to carry their unconscious companions, hastily distancing themselves from the battlefield. The new technique faction fared similarly, with numerous individuals collapsing to the ground. It was a form of mental assault accompanied by hallucinations, Stepping back slightly alleviated the effects. Wang Xian discerned the situation and supported Wu Yin as they retreated. Old Wu shot a glare at him, but Wang Xian ignored it, merely casting a detached glance in his direction as he assisted Wu Yin's arm and moved further away. Would old Chen be all right? Some individuals turned pale, feeling dizzy. Even old Wu abandoned his glare at Wang Xian, fixated on the battlefield, sensing an ominous aura. The area could kill with sheer psychic force. And should Chen Kai draw near, it could easily eliminate many. Many felt uneasy, concerned for old Chen, who stood immobile with his black longsword raised, unable to advance or swing his weapon. Only Wang Xian remained composed, having fully set his mind at ease. Comparing mental prowess with old Chen was tantamount to courting death. Who was old Chen? A formidable figure capable of manifesting a mental domain, with tangible achievements in this regard. He had once provoked a high monk from the Buddhist sect, enduring an entire night in the mental realm without harm, ready to confront the young Wang the following day. Qingmu remained calm, fully aware that his master had possessed a mental domain for many years. Indeed, amidst the worries of those following the old techniques and the astonishment and joy of those embracing the new, calamity struck. Grandmaster Chen Kai let out a scream, his mind appearing to unravel as he shook his head violently, then charged at old Chen in a frenzy. Chen Kai engaged in a mental duel with old Chen, and he proved to be woefully inadequate. In an instant, old Chen's spiritual realm tore through the radiant white light on his forehead, leaving him gravely wounded. Old Chen raised his longsword, his cold, silver mask concealing merciless eyes. With a swift motion, a dark blade cut through the air, and blood erupted forth. Chen Kai, once a master of ancient arts, found himself vastly outmatched, particularly now that his spirit had been shattered. The ominous sword descended like lightning, and cracks began to appear at the center of Master Chen Kai's forehead, cascading downward until his body was abruptly cleaved in two. As blood gushed forth, the crowd stood in stunned silence, for a grandmaster had been bisected in an instant. Old Chen, standing alone amidst the fallen master, held his bloodied black sword with an indifferent gaze, resembling a demonic deity that instilled fear in all present. The onlookers were utterly astonished. The speed at which old Chen dispatched a grandmaster was nothing short of breathtaking. Even Zhong Yong, a representative from a major financial conglomerate aboard a super battleship, trembled, dropping the precious beast hide to the ground. What a brutal spectacle. I initially thought to have the two factions restrain each other and maintain a balance. Yet all three grandmasters fell, and even Chen Kai was slain. I shall send a token of condolence to Chen Kai's organization shortly. Zhong Yong sighed, reflecting on the unfortunate fate of the young Chen Yongjia. From Chen Kai's words, it seemed the young man's organs were irreparably damaged, and his death was inevitable. Please arrange for a floral tribute, and I shall compose a eulogy. Evidently, old Chen's extraordinary performance shocked everyone. Major institutions, organizations, and tycoons felt their hearts race, leading to significant decisions. The realm of new arts had been quite active lately and warranted scrutiny. But given the severe impact of this event, it seemed wiser to refrain for the moment. As for the ancient arts, resources would need to be tilted in their favor. They must be supported. Old Chen is truly formidable. Wang Xian marveled at the brilliance of slaying a grandmaster with a single strike. Wu Yin remarked, Master Chen's devastating achievements will undoubtedly benefit those pursuing the path of ancient arts, as the tycoons and organizations are likely to redirect some resources back their way. What resources? Wang Xian inquired, puzzled. Initially, there was a plan to expand several ancient arts experimental classes across various regions to bolster support. A batch of potent elixirs was prepared for the students of these classes. However, news of a remarkable breakthrough from the realm of new arts arrived suddenly, claiming to offer life extension. Consequently, at the last moment, those elixirs were redirected to them. In that moment, Wang Xian was lost in thought, grappling with a surge of anger as he realized he had been outmaneuvered by the new arts faction, and all without his knowledge. Wu Yin further elucidated a secret. The tycoons, research institutes, and other organizations had once collaborated to unearth a relic underground, discovering some still viable seeds in their attempts to cultivate them, all of which had sprouted. According to the records found within that ancient ruin, those particular herbs were once regarded as the secret elixirs of a grand sect, specifically cultivated for the enhancement of young disciples, capable of significantly improving their physical constitution and expediting their training. once successfully cultivated by various parties and subjected to rigorous testing. It was confirmed that these were indeed potent and fierce medicines, far too intense for the average individual to withstand. However, for those well-versed in ancient techniques, they were invaluable, possessing extraordinary effects. The practitioners of new techniques were undeniably intent on revealing this information at a critical moment, deliberately seeking to thwart their competition. Wang Xian firmly believed this to be the truth. The great battle was on the verge of concluding. Old Chen, wielding a black longsword, advanced towards Mo Hai and Xiaqing. The two masters of the new technique stood up, left with no choice but to prepare for a desperate escape. Sensing that Old Chen's condition was far from normal, rendering them unable to contend with him. With a thunderous roar, a blinding white light surged forth as Mo Hai struck first, unleashing a beam of white energy at Old Chen before swiftly retreating. Xiaqing also made a hasty escape. Feeling no shame in her actions, survival was paramount, and dying here would be utterly futile. Old Chen brandished his mysterious black sword, dispersing the white light and pursuing Mo Hai, simultaneously delivering a punch to Xiaqing. Two of Xiaqing's arms were fractured, barely able to rise to defend herself. In the ensuing chaos, one of her arms exploded, while her body was further ravaged by the resurgence of past injuries, leaving her with gaping wounds that only exacerbated her suffering. Even so, she did not perish. After being sent flying, she quickly turned to flee. Not far away, Mo Hai was caught up too, and with a long sigh, he turned to fight back desperately, but it was in vain. Old Chen decapitated him with a single stroke of his sword, his head flying several meters away, succumbing to an untimely death. As Old Chen pivoted to pursue Xiaqing once more, his body trembled violently, his chest feeling as if it were boiling, an agonizing pain overwhelming him, causing him to instinctively slow his pace and clutch his chest. Wang Xian, witnessing this, was the first to rush forward, a profound sense of unease gnawing at him as he worried for Old Chen. "Master!" Qingmu shouted as well. Following suit, a throng of others surged forward. Wang Xian sprinted at breakneck speed, inevitably colliding with the fleeing master, Xiaqing. Her gaze was icy and fierce. She had evidently misjudged the situation. Believing that a mere youth dared to obstruct her, was he seeking death? Having lost one arm, and with the other fractured beyond use, she forcefully kicked off the ground, preparing to launch herself into the air to strike Wang Xian. Wang Xian's pupils dilated in fear. Facing such a formidable master, his hair stood on end. He felt an overwhelming sense of inevitability about his fate, yet since the encounter had come to pass, he had no recourse but to exert himself to the utmost, elevating his strength to its peak. Without hesitation, he employed the martial techniques left by Zhang Daoling, executing the initial move chronicled in the 5 pages of Golden Scripture. Fearing that he might be instantaneously vanquished by the master, his internal organs roared with intensity, his entire being surging with power to its zenith. He leaped into the air, delivering a forward kick, transforming defense into offense. However, Xiaqing was grievously injured, as she forcefully pushed off the ground. Her chest wound was further torn open by the violent motion. She let out a muffled groan, the pain unbearable, for her heart had already been shattered by Old Chen. And now the situation had worsened. She failed to soar into the air, stumbling instead and nearly collapsing to the ground. Wang Xian's eyes gleamed with intensity as he seized this rare opportunity, delivering a powerful kick near the gaping wound in her chest. The force of this strike erupted within that bloody cavity, a technique inherited from Zhang Daoling, and even the first move was terrifyingly formidable. Xiaqing screamed in agony as her internal organs ruptured, her body hurtling backward before crashing to the ground, rolling violently before ultimately lying still. The scene was utterly gruesome. Yet another grandmaster had perished. Chapter 58. Extending the life of old techniques alone in that year. On the Pamir Plateau, I had kicked a grandmaster to death. Wang Xian mused that if he had successfully retired, he could pen such an account in his biography. Unfortunately, that was entirely unrealistic. At this moment, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, a young man in his 20s had just killed Xiaqing with a single kick, drawing unavoidable attention. However, this realization weighed heavily upon him, for he understood the implications of his actions. Undoubtedly, all eyes were on him now, not only the members of both factions present, but even the tycoons and representatives aboard the warships in the sky were likely taken aback, gazing intently at the large screen. This was indeed the case. The entire scene was captivated, with men and women on the ground and aboard the ships watching, their faces etched with astonishment, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. How old could he be? So young, yet even with Xia Qing severely wounded, to be killed by a single kick was somewhat absurd. Who claimed that the old techniques were extinct? Where did this young man emerge from? He is remarkably fierce. A voice from a distant super warship remarked. Such individuals naturally surrounded themselves with true masters. A middle-aged man interjected. Let us observe further. Perhaps Xia Qing simply could not withstand the pressure. Aboard the super warship of the old Earth's relevant departments, the deputy sat in silence, fixated on the screen displaying old Chen, then shifting his gaze to Wang Xian, saying nothing. The practitioners of the old techniques present were profoundly shaken, for those in the know understood the immense terror of a grand master. They were undeniably exalted beings. And even in severe injury, eliminating individuals of their caliber was a trivial task. Wu Yin was astonished. What level of mastery did little Wang possess? Just how formidable was his strength to have dispatched a grand master at such a critical moment? Wu Qinglin also fixed his gaze on Wang Xian. Recognizing that their desire for deep collaboration with the exploration organization necessitated the involvement of experts from the realm of old techniques. Was he not the perfect candidate? Aoki realized the magnitude of the disturbance caused by little Wang's kick. Being scrutinized in such a manner was not what Wang Xian desired. He remained calm and composed. This clean and decisive kill drew admiration and astonishment. It seemed glorious, yet he would inevitably attract scrutiny, with people examining him under a metaphorical magnifying glass. This contradicted his original intentions. He wished to maintain a low profile and avoid stepping into the limelight. Once noticed, one may encounter an array of unforeseen events and uncertainties, even dangers drawing near. Wang Xian was the first to rush forward, supporting old Chen, genuinely concerned as his former colleague appeared gravely unwell, his breathing labored, chest heaving violently, and his body radiating heat. Master. Aoki nearly shed tears, grasping old Chen's other arm. Do not panic. He won't perish just yet. He can hold on until we leave. Old Chen said in a low voice, his tone still laced with coldness beneath the icy silver mask. He gestured for Aoki to remain composed and to avoid losing control in this moment. Any discussion could wait until they had truly departed. A throng of individuals surged forward, encircling old Chen. Old Chen, are you all right? Wu Qinglin inquired. I'm fine, old Chen replied calmly. The more he reassured them, the heavier the weight on Wang Xian's heart became. Old Chen's condition was truly alarming. The crowd continued to express their concern, yet they remained oblivious to the reality, misinterpreting old Chen's gradually steadying breath as a sign of recovery, and they collectively exhaled in relief, smiles appearing on their faces. Young man, impressive. After relaxing, an adept in ancient techniques regarded Wang Xian with admiration and astonishment. Despite old Chen's extraordinary feat today, single-handedly breaching the ranks of the new technique faction, vanquishing 3 grandmasters, and personally slaying 2, this young man undoubtedly drew attention as well. Even if Xia Qing was physically drained and faced grave issues, such a decisive victory would still generate ripples. Young lad, though not of great age, your prowess is remarkable, old Wu remarked, his demeanor warm with a gentle smile. Wang Xian mused internally, recalling how not long ago old Wu had spoken unkindly of him, now praising him as a fine young man. Remaining composed, he promptly clarified, it was purely accidental. When I rushed over, she was already exhausted. The Grandmaster Xia Qing actually fell at old Chen's hands. Upon hearing this, Wu Qinglin laughed, his admiration deepening. He perceived this young man as self-aware of his circumstances, unclouded by glory, an act of self-preservation. Wu Yin also smiled, nodding in agreement. Wang Xian was taken aback by Wu's demeanor. Her arms crossed. She stood slightly turned towards him. Was this not similar? Her figure was striking, yet her disposition remained generous, appearing both majestic and elegant from any angle. This was primarily due to Wu Yin witnessing the kick Xia Qing received. As a woman, she empathized deeply, wincing at the sight, instinctively crossing her arms and turning away. Internally, she mused that little Wang was indeed ruthless, even extraordinarily fierce, and inexplicably felt a twinge of offense. Simultaneously, she recalled another individual who had once kicked her, sending her tumbling into a lake, a memory that still made her grit her teeth. Were all young practitioners of ancient techniques now inclined to use their feet rather than their hands? She quickly dismissed the thought, concluding that, regardless, This Wang Xian was far superior to that other Wang Xian. Let us depart. Aoki spoke, anxious for old Chen's well-being, eager to take him for treatment. The spacecraft contained the most advanced medical facilities and professionals. Wang Xian personally supported old Chen, vigilantly scanning their surroundings at that moment. His pupils constricted as he sensed the agitation of those around them. In the New Techniques faction, a group of individuals was advancing slowly, their intentions palpable as they observed Lao Chen's unusual state, eager to strike. These were not impetuous youths, but rather middle-aged individuals whose eyes glinted with a frigid hostility towards the Old Techniques faction. They understood the significance of the impending battle. Lao Chen was single-handedly prolonging the life of the Old Techniques. Prior to this, the rise of the New Techniques had been nothing short of formidable, engaging in extensive discussions and dealings with various parties, even directly intercepting the potent elixirs of the Old Techniques. This was all predicated on the emergence of several grandmasters from the Old Techniques, who could extend the lifespan of the wealthy, while contrasting the new with the old, declaring the latter utterly obsolete. Once Lao Chen was gone, that path would be irrevocably closed. Yet today, Lao Chen pierced through the New Techniques faction, cleaving through mechas, single-handedly defeating 3 grandmasters and decisively vanquishing 2. It was nothing short of divine intervention. At this juncture, who would dare assert that the Old Techniques were inferior? The 3 grandmasters had previously endeavored to persuade the wealthy and hinted at the necessity of reallocating resources, yet now all 3 lay vanquished by Lao Chen's hand. Today marked a significant blow to the New Techniques, particularly in the final moments. The inexplicable emergence of a young man who brutally dispatched Grandmaster Xiaqing served as an indirect testament to the enduring legacy of the Old Techniques. This ignited fury and impatience among those within the New Techniques domain, as they felt as though they had been unceremoniously cast from the vibrant heights of the heavens into the dust. They all recognized that after this battle, the Old Techniques had been revitalized. Major financial conglomerates and organizations would undoubtedly continue to channel resources towards them. The advancing group was intrinsically linked to the 3 grandmasters. Otherwise, their animosity would not be so pronounced. It became evident to all that Lao Chen was grappling with a grave issue, for he had refrained from pursuing Xiaqing, clearly unable to act. Kill. Someone from the New Techniques faction bellowed, unable to contain their fervor, leading a charge toward Lao Chen, a multitude following closely behind. To them, aside from Lao Chen, the rest of the Old Techniques faction were negligible, far from matching the prowess of the New Techniques. The leaders of this charge were either close friends or disciples of the 3 grandmasters, seeking to seize this moment to unite and eliminate Lao Chen, avenging Mo Hai, Xiaqing, and Chen Kai. Wang Xian swiftly positioned himself at the forefront. With no words to utter, he realized that even his desire for discretion had become impossible. As this frenzied mob sought to wreak havoc, he had no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Release. Lao Chen murmured, instructing Qing Mu to let go. And then he stepped forward, wielding his bloodied black sword. The opposing figures instantly froze, their steps faltering, filled with trepidation. Lao Chen's performance today had been nothing short of fearsome, instilling dread within their ranks. Wang Xian was also momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lao Chen, filled with doubt. Was his old colleague deliberately waiting for the others to make their move? After spending time together, Lao Chen's repeated baiting had left Wang Xian feeling uneasy, unable to discern his true intentions. As Lao Chen passed by, he sighed quietly. I am at my limit. Allow me to eliminate their top experts, and the rest you shall handle. He finished speaking and leaped several meters away in an instant, his speed astonishing. With a black sword in hand, he charged directly into the crowd. Although old Chen was not in optimal condition, he was an unstoppable force, like a tiger among sheep, with no one able to withstand him. The brilliance of his sword wreaked havoc, and soon, numerous skilled fighters fell around him. No one could impede his advance. Witnessing this scene, Wang Xian felt there was nothing left to say. He could not bear to watch old Chen succumb to his ailments and perish. Now, he could no longer remain low-key. His fighting spirit surged as he rushed forward. Behind him, a group of practitioners of the old arts roared and followed suit, their hearts heavy with concern for old Chen's plight. At that moment, old Chen remained in an invincible state, the light of his sword dazzling. With each strike, masters from the old arts fell, yet blood continued to flow from his mouth and nose, his chest heaving to an alarming degree. Many realized that old Chen was likely to perish here. His injuries were beyond recovery. and he was determined to exert his final strength to vanquish formidable foes from the new arts. Eyes of many in the old arts turned red with despair, feeling helpless as they watched old Chen fight alone to this extent. They all pushed forward with all their might. In that instant, to many, old Chen radiated brilliance, as resplendent as the sword he wielded, unmatched in his realm. However, this was likely to be his final display of splendor. He had not coughed blood even during fierce battles with the three grandmasters, yet now his clothes were stained crimson, blood flowing incessantly. Old Chen, retreat. Do not fight any longer, Wang Xian shouted, unable to contain himself, his nose tinged with sorrow as he struggled to suppress his own potential. Without hesitation, he activated the body techniques recorded in the 5-page golden book once more. Kill! Old Chen bellowed in a final roar, sweeping his sword, severing heads as the formidable fighters around him were nearly all slain. He shone like the brilliance of his sword, gasping, "Had I lived in ancient times, before the secret paths of the old arts were severed, I would have undoubtedly become a master, transcending to near immortality." What are you all? Standing with his sword, old Chen emanated light, his voice reverberating across the verdant mountains. He embodied both solitude and a suppressed fervor, yet alas, he was born in the wrong era. Chapter 59. Stirring the fighting spirit. Old Chen glowed with an ethereal light, sword in hand, surveying all his opponents. None dared to approach. Wherever his gaze fell, those individuals felt their hearts race, involuntarily retreating. Many recognized that old Chen was likely to meet his end. Regardless of allies or foes, all perceived his abnormal state. Lightning surged from his chest, accompanied by a terrifying, muffled sound. Old Chen's body trembled, on the verge of collapse, yet he stood firm, sword in hand. Gazing towards the horizon of the verdant mountains, his once sharp gaze gradually dimming. The four elders of the old arts had once remarked that had old Chen been born in ancient times, he could have established a sect at the very least. And if he soared with vigor, he might have become a bodhisattva-level master in the realm of the old arts. Wang Xian felt a twinge of sorrow. He perceived the dwindling vitality within old Chen. It was indeed a dire situation. He kicked one of the formidable fighters before him into the air, his eyes reddening as he charged towards old Chen, unable to fathom that his old colleague was truly on the brink of death. "Master!" Aoki let out a low growl, filled with despair and sorrow. How could the seemingly invincible and exceptionally astute old Chen be on the verge of death? "Old Chen!" Many cried out, struggling to accept this harsh reality. Just moments ago, old Chen had roamed this place like a god of war, single-handedly vanquishing three grandmasters, displaying an aura of invincibility. Yet now, his eyes dimmed, and he appeared to be slipping away from this world. Many from the old techniques domain rushed toward him, their hearts heavy with anguish. Old Chen had been a force of nature, piercing through the ranks of the new techniques camp, while they lagged far behind. "Dare you!" Wang Xian bellowed in fury as he saw someone from the new techniques camp, emboldened, wielding a metallic long knife and advancing toward old Chen, intent on severing his head. In this dire moment, even those from the new techniques domain refrained from attacking. Although many harbored animosity toward old Chen, they could not help but admire his valor. Witnessing his imminent demise, they felt no need to desecrate his remains. Yet, a few among them thought otherwise, even as old Chen's eyes lost their luster. Some sought to approach him to claim his head, wishing to bestow upon him a dishonorable death. Wang Xian's combat prowess was indisputable. He had been relatively close when old Chen breached the new techniques camp, closer than others who had taken the path of old techniques. Now, consumed by rage, he seized a corpse and swung it with force, striking the young man rushing toward old Chen with precision. With a resounding thud, the young man was knocked to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth and nose as the metallic knife clattered to the earth. He rose, clutching his nose, casting a furious glance at Wang Xian, disregarding all caution as he retrieved the long knife, once again charging toward old Chen. Today he was determined to accomplish something monumental. Regardless of how others perceived him, be it curses or condemnation, he was resolute in his desire to sever the head of the grandmaster of old techniques. Several others, all young and fervent, approached as well, their blood boiling and minds clouded by fervor, fixated solely on claiming the head of the grandmaster of old techniques, oblivious to the storm their actions might unleash. Wang Xian drew near, his gaze terrifying. He thought that if someone were to behead old Chen before him, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. With no time to lift another corpse as a weapon, he kicked a rock the size of a basin, sending it crashing into the chest of the young man wielding the metallic knife. The impact was tremendous. Those nearby heard the sickening crack as several of the young man's bones shattered, a testament to Wang Xian's remarkable strength. After all, he had cultivated the golden body technique to the early 5th stage, his flesh brimming with vitality and astonishing power. The young man from the new technique's camp collapsed, coughing up blood. Though he was not dead, his chest caved in, and the excruciating pain fueled his hatred. The other young men rushing toward old Chen felt their pupils constrict, yet they pressed on, eager to be the first to claim old Chen's head. However, it was too late. Wang Xian had finally closed the distance. He leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick that pierced through the chest of one of the young men, illustrating the sheer terror of his might as he landed upon the very body he had just struck down. The anguished cries of the individual echoed painfully, an unbearable torment that could only be described as excruciatingly intense. The scene was indeed somewhat gruesome, evoking a visceral sense of discomfort. Yet the supporters of the old techniques erupted in a unified, exhilarating roar, swept up in fervor. Moments ago, many were on the brink of madness. For old Chen had never tasted defeat, and should he face posthumous indignities to his corpse, their collective suffering would be unbearable, a scenario they could not bear to witness. Meanwhile, onlookers from various factions observed the unfolding drama, some fixating on Wang Xian, whose kick was sharper than a steel blade, capable of piercing through flesh. With a slight exertion, he flung the assailant aside and stepped forward to the young man he had previously toppled with a stone, delivering a merciless kick to his head, thus dispatching 2 adversaries without hesitation. 3 others involuntarily staggered backward, their spirits doused in cold dread upon witnessing Wang Xian's murderous aura. They retreated repeatedly, daunted by his presence. In this dire situation, although old Chen's eyes had dulled and he emitted no sound, he still clutched his sword, refusing to fall. Wang Xian gently touched old Chen's nostrils, then supported him. "Master." Qingmu's eyes brimmed with tears as he rushed forward to protect his mentor. "Do not exert yourself too much, although your master is silent." The lightning within his chest still surges, prone to explosive consequences. Wang Xian whispered. Old Chen's condition had deteriorated to the utmost degree. His breath had ceased. Yet the lightning within his organs flickered ominously, threatening to shatter him entirely, a fate unbefitting a grandmaster of the old techniques. Wang Xian coldly regarded the 3 young men before him, refraining from attacking as he carefully assisted old Chen in retreat, wary of any movement that might trigger an eruption of the latent energy within. "This area is far too perilous. We must also safeguard old Wu," Wang Xian murmured. Qingmu nodded. Old Chen was astute, and as his disciple, he was certainly no fool. His earlier actions, arranging for Wang Xian to work alongside old Chen even before his graduation, indicated Qingmu's cunning nature. "Let's ensure Mr. Wu's safety," Qingmu called out, leading a throng towards Wu Chenglin, enveloping him and aligning him with old Chen. Both he and Wang Xian harbored concerns, should an unexpected energy blast occur. The subsequent inquiries from those waiting would render any efforts futile. Old Wu remained speechless, fully aware of the circumstances, hailing from a prestigious family of the new stars. He was certain few would dare to jeopardize his safety. Wang Xian escorted old Chen back, then swiftly turned again as formidable individuals from the new technique's realm approached. Encroaching upon them, Wang Xian was ignited by a fierce determination. Old Chen's plight was a result of the relentless pressure from these individuals, and without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to charge forth. He yearned to save old Chen, to awaken an extraordinary state amidst the desperate struggle. At this moment, his fists and feet surged with power, his internal organs resonating softly, a faint glow threatening to burst forth, a legacy of Zhang Daoling's martial prowess. He collided several times with a middle-aged man, ultimately causing the formidable figure, enveloped in green light and possessing remarkable resilience, to succumb. The green aura shattered, and his body was pierced by Wang Xian's punch. This spectacle astonished and drew the attention of many. Old Chen, akin to a god of slaughter, had already decimated a group of skilled masters. Yet this young man displayed extraordinary strength, single-handedly defeating an expert from the new technique realm, provoking curious glances. A man with a cold glint in his eyes activated his blood, channeling his secret power, and a crimson radiance erupted around him as he sought to seize Wang Xian's blood essence. However, Wang Xian resonated with his internal organs, emitting a continuous soft sound, and leaped into the air, colliding swiftly with the man, ultimately obliterating him with a flurry of punches. The members of the new technique realm were taken aback. Although their true masters had been slain by old Chen's black sword, the two recently defeated were not weak, yet they had perished at the hands of this young man. Another individual from the new technique realm charged forward, towering at 4 meters tall and radiating a faint blue light, evidently a new human genetic superbody, brimming with immense strength. He advanced towards Wang Xian, launching a punch that resonated with the sound of thunder. Wang Xian deftly sidestepped and then unleashed a powerful sweep. A pale white light emanating from his internal organs, spreading to his feet as he struck the genetic superbody's knee, resulting in a painful crack that forced the man to kneel. Wang Xian leaped, landing a kick to the man's head without even sparing him a glance, and surged forward to confront another expert. Eventually, after propelling the fifth adversary away and collapsing his chest, he decisively retreated. Realizing that utilizing the techniques inscribed in the 5-page golden book was excessively draining, and he could no longer bear the toll, he sighed, acknowledging that the more one strives to trigger heightened senses, the more elusive they become. Simultaneously, he calmed himself, recognizing that the day was nearing its conclusion. Regardless of the thoughts on either side, it was almost time to cease. An individual across from him pointed at Wang Xian with palpable animosity and hatred, clearly unprepared for such a formidable young man to emerge from the old technique realm at the last moment, having dispatched several of their skilled masters. Wang Xian paid no heed and retreated swiftly. Wu Qinglin, his gaze flickering, scrutinized Wang Xian intently before finally addressing Qingmu, the old Wang mentioned by old Chen. Could it possibly be this young man? One must admit, old Wu's acuity was impressive, making such a quick connection. No, Qingmu firmly denied. Wang Xian silently mused that old Wu was rather cunning, perhaps attempting to unearth his secrets, which was rather ungracious. Wu Qinglin sighed, "Young man, you have truly surprised me with your strength. Heroes indeed emerge from the youth." Wang Xian was well aware that the Wu family sought to collaborate with masters of the old technique, and this display of camaraderie was likely an attempt to win him over as an ally. The great masters have all been slain by old Chen. Those I defeated were considerably weaker, Wang Xian replied, shaking his head. At the same time, he paused, inquiring, "Where's old Chen?" He was swiftly picked up by personnel from the relevant departments and is currently undergoing emergency treatment, Qingmu said gravely. The impending demise of old Chen had captured widespread attention, eliciting varied responses from different organizations. Most individuals express a sense of lamentation, feeling it a pity that, after so long, a figure has emerged in the realm of ancient arts, yet he remains inescapably bound by fate, unable to compose a glorious encore. Many are closely monitoring the flickering flame of old Chen's life, wondering when it shall extinguish. Gratitude is extended to the esteemed supporters, Sen Sheng Yuan, Zhong Laijia, Yi Jiang Shui, Xiao Xiao Feng, and Si Shui Nian Hua, along with their myriad words of encouragement and celestial joy. Chapter 60, Guardian of Old Chen within the sleek, cold, metallic confines of a super battleship, a prominent figure among the financial magnates, Zhong Yong, spoke. "Please send a portion of the longevity liquid I used to Xiao Chen." A middle-aged man, upon hearing this, hesitated slightly and inquired, "Is it the longevity liquid or the health-preserving liquid?" He feared the elder might have misspoken. The former was exorbitantly valuable, requiring the interstellar collection of various rare minerals and precious herbs, with a notoriously arduous refining process that often resulted in waste. This liquid could not be mass-produced, existing only in limited supply, ultimately falling into the hands of a select few super tycoons. Even if some rare vials found their way to the black market, they would command astronomical prices. Though Zhong Yong appeared frail, with sparse white hair, his presence exuded authority, and his every utterance brooked no dissent, causing the middle-aged man to break into a sweat under his scrutinizing gaze. "I will arrange it immediately," he said, bowing his head in haste. Zhong Yong gestured for him to remain calm and dismissed him with a wave. "Do you hold Qin Yongjie in such high regard? Yet he appears unlikely to survive," remarked an elder with graying hair, Zhong Yong's second son, Zhong Changming. Zhong Yong replied calmly, "Establishing a benevolent connection is essential. One must understand gratitude." Zhong Changming, slightly taken aback, pondered whether his father had grown increasingly soft-hearted in his twilight years. Nonetheless, facing his traditionally formidable father. He nodded in acquiescence. Zhongyong added, "What I mean is, upon publicly presenting the elixir, those practitioners of ancient arts should recognize their indebtedness." Zhong Changming was momentarily at a loss for words and eventually asked, "Do you have a favorable view of the ancient arts?" "Not so much as a favorable view. When we unearthed some formidable seeds of the ancient remedies from the ruins, it evidently bolstered the ancient arts. Who knows what else may be discovered in the future?" Zhongyong replied. Zhong Changming proposed, "Shall we send some offerings to the new arts sector as well?" Old Zhong shook his head. "Did we not already provide them with a substantial sum? There is no need to send anything further. In the future, we shall excavate the latest findings in new arts directly from the inner sanctum." He continued with a chill in his voice. "Power must always reside within one's grasp. This truth remains immutable across all ages. I shall add another clause to my will. In addition to all else, any prospective heir must place immense emphasis on the extraordinary realms. The Zhong family must remain at the forefront." Subsequently, Zhongyong spoke earnestly, though it may seem trivial now. What if mythical beings emerge in the coming centuries? Among the descendants of the Zhong family, there must be someone to maintain an advantage and become a pillar in this domain. My years are few, and I am indifferent to my fate. But you must prepare for the future, lest you regret tumbling from the pinnacle of the pyramid and become beholden to others. Zhong Changming instantly adopted a serious demeanor. However, deep within, he silently questioned his father's sincerity, acknowledging that while his father was admirable, he often lacked genuine conviction. His elderly father, exceedingly enamored with the mortal realm and profoundly averse to death, has faced life-threatening illnesses numerous times over the past 2 decades. Yet, each occasion, he has expended immense resources to procure methods of prolonging his life, managing to endure until now, having even outlived his eldest son, the primary heir. Zhong Changming sighed, contemplating that he likely would not outlast his father either. The inheritance was better left for the next generation to contend for. At that moment, a striking young woman entered, whose presence here was evidently cherished by Zhongyong. When she smiled, her large, expressive eyes seemed to speak, enhancing her beauty as she said, "Great-grandfather, rest assured. The expedition team I have assembled will certainly unearth the celestial herb, granting you 500 years of life. Recently, I have recruited several exceptionally talented individuals, who will soon gather together." Zhong Changming inwardly lamented, "Child, if you truly manage to procure the celestial herb, you and your brothers need not covet that position. The old man will cling to it, ensuring you all perish in the process." This was merely a microcosm of the situation. Financial magnates and various organizations were similarly entangled. "What is happening?" Qingmu inquired anxiously, rushing toward a small flying vessel that had just landed, eager to learn of his master's condition. The prognosis was grim. Upon examination, it was revealed that old Chen's internal organs were riddled with cracks, so numerous that separating them would result in hundreds of fragments. Qian Lei from the relevant department had arrived. He had previously ventured with Qingmu and Wang Xian to an underground research facility in the greater Xing'an range. He solemnly conveyed the dire news. All existing measures were futile, as old Chen's organs were ensnared with mysterious lightning, and any intervention could lead to a catastrophic explosion. Qingmu's face turned pale, feeling utterly powerless. If the most advanced medical techniques were ineffective, then his master truly had no hope. Suddenly, Qian Lei received a phone call and returned with a piece of good news. The Zhong family, a prominent financial conglomerate, had sent a vial of life-extending elixir. While it could not revive old Chen, it had stabilized his condition. "Is that more precious than the life-saving medicine still en route?" Wu Yin whispered. Wu Chenglin nodded, affirming, "This is indeed characteristic of the old man Zhongyong, who values sacrifice and gain. If old Chen were to falter, he would likely send a eulogy penned by his own hand. Those practicing the old arts, gathered together, would surely remember his kindness." Wu Yin remarked, while Wu Qinglin added, "Of course, he would have also pacified those in the new arts." Wu Yin quietly mused, "I am curious to see how long he can endure." Soon, Qian Lei informed Qingmu that after a consultation by a panel of medical experts, it was unanimously concluded that old Chen could persist for 2 days after consuming the elixir. At that moment, Wu Chenglin approached Qingmu, stating that the Wu family had also dispatched a powerful remedy, which equated to more than half the efficacy of the life-extending elixir. Thus, old Chen could last an additional 2 to 3 days. Wang Xian, whose brow had been furrowed, relaxed slightly and pulled Qingmu aside, speaking in hushed tones. I possess an ancient method worth trying. Now is the time to test your resolve. Utilize all connections to seek assistance from the relevant authorities. In pursuit of ancient artifacts related to ascension, such as relics, Taoist golden bones, and artifacts from preaching alchemists, search with all your might. In the absence of anything substantial, it would suffice to excavate the shabby stone caves and floor tiles associated with the legends of the immortals, gathering together whatever can be found. Qingmu was momentarily taken aback, pondering the purpose of such an endeavor. Alchemy. Yet, in an instant, Wang Xian shook his head, instructing, do not inquire further. Simply state that it is a secret manuscript obtained by your master, detailing ancient rituals and the practices of old shamans, invoking objects for sacrificial purposes. Above all, do not mention me. Extricate my name completely, or calamity shall ensue. Wang Xian whispered numerous reminders to Qingmu, yet a sigh escaped his lips to save a life. He felt compelled to take this risk. He harbored concerns that the influential organizations, magnates, and relevant authorities were exceedingly astute. Even with utmost caution and stringent vigilance, they were likely to leave traces behind. Old Chen, ever since I encountered you, I have realized you are a veritable pitfall. He lamented, gazing skyward. Soon, he reminded Qingmu. By the way, don't forget the Suiho pearl. You must bring it to your master, as it is renowned in ancient lore as a talisman of protection. Wang Xian sighed, retreating to the side, pacing restlessly as he expressed his discontent. Old Chen, since your arrival, my fortunes have waned, and I have been incessantly vexed by you, offering you female shamans and divine monks, everything at my disposal. Now, I find myself drawn into an unpredictable maelstrom. Qingmu sought assistance, utilizing every means and connection at his disposal to gather various antiquities, attempting to employ the ancient techniques of blessings and shamans to extend Old Chen's life. Upon his return, he overheard Wang Xian's self-reflective murmurs, leaving him speechless. Who would willingly allow you to send forth ghostly monks? Your master would. Wang Xian retorted with confidence. Qingmu contemplated a rebuttal, yet upon reflection, it indeed seemed to hold some truth. While others were filled with dread, his master embraced the challenge with open arms. Is there any way to save Old Chen? Wu Chonglin inquired, drawing near. Wang Xian immediately responded. Old Qing just sought the counsel of a venerable elder, who mentioned the need for rare ancient artifacts, such as golden bamboo slips from the preaching era, which might hold the key to salvation. Old Wu disregarded him, focusing her gaze on Qingmu. With a heavy heart, Qingmu lamented, I just spoke with that elder, and he stated that we require rare and precious items related to the immortals. Wang Xian approached Wu, attempting to forge a closer connection, inquiring if the Wu family possessed any golden bamboo slips. Wu Yin rolled her eyes at him but eventually whispered, the illustrious Zhong family possesses them, but they are unlikely to lend them out. Such treasures are kept under wraps. Does old Zhong have a granddaughter? Wang Xian asked. Yes, a great-granddaughter. Why do you ask? Wu retorted coolly. I believe you should be acquainted. Perhaps you are good friends? You might explore that avenue, he suggested. Saving Old Chen's life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda, and with your family's collaboration, Old Chen would undoubtedly risk everything to assist. I have always hoped someone would deal with Xiao Zhong, Wu stated, seemingly having suffered a significant setback. Wang Xian found himself at a loss for words. Realizing further discussion was futile, he offered her a simple consolation, suggesting that it was not worth getting upset over and that they could settle matters at a later time. Before hastily seeking a rapport with Old Wu, he discovered that Old Wu had numerous ideas, and ultimately, he dared not mention anything further, fearing exposure. Relying solely on Qingmu to leverage his connections. Under the pretext of saving Old Chen, Qingmu indeed managed to procure some items, and the relevant parties were most accommodating. Wang Xian stepped aside, contemplating alone, weighing various scenarios. Eventually, with a heavy heart, he remarked, Old Chen, you have caused me an abundance of troubles. I send you the ghost monk. I bestow upon you the transcendent techniques of the great diamond fist. And now I must risk my life once more to attempt to save yours. Since our fateful meeting, I have been your unwavering protector, truly becoming your dedicated guardian. Chapter 61. Relics of the Immortals on the Pamir Plateau. Several small spacecraft descended, transporting the bodies away and clearing the shattered mech armor of Old Chen. Mo Hai, Xia Qing, and Chun Kai were no exception, laid upon cold stretchers, their bodies shrouded in white cloth. Wang Xian lamented the necessity of utmost caution, vowing to survive. One must never be complacent, for even the Grand Masters had fallen into dire straits, and he still had a distance to cover compared to the three. Little Wang, what are you lamenting? One Grand Master was slain by your own hand, Wu Chenglin interjected. Wang Xian sensed that old Wu was being deliberately provocative. He was reluctant for anyone to mention this feat, seeking to remain low-key and evade attention. A medium-sized spacecraft also landed upon the frozen ground to rescue the injured. The cabin was equipped with advanced medical apparatus and staffed with highly skilled medical personnel. Severely wounded individuals were swiftly carried away, while those with minor injuries received treatment on site. And soon all were attended to. Wang Xian approached, simultaneously greeting Qingmu, feigning severe injury and claiming that his heart and lungs had been ruptured, now in critical condition. All of this was to maintain a low profile. He did not wish to be perceived as the rising star of the old techniques, nor did he desire to be labeled as old Chen's successor. Qingmu did indeed seek assistance, but midway, a newly arrived female medical staff member informed Wang Xian that his condition was far better than that of an average person, robust in fact. Wang Xian whispered to her, insisting he had serious heart and lung issues that caused him great pain. However, the young woman, straightforward in her demeanor, retorted loudly, "You are in perfect health. Your heart and lungs are stronger than those of a great beast." Wang Xian turned and walked away, wishing to avoid further conversation, yet this only had the opposite effect, drawing the attention of many who chuckled as they gazed at him. The battle in the Congling Mountains had concluded, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The three Grand Masters of the new techniques were slain. Although the old techniques emerged victorious, their only prominent figure had fallen. Cold battleships and interstellar vessels pierced the sky. Departing from the plateau, Wang Xian and Qingmu escorted old Chen back to Yin City. Following the experts' council, conventional medical methods had proven futile, and all human efforts had been exhausted. A group of masters adhering to the old techniques followed to the city, wishing to accompany old Chen on his final journey. Their faces tinged with sorrow. In truth, some organizations and financial magnates from both the new and old factions had dispatched individuals to Yin City in preparation to pay their respects to old Chen at an appropriate time. Wang Xian found this atmosphere peculiar. It seemed that all parties were arranging floral tributes and planning a memorial service. What if he were to succeed in reviving old Chen? Qingmu's expression was laden with grief. Having sensed the stirrings of various factions, he felt a deep sadness, convinced that his master would not survive. Regarding Wang Xian's intent to save old Chen, Qingmu viewed it as a desperate gamble, harboring little belief in its success. Now, confronted with the somber reality, he had already begun to prepare for old Chen's funeral arrangements. Wang Xian speculated that if old Chen were to miraculously recover, he would undoubtedly wish to deliver a sound thrashing to everyone present. Aoki brought old Chen to a vast estate in the outskirts, a fitting sanctuary for those who had traversed the path of antiquity. The composed and deep-eyed deputy from the relevant authorities personally visited and conversed with Aoki for a while. Subsequently, he presented a box containing 2 vibrant golden bamboo leaves, a rare relic from the pre-Qin era known as the feathered divine bamboo, sourced from the depths of the greater Xing'an range. Though the offering was modest, it was imbued with genuine sentiment. The deputy, adept in the art of diplomacy, advised Aoki to initially administer the leaves to old Chen. Should there be notable improvement in his condition, he would seek further assistance. While the efficacy of the 2 leaves might be limited, incapable of performing miracles, the gesture of providing the feathered divine bamboo was indeed heartfelt. Before departing, he informed Aoki that he would return in 2 days to check on old Chen, subtly hinting at his attendance at the memorial service. Witnessing this, old Wu urged Wu to promptly arrange for a wreath, as the individuals from the relevant authorities would be coming to pay their respects to old Chen in 2 days. Anticipating a gathering of various parties, they feared that acquiring a wreath might become a challenge amidst the influx of visitors. Wang Xian gazed down at the still form of old Chen and sighed, lamenting, "Old Chen, I stand in defiance of the world, risking great reproach to save you." The relevant authorities, along with other concerned parties, had promised to send various antiquities, which arrived in the evening via small spacecraft, filling the room to the brim. In an effort to distance himself, Wang Xian refrained from immediate engagement, opting to minimize encounters with Aoki. Nevertheless, he received a note detailing the items that had been sent, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Among the treasures listed was a peachwood sword once wielded by Lu Dongbin, purportedly excavated from the revered site of Zhongtiao Mountain. As he continued to peruse the inventory, he was astounded to find a dilapidated alchemical furnace that had belonged to Guhong, which further deepened his disbelief. This figure was not insignificant. His works were extensively catalogued within the Taoist canon, including renowned texts such as Bio Puzi and Yuan Fong. Wang Xian harbored serious doubts regarding the authenticity of the items on the list. If relics belonging to figures like Lu Dongbin could be so easily procured, he pondered the merit of venturing to the new star, contemplating a prolonged stay in the old world instead. Unable to contain his curiosity, he sought an opportunity to meet with Aoki, determined to witness these extraordinary artifacts for himself. The room was filled with an assortment of antiquities, ranging from bronze arrowheads to meteorite blades, broken alchemical furnaces, and even the Tao Te Ching inscribed on bamboo slips, alongside pots and pans allegedly unearthed from ancient caves. Upon surveying the collection, disappointment washed over Wang Xian. What were these items? Perhaps they were indeed ancient, yet they bore no relation to the miraculous artifacts he sought. The so-called peachwood sword once used by Lu Dongbin appeared charred, as if struck by lightning, devoid of any mystical essence, prompting him to discard it dismissively. Aoki, in a state of urgency, interjected, "Hold on. This is a treasured possession of an elder, kept in the study for years, serving to ward off evil." Reluctantly, Wang Xian picked up the shattered alchemical furnace once used by Guhong, but upon further inspection, he was nearly tempted to cast it aside once more. Surrounded by a plethora of ancient relics, none captured his interest, leaving him profoundly disheartened. He sighed, realizing that extraordinary artifacts related to ascension were indeed elusive. However, upon further reflection, he felt a sense of relief. If any ordinary item could be connected to such transcendence, it would be quite peculiar. None of these would suffice. Wang Xian shook his head. Qingmu, naturally disappointed, suggested, "Let us explore another courtyard." "Is there more?" Wang Xian inquired, astonished. Qingmu nodded, explaining, "There wasn't enough space here, so I had the items delivered to another courtyard." The moment Wang Xian stepped into the new courtyard, he sensed the presence of something substantial. The extraordinary artifact he needed for ascension was indeed within reach, and saving old Chen seemed plausible now. Without needing an introduction from Qingmu, he swiftly rummaged through a pile of old objects and unearthed a jade box. Upon opening it, he discovered a piece of dark bone, exuding a rich and mysterious essence that was imperceptible to ordinary senses. Wang Xian was convinced that this was an exceedingly rare artifact of ascension. It was an extraordinary find. As he brushed his hand over it, the blackened exterior faded slightly, revealing a faint golden sheen beneath. His heart raced. Could this be the legendary golden bone? The charred exterior, he speculated, was likely the result of a lightning strike. Who sent this? Where did it come from? He could not help but ask. There was a subsequent delivery from the relevant department, which included this bone. "Just a moment. Let me check the inventory for further details." Qingmu replied as he bent down to examine the list. After a brief moment, he found the information and stated, "This was discovered near a collapsed, nameless Taoist temple. Following excavation and cleanup, no other significant artifacts were found. Only this bone remained." Wang Xian reflected, the mountain's worth is not in its height, but in its celestial beings. The water's depth is not its measure, but the dragons that inhabit it. In a nameless Taoist temple, relics of ascension from ancient sages were left behind. Qingmu, somewhat bemused, wondered how Wang Xian could ascertain the connection to ascension merely from a piece of black bone. His skepticism was profound. Wang Xian glanced at him and declared, "Trust my judgment. I believe this may very well be a remnant left by a celestial being." "Are you overthinking this?" Qingmu questioned, eyeing him. In desolate mountains and dilapidated temples, buried beneath is a chilling black bone. I suspect any anomalies are more likely connected to demons or malevolent spirits. Wang Xian quickly interjected, "Refrain from speaking carelessly about your master's life and death. This matter is too grave." Qingmu promptly fell silent, at that moment willing to believe in Wang Xian's profound insight. Without pausing, Wang Xian hastened to another corner, seized a wooden box, and opened it with great delight. For it contained yet another remarkable item. Inside was a piece of jade, partially encased in its stone skin, revealing a portion of the exquisite, luminous jade flesh, a rare find indeed. This stone had been excavated from the ruins of an ancient city dating back to the Han Dynasty and had been treasured by an elder as a natural stone ornament. Wang Xian surmised that, after ascension, the rich mysterious essence had infused this jade, marking it as a genuine stone of ascension. Next, he discovered the final extraordinary item, a pristine bone, as white as jade, measuring over half a foot in length, its origin indiscernible at first glance. This is an artifact left behind in the original crypt after a Buddhist temple was relocated to a new star, Qingmu informed him. Bone of a high monk. Wang Xian exclaimed, astonished. Aoki shook his head, noting that this was still something sent by the relevant authorities, who were meticulous in detailing the provenance of each item. It was said to have been unearthed from deep within the soil of the ancestral grounds of Buddhism, bound by iron chains to this very bone. Could it possibly be a remnant of a formidable demon or human that the Buddhist sect once subdued? Wang Xian harbored doubts. Aoki remarked, this bone appears entirely ordinary. There have never been any unusual occurrences associated with it. We shall test it shortly. Wang Xian responded, there is nothing to fear, no matter its origins. Can it truly compare to a sorceress from over 3 millennia ago? This sorceress is extraordinarily peculiar, her physical form having persisted until now. Despite her remarkable nature, she has not caused me any harm, thus emboldening me. Although it diverged somewhat from his expectations, it could still suffice, and he hoped to successfully revive his master. Wang Xian resolved to act that very night, entering the inner realm. Chapter 62. United we stand. Seeing the seriousness in his words, Aoki felt a surge of hope. Could it be that Wang truly possessed some miraculous means? What do you think would be the most prudent approach? He inquired cautiously. Wang Xian contemplated for a moment and replied, naturally, it is to manifest the legends. Above, the immortal beings illuminate the azure sky. Below, the bodhisattva turns the prayer wheel. Celestial beings ride upon clouds, while demonesses command dragons. Fairies gather mulberries along winding paths, destined to meet beneath the moonlit Yao Terrace. He sighed, lost in thought, lamenting that all the immortal beings and bodhisattvas had long passed into antiquity, and what remained were merely remnants of bones. Aoki, captivated, pondered whether this manifestation was of the celestial or the demonic. He felt a twinge of unease, particularly considering that the youthful figure before him seemed to possess a constitution that attracted spirits, which made him even more apprehensive. Aoki seriously doubted whether Wang intended to transfer a host of demons into old Chen's body. But old Chen was on the brink of death, as the saying goes. The void does not accept supplementation. Could he truly endure it? His thoughts spiraled. Wang Xian contemplated how to extricate himself from this predicament. After all, although old Chen lay in a state of repose, he remained the center of attention, with countless eyes fixated upon him. If he did not proceed with caution, directly intervening to revive old Chen, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos and explosive headlines. At that moment, he would find himself in peril. There would certainly be those who would delve deeply into the matter, and the secrets of his inner realm would likely be exposed. As these thoughts coursed through him, a chilling sensation enveloped him, akin to a cold blade poised against his neck. The weight on his heart grew heavier, and the more he pondered, the more intense his unease became. This was no trivial matter. Once he attempted to save old Chen, it would directly implicate his own life and safety, a grave concern. How could he resolve this judiciously? Even though Wang Xian typically possessed a carefree disposition, that night he furrowed his brows in deep contemplation, his expression grave. He needed to meticulously consider every detail, ensuring that his secrets remained concealed. Ultimately, he refined his thoughts. Old Aoki, this time the key lies with you. Aoki, perplexed, wondered how he had become involved. Wang Xian spoke in a low voice. During the recent expedition for antiquities, it was stated publicly that your master had obtained a secret manuscript containing rituals of ancient witchcraft, and as you are old Chen's disciple, it is only fitting that you preside over this matter. Aoki observed the gravity in Wang Xian's demeanor and felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Attentively listening and preparing to cooperate fully, he then noticed Wang Xian fixated on his phone, as if searching for something, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation. Old Qing, I shall impart some knowledge to you. You must learn it swiftly and master it with finesse, Wang Xian stated with utmost seriousness. Understood, Aoki thought to himself, feeling uncertain yet resolved to collaborate wholeheartedly. As a master of ancient arts, he learned movements quickly, but soon he sensed something amiss. He increasingly felt as if he were engaging in sorcery. Seizing a moment while Wang Xian took a sip of water, he paused to conduct a swift online search. Quickly locating the original tutorial, he nearly choked on his own blood. How could he have studied so earnestly, under the solemn guidance of Wang Xian? only to discover the absurdity of it all. Indeed, it was akin to sorcery, madness. What do you mean by this, Xiao Wang? Aoki queried with a hint of displeasure. Wang Xian maintained his serious expression, yet Aoki no longer felt the weight of his words. He began to find Wang Xian somewhat unreliable. Since we are invoking ancient rites to save a life, one must at least learn the semblance of it. If I could integrate this knowledge and perform some movements of my own, that would be even better. You should have mentioned this sooner. Aoki shot him an irritated glance. Then, without further instruction, began to gesture, embodying a certain enigmatic charm. Having studied under old Chen, he had indeed learned much of the ancient arts. This was a ritual dance chronicled in an ancient tome, said to have once communicated with deities and used in combat. Wang Xian marveled, "Old Qing, you are truly remarkable. I can already envision your brilliant future. What nonsense are you spouting?" Aoki retorted, feeling increasingly disinclined to engage. "I speak no folly, tonight. You are destined to astonish the world with your dance." Wang Xian clapped him on the shoulder, insisting that he must practice until adeptly proficient. Aoki's expression stiffened, his keen mind suddenly connecting the dots. What if he were to revive his master? Only to have the tycoons and organizations summon him for a dance of sorcery every few days? Everything is for old Chen, Wang Xian declared with solemnity. Aoki longed to express his frustration. Why was Wang Xian so serious in his pursuit? Only to hide behind him? Yet, what could he possibly say? No matter how arduous the task, he would accept it with tears in his eyes. Wang Xian continued, "If it is just the two of us, it will not suffice. We must involve those skilled in ancient arts, allowing them to cue and enter to see old Chen, infusing him with the essence of life, paired with your ritual dance. And perhaps then he could be saved." Aoki remained silent, listening to his ramblings, fully aware that everyone else was merely a facade for Wang Xian, ensuring he remained concealed. The queue formed orderly as individuals entered one by one, each spending varying amounts of time inside, from 1 or 2 minutes to 30 or 40, based on their abilities. Wang Xian believed that if he were to queue up, a few minutes to several dozen should suffice to save old Chen. After all, a year or two in the inner realm could equate to merely a minute in the outer world. Certainly, if these individuals merely entered to gaze upon old Chen without taking any action, it would seem rather inappropriate, akin to an early viewing of a lifeless visage. To lend a semblance of reason to the situation, perhaps they could be encouraged to touch old Chen's hand or foot, proclaiming it as a transfer of life. A collective effort from those within the realm of antiquity to save him. Upon hearing this, Qingmu was rendered speechless. This young man, in his efforts to absolve himself, was indeed quite thoughtful. "Could you possibly exclude me as well?" Qingmu could not restrain himself from speaking. "There's no choice. You are his disciple. And at such a critical moment, retreat is not an option," Wang Xian stated with firm conviction. "Is there anything you wish to add?" Qingmu inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. "That should suffice. Let us keep it simple." Wang Xian waved his hand dismissively. Qingmu regarded him, questioning whether this truly constituted simplicity. So many had been entangled in his ruse for the sake of diversion. Wait, was it required for everyone to touch old Chen? The thought struck him suddenly. Would old Chen be subjected to such turmoil, even in his dying moments? Wang Xian mused to himself, "Old Chen, perhaps you should not be so particular. Even if you are touched by dozens, or even hundreds, tonight, endure it for the sake of your salvation. After all, you are in a state of unconsciousness. Simply let it pass." He then pondered another dilemma. Utilizing the ethereal object, one could enter the inner landscape without triggering the supersensory state. Yet old Chen's condition was unclear and muddled. If his spirit did not awaken, would they be able to bring him inside? In such a scenario, they would have to establish contact through his hand to transfer the mysterious essence. Yet, there remained a possibility. Was old Chen perhaps feigning his stupor? It was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Wang Xian had entertained such thoughts before. What if old Chen was merely biding his time, waiting for this moment? The very notion made him wish to strike old Chen, though he feared the repercussions of being counterattacked by him. Wang Xian contemplated the various possibilities. After all, during his initial entry, old Chen would undoubtedly be bewildered, necessitating gradual guidance. What about the Suiho Pearl? He asked Qingmu, having not forgotten and feeling quite concerned about the precious artifact. "It's far too precious. It remains safely within my possession," Qingmu replied, producing a jade box. To his astonishment, it was so close at hand. Yet Wang Xian could not sense the mysterious essence emanating from it. leaving him profoundly disappointed and disinclined to examine it further. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough. Put it away. It must surely be a counterfeit." Nevertheless, Qingmu opened the jade box, revealing a pristine pearl, radiant and dazzling in its brilliance. "Perhaps it is an ancient treasure, yet it is by no means authentic," Wang Xian remarked. The legendary Suiho pearl was said to be inscribed with scriptures by preaching sorcerers, imbued with mythological significance. However, the object before them could only be classified as an antiquity, or perhaps an ordinary treasure, devoid of any ties to mythology. How can you ascertain its inauthenticity? Qingmu expressed skepticism towards his assertions. "I am an archaeological expert." Wang Xian refrained from elaborating further. The formal endeavor to rescue old Chen was about to commence. As Qingmu stepped outside to brief a gathering of practitioners of antiquity on the situation, seeking a united front, the group became fervently supportive. Wang Xian sighed, running his fingers over the black bone fragment in his hand, then caressing the white, jade-like broken bone, hoping for a smooth outcome and praying that no unforeseen complications would arise. Upon returning, Qingmu found him gently stroking those two enigmatic bones, and an immediate wave of dizziness washed over him, causing his scalp to prickle. "Do you not find it eerie? And tell me, will you truly summon some ghostly deities?" Aoki whispered. Wang Xian replied, "Old Qing, if you cannot speak wisely, it would be prudent to remain silent. Despite the two bones appearing mundane now, what were they once? One could potentially be a celestial maiden's hand bone, while the other might belong to a fairy's leg." Aoki cast him a sideways glance, saying, "Is it not disrespectful to the two immortals to handle them so?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xian hesitated, hastily waving his hand. "Let us go. We must rescue old Chen." This night was destined to be sleepless, as a united effort to save a life commenced. In the hall, old Chen lay peacefully, surrounded by an array of flowers, motionless upon his bed. Regardless of their efficacy, various ancient artifacts cluttered the room, with the auspicious Shoho pearl placed atop old Chen's head, a protective charm for his life. People entered in an orderly fashion, some shedding tears, others quietly weeping, resembling a premature memorial service for old Chen. Aoki, with great dedication, performed a shamanistic dance, perspiration beading on his forehead. At last, it was Wang Xian's turn to enter. Observing old Chen's still form, he felt a surge of emotion. Being his protector was no small feat, and he was finally nearing the essence of the matter. Which extraordinary object should he employ first? Wang Xian hesitated, aware that the dispositions of the immortals varied. Should he encounter an especially fierce one, it could pose a significant challenge. Ultimately, he resolved to begin with the charred bone struck by lightning, as it originated from a humble temple and its inner bone was golden, serene, and sacred. However, when he attempted to apply pressure to create a fissure and release the potent mystical essence, it proved to be unyieldingly hard. This was indeed unexpected. Wang Xian's gaze fell upon the black longsword beside old Chen. This artifact was undoubtedly a mysterious relic of considerable significance. He seized it, and, with a swift motion, discovered its sharpness as it left a faint mark upon the black bone. A deep incision was unnecessary. This was sufficient. In an instant, a rich stream of mysterious substance surged forth, accompanied by a vast opening of inner realms. Others could neither perceive nor behold it. Yet Wang Xian found himself in the void of tranquility. Simultaneously, he witnessed a dazzling sword light cleave through the heavens, revealing an unparalleled beauty soaring across the sky, magnificent and divine like a celestial being. Chapter 63. The female sword immortal. The scene was exquisite, as a female sword immortal stood suspended in the air, her garments billowing gracefully, her presence increasingly ethereal in that tranquil space, transcending the mundane world. "Old Chen, come forth and behold the celestial being. I promised to send you a multitude of deities and legendary demons, and now a fallen immortal stands before you. Why do you not awaken?" Wang Xian called out, though uncertainty gnawed at him, prompting him to beckon old Chen, hoping he would follow. Yet, silence enveloped him, with no response from old Chen. "Old Chen, you cannot be feigning unconsciousness, can you? Do not hesitate, join me." Throughout this exchange, Aoki continued his shamanistic dance, oblivious to the stillness that had befallen Wang Xian, who sat cross-legged in silence. Wang Xian realized that as he channeled the primordial methods of the preaching sorcerers, he had unwittingly stepped into the inner realm. Separated from the present world, he was certain he had not actively crossed over, How had he arrived here? The surroundings lay shrouded in silence, the interior dim and obscure. It felt as though a dense fog was expanding, drawing him into its embrace. He stood on high alert, for this moment was unlike any other. Imbued with an unmistakable sense of the extraordinary that sent a shiver down his spine. In this dusky realm, beams of light cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the only radiant spot in the gloom. Wang Xian gazed upwards at the female sword immortal. Despite the distance, within this inner domain, all perception relied on mental awareness, allowing him to discern her features clearly. The female sword immortal appeared to be no more than 20 years of age, though her true age remained a mystery. At the very least, her visage seemed remarkably youthful, ethereal, and resplendent. Wang Xian steadied himself, studying her intently. Indeed, she possessed an extraordinary beauty. Yet it was her otherworldly aura that truly set her apart, as if she were not of this realm, captivating in a way that instantly drew the eye. Wang Xian remained rooted in place, deep in contemplation. This fascination also stemmed from modern man's yearning for ancient myths and legends. The allure of sword immortals had long been ingrained in the psyche, hence his immediate awe upon first sight. Suddenly, a blinding flash of sword light cleaved through the air, shattering his reverie. The beam, descending from above, extinguished his admiration for the sword immortal in an instant. She had assailed him with lethal intent, an icy aura enveloping him, making the danger palpable. Wang Xian swiftly retreated, surprisingly managing to evade the strike, an outcome he had not anticipated. How could he have avoided such a celestial sword beam? It dawned on him that the residual spiritual energy from the past had been activated by his presence, manifesting within this inner domain. After all, she was not her true self. What he witnessed was merely a reflection of her former powers, incapable of causing him harm. Each time he entered this inner realm, his mental perception would rapidly descend into a state of cold tranquility, allowing him to exist in absolute clarity. He realized that the sword immortal was ultimately not her past incarnation and lacked the formidable might she once possessed. Had she been able to intervene in the present world, she would not have waited for future generations to awaken the mysterious factors before emerging from her remnants. Her lingering spiritual energy was not to be feared. Yet, Wang Xian's newfound confidence came at a price. A torrent of sword light descended, with dozens of strikes raining down, most landing upon him. The agony surged through him, as if he were being cleaved skyward, the relentless sword beams striking again and again. Fortunately, the residual spiritual energy, though peculiar, could not truly shatter him. It merely battered him, inflicting immense suffering. A sense of dread crept in. Had the sword immortal truly begun to intervene in the present? The thought was somewhat terrifying. My golden body is indestructible. The external realm is but an illusion, incapable of harming me, he bellowed. If this lingering spiritual energy were to cleave him asunder, it would spell disaster. He firmly believed that the departed could not truly inflict harm upon him after centuries of dissolution. He activated his golden body technique, emanating a faint golden glow, and then propelled himself downward like a javelin, his feet anchoring firmly to the ground. Within this inner domain, one's mental strength could alter everything, effectively countering the onslaught of the residual spiritual energy. Indeed, as Wang Xian's faith solidified and he continuously practiced the golden body technique to safeguard himself and strengthen his spirit, he sensed a subtle transformation in the surrounding cosmos. The brilliance of the sword light in the sky diminished, its descent morphing into a muted glimmer. He either evaded or countered with his golden body. Though the pain remained intense, it was no longer unbearable as it had been before. Finally, the assault ceased. Wang Xian stood his ground, invoking the primordial techniques of ancient practitioners to draw in mysterious energies, mindful of his purpose in this realm, to aid the injured old Chen. A peerless female sword immortal leaned upon her sword, illuminating the dim sky with her presence. Clad in flowing moon-white garments, her exquisite visage and ethereal demeanor exuded an otherworldly beauty. Yet, she relentlessly assailed Wang Xian, leaving him devoid of any inclination to appreciate her grace. His heart was tranquil, enveloped in absolute calm, as he swept away complex emotions to fully channel the enigmatic substances. In the external realm, Wang Xian grasped old Chen's wrist, mysterious energies permeating and entering Chen's body, directly targeting the wounded organs. However, since these energies were not drawn in by old Chen himself, their potency was diminished. Nevertheless, The effect was undeniably profound. The fissured organs received much-needed nourishment, halting their deterioration and even initiating a gradual restoration. The transcendents who left behind true bones in the world seemed to possess a different essence, with a greater residual spiritual energy within their bones. Yet, why did she attack me upon our first encounter? Wang Xin pondered, sensing the peculiarity of the situation. Neither the female practitioner nor the old monk had previously targeted him with such lethal intent during their initial meetings, even in dreams. Their disturbances were merely to entrust him with a task. He began to question whether the words of Qingmu had rung true. Had he stirred trouble by touching the bones of the female sword immortal? Yet, he dismissed this notion. Centuries had passed, and those bones lay charred. Who would harbor such fanciful thoughts? Moreover, it was precisely due to his possession of those bones that the residual spiritual energy was released. Once Wang Xian had absorbed a sufficient amount of the mysterious energies, he commenced practicing the golden body technique. This was a rare opportunity not to be squandered. During the battle in the Congling Mountains, many had cast their gazes upon him, signifying a surge in his notoriety, which also heralded encroaching peril. He needed to elevate his strength at a pace exceeding their expectations to ensure his survival until he truly ascended. The female sword immortal, seemingly harboring animosity towards him, launched another onslaught, inflicting excruciating pain and severely disrupting his practice of the golden body technique. I released you from the true bones of transcendence. I seek no gratitude. Yet such an assault is unwarranted, is it not? He could not help but voice, finding the situation utterly unreasonable as the sword light continuously struck him. Uncertain whether she could not comprehend his words, or if some inexplicable hatred lingered unaddressed, the female sword immortal persisted in her attacks. Though his life was not in imminent danger, the torment and suffering were relentless. Monk, where are you? There is a malevolent sword immortal here. Please come and exorcise her. Wang Xian called out to the ghostly monk, seeking his assistance. However, there was no response. The old monk either remained hidden within old Chen, unable to hear the call, or simply chose not to intervene. For the sake of old Chen, Wang Xian persevered for 4 long years, enduring the relentless onslaught of sword light. He felt as though he were on the brink of madness. His practice of the golden body technique was sporadic and disjointed, yielding little success. Time and again, his opponent wielded the celestial sword, unleashing a torrent of sword light from the heavens, mounting an all-out assault against him. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated abandoning the inner realm altogether. As the 5th year unfolded, Wang Xian's physical form, ravaged by mental torment, trembled with fatigue. By chance, his hand brushed against the obsidian sword. In that instant, he experienced a profound awakening within the inner realm. To his astonishment, a beam of black sword light manifested in his grasp. What could this phenomenon signify? He swiftly assessed the external circumstances. The black sword remained on old Chen's bed, yet, as his palm clutched the hilt, he had drawn forth the black sword light. In that moment of clarity, Wang Xian recognized that the obsidian sword must possess extraordinary origins. Within the inner realm, seizing the long sword forged from dark radiance, he wasted no time and struck towards the female sword immortal, determined to assert his stance. Even if he could not prevail, suddenly, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. The entire inner realm seemed poised to erupt. Countless beams of sword light surged forth, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars. He beheld towering mountains, akin to swords, piercing the clouds, each steep peak teeming with young men and women practicing their swordsmanship. Was this a sect dedicated to the art of the sword? Numerous youths danced with their blades atop the summits, their sword light erupting intermittently. Yet, despite their prowess, they remained far from the exalted status of sword immortals. The scene shifted abruptly. On one fateful day, amidst a torrential downpour, a man clad in black approached, wielding an exceptionally long black sword as he entered the mountains, confronting this sect single-handedly. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning illuminated the sky as the man unleashed chaos within the sword gate, cutting a swath through all who opposed him. It was a night soaked in blood, accompanied by the thunder's roar, the downpour, and the sword light. He single-handedly eradicated the entire sect, departing with his bloodied blade. The next day, as the rain subsided, a girl of 13 or 14 returned to the mountain gate, only to be met with a scene of carnage. She fell to the ground in anguish, weeping inconsolably. Though the image was but a blur and no sound reached him, Wang Xian could feel the heart-wrenching pain she endured. In that moment, he comprehended the gravity of his predicament. He bore the burden of blame. The previous owner of the Black Sword had once unleashed a massacre, annihilating a sword sect, and now the repercussions had fallen upon him, a modern man. He felt utterly wronged. What connection did he have to this? Shouldn't he seek out that man in black? Or perhaps old Chen himself? As scenes continued to shift, the girl grew rapidly, becoming ensnared by her sword practice, transcending the mundane, and ultimately achieving the extraordinary. Yet, despite her formidable strength, she roamed the world in vain, unable to locate the man in black and exact her vengeance. Years later, as she approached the pinnacle of sword mastery, her power reached an unparalleled zenith, necessitating her ascension to immortality. Standing atop the secluded mountain where her hermitage lay, she prepared for her transformation. Boom! A terrifying flash of lightning struck down on a moonlit night, as endless bolts of lightning descended, obscuring the silvery moon in the sky, rendering it invisible. In the final scene, as the female sword immortal ascended towards the heavens, she was shattered by the thunder. Her flesh and bones transformed into a divine light rain amidst the lightning, rising in ethereal brilliance. This conclusion evokes profound emotions. Such a formidable sword immortal ultimately met her demise in the process of transcending. In the end, only her right hand, which had wielded the sword for many years, exploded in the lightning, leaving behind a fragment of bone that fell to the earth, her sole remnant in this world, landing near a small Taoist temple. Though she had struck Wang Xian for nearly a decade, in this moment, he felt a surge of sympathy and no longer harbored resentment. She had likely believed him to be a descendant of the dark-clad lineage. Such a powerful sword immortal did not truly ascend. She merely transcended, dissipating into the cosmos. Wang Xian felt an indescribable melancholy. It was indeed a great pity. He then recalled the female sorceress, the ghostly monk, and the bodhisattva from the ancient temple outside Anqing, all of whom also failed to ascend. Could it be that such a fate was, in fact, a form of ascension? He had pondered this matter at length before, but was reluctant to delve deeper, as he sensed he was stepping into the ancient traps laid by predecessors, sending chills down his spine. Boom! An endless surge of sword light erupted, with towering mountains piercing the clouds surrounding him. The female sword immortal, bathed in the pure moonlight, stood alone at the pinnacle, poised to strike at Wang Xian once more, her aura formidable beyond compare. Even within the inner realm, it sent shivers through him. "Stop!" he shouted. "It truly has nothing to do with me. If you wish to investigate the events of yesteryear, I can bring someone to you. Please wait while I guide him into the inner realm." Chapter 64. The founder Wang. Around him, the mountains loomed steeply, resembling countless great swords embedded in the earth, all igniting with sword light that surged skyward. Accompanied by the transcendent light rain, the female sword immortal wielded her sword, resonating with the many sword peaks of her former sect, as if they would tear apart the inner realm. Whoosh! Wang Xian fled, feeling there was nothing more to say. He had no desire to be the scapegoat. For old Chen, he had endured so many years of suffering, but every grievance has its origin, and the days of hardship must come to an end. With a whoosh, Wang Xian burst forth, laden with a wealth of mysterious energy. He then noticed that Qing Mu had ceased his shamanic dance. Perhaps seeing no one had entered, he had begun to slack off. Qing Mu had moved a chair closer and sat, watching him intently, seemingly anxious. In truth, Qing Mu was quite frightened, despite being so near. He could sense nothing of the inner realm, nor could he see the sword light soaring into the sky. He only perceived that little Wang seemed possessed. In the ensuing minutes, Wang Xian's body trembled slightly, swaying slowly, before he grasped the black sword and raised it gently. Was he about to save someone? Why did it feel as though he were about to strike old Chen? Qing Mu rushed over in alarm. If the situation was dire, he needed to act immediately. Yet he refrained from intervening, having heard that one should not act recklessly in such circumstances. Fortunately, little Wang steadied himself, slowly lowering the sword without striking his master. Wang Xian paid him no mind, entirely absorbed in his own thoughts. Behind him, the mist of the inner realm expanded, swirling toward him. Was it attempting to recapture him? Indeed, this experience was unlike any he had encountered before, extraordinarily unusual. "Old Chen, have you returned to life?" Wang Xian called out, estimating that after so many years of exposure to the mysterious substance, old Chen must be in a state of near death. Despite his calls, old Chen remained utterly silent, lying there like a corpse, completely oblivious to his surroundings. At that moment, Wang Xian found himself in a peculiar state. His back enveloped in a thick shroud of mysterious factors. Although he had left the inner realm, he had not yet fully returned to his body. He feared that if he completely withdrew, he would lose access to the inner realm. He was troubled, pondering how to guide old Chen. He realized this would likely pose considerable challenges. It was no wonder that the secret scriptures of various sects solemnly mentioned that even disciples with extraordinary talent required the guidance of their masters to trigger a transcendent state. There was indeed wisdom in that, as Wang Xian was not a master and did not know how to lead old Chen into the inner realm. He had initially entered on his own, without guidance, a rather unique occurrence. Perhaps it was recorded in the esoteric texts of Taoism and Buddhism. But there was no time to investigate now. Wang Xian speculated that he was certainly not the first to discover the inner realm. Who had brought the earliest individuals inside? They likely stumbled in by chance, thereby elevating the practice of ancient methods to a whole new level. Strictly speaking, aside from being inferior in realm to them, it could be said that I entered through my own efforts during the glorious ancient period, which should have some historical significance. In the long run, could I now be considered a minor master? Perhaps I could attempt to lead others in as well. Within the inner realm, the female sword immortal stood gracefully in the air, radiant with ethereal light, a sight most sacred, as mist billowed and expanded outward. Wang Xian took a deep breath, resolved, and propelled a vast amount of mysterious substance towards the prone old Chen. There was hope. He had not been drawn back into his physical form, and it seemed that by harnessing a great deal of mysterious material near the inner realm, he could temporarily maintain his position outside. Old Chen, awaken. Master Wang is here to guide you to immortality. Upon nearing, he began to feel fatigued, quickly activating the ancient methods of the preaching alchemists to absorb the surrounding mysterious factors. Then, at close range, he examined old Chen's condition. The fissures in his organs had diminished somewhat, yet they remained numerous, surrounded by crackling lightning that could erupt with the slightest touch. Old Chen, you were hiding within your organs. No wonder I couldn't find you. Wang Xian peered closely, utilizing the power of the inner realm. In this extraordinary state, he could discern the internal condition of old Chen's body. Old Chen's situation was quite peculiar. His spiritual domain was locked within his organs rather than his head. At this moment, old Chen dared not move, fearing that the lightning might obliterate his spiritual domain. This organ-bound thunder was extraordinarily unique, imbued with an aura of mystery. In a daze, he thought he heard Wang Xian's voice, distant and indistinct. Was it an illusion? The youth was unreliable. After all this time, he had yet to appear. It seemed I am destined to perish, old Chen sighed. Wang Xian was speechless. Old Chen had indeed surmised his secret long ago. Reflecting on his experiences during this period, he realized he had been careless. Even Sun Chinkuan, before his death at Dahe Mountain, had been able to quote scriptures and deduce that he might have entered the inner realm. Who exactly was old Chen? He is a grandmaster in the realm of ancient techniques, possessing insights and knowledge that undoubtedly surpass those of the scholar Sun Chinkuan. As a colleague, Wang Xian constantly flitted before him, and old Chen must have sensed something in his rapidly advancing prowess. At that time, Wang Xian was utterly unaware of old Chen's grandmaster status and the staggering strength he possessed. Had he known earlier, he would have fled and never considered attending work. At this moment, Wang Xian's expression fluctuated, caught in the schemes of his old colleague. Was old Chen really willing to risk his own life as bait? Never mind. He thought, I have acted with a clear conscience, armed solely with my sword. Through this confrontation, I shall shatter the claims that new techniques transcend the old. Turning the tide for ancient practices, resources will surely shift in old Chen's favor. Wang Xian perceived his mindset. His old colleague was indeed formidable, and from a broader perspective, he was justified in his actions. Old Chen ventured to the Congling, standing alone against the masters of the new techniques. Cleaving through mechanized armor and single-handedly dispatching 3 grandmasters. Truly a dazzling feat, he showcased the resurgence of the ancient arts, illustrating how, once revitalized, they could shine with resplendence. He carved a path for the old ways, ushering in a pivotal transformation. On a more personal note, old Chen was undeniably ruthless, leaving no escape route for himself. After piercing through the realm of new techniques, he also ignited problems within his own body, compelling Wang Xian to come to his aid. In such circumstances, though Wang Xian yearned to strike him, He could not bear to witness his demise. Despite old Chen's penchant for strategy, he exhibited remarkable courage and his humanity shone brightly. Few could reach such heights. The matters old Chen considered for himself never deviated from the overarching goal of illuminating the ancient arts. He was genuine. No one can be solely one hue. Each person is intricately complex. Wang Xian sighed softly. Then he approached old Chen, perceiving his spiritual domain, which indeed bore an impressive aura, swirling like a misty cloud around him. Old Chen, Wang Xian called out, and in this extraordinary state, the material world seemed unable to hinder him. Xiao Wang, is that you? Old Chen exclaimed, his excitement palpable as his spiritual domain fluctuated. You have finally arrived. I knew I was right about you. Upon hearing these words, Wang Xian felt an urge to confront him, retorting, Old Chen, I was indeed mistaken about you. Old Chen sighed, Xiao Wang. You must understand that an old man whose love for the ancient art surpasses even his own life has an obsession that runs deep. If I do not witness the revival of the ancient techniques in my lifetime, I shall not rest in peace. I wait here solely to witness and confirm that you have truly found the right path. Wang Xian was moved. However, he quickly steeled himself. His old colleague had always been a master of theatrics. Although genuine emotions were now displayed, one could not dismiss the possibility of habitual manipulation. To hear the truth in the morning is worth facing death by evening. Old Chen's words rang with conviction, resonating through the entirety of his spiritual domain, radiating brilliance. Wang Xian lamented, Do you know the price I have paid? To save you, I have awakened my inner realm, burning my own life potential. Old Chen was immediately filled with immense gratitude, exclaiming that if there were ever a chance to enter the inner realm again, he would be called upon to share the burden, willing to sacrifice all his potential to illuminate the path ahead for his companion. Yet, Wang Xian, glancing askance at him, mused whether this old colleague intended to cling to him further. Are you familiar with the foundational methods of the preaching alchemists? He inquired. Decades of practice. Old Chen replied matter-of-factly. Wang Xian was not surprised. It was evident that old Chen had traversed a complex journey to reach this point. Enough of this. Do not squander time. Hasten to channel the foundational methods. Wang Xian urged, their communication occurring through mental perception, all transpiring in an instant. Where? How do I enter? Old Chen was bewildered. Is it not within reach? Can you not perceive the inner realm? Wang Xian questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. I truly cannot see it. Old Chen exclaimed, then quickly elaborated. Even after forming a mental domain, I have only caught a fleeting glimpse once, and it was hazy. I yearn to approach it, yet it remains elusive, forever out of reach. Wang Xian, astonished, realized that he indeed possessed some peculiarities. Very well, I shall guide you inside. Upon hearing this, old Chen promptly complied, remaining still and allowing himself to relax. Wang Xian endeavored to lead him forward, but found himself nearly exhausted, having only traversed half the distance. Old Chen, can you not move on your own? Follow me. All right. Old Chen quickly responded, yet the distance between them widened in an instant. The inner realm lay just before Wang Xian's feet, while old Chen became increasingly indistinct, unable to draw closer. Stop! Wang Xian called out urgently. It was indeed a perplexing situation. What was near for Wang Xian felt like an insurmountable chasm for old Chen, utterly unreachable. Do not move. I shall guide you over. Wang Xian dared not allow him to flounder, fearing he might collapse before they could enter. Soon, Wang Xian himself was nearing exhaustion, panting heavily. Never had he felt such fatigue. For a moment, he considered kicking old Chen away, for this was an arduous task that left him feeling as if he might disintegrate into dust. His mental energy on the brink of collapse, barely managing to bring old Chen to the edge of the inner realm. Old Chen, from now on, you must address me as Master Wang. Wang Xian gasped, wishing fervently that he were not enduring such torment, especially if old Chen were on the brink of death. He finally grasped the difficulty of guiding someone into the inner realm, a task of excruciating challenge, which perhaps explained why ancient texts stipulated that only those of masterful status could perform such guidance. Young Wang, master, old Chen, with remarkable audacity, did not even blink as he proclaimed this. He continued, I have taken the reins for you many times. Today is truly different. As they approached the inner realm, old Chen was filled with an overwhelming excitement, his heart brimming with childlike anticipation for the bright future that lay ahead. As a long-cherished aspiration was on the verge of fulfillment, old Chen, once inside, do not utter a word. Channel the foundational methods of the preaching alchemist directly to heal your ailments, Wang Xian instructed, feeling as though he were on the brink of collapse himself. It was time for old Chen to take charge. He needed to enter and recuperate, enhancing his golden body technique. Meanwhile, he pondered that although the female sword immortal was formidable, she could ultimately not intervene in the mortal realm. Even if a myriad of sword lights rained upon old Chen, it would not lead to his demise, but merely inflict great pain. Moreover, old Chen already possessed considerable combat experience, having been tempered by the trials of the ghost monk. Thus, he should face this challenge with relative ease. Wang Xian, with a serious and earnest demeanor, remarked, "During the battle at Congling, I observed your extraordinary swordsmanship, capable of cleaving through mechs. It would indeed be a pity not to pursue the path of the sword immortal. You must express your gratitude to me for the lengths I have gone to in finding you a master of swordsmanship. When the time comes, be humble. Show the respect due to a disciple, and learn diligently." Upon hearing these words, old Chen felt a surge of respect and solemnity. Wang Xian, summoning his last reserves of strength, guided him into the inner realm. Upon entering, old Chen finally beheld the surroundings clearly, no longer as if separated by an insurmountable chasm. He was overwhelmed with excitement, proclaiming to himself, "I have finally arrived. From this moment on, the seas are vast enough for fish to leap, and the skies high enough for birds to soar. Old Chen has come." Chapter 65. The sight of a sword makes one want to vomit. Old Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, filled with spirited ambition, exuding confidence and fervor. From this point onward, he was determined to ascend to great heights and measure himself against the sages of the past. His heart swelled with fervor, yearning to unleash a mighty roar to the heavens. However, as he tilted his head back, no sound emerged. A deluge of sword light cascaded down like a torrential rain, crashing and clattering around him, engulfing the world in a blaze of brilliance. His scalp prickled in alarm. What was happening? Was the inner realm truly this perilous? He had barely crossed the threshold before facing the threat of annihilation. There was no escape from the omnipresent sword light. Old Chen exerted every ounce of his power, employing all the techniques of a grandmaster to expand his mental domain, attempting to shield himself from the dazzling beams of light. Boom, boom, boom. He felt like a small boat amidst a raging sea, tossed violently by towering waves, hurled upward into the clouds, only to be slammed down into the heart of a terrifying vortex. In that moment, old Chen was utterly bewildered. The inner realm was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Was the consumption of one's life potential, as mentioned by little Wang, truly a reality? Excruciating pain. He felt as though his very being was fracturing, with wisps of mist swirling around his mental domain, now being cleaved apart like tendrils of smoke rising into the air. The hellish introduction, met with immediate devastation, left old Chen questioning the very essence of life. The scene was indeed harrowing and tragic. His once expansive mental domain had now become a fragile thread, and he felt smoke rising from his head. Yet old Chen was no ordinary individual. Though he was in agony, feeling as if he might disintegrate, he remained alive amidst the relentless sword light. He persevered, drawing upon the foundational techniques of preaching alchemists, attempting to manifest the grandeur of a grandmaster. He had entered to grow stronger, and upon capturing the mysterious essence, he disregarded the pain and began to absorb it fervently, striving to restore his mental domain. At that moment, he lifted his gaze and beheld the celestial maiden, a true sword immortal. Clad in a flowing moon-white gown, she stood poised with her sword against the sky, radiating unparalleled grace and showering divine light upon the scene. This youthful sword immortal embodied every detail of mythical lore. Suspended in the air, wielding her sword to sever the heavens, her aura unmatched. Old Chen, despite his skepticism towards Wang Xian's words, could not help but be awestruck and filled with reverence. This was a genuine sword immortal. After years of sword practice, he had never encountered anyone like her. Just the sight of her standing aloft, unleashing beams of sword light, left him entranced, profoundly unfathomable and breathtaking. He was resolute. He must learn the path of the sword immortal, where a single sword brings forth the chill of frost across 14 states, its spirit soaring like a rainbow to confront the celestial bull. In moments of leisure, one can wander the North Sea at dawn and the Congling Mountains at dusk. Such has been my yearning since my youth. Old Chen sighed, only to be harshly schooled by the reality that followed, enduring a severe beating. Waves of sword light cascaded down, and the ethereal maiden was far from sentimental. With a mere flick of her hand, beams of radiance filled the sky, subduing old Chen in relentless assault. At the periphery of this inner realm, Wang Xian beheld the scene, hesitating to step forward. While absorbing the overflow of mysterious energies to alleviate his fatigue, he observed the graceful swordplay of the female sword immortal. Though he had not acquired the scriptures of the celestial sword over the years, he had garnered experience from his encounters, and now, imitating her movements, he felt a spark of understanding. Old Chen, besieged and questioning the meaning of his existence, looked up to see Wang Xian diligently practicing. A wave of shame washed over him. Here was young Wang truly learning the art of the sword, while he, a grandmaster, had no reason to slacken his efforts. Thus, he resolved to earnestly imitate Wang Xian and strive to master the sword. The female sword immortal had long recognized him as the contemporary master of the black sword, sensing its essence within him. Now, witnessing his audacious imitation, she launched a furious onslaught. The sword light transformed into torrents, cascading relentlessly, overwhelming old Chen and driving him to the brink of despair, nearly crying out in agony. Even a grandmaster would struggle against such ferocity. Why was Wang Xian not targeted? Had he not entered? Old Chen's eyes turned red, sensing he had fallen into a trap set by the youth. Observing old Chen's plight filled Wang Xian with trepidation, yet he ultimately resolved to step into the fray. After all, such an opportunity was rare, especially for one treading the ancient path of techniques. Even if he had to bear the weight of the heavens crashing down upon him, embroiled in endless suffering, he was determined to enter. Gritting his teeth, he made the decision to forge ahead. Even amidst adversity, he would practice the golden body technique in that desolate realm. With a strenuous effort, he controlled his physical form, reaching once more for the black long sword, only to swiftly relinquish it into old Chen's hands. This was the first decisive action he accomplished upon entering the inner realm. In that fleeting moment, old Chen felt as if flesh and blood were intertwined. The black sword materialized in his grasp. Was this a mythical weapon? He was both astonished and moved. This weapon could be brought into the inner realm? Did it sense his peril and hasten to protect its master, following him into the fray? Tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. His understanding of the inner realm was still superficial, and he had yet to attune himself to the external circumstances, unaware that this was merely the convergence of the dark sword light. With the divine sword in hand, old Chen's spirit soared. The pain, the trials, the agony tearing at his body, all became insignificant, for he was determined to learn the art of the sword alongside the female sword immortal. On that day, old Chen endured the darkest anguish of his life, suffering countless penetrations from the dense sword light. Yet, undeterred, he resolutely pursued the mastery of the sword. From a distance, Wang Xian practiced the golden body technique. Merely watching caused him pain. Ultimately, he could no longer bear to witness the ordeal and called out, "Old Chen, do not forget. Your physical body awaits revival. Quickly, invoke the primordial methods of the pre-Qin alchemists." Old Chen, nearly dazed from the onslaught, shook his head vigorously to regain clarity and composure. Soon realizing with a scowl that he had been deceived. Why had young Wang entered without facing the same fate? Only he was bathed in the brilliance of the sword light. The more he wielded his sword, the more ferociously he was battered. Old Chen lay motionless on the ground, contemplating the situation at hand. It seemed he had taken on yet another enormous burden. He was acutely aware of his ignorance regarding the inner realm, which made him susceptible to losses, and he needed to swiftly familiarize himself with his surroundings. Indeed, as he lay there, discarding the black longsword and ceasing his resistance, the sword light noticeably became sparse and less dense. Old Chen began to channel the foundational techniques of the pre-Qin alchemists, restoring his spirit. As time passed, he vaguely sensed his physical form, feeling as though his injured organs were gradually mending. This revelation left him astonished. At his level of understanding, he recognized the significance of his body's transformation and immediately realized the unparalleled value of this mysterious substance, an invaluable treasure of the heavens and earth. Thus, even while enduring the sword strikes, Old Chen remained undaunted, as long as he did not perish. He was determined to absorb this extraordinary essence at any cost to strengthen himself. He marveled at how this enigmatic factor surpassed the life-preserving methods of the new techniques by leaps and bounds. If the financial magnates were to become aware of this, they would undoubtedly go mad. deploying countless super battleships and exhausting every means to compel him to assist in unlocking the inner realm. This matter must remain confidential, otherwise, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. He deeply understood the peril and terror inherent in this situation. One misstep, and even those who had mastered ancient techniques could find themselves ensnared, drained of all their worth. Of course, the ultimate aim of the financial magnates and large organizations was undoubtedly to seize control of such methods for themselves. Old Chen recognized that this technique was not universally applicable. Currently, only Wang Xian possessed it, and even he, a grandmaster, required Wang's guidance to gain entry. However, outsiders would never perceive it this way. If it were to be divulged, they would not believe it, but rather employ every tactic to coerce him. Little Wang. The secret here is that it must never be spoken of. Old Chen began to speak. Though suffering greatly, he still wore a heavy expression. Wang Xian, practicing the body of gold technique, observed him being ruthlessly attacked and felt a surge of indignation for Wang, prompting him to speak. Old Chen, you should. Old Chen quickly focused his attention, internally grumbling that this young man was indeed trying to ensnare him, aware of the situation yet withholding information. Fortunately, his wits were sharp, preventing him from falling into a trap. Though Wang Xian felt a sense of urgency, he suspected that Old Chen was intentionally playing the victim. So he withdrew his statement mid-sentence, sighing. Old Chen, you should be forthright. How did you come by that black sword? Is it a legacy from the malevolent sword lineage? What in the world? Old Chen was taken aback, realizing that the female sword immortal had set her sights on him once more. This time, it was not merely the sword light, but also the ethereal thunder, immense lightning intertwining and crashing down incessantly. Soon, Old Chen grasped the reason. The scene of the sword's sex destruction on that rainy night resurfaced vividly in his mind, and he felt as though he could not cleanse himself even if he were to jump into the Yellow River. Speak the truth from beginning to end. Clarify everything. Wang Xian commanded. Stop, I will speak. This sword is not mine. I found it amidst a desolate mountain range. Old Chen painfully confessed, revealing the underlying reasons. Wang Xian chose to disregard the chaos around him, dedicating himself quietly and intently to the cultivation of his golden body technique. He aspired to ascend to the sixth realm, at which point he mused that even ordinary bullets would likely be unable to pierce him. It must be said that Old Chen was quite loquacious, speaking endlessly about the situation regarding the black sword, which had been discovered beside a corpse, although he was not a descendant of that lineage. To justify his innocence, he elaborated extensively, recounting his life story from birth, and spoke uninterrupted for 2 days. With a sudden whoosh, the female sword immortal unexpectedly burst forth from the inner realm, vanishing without a trace. How did she depart? Wang Xian wondered in astonishment. Xiao Wang, I'm going to settle the score with you. Old Chen, regaining his senses, was ready to confront him. Wang Xian hastily interjected, This is a rare opportunity. When will you mend your body, if not now? She may well return shortly. Though filled with resentment, Old Chen ultimately restrained himself, hastily employing the foundational techniques of ancient alchemists to restore his flesh. Years later, the female alchemist reappeared, having likely spent only a few minutes in the outside world. She materialized in the inner realm and, without a word, launched an attack on Old Chen. Why is it always me? He lamented, feeling the universe's injustice, as the righteous path of mankind seemed fraught with hardships. Subsequently, Wang Xian too suffered a grievous beating, once again experiencing the overwhelming force of her sword light. Old Chen, is there an issue with your account of the Black Sword's excavation site? You must confess. Wang Xian called out while evading. With time's passage, landscapes have transformed. Allow me to describe how the present terrain corresponds to ancient topography. Old Chen recounted swiftly, taking 2 days to elucidate the old land's various regions. Then, true to form, the female alchemist departed once more. This time, she truly vanished for many years. Until one fateful day, she returned in solitude and, without hesitation, attacked Old Chen again. Why? He cried in despair, feeling the weight of his misfortune, questioning why she perpetually sought him out. From a distance, Wang Xian shouted, Old Chen, you must empathize with the immortal, consider her plight. After all, the black sword has fallen into your hands, and with the years gone by, the true culprit remains elusive, thus you must bear part of the consequence. Old Chen, wide-eyed and enduring excruciating pain, found himself utterly powerless. He held on for 2 years, ultimately coming to a realization and, remarkably, began imparting a history lesson to the female sword immortal. He spoke of the pre-Qin era, moved through the Han and Tang dynasties, and elucidated the conditions of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, culminating with a vivid portrayal of the modern age, discussing the old lands and new celestial bodies while explaining the concept of super battleships, weaving a narrative that was both enthralling and dramatic. However, this endeavor consumed a full 6 months, during which old Chen continuously endured her sword strikes, steadfastly recounting history. He surmised that perhaps history had transformed into mere smoke and dust, leaving the female sword immortal despondent and utterly bewildered by the present age, which led to her outbursts directed at him. He patiently articulated these tales. Indeed, after fully grasping the current epoch, the female sword immortal departed once again, not to return for a considerable time. This formidable being, having recently awakened, could now traverse the inner realm at will. Wang Xian sighed, noting that his golden body technique was gradually taking form, his body emanating a faint golden glow. The female alchemist returned yet again, and upon entering the inner realm, she unleashed a decade's worth of wrath upon old Chen. Naturally, Wang Xian did not escape unscathed, as he too faced her fury. Both endured, resolutely refusing to retreat. Until one day, the female sword immortal seemed to have exhausted her patience. Without uttering a word, she swept Wang Xian and old Chen out of the inner realm with a stroke of her sword light, expelling them with remarkable decisiveness. "Old Chen, how are you?" Upon regaining his corporeal form, Wang Xian immediately opened his eyes and inquired about old Chen. It was evident that old Chen's condition had improved, yet he was far from being fully healed. After spending so many years in the inner realm, he had spent a significant portion of that time being battered by sword light, often lost in recounting tales and unable to concentrate on absorbing the enigmatic elements. "I'm still not quite right," he weakly replied. Qingmu was taken aback, nearly exclaiming in astonishment. "Hush!" Wang Xian stopped him, saying, "Let your master maintain this state. Do not let a word slip." Old Chen emitted a faint voice. "Qingmu, come here and throw this sword aside." "What?" Qingmu was astonished, questioning whether his master had been possessed. It was evidently not right. After all, that was his most cherished weapon. Why would he want to discard it? "I've recently sworn off swords. The sight of one makes me nauseous," Old Chen stated with a feeble yet resolute tone, insisting that it be cast aside. At the very least, out of his sight. "Please, cast your votes for the monthly ticket. During the initial release of my new book, the only place I can garner exposure seems to be the monthly ticket rankings. I humbly request everyone's support to cast their monthly votes for the other side of deep space. Thank you." Chapter 66. The Precious Circle of Incity. Could old Chen not feel nauseous? After all these years, how had he endured? He had been relentlessly bathed in a deluge of sword light. With his eyes opened or closed, all he could see were swords, cleaved for countless years. In the short term, it was not merely a matter of practicing swordsmanship. Even the sight of one would distress him, leaving an immeasurable psychological scar. He had temporarily sworn off swords. Wang Xian took old Chen's pulse, only to be forcefully repelled as soon as he placed his hand on him. The intensity of the backlash so strong that an ordinary person might have been injured. "Old Chen, when you said you were almost there, did you mean you were on the verge of a breakthrough?" Wang Xian inquired. "Ultimately, it lacks some essence." Old Chen shook his head. Qingmu was astonished, struggling to believe that his master, who had recently been on the brink of death, was now on the verge of a breakthrough. After Wang Xian examined him closely, he discovered that old Chen's injuries had indeed not fully healed. The fissures in his organs had partially closed, but were far from completely mended. Nonetheless, he was no longer in danger of losing his life. Wang Xian expressed his surprise, saying, "Old Chen, as a grandmaster, what have you been doing all these years? Only fixating on breakthroughs while neglecting your injuries?" Old Chen's eyes were deep and profound, reflecting the weight of his experiences, as he replied, "Do you not know what I have been doing? Being struck by swords, enduring the tribulations of ethereal lightning, instructing the female sword immortal in geography, and teaching her history, expounding upon 5,000 years of history. Most importantly, I feel as though I have been bearing the brunt of your burdens." Qingmu felt a chill run down his spine, pondering to whom all of his teacher's bittersweet tears had been dedicated. Wang Xian gently patted his shoulder, saying, "The recovery from this injury is still somewhat slow." "It's not slow. Surely, you don't genuinely believe that spending years in the inner realm equates to a lengthy duration?" do you? Old Chen replied weakly. Wang Xian was taken aback. Was it not so? Old Chen, with an air of enlightenment, spoke with a tone of understanding. Many cannot comprehend this. Thus they can only perceive it that way. Of course, some are convinced that while time flows for mere moments in the external world, it stretches into years within the inner realm. Personally, I tend to favor another perspective. He pointed at his own body and said, do not forget. We reside in the present world, in this tangible realm. Who can endure such a state of physical disarray and recover within a mere 10 or 20 minutes? It is impossible. Old Chen spoke with profound wisdom. According to his assertions, even in the realm of myth, consuming an elixir of immortality would scarcely allow for immediate healing. Wang Xian grew intrigued, eager to discern Old Chen's understanding of the inner landscape. However, he decided to postpone this discussion for later. As he spoke, Old Chen unsteadily rose to his feet, intending to take a shower, as his body was damp with perspiration. In a short span of time, his condition had improved significantly. His metabolic rate was astonishingly rapid, and now that he had paused, he felt uncomfortable due to the stickiness enveloping him. Wang Xian intercepted him, insisting, no, you must lie back down. Just let Qingmu wipe you down. Soon, there will be many visitors coming to see you, united in purpose to facilitate your rejuvenation. Old Chen was bewildered, sensing an ominous premonition. Just then, half of Wang Xian's facial skin seemed to peel away, leaving Qingmu staring in disbelief, not out of fear, but envy. How could this be possible? He realized that Wang Xian was practicing the technique of the golden body, and it seemed he had made further progress. Hence the shedding of his skin. Quite impressive. Had he reached the 6th level? Old Chen was deeply moved. Achieving such a level of mastery at this age was indeed formidable. Still a bit lacking, Wang Xian remarked, then added, primarily because this female sword fairy is overly meticulous, always striking at me with her sword light, causing too many distractions. Do you not feel guilty? Old Chen felt an urge to strike back. Pondering who had endured more of those strikes, it was a tearful topic to dwell upon. Qingmu, bewildered, perceived that these two were conversing in cryptic language. Suddenly, Wang Xian sensed something amiss. An indistinct chill seemed to direct a sharp blade toward him, as if the female sword fairy was approaching once more. He felt a shiver. Could it be that she could subtly influence the material world? Wang Xian immediately adopted a grave demeanor and said, Old Chen, I must tell you, the fairy embodies benevolence and magnanimity. She has refrained from striking you. We must express our gratitude, especially you. For it is she who has allowed you to heal in the inner landscape, thus saving your life. Upon seeing Wang Xian's serious expression, Old Chen instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. A furtive glance revealed a shocking sight. The skeletal hand of the female sword fairy, beneath its charred exterior, flickered with a golden sheen, and it seemed to tremble slightly. Wang Xian felt a cold sweat forming. Could this fairy truly affect the reality around them? He quickly interjected. Old Qing, do not return that bone to the authorities. Let it be offered in due time, but do not let outsiders see it. Wang Xian and Old Chen shared an unspoken understanding, choosing to refrain from further discussion on the matter. They both realized that the remnants of the true bone left behind by the transcended fairy were unlike anything else, shrouded in mystery. Simultaneously, they speculated that this residual true bone held significant importance for the former female sword fairy. Old Chen, your injury has yet to fully heal. Shall we continue? Wang Xian inquired. In the room lay a piece of unrefined jade and a pristine, lustrous bone, both imbued with potent, mysterious energies, theoretically capable of unlocking the inner landscape. Old Chen spoke softly. Hold on a moment. Everything I see resembles a sword. Even when Qingmu approaches, I perceive it as a sword beam, as thick as a barrel, slicing through the air. Qingmu opened his mouth, bewildered. How could he possibly appear so robust with his slender waist and delicate arms? Wang Xian gazed at the piece of luminous white bone, a remnant of transformation, and felt a shiver run down his spine. He decided to call it a night. He needed to take a breather. Old Chen glanced at the bone fragment, his expression shifting slightly. He found himself haunted by psychological shadows. Wang Xian remarked, Old Chen, you cannot resurrect anytime soon. You will need to rest for several months, perhaps a year or more. Qingmu nodded in agreement, considering Wang's words prudent. Given the extraordinary nature of the situation, a person deemed to be on the brink of death was unexpectedly poised to return to life. If Old Chen were to venture out, it would undoubtedly result in chaos. Old Chen understood the gravity of the matter, but felt a sense of despair as he listened to his disciples and Wang Xian deliberating about his demise, discussing when he might be on the verge of death, in a state of limbo, or fully revived. He felt as though the world had sunk into depravity, with others plotting and scheduling his fate. He was at a loss for words, yearning to cry out, "Is there no justice left? This world is so dark." "Old Chen, rest well. Many will come to visit you shortly," Wang Xian reminded him, preparing to retire for the evening, as this place was unsuitable for prolonged stay. "Many? What do you mean?" Old Chen inquired. Qingmu informed him about the recent battle at Congling, where the old arts grandmasters were gravely ill, prompting a multitude to gather in an city, including figures from the realm of the old arts and various financial magnates. Old Chen felt relieved to finally hear some comforting news, a smile breaking across his face as he nodded. "My reputation and renown still hold some weight." "Indeed," Wang Xian agreed, sighing. "It can be said that the circles in an city are quite distinguished." "What does that mean?" Old Chen, ever perceptive, sensed that this was not a compliment. "It is quite literal. The floral tributes in an city are exceedingly expensive these days," Wang Xian calmly explained. Upon hearing this, Old Chen, who had just settled down, shot upright, his brow furrowing and his expression turning hostile. He demanded to know the situation from Qingmu. Wang Xian cast him a sidelong glance and said, "With so many people arriving, what do you think they are here for?" "Naturally, they are preparing for your memorial service." Old Chen, gritting his teeth, nearly dismantled the bed in disbelief. "This is outrageous. How shameful. What kind of people are these? I, Old Chen, am not dead yet. And they're already planning my memorial service?" Wang Xian clarified. "The main concern is that after a consultation with the experts, they concluded that all human efforts have been exhausted. They believe you will only last 2 or 3 more days, hence the influx of visitors awaiting your burial." Old Chen stared in shock, rendered speechless, once again lamenting, "This world is so dark. I am not even dead. Yet a throng has eagerly arrived to prepare for my memorial service. Is there no justice left?" Wang Xian too lamented. "Old Chen, I must say your reputation is indeed considerable. From the deputy of the old Earth's relevant departments to representatives of financial conglomerates and major organizations, as well as elites from the realm of old arts and significant figures from its city, they have come in waves. From rising stars to the old Earth, they all come to pay their respects to you, Old Chen. The floral tributes in city are nearly sold out." Old Chen glared at him, then cast a reproachful glance at Aoki. "What kind of absurdity is this?" Aoki, feeling somewhat guilty and awkward, knew that even he had deemed Old Chen's situation dire enough to start making arrangements for his funeral. Wang Xian continued, however, expressing a grave concern. Nearly everyone who was supposed to come had arrived, and even those who had tea would reveal themselves by tomorrow. Yet, everyone was waiting for Old Chen to pass on, and if he continued to cling to life, this group would likely be at a loss as to what to do. Would they have to wait a few more days? "Shut your mouth." Old Chen could no longer tolerate it. Fuming, he exclaimed, "I'll make you wait until the end of time. What kind of people are you? It's utterly shameful." Wang Xian ambled away to rest, his heart buoyed by the enhancement of his golden body technique. He slept soundly and peacefully. Aoki resumed his ritualistic dance to receive others. Old Chen nearly tumbled out of bed in disbelief. Whose ridiculous idea was this? One person after another lined up to pay their respects, and it was bad enough that they were merely gazing upon his supposed remains. They even dared to touch him, as if participating in some ghastly transfer of life. He felt distressed, a shiver running down his spine, yet he had to feign death, suppressing his vitality. The incessant touching made him feel as though his very hair was being worn away. It was utterly unbearable. Only in the early hours of the morning did the chaos cease. Aoki, nearly exhausted from his dance, and Old Chen, filled with a desire to howl at the heavens, felt invigorated once more. At dawn, Wang Xian rose, having enjoyed a particularly fulfilling sleep. He sought out Aoki, instructing him to inform Old Chen that they would enter the inner realm that night. "You mean, there will be another life transfer tonight?" Old Chen nearly struck Aoki. Xiao Wang said that to avoid suspicion, he couldn't meet you privately, and could only do so in such circumstances. Aoki confessed, his guilt evident, as he was complicit in the matter. Old Chen, infuriated, retorted, "Why didn't he say so earlier? Had I known, I would have faced death by sword or been devoured by demons last night, rather than waiting for another round tonight." That day, many visitors arrived at the estate in the outskirts. all preparing to convene in honor of old Chen, each of considerable stature. In the evening, Wang Xian and old Chen shared a tacit understanding, opting not to use the bone fragment, having been thoroughly exhausted by the ordeal, and instead utilized a piece of unrefined jade to access the inner realm. Old Chen, can you see the inner realm? Can you enter it yourself? Wang Xian inquired. Old Chen, his vision clouded, perceived nothing at all. He truly needed the guidance of the ancestor Wang to lead him. Wang Xian, utterly fatigued and feeling as if he might cough up blood, finally managed to usher old Chen inside. This time, both were prepared for battle. Yet the inner realm was surprisingly serene, devoid of any conflict. There was indeed a figure present, a cultured middle-aged man who smiled at them and raised a cup in greeting before soaring away, vanishing from the inner realm, never to return. Wang Xian and old Chen exchanged glances, both prepared to venture forth, whether to strike at the immortal or to endure the immortal's blows. They had long steeled themselves for this moment. Lofty and ethereal, they seemed to exist apart from the world, transcending into the realm of the divine. This is the demeanor befitting the celestial beings, exuding grandeur. As the figures ascended, old Chen and Wang Xian could not restrain their admiration, offering high praise that, in a sense, reflected their innermost thoughts. If the immortals behaved thus, they felt a sense of security, free to cultivate their strength in this serene sanctuary, unperturbed by potential strikes. How delightful it would be if every immortal were like this, Wang Xian added. Upon hearing this, old Chen's expression twitched. A strong urge to cover Wang Xian's mouth surged within him. Such words should not be uttered carelessly, for in an instant, he sensed an ominous chill in their surroundings. A foreboding sign. Wang Xian, too, felt a twinge of trepidation and whispered, Old Chen, I believe I just saw a flash of sword light at the entrance of the inner realm. A celestial maiden drifted past. Old Chen, alarmed, felt an impulse to strike him, hastily retorted, Master Wang, please be cautious with your words, silence yourself. He genuinely feared that after much effort to find a tranquil inner realm, should a female sword immortal intrude and unleash chaos upon them, they would have no recourse for redress. Wang Xian remained uncertain if he had indeed seen correctly, but he dared not speak further. Who would willingly invite trouble upon themselves? Quietly, he noted in his mind about the ethereal sword maiden. Beware. The two shared a knowing glance, choosing not to revisit the topic, and each began their cultivation. The opportunity was precious, and the current peace and tranquility were rare. Wang Xian continued to practice his golden body technique, feeling that he had previously been on the brink of success, having grazed the 6th level, yet it lacked completeness. 1 month, 2 months, half a year later, Wang Xian's body trembled violently, golden light emanating from him in abundance, as he finally stepped decisively into the realm of the 6th level of the golden body technique. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, his spirit vibrant and tangible, akin to golden flames dancing. Meanwhile, in old Chen's sick room, Qingmu was startled. It had hardly been long since young Wang entered, and already his skin was peeling again. The youth's resilience was astonishing, shedding layer upon layer. He was filled with envy, for this indicated that Wang's golden body technique had truly matured, signifying a substantial enhancement of his abilities. In the inner realm, Wang Xian exhaled in relief. Having reached this level of the golden body technique, he surmised that ordinary bullets would no longer penetrate his flesh. He believed that, under normal circumstances, bullets would merely graze his skin, causing him to bleed slightly, while the projectiles would fail to penetrate deeply. In an era of cold weapons, it would be exceedingly difficult for ordinary means or common men to bring about his demise. Old Chen, how about you? Have you broken through? Wang Xian inquired. Glancing towards the other side, old Chen nodded calmly, stating, I am almost there, just a bit of refining and tempering, and there should be no significant issues. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian understood that old Chen had likely succeeded. He learned to interpret his colleagues' words with discernment, never taking them at face value. Excellent. A breakthrough is indeed wonderful. Wang Xian sighed in relief. Why do I feel as though you are more invested in this than I am? Are you feeling a sense of relief? Old Chen questioned, suspicion evident in his tone. Certainly, not only have you survived, but you have also transcended. With you at the forefront, I anticipate that all eyes will be upon you, alleviating the pressure on me. My efforts to revive you will not have been in vain. One can easily imagine that when the long-reclined old Chen rises once more, it will be nothing short of explosive news, drawing considerable attention. For an extended period, Old Chen will inevitably attract the gaze of many, and his newfound prowess will be difficult to conceal. Hearing your words, I cannot shake the feeling that a tempest of trials and tribulations is poised to descend upon me, while you remain comfortably ensconced in your cultivation. Old Chen can foresee such scenarios. Wang Xian shook his head, stating, I have my own challenges to confront. There are those who wish to suppress me, obstructing my path to the new stars. Some even wish to take my life, and to this day, I have yet to uncover the true mastermind behind it all. Moreover, certain financial magnates and large organizations have begun to take notice of me. For instance, Old Wu is attempting to recruit me into his exploratory team, leaving me to wonder what other challenges await. It is difficult to fathom that just last night, they were embroiled in life and death struggles, yet today they appear calm and composed, engaged in both cultivation and conversation. Now, both are practicing the foundational techniques of the preaching alchemists, devoid of survival pressures, their postures exuding an artistic flair, reminiscent of indulging in a tranquil bath steeped in mysterious substances, enjoying leisurely dialogue. Wang Xian inquired, Old Chen, what level do you currently occupy? Please elucidate the realms of ancient techniques and the path that lies ahead. You wish to know my current standing? In this era, I have few rivals. As for my place in antiquity, let us not dwell on that, Old Chen replied, his tone tinged with nostalgia. What exactly is your situation? Wang Xian pressed. His curiosity piqued regarding Old Chen's mastery of ancient arts. Old Chen sighed. I fear that speaking too much may dishearten you. The crux of the matter is that I remain somewhat skeptical of those ancient mysteries. They are too enigmatic and astonishing. Wang Xian urged him to elaborate. Old Chen posed a question. Do you believe I am strong enough? Indeed, you are formidable, capable of cleaving through mechanized armor. Now that you have transcended, could you perhaps slice through a small warship? Wang Xian inquired. What are you imagining? A warship would lock onto me if it were to strike. A single energy blast could send me to my demise, Old Chen lamented. This is no age of cold weapons. Even a transcendent master must maintain a low profile in this era of technological brilliance, lest they meet an untimely end, unless one can step into the realm of myth, recreating the astonishing phenomena once depicted in ancient legends. Old Chen spoke with gravity. Let us compare our standings using the ranking system of Go. In this era, I have surpassed the great masters, ranking among the highest. However, in the brilliant antiquity of ancient techniques, I would only be at the pinnacle of an amateur level, merely beginning my journey compared to true professionals. Wang Xian was genuinely taken aback. Old Chen had just broken through, yet he was already stronger than when he cleaved through mechanized armor in Pamir, and yet he was still only at the outset in ancient times. Thus, I prefer not to discuss these matters, lest I frighten you, Old Chen sighed. You have not frightened me. Rather, I am filled with excitement, Wang Xian replied, his eyes gleaming with fervor. If you continue to grow stronger, might it be that warships will no longer pose a threat to your corporeal form? For instance, if you continue on this path, Old Chen, will you eventually be able to cleave through a warship? Old Chen's eyes were profound as he remarked, Old Wang, it appears you are such a person. Wang Xian smirked and replied, Old Chen, do not project your flaws onto me. I am not one to engage in such deeds. Of course, this is contingent upon the assumption that the individual wishing to harm me does not belong to a formidable organization. Otherwise, one day, even if I must bear a super energy cannon, I will seek retribution. You practice the art of body refinement. Surely you do not aspire to reach its pinnacle merely to tear apart a battleship with your bare hands? Old Chen inquired languidly, seemingly indifferent. Is that even possible? Quite doubtful. Old Chen extinguished Wang Xian's more violent thoughts, but added, perhaps Zhang Daoling's martial arts could achieve it. I am not that kind of person. I do not engage in such activities. I practice ancient techniques solely to strengthen my body and for self-defense. Wang Xian proclaimed passionately, his words resonating with conviction. He then began to question Old Chen about various aspects of ancient techniques, such as their levels of attainment and the true strength at different stages. Old Chen shook his head and said, I have not delved deeply into those classifications, as they hold little significance. When one's strength reaches a certain level, understanding follows naturally. Wang Xian, skeptical, remarked, Old Chen, I suspect you have been disheartened by those levels yourself, haven't you? Perhaps it brings you to tears, which is why you prefer not to speak of it. Old Chen's expression darkened immediately as he replied, Allow me to share something of substance. The secret paths of ancient techniques extend beyond the realm of internal landscapes. Wang Xian, intrigued, perked up and asked, "There are more?" Old Chen nodded and elaborated. "The pathways of antiquity appear quite intricate in our modern lens. Some concepts are even difficult for me to accept. For instance, meditation. While you and I have ventured directly into the internal landscapes, the pursuit of pathways claims to find a tangible road upon which one can walk, yet remains invisible to the ordinary eye. Moreover, the gathering of herbs does not pertain to those visible to us, but rather to celestial herbs." Wang Xian listened, captivated, almost unable to believe the mystique surrounding ancient techniques. Although Old Chen's descriptions were vague and left him somewhat dazed, they ignited his imagination, revealing paths that could enhance one's power. Now that he had just discovered the internal landscape, he sensed an abundance of mysteries yet to be explored. The two, akin to researchers of ancient techniques luxuriating in a bathhouse, engaged in relaxed yet profound conversation, reveling in their leisurely pursuits. Regrettably, the internal landscape triggered by that unrefined jade began to wane in its 4th year, and it was likely that within a year and a half, they would be compelled to depart. They discussed a myriad of topics, indeed, indulging in the utmost relaxation. "Old Chen, what is the true state of transcending to immortality? To date, I have not encountered a single survivor. All have been obliterated by thunder. In that case, do immortal beings truly exist? It feels as though they have all perished. For instance, that female immortal sword, so potent, has left but a fragment." At this juncture, Wang Xian promptly fell silent, for he seemed to glimpse a flicker of sword light at the entrance, accompanied by a beautiful silhouette wafting past. Goodness, this sword immortal is far too vigilant, eavesdropping all along. Wang Xian silently wiped cold sweat from his brow, daring only to voice his thoughts inwardly. Fortunately, Old Chen remained oblivious to the female sword immortal's presence, not mentioning her at all. Perhaps the psychological impact was too great, instilling a constant wariness that would prevent him from ever speaking of her. However, Old Chen continued to speak about the transcendence of immortals, captivating Wang Xian's attention. He went on to say, "I believe the celestial beings may still be among us." In the next chapter, he implored for votes and support for his new book, promising to strive to write another chapter. Chapter 68. The Worries of the Inner Realm, Seeking Votes. At this point, Old Chen abruptly ceased his speech and instead scrutinized Wang Xian. Wang Xian, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, retorted, "Old Chen, do not speak recklessly. How could the immortals be near us? Do you think I am one of them?" "Certainly not," Old Chen replied. "I have never subscribed to the superstitions of reincarnation." Observing Wang Xian's expression, he added, "Yet, I sense that the actions we have taken and the matters I am currently involved in may carry profound implications, the nature of which remains uncertain." A chill ran through Wang Xian as Old Chen's speculation resonated with his earlier reflections. Old Chen continued, "From the female sorceress to the ghostly monk, and then to that unparalleled beauty, the ethereal celestial maiden, it seems they may indeed be the immortals, never having ventured far, but remaining close at hand." Indeed, what Old Chen articulated echoed Wang Xian's own contemplations to a great extent. At that moment, Wang Xian noticed a figure drifting hazily from the entrance of the inner realm. This sword maiden, though somewhat petty, possessed a vanity that compelled her to relish compliments. Old Chen further speculated, the inner realm, even in ancient times, was shrouded in mystery. Only the founder could lead one deeper into its recesses. This is not merely a matter of difficulty. It pertains to significant secrets, accessible only to pivotal figures. What does this imply? There are immense mysteries within the inner realm. Do you think that by opening the inner realm, I may have inadvertently invited something in or allowed something to escape, perhaps paving the way for the return of the immortals? At last, Wang Xian voiced his underlying concerns. Yet, these remained superficial. If these signs were confirmed one by one, it would suggest that the ancients certainly contemplated matters of greater depth. Should this trajectory continue, the future remains unpredictable. For instance, the refined gentleman within this inner realm smiled at the moment it was unveiled, raising a toast to Wang Xian and Old Chen before soaring away. It is indeed challenging to fathom where he might have ventured. Though he appeared cultured and serene, his future intentions are wholly unpredictable. Thus, old Wang, this inner realm is unfathomable. The more I ponder, the more fear envelopes me. Despite our years of tranquil existence here, my heart is filled with apprehension. I believe it would be prudent to refrain from utilizing the inner realm if possible and endeavor to seek alternative secret paths. which may prove even more enigmatic and wondrous than the inner realm itself. Wang Xian glared at him, saying, "All right, old Chen, when you require my help, I am the revered Wang. When you do not, I am merely old Wang. Do not seek my assistance next time. Do not be angry, Master Wang." Old Chen, with his characteristically intricate persona, shone brilliantly during the battle at Congling, yet remained grounded and private. He murmured, "Why do I suggest these alternative secret paths today? If you can locate the inner realm, I believe you also have the potential to discover those mysterious domains, which would be far more secure." Wang Xian cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Old Chen, no wonder you are so keen on enlightening me about the secrets of the hidden paths. It seems you are fervently yearning for me to guide you, am I right? Mutual advancement and mutual fulfillment." Surprisingly, Old Chen revealed a simple-hearted smile, which incensed Wang Xian to the point of wanting to deliver a blow to this sly old man. Then, he shifted the conversation, saying, "Your words are so vague and devoid of any clues. How can one embark on a search?" Upon learning of these mysterious realms, Wang Xian's interest was naturally piqued. Although he was aware that Old Chen's method of fishing was always overt, making his intentions clear, he couldn't help but move forward. Such knowledge, even in the most prosperous ancient sects, belonged to the realm of secret teachings, known only to a select few. Moreover, even today, although the Taoist ancestral ground still holds records, no one can uncover those enigmatic domains. In my youth, I unexpectedly came across the notes of ancient sages in the field of archaic arts, which spoke of celestial elixirs, recounting a tale of an old Taoist who sought such elixirs for years without success. Suddenly, upon turning back, he glimpsed a celestial herb amidst the throngs of people. Under the evening glow at the edge of the world, Wang Xian listened, dumbfounded, before finally exclaiming, "You want me to ascend to the heavens to gather herbs? Truly deserving of the name celestial herb. I am equally perplexed and can only relay what I have seen." Old Chen replied, somewhat abashed. Wang Xian was disinclined to pursue this topic further. It was evident that Old Chen only had a superficial understanding, having merely encountered a collection of miscellaneous notes. Who knows what those ancient sages' writings truly were? "Old Chen, do you not feel that those who leave behind their true bones after transcending seem to possess extraordinary qualities and are particularly protective of their remains?" This subject was somewhat sensitive, prompting Wang Xian to glance decisively towards the entrance after he spoke. "I share that sentiment. Could it possibly pertain to their future paths to greater strength?" Old Chen murmured, "If that is the case, then the female practitioners beneath the greater Shingon Mountains have left behind their complete physical forms, untouched for over 3,000 years. Does that not imply a defiance against fate?" Upon mentioning the female practitioner, Wang Xian was inevitably struck by thoughts of what the future might hold, primarily because she was so uniquely exceptional. The golden transcendent bamboo is exceedingly precious. Throughout history, only 4 golden bamboo slips have been unearthed, of which only 2 are intact, highlighting the rarity and value of this material. Yet, the female practitioner boldly carved a bamboo vessel, resting her physical form within it. Even after a cataclysmic transcendence explosion and relentless thunder that rumbled down to the depths of the earth, her body remained unscathed. Was this arrangement intentional? Half a year later, in the realm of inner scenery, Wang Xian and Old Chen each returned to reality and swiftly regained consciousness. Throughout the entire experience, the elegant man in the inner scenery did not reappear. Once they exited, he vanished without a trace. The depths of the inner scenery are unfathomable, perhaps concealing exceedingly terrifying secrets. This bone, pure and white as jade, is extraordinary. Perhaps we should refrain from disturbing it for now. Old Chen spoke gravely, surprisingly showing signs of trepidation. "Very well, then we shall leave it for the time being." Wang Xian nodded, feeling somewhat uneasy himself, sensing that if a multitude of ancient voices were to be unleashed, it would leave him feeling uncertain. The night was still young. Yet Wang Xian did not wish to linger further and promptly took his leave. As for Old Chen, he lay on the bed, a look of resentment on his face, watching the greenwood perform its ritual dance. Old Chen found himself unable to depart, compelled to await the throngs eager to pay their respects and touch him. He lay there, motionless, his face etched with despair, utterly devoid of hope. The night was decidedly tumultuous, with representatives from various factions having gathered. It was widely believed that Old Chen would last until tomorrow evening at most, and many had prepared to attend his funeral. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, Wang Xian sought a moment of tranquility to ponder the matter of his ascension yet it was in vain. Visitors arrived, brimming with sincerity, presenting him with a visualization chart titled Purple Mansion, unmistakably extraordinary, indicating that a certain organization sought to curry favor with him. Fresh from the Congling Mountains, he found himself under scrutiny, with individuals directly locating him at this secluded estate. Wang Xian sighed inwardly. Indeed, they had come. Following the skirmish on the Pamir Plateau, he had entered the awareness of certain individuals, and now they were initiating contact. With a smile, he politely declined their overtures, fully aware that he could not acquiesce to their demands, nor would he accept their gifts. My lungs are torn. I require rest, he stated firmly when the third group of visitors arrived, unwilling to engage further. The newcomers, adorned with gentle smiles, remained unperturbed and leisurely presented their offerings, which astonishingly included a potent remedy for heart and lung ailments. Wang Xian was at a loss for words. Who were these people? During the Pamir Plateau incident, he had lamented about his lungs being torn, and the forthright female medical personnel had laid bare the truth for all to witness. Now, employing such a flimsy excuse was clearly a means of expressing his refusal, yet the moment he spoke, someone had indeed presented a miraculous remedy. How absurd. Subsequently, the visitors bestowed upon him 2 additional gifts, a highly esteemed meditation technique known as Bodhi, and a tome on Great Vajra fist martial arts. Undoubtedly, these were significant offerings. To present such renowned texts from the realm of ancient arts upon their first meeting was a feat beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Wang Xian was skeptical. Which organization was this, so remarkably affluent? The visitor, a middle-aged man, was evidently not the principal, but merely an emissary tasked with the outreach, who handed Wang Xian a letter with a smile. In this day and age, unless separated by vast star systems, it was rare to communicate through written correspondence. Only when interstellar ships occasionally passed by might one resort to pen and paper. Alternatively, such gestures could signify respect, illustrating the importance ascribed to the recipient. As Wang Xian unfolded the letter, he noted the elegant handwriting. The missive lauded him profusely, expressed optimism regarding ancient arts, and painted a radiant picture of the future, a tapestry of florid language, rich in nuance and sincerity that was not off-putting, at least on the surface. It concluded with a hope for future collaboration. The letter also clarified that the gifts were merely tokens of goodwill, and even if a partnership did not materialize in the near term, there was no need for their return. What more could Wang Xian say? The gesture was grand, respectful, and demonstrated considerable foresight, yet he dared not accept the gifts, uncertain of the implications should he seem overly eager. Upon inspecting the signature, he was struck by a delicate character, Zhong, and his heart raced. Could it be the illustrious Zhong family, guardians of the golden bamboo scrolls? Suddenly, the enigmatic Wu materialized in the reception area, leaning in for a glance and quipping, judging by the clumsy handwriting, "This must be the work of young Zhong." This statement carries a tinge of guilt. Those characters are indeed quite elegant. However, the discord between Do Wu and the young lady from the Zhong family is palpable. Upon the appearance of her kin, she directly approached him, clearly with the intent to confront. Do Wu cautioned, "Xiao Wang, heed my words. The possessions of Xiao Zhong are not easily obtained. Do not be deceived by her current amiability. Should you fail to satisfy her in the future, she will be merciless." Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Xian instinctively clutched his chest, only to swiftly shift his hand to his forehead. Instead of lamenting the potential rupture of his heart, he altered his statement, saying, "After the battle at Congling, I suffered a blow to my mental state, causing an excruciating headache. I shall retire for now." Regardless, with Dao Wu's timely arrival, even if the Zhong lady harbored grievances, she would seek retribution from him, temporarily absolving Wang Xian of any involvement. Matters of the future could be addressed later. In the early morning, the estate on the outskirts of Anqing was bustling with an increasing number of guests, all gathered for a conference hosted by the esteemed old Chen, eagerly awaiting the commencement of events. Amidst this, Qing Mu discreetly approached Chu Feng, whispering, "My master has indicated that only one bone remains, solitary and forlorn. We might as well proceed." Wang Xian understood that despite old Chen's cautious demeanor, he would ultimately succumb to temptation. In truth, he shared this sentiment, pondering throughout the night about what would be revealed this time and how much his own abilities could be enhanced. Having concluded his updates, he sought votes for his new work, expressing that he had exerted considerable effort that day, crafting numerous words, and humbly requested the support of fellow readers for a minimum monthly vote. Gratitude was extended to Su Kong Air Xiao, who had no updates today, and to Feng Qing Tsang AI 1986, thanking the three leaders for their unwavering support. Chapter 69. The final moments of tranquility. Same place, same time. Let us not fail to meet. Wang Xian responded with utmost clarity. Upon hearing this, Qing Mu felt a strong sense of unease. For old Chen had emphatically stated that under no circumstances would he allow the public to gaze upon his remains in the hospital room tonight. He resolutely forbade any further cues and unwanted touches. Otherwise, he vowed to rise from the dead on the spot, unable to endure such indignities. Upon receiving Qing Mu's faithful report, Wang Xian sighed. Old Chen, having weathered countless storms and having shown magnificently on the Pamir Plateau, why now exhibit such shyness and hesitance? This is not in keeping with his character. A few touches will not cost him flesh. Is this even human speech? Qing Mu was at a loss for words. Having been touched by others for 2 consecutive nights, could anyone maintain composure? Very well, since time remains ample, let us arrange another meeting when the opportunity arises. Wang Xian declared. As the crimson sun ascended, casting a fiery glow, the deep autumn nearing winter enveloped the morning landscape in a veil of mist. The estate, expansive and adorned with numerous trees, exuded an aesthetic beauty under the interplay of the rosy clouds and fog. After enjoying breakfast, Wang Xian, feeling rather idle, picked up the fishing rod that old Chen had previously left behind and made his way to the pond at the rear of the estate to fish. As the sun broke the horizon, the estate grew increasingly lively with the influx of conference attendees. Wang Xian thought it preferable to engage in fishing on behalf of old Chen, who lay in bed feigning death, rather than endure the clamor. This pond was not insignificant, connected to a nearby river, teeming with wild fish. The banks were adorned with reeds, and waterfowl occasionally took flight, flapping their wings in a flurry. Wang Xian found an excellent vantage point, holding his fishing rod in one hand while the other busily captured images. He then sent the photos to Qing Mu, subtly suggesting that they might bring joy to old Chen, who would otherwise languish alone in bed, plagued by boredom. Upon seeing the images, old Chen was instantly provoked. Did he even know how to fish? He wielded his cherished collector's fishing rod like a club, striking at the wild fish in the pond with fervor, splashing water everywhere. Old Chen's heart ached at the sight. He longed to leap up and impart the respect due to the art of fishing. If the lad was so inept, perhaps it would be better to toss him into the pond rather than let him mishandle his prized rod. Look, I've caught a 10-pound blackfish. Wang Xian sent another message. Qing Mu silently showed it to his mentor. Old Chen's blood pressure surged as he watched the young man, rod held awkwardly, deftly dispatch a large fish with the end of his rod, lifting it triumphantly for display. This was a disgrace to the fishing community. Old Chen's heart felt as if it were breaking. The rod, a precious gift from another, was now being used as a mere spear by a novice. Resolutely, old Chen vowed to confront Wang later that evening, determined to teach him the virtues of decency. As sounds of approach echoed around him, Wang Xian sighed. Having anticipated that tranquility would soon be a rarity, he cherished this fleeting moment, finding joy in fishing and teasing old Chen, for soon he would venture into deep space. Uncertain of what lay ahead, the individuals around him, though seemingly casual and dispersed, some strolling near the pond, others photographing waterfowl, and a few even casting lines, were a curious lot. Were they perhaps preparing for the arrival of a significant figure? Wang frowned. These early arrivals were elite, yet maintained a low profile, making it difficult for outsiders to discern any anomaly. The anglers among them were far more meticulous than Wang, diligently preparing their spots. Those photographing the birds wielded cameras worth tens of thousands of new star coins, showcasing remarkable professionalism. The individuals practicing Tai Chi appeared to be seasoned veterans of health and wellness. One after another, a dozen or so people appeared, seemingly unrelated, yet strategically positioned to facilitate coordination. Should they spring into action, it would be formidable. At his age, Wang Xian had elevated his golden body technique to the 6th level, a feat that would astonish anyone. This advancement not only fortified his physical strength, but also augmented his mental prowess. His abilities had significantly progressed, and even his spiritual domain was beginning to take shape. As these individuals drew near, he meticulously observed every detail. Thus, his brow furrowed. They were a formidable assembly, well-trained and exceptionally capable. Thankfully, he sensed no murderous intent. This group appeared to be merely preemptively assembling to escort and protect certain notable individuals. Otherwise, Wang Xian would have been prepared to act first. Just as he believed someone was about to make an entrance, he noticed another 5 or 6 well-coordinated groups arriving, dispersing around the area, causing his eyelids to twitch with unease. Shortly thereafter, figures emerged in the distance, their silhouettes enchanting against the thin morning mist and dawn's glow. Treading softly on the lush grass, youthful and brimming with vitality, undeniably captivating. It was De Wu, but was she engaged in an argument? Wang Xian was astonished. He immediately spotted the strikingly voluptuous De Wu, who had unexpectedly made her appearance. It seemed he had overthought the situation. Those individuals were not there for him, as De Wu was still engaged in a dispute with them. However, it was unlikely that these young people would require the presence of such formidable figures for mere warm-up and protection. It was probable that the young individuals had unintentionally arrived early, perhaps due to the impending arrival of someone significant. Choosing to disregard the commotion, Wang Xian continued fishing, sending his catches to old Chen as a means to test his old colleague's blood pressure and cardiovascular resilience. De Wu was approaching. Wang Xian feigned ignorance, immersed in his leisurely pastime. However, he was startled to discern from De Wu's voice that the person she was arguing with possessed considerable stature and showed no apprehension towards her. Given the surname Zhong, could this be a member of the Zhong family who had delivered the Bodhi visualization method the previous night? Furrowing his brow, Wang Xian pondered De Wu's intentions. Why would she engage in a quarrel with Xiao Zhong and subsequently lead her in his direction? Logically, De Wu should not desire to align with the Zhong family. She had previously disrupted the atmosphere at the scene. He suspected that De Wu was acting with purpose. Beyond her fiery temperament and grand demeanor, she was undoubtedly shrewd. Was she attempting to leverage the situation to incite a conflict between him and Xiao Zhong, leading to an unsatisfactory conclusion? Or did De Wu possess prior knowledge of Xiao Zhong's plans and sought to disrupt the rhythm by bringing her over prematurely? Wang Xian discarded old Chen's prized fishing rod and turned to leave, unwilling to engage in the gathering of influential figures and ambitious youth. Xiao Wang, De Wu called out, stepping onto the grass and waving from a distance near the reed pond. With a resigned sigh, he turned and walked over, greeting her with a smile, finally discerning the group of young individuals approaching. Indeed, they were all youthful and exuberant, embodying the vibrant intersection of youth and nascent maturity. Among them were both Eastern and Western features. The 4 young men stood tall, exuding an impressive aura despite some having unremarkable looks, while the 3 young women radiated vitality and beauty. De Wu stood out alongside one of the women, their contrasting poise and elegance strikingly apparent. The radiant dawn light accentuated De Wu's astonishing curves, masking her fiery temperament and instead amplifying her other admirable qualities. The other woman, with a fresh face and striking features, exuded a youthful and vibrant purity, reminiscent of a recent high school graduate stepping into university life. Her unadorned beauty was captivating, resembling the quintessential campus belle. Standing approximately 172 centimeters tall, her flowing hair had the power to enchant both youthful boys and older men alike. Both De Wu and the 20-something woman before him were extraordinarily captivating, drawing the eye with their alluring presence. Wang Xian observed them with an appreciative gaze, marveling at how their contrasting qualities created a delightful visual harmony as they stood side by side. Like a pure and innocent girl entering university, she smiled, radiating serene beauty under the sunlight. With politeness and grace, she introduced herself. Indeed, she was Xiao Zhong. Xiao Zhongqing. Wang Xian expressed surprise, for this name suggested a love at first sight that could last a lifetime. Be wary, Xiao Wang. Do not be deceived by her appearance. Xiao Zhong has a reputation for being ruthless, De Wu interjected playfully, immediately undermining her charm. It is Zhongqing, with the character for clear weather, Xiao Zhong corrected with a smile. Standing elegantly as she continued, the Enin enjoys spreading rumors and teasing others. She has quite a temper, and I must admit, I fear her. Wang Xian felt a pang of resonance. Xiao Zhong, though appearing youthful and naive, exuded an extraordinary combativeness in her words. The Enin, with her fiery temperament and penchant for mischief, had been aptly characterized. De Wu, with her chin held high and hair elegantly arranged, cast a sidelong glance at a certain aspect of Xiao Zhong and remarked, Xiao Zhong, though outwardly innocent, has deceived countless individuals. She is quite unscrupulous. Xiao Wang, let me tell you, not long ago, she was scheming against you, her thoughts deeply calculated, a trait undoubtedly inherited from her family legacy. Dou spoke rapidly, preventing Xiao Zhong from interjecting, her delivery straightforward and efficient. The young lady from the Zhong family was just discussing with someone about seeking out a formidable expert to gauge your true abilities. She intends to maintain her innocence while orchestrating this encounter. Rest assured, she will present herself with grace and sincerity, leaving you with a dazzling impression before gracefully departing. In truth, she merely wishes for you to serve her in the future. That is quintessentially Xiao Zhong. Wang Xian was taken aback, not by the fear of being outmaneuvered by Xiao Zhong, but by Dao Wu's unexpectedly fierce demeanor in the presence of Xiao Zhong. Continuing with fervor, the narrative urged for further updates and support, expressing gratitude to various contributors for their encouragement. In Chapter 70, An Unexpected Situation, Xiao Zhong stood tall and composed, her eyes clear and her demeanor tranquil. Demeanor harbors a prejudice against me, always targeting me. This time, she has misinterpreted my intentions. I genuinely wish to engage with Mr. Wang regarding a matter of great significance. I represent a youthful organization and would like to invite you to join. However, we must assess your capabilities first, as is customary for all new members. Xiao Zhong succinctly introduced the organization named New Star, symbolizing a brilliant future akin to a new star in the depths of space. It attracted only super talents or leaders in their respective fields, all assuredly young. Wang Xian listened in silence, reflecting on the echoes of a long-gone era, reminiscent of a Mensa club from a couple of centuries ago, sharing a similar ethos. However, he felt no inclination to participate, whether it was New Star or any other. He had no desire to join. The thought alone was enough. If the New Star Club comprised super geniuses, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of various organizations and conglomerates, leading to an inevitable web of entangled interests and troubles. If other newcomers were invited to join, they would naturally be eager to accept, for such an opportunity is rare. However, Old Wang is currently avoiding the spotlight, as he has no desire for fame. He would much prefer to serve as a guardian for Old Chen, allowing his former colleague to take the lead for a while. Wang Xian politely declined, yet still expressed his gratitude to Zhong Qing, candidly stating that he feels inadequate in the realm of ancient arts and wishes to devote himself to introspection without the burdens of notoriety. Mr. Wang is a genuine practitioner, and I admire and respect him greatly. I foresee that in the near future, a great master will rise swiftly. Zhong Qing nodded, not pressing the issue, and held Wang Xian in high regard. Such flattery was merely superficial to Wang Xian, who chose not to dwell on it. Wu Yin attempted to speak several times, but was decisively interrupted by Zhong Qing. She continued, according to custom, regardless of whether one can join, any invited individual who undergoes examination will receive a valuable gift. This time, we have prepared the snake crane 8 dispersion hands for Mr. Wang. Wang Xian inwardly scoffed. As the name alone suggested, it was not an extraordinary secret technique. He felt that Xiao Zhong looked down upon his teacher. He immediately shook his head in refusal. Recently, he had been engrossed in researching the golden body technique and had no time to concern himself with other matters. He believed that he should request some scriptures from Old Chen to broaden his knowledge. As a guardian who had exerted considerable effort, he needed to understand what his ward was practicing and whether they were straying from the path. Of course, some thoughts he kept to himself, not wishing to hurt Old Chen's pride, as he feared that a sparring session might turn rather intense. Dou Wu was quite pleased, having not anticipated that Xiao Wang would decline outright. She smiled, relishing the sight of the nearly infallible Zhong Qing being rebuffed. This martial art is quite renowned in Taoism, and it was surprising that Mr. Wang showed no interest at all. Xiao Zhong was indeed taken aback. Wang Xian turned away and messaged Qing Mu, inquiring about the snake crane 8 dispersion hands, eager to discern the level of this martial art. Qing Mu, being an expert, had certainly heard of it due to its fame, and promptly informed Wang Xian that even Old Chen had never obtained it. Upon hearing this, Old Chen was taken aback and remarked, once, Zhang Daoling witnessed a dragon battling a divine crane on Crane Ming Mountain, and inspired, he created the 8 dispersion hands of dragon and crane. Later, he replaced dragon with snake, adhering to Taoism's principle of returning to simplicity. Crane Ming Mountain is recognized as one of the ancestral homes of Taoism, even considered its birthplace, where Zhang Daoling established the Taoist tradition, leaving numerous traces. Old Chen continued, you should tell him that it would be best to acquire this scripture. Practice the snake crane 8 dispersion hands, and then study his 5 pages of golden book. It should facilitate his understanding. When Wang Xian received old Chen's message through Qing Mu, he halted in his tracks and turned back. Those 5 pages of golden book were of immense importance to him. He had only just mastered the initial stance. And if he could gain further insight through studying the snake crane 8 dispersion hands, it would undoubtedly be worthwhile for him to take action here. Wu, witnessing his about-face, feigned a heartbroken expression, leaving one to wonder if she was acting or genuinely displeased. This martial art is significant not only to me. Wang Xian turned to her and smiled gently, offering a brief explanation. When old Chen was alive, or rather, when he was in good health, he praised this martial art highly, wishing to witness it firsthand. I wish to fulfill his wish. Zhong Qing returned the smile, indicating her understanding, before glancing at a woman beside her. This woman, with her golden hair and blue eyes, though not as striking as Zhong Qing or Wu Yin, was still quite beautiful, particularly in terms of her curvaceous figure, perhaps due to Western dietary habits, which made her not vastly different from Wu Yin. The battle at the Pamir Plateau left a lasting impression, the woman stated, speaking fluent Eastern languages as she introduced herself as Luliana. Wang Xian recalled that in the battle at Congling, he had gained notoriety for that one decisive kick that had fatally wounded the Grand Master Xiaqing, leaving a gaping hole in his chest. There seemed to be an ulterior motive behind Luliana's words. Luliana was quite amiable, initiating a Western-style greeting and embracing Wang Xian, saying, "In a moment, I shall assess Mr. Wang's prowess." At this moment, Wang Xian sensed something amiss. As Luliana's limbs felt as if they were tightening around him like reinforced steel, a technique that would incapacitate any practitioner of traditional martial arts instantly. This was a combination of jiu-jitsu, wrestling, joint manipulation, and various other martial arts aimed at swiftly subduing him. Her grip around Wang Xian's shoulders sought to dislocate his scapula almost immediately. Was this assessment commencing already? Though he had mastered the golden body technique and felt no fear, his expression shifted as he realized Luliana's forehead began to radiate a glow. She was employing a mental attack, skilled in both traditional and modern techniques. As they engaged in this seemingly simple greeting, the contest began. Wang Xian hesitated not for a moment, summoning a force greater than hers in response, vying to see who would prevail in this struggle. He was unconcerned about potential joint dislocations, and her mental assault had no effect on him. He was on the verge of forming the initial stages of a mental domain. With a cry of pain, Luliana realized her grave misjudgment in challenging someone who had reached the 6th level of the golden body technique in close combat. Her already stunning figure seemed to be on the verge of exploding, especially upon discovering that her mental ambush was futile, which filled her with dread. A resounding crack echoed, accompanied by Luliana's more anguished cries. "Release her!" Some gasped, their expressions turning pale. Had he truly crushed her? Luliana's eyes rolled back, clearly sensing something was amiss. Compounded by the unsettling sounds reminiscent of flesh being torn apart, Wang Xian felt his body tense. The woman in his embrace seemed genuinely in distress, and he hesitated to loosen his grip, fearing a gruesome sight, as if something vital had ruptured within her. He had already pierced a Grand Master's chest at Congling. Now, if he were to inadvertently shatter another adept, what unsavory title might he earn in the future? He was filled with concern. What had transpired with the woman he had greeted? Finally, he gradually released his hold, relieved to see no bloodstains upon his chest. The most horrifying scenario had not come to pass. However, what had caused the fabric of her clothing to explode? Fortunately, all remained pristine, her physical form unscathed. He swiftly turned his head away, ceasing to look, while simultaneously loosening his grip, allowing Luoyan to fall to the ground. No one was harmed, nor was anything shattered. Wang Xian exhaled a sigh of relief. Had an accident occurred, it would have undoubtedly left a dark chapter in his history. It turned out to be a beauty bowl. No wonder the Xiaozhong clan had a penchant for deception. Dawu stood proudly, glancing back at Zhong Qing with a lingering gaze. Meanwhile, 4 young men behind him grasped the situation, murmuring their astonishment among themselves. Luoyan's deception explained her enviable figure. It seemed no one could rival Wu Yin. Yet, this fellow was a formidable man. How could he bring himself to act so ruthlessly? One young man with Western features gave Wang Xian a thumbs up, speaking in broken Eastern language, exclaiming, "Impressive." Wang Xian's face twitched slightly. Then he adopted an expressionless demeanor as he approached Zhong Qing. Xiaozhong instinctively took 2 steps back, then halted, realizing the error in her retreat. She found herself at a loss for words. This was the man who had kicked Xiaqing to death and had nearly strangled another today. He was indeed formidable. Zhongqing smiled and said, "In fact, we had planned for someone to don the preliminary research of the supermaterial armor to spar with Mr. Wang for mutual assessment. However, since Luoyan took the initiative, we shall consider Mr. Wang to have passed." She then handed him a tome that resembled an ancient artifact, its cover inscribed with the words, "8 dispersals of the snake crane." "Thank you." Wang Xian turned to leave, no longer wishing to linger. He soon spotted the deputy from the relevant department, who had come to this place, explaining the presence of many who had arrived earlier to ensure safety. He also noticed 3 elderly men approaching, evidently here to discuss important matters. Wang Xian quickly departed, as it was clear that both the deputy and the 3 elders were observing him. Had he caught their attention? He needed to confer with old Chen to ensure he did not attract undue scrutiny. The crowd had waited all day, yet old Chen remained unyielding. However, many sensed that he would not survive the night, prompting prominent figures to pay him one last visit. By evening, those who needed to see him had mostly come and gone, awaiting the conference the following day. Then Wang Xian arrived, also feigning to bid old Chen farewell. Soon, the two gathered, brandishing a dark sword, making a delicate incision upon a piece of bone as white as jade. In an instant, an intense wave of mysterious energy surged forth, astonishingly permeating the inner landscape. "Old Chen, this is a mysterious bone suppressed beneath the Buddhist ancestral grounds. I am feeling somewhat apprehensive," Wang Xian whispered. "You cannot just push me in alone." Old Chen also felt a chill creeping up his back, only to realize that Wang Xian had unceremoniously thrust him inside while he remained outside, unmoved. This time, Wang Xian felt utterly drained, on the verge of vomiting blood, panting heavily as he gazed into the inner landscape. It indeed felt amiss, yet not in the manner of rampant malevolent creatures he had envisioned. Within the inner realm, gentle rain fell, a small bridge spanned a trickling stream, and an ancient town appeared hazily, enveloped in a misty rain, painting a picturesque scene of an ancient Jiangnan water town. In a fleeting glance, Wang Xian beheld an enchanting beauty, adorned in crimson attire, gracefully holding an oiled paper umbrella. Her lithe figure glided through the misty drizzle, creating a scene of exquisite beauty and profound artistry. The narrative continues in Chapter 71. Titled Old Chen was carried away by a cat. Amidst the hazy rain, the lady traversed the cobblestone path of the ancient town. With a soft sigh echoing in the air, she was suddenly engulfed by a terrifying thunderclap, disintegrating into a cascade of red rain, gently falling like petals. Was she truly gone? Did you hear that genuine sound? Both Wang Xian and Old Chen were astonished and shaken. Previously encountered beings remained silent regardless of their might. Today, however, they encountered something extraordinary. They waited in vain for her return, but she had indeed vanished, dissipating into the curtain of rain, her crimson glow fading away. After such a long wait, had she endured merely to catch a glimpse of the future? A splendid little calico cat, not far away, seemed to open its mouth in a silent meow, tears cascading down its cheeks. How could a mere cat appear so sorrowful? Yet, Wang Xian and Old Chen understood that any being manifesting in this realm was not to be underestimated. Its origins were shrouded in mystery. However, the appearance of two beings in this inner realm was rather unusual, especially since the lady's sigh resonated so vividly, as if whispering in their ears. The calico cat lay amidst the ruins of the shattered town, silently meowing, its tears never ceasing. Old Chen sighed, pondering, is this cat the companion of the lady? Has it been left behind as she ascended amidst the thunder, nearly transcending to a higher realm? It seems that the crimson-clad woman possessed unfathomable power, for the thunder that struck her was exceptionally formidable. Wang Xian, go comfort that poor little cat, Old Chen suggested. Wang Xian replied, you should approach it first. Go and assess the cat's condition. It is not merely a creature of nature, who can remain unfeeling. Even if it is a demon, you cannot harden your heart. Old Chen insisted. Do you take me for a mere stepping stone? Wang Xian retorted. As they whispered, the peculiar cat approached, still meowing silently, its tears flowing freely. Looking confused as it neared Old Chen, he held his sword in silence, while Wang Xian remained outside the inner realm, both observing the feline in a tense standoff. This strange cat seemed to be calling out, emitting silent yet potent energy waves. Old Chen nearly struck it with his sword, but restrained himself. The little cat, retreating cautiously, gazed at them with a bewildered expression, clearly perplexed. Surely you haven't lingered here for countless years? Old Chen queried. The cat continued to look dazed, eventually nodding slowly and pointing towards the outside world, as if seeking answers. Out there, the world has transformed. It is surely unlike the era you once knew. Old Chen recounted once more. Wang Xian stepped forward, asking, "Are you still practicing the golden body technique or the 5 pages of the golden book?" Now, with the emergence of the serpent crane 8 scatter hands, it appears that one can continue to fathom the 5 pages of the golden book. Old Chen spoke in a leisurely manner, stating, "I believe this time your practice of old Zhang's techniques is quite reliable, considering his later renown." Wang Xian nodded, having long since imprinted the concept of the serpent crane 8 scatter hands in his mind. He could freely reflect upon it in the inner realm, where every corner exuded an aura of mystery. As old Chen recounted ancient tales while adjusting his posture, he began to practice his own techniques. 6 years drifted by, during which Wang Xian thoroughly explored the serpent crane 8 scatter hands. This was not the terrifying body technique that could instill fear even in celestial beings as described in the Golden Book. Rather, it was merely a spontaneous creation by old Zhang inspired by his feelings at the time. Nevertheless, it rivaled the Great Diamond Fist in its formidable power, compensating for Wang Xian's lack of conventional offensive skills. After all, the golden body technique enhanced his overall physical qualities, encompassing both flesh and spirit, primarily focusing on defense, while his offense lacked the necessary sharpness. Now, he felt he had overcome that shortcoming. Throughout the years, old Chen had been pondering the techniques of the ghost monk, which appeared similar to the Great Diamond Fist but transcended it. He had privately informed Wang Xian that this was likely the legendary Bodhisattva Fist, a supreme skill within the Buddhist tradition, unmatched in its might. Crucially, old Chen believed that the Bodhisattva Fist resonated with his own temperament, proving beneficial without harming his internal organs. Wang Xian inwardly scoffed, questioning old Chen's audacity to make such claims, feeling it was a gross insult to the revered masters of the past. Time passed swiftly. 2 decades elapsed in total. Within the inner realm, Wang Xian found it peculiar that he did not feel aged. Whenever fatigue set in, the infusion of mysterious elements revitalized him, restoring his vigor. This was a rare period of tranquility, and over such an extended duration, Wang Xian painstakingly mastered the second engraving of the Golden Book. Throughout this journey, his internal organs sustained continual injuries, yet the nourishment of the mysterious substance in the inner realm allowed for ongoing healing, enabling him to persevere and ultimately master the second form of the Golden Book. Now, circumstances had transformed, his understanding had deepened, allowing for a more profound comprehension of the content inscribed in the Golden Book, culminating in the mastery of the second form. Old Chen occasionally recounted ancient tales, sometimes indulging in the company of a cat, leading a rather carefree existence as he honed his Bodhisattva Fist to a certain level of proficiency. Old Chen, Wang Xian inquired, "According to your interpretation, does the flow of time here correspond with that of the outside world?" He approached and affectionately stroked the cat's head. The cat emitted a silent meow, having listened to old Chen's stories for many years. However, this time, old Chen spoke slowly, intending to share a narrative after a period of cultivation. Eventually, when the topic turned to modern warships, finding little of substance to discuss, he began to weave tales of the future. Old Chen remarked, "It is not a matter of the flow of time. We have not truly lingered here for so long. I believe we exist in a state of heightened mental perception and physical vitality, uniquely active and extraordinary. Our spirits and bodies, under this extreme state of activity, undergo rapid transformation alongside our cultivation. Our cognitive perceptions have accelerated to such a degree that we mistakenly perceive time as slowing." He continued, "Just as humanity can emerge victorious in the competition of all beings, originally contending with ferocious beasts without any significant advantage, there comes a moment in time when certain humans undergo a transformation, allowing them to surpass other races. Humanity's sudden rise at a particular historical juncture, devoid of any discernible transitional phase, exemplifies this phenomenon." Wang Xian nodded, stating, "That makes sense. However, if we interpret it through the lens of external minutes and internal years, it also holds validity. There is no conflict between the two explanations. Our spirits remain ageless due to the nurturing of mysterious substances. Here, the mind exists in absolute tranquility and profound calmness. Aside from established cultivation goals, all other thoughts are gradually swept away. Thus, By practicing the primordial techniques of preaching alchemists and cultivating the body, one can strengthen oneself and, with the aid of secret elixirs, naturally remain unaging and undiminished. Lao Chen also nodded, acknowledging that both interpretations are coherent. Little kitty, which do you believe? Wang Xian asked as he affectionately stroked it. The tabby cat bared its teeth, extending its claws in a fierce manner. Wang Xian gently patted its head, distancing himself slightly, and added, Lao Chen, the deputy from the relevant department is meeting with 3 elders. They wouldn't be contemplating your posthumous affairs, would they? Moreover, it seems I have become a target. Please help arrange matters properly after I return. Lao Chen responded, for now, your identity remains concealed. Qing Mu is quite cautious. When you venture into Congling under the name of Wang Xiao, he will have someone don your lifelike mask while you stay in Anqing. Wang Xian sighed. Old Qing is a good person, far superior to you. Then, after a moment's thought, he remarked, since you have entered, I have no reason not to look after old Qing. With that, Wang Xian turned to leave. Hurry there and back, Lao Chen urged anxiously. Qing Mu appeared bewildered. When he finally glimpsed the inner realm, he could hardly believe his eyes. Is there truly another world beyond this reality? Now he began to comprehend the various cryptic dialogues shared between his master and Wang Xian. They were not as absurd as he had thought. This time, Wang Xian was genuinely on the brink of exhaustion, not an exaggeration. He felt that sending 2 individuals into the same inner realm was his limit. He lay within the inner realm, breathing heavily, greedily consuming the mysterious substance to replenish his nearly collapsing spirit. What about my master? Qing Mu inquired. Then he was stunned. What was that creature lurking among the ruins, gnawing at his master, with half its body swallowed by a gaping maw, leaving only its legs thrashing outside? Heavens! This is the inner realm. I want to go back. No, I must first save my master. Qing Mu shouted as he charged forward. Lao Chen let the cat take it. Once Wang Xian regained some strength, he hurried after him, and indeed, chaos ensued. Simultaneously, Wang Xian sensed an unusual disturbance. A figure clad in red was vaguely visible deep within the inner realm, yet it seemed shrouded by a great curtain separating the 2 worlds, silently observing from afar. His mind raced. This time was truly different from all previous encounters. The pristine bones belonged to the white tiger demon, serving as a key to unlock this inner realm. Yet, it appeared that the white tiger demon was merely a pet of some greater entity. While rushing to rescue Lao Chen, a multitude of thoughts flooded Wang Xian's mind. The update has been completed. I call upon my dear readers for support for my new book, and I am grateful. Chapter 72. The Bodhisattva Scares Away. What appeared to be a mere kitten was, in fact, a fierce white tiger, brimming with ferocity. Its blood-stained maw revealed fangs sharp as daggers, viciously tearing into old Chen, with crimson flowing between its teeth. Witnessing this, Wang Xian felt his heart sink. Old Chen had been gravely injured. The relentless bloodshed within this inner realm signified a serious wound, potentially life-threatening. After all, this situation was extraordinarily peculiar. Unlike any other inner realm he had encountered, he sprinted forward, surpassing Qing Mu, and retrieved the black sword that old Chen had dropped. Approaching the fearsome creature, he leaped into the air, sword in hand, as radiant light surged forth, resembling a dazzling ribbon, and suddenly lunged toward the tiger's rear. With a resounding thud, the black sword, enveloped in brilliant beams of light, pierced the tiger's hindquarters. Perhaps it was more fitting to refer to it as a white tiger. Such a creature's rear was certainly not to be trifled with. Although the true sounds remained inaudible, the beast roared, its cavernous maw unleashing a terrifying energy that reverberated throughout the realm. It coldly turned to face the black sword embedded in its rear, and then locked eyes with Wang Xian, who clutched the sword's hilt. The white tiger seemed on the verge of madness. To be so humiliated, having a sword thrust into its backside while it was preoccupied with its prey, was intolerable. Its once icy gaze now blazed with fury, and in an explosive motion, it flung the black sword away. Then, it extended its massive paw toward Wang Xian, its fiery eyes radiating wrath, roaring silently in sheer rage. Sickly cat, sing me a little tune. Wang Xian taunted as he swiftly dodged, hoping the white tiger's roar would expel old Chen. Otherwise, old Chen's life would truly be at stake. The white tiger opened its mouth, unleashing a wave of energy that shook the very fabric of the inner realm. It was not a matter of cooperation. Rather, it was genuine anger. The once mighty white tiger had been humiliated by having a sword thrust into its rear, an utter disgrace. The white tiger howled at the heavens, its claws glinting ominously as it struck repeatedly, sending debris flying throughout the inner realm. Wang Xian turned to flee. Even old Chen, surpassing the great masters, was mere fodder for the cat. If the great ancestor Wang were to be pinned down by those massive claws, he would likely become nothing more than litter. Old Chen flailed his legs, finally freeing himself from the white tiger's ghastly jaws, drenched in blood and appearing as though he might perish at any moment. Yet, within this inner realm, where mysterious energies thrived, as long as he lived, there was still hope. Desperate, old Chen unleashed the Bodhisattva fist, aiming 2 strikes at the tiger's eyes, but the beast merely drooped its eyelids, impervious to his assault. It then extended its massive paw to swipe at old Chen, intending to swallow him whole. Bang! Bang! Wang Xian rushed back, delivering a flurry of blows to the white tiger demon, only to discover that he could not inflict any damage. Grasping at the tiger's fur, he managed to pull a few strands, successfully inciting the white tiger's wrath. In that pivotal moment, Qingmu, silently and skillfully, picked up the black sword and, with all his might, plunged it into the great cat's rear. I shall curse your lineage. Although the white tiger did not utter a sound, its furious growl conveyed a similar sentiment as it turned to glare at Aoki. Lao Chun and Wang Xian had narrowly escaped the tiger's jaws, yet they could not bear to watch Aoki being victimized, and thus dared to provoke the beast once more. Lao Chun wiped the blood from his face and boldly declared, "Sickly cat, do you truly believe I am unaware of your demonic nature? I recognized it long ago, which is precisely why I occasionally indulge in teasing you." Upon hearing this, the white tiger's gaze turned frigidly cold. It had feigned ignorance of the world's tumultuous changes for many years, only to discover that this detestable human was also pretending, intentionally provoking it. Knowing full well that it was a formidable demon, Wang Xian further taunted, glancing at his own palm as he remarked, "Teasing you is no different than playing with an ordinary cat. A great demon is merely that. The sensation is neither remarkable nor dreadful. I can only say it's passable." This was not a fabrication. Since his arrival, he had remained vigilant, wary that this feline might cause trouble, and the occasional pat on its head was merely a wicked amusement. As for Lao Chun, despite his usual calm demeanor, he was internally quite anxious. Thus, he often petted the cat to relieve stress and spoke slowly of ancient tales, all in an effort to buy time for cultivation. Both Wang Xian and Lao Chun were acutely aware that a certain bone had been suppressed beneath the ancestral grounds of the Buddhist sect, and barring unforeseen circumstances, it was undoubtedly a fearsome artifact. Wang Xian practiced the physical techniques of Zhang Daoling, while Lao Chun trained in the Bodhisattva fist, both preparing to subdue demons. For it was said that the teachings of these 2 schools were particularly suited for vanquishing malevolent spirits. However, it now appeared that they had significantly underestimated the caliber of the great demon. Not only were they ill-equipped to confront it, but they were also mere fodder for its appetite. The white tiger permitted the 3 to converge without hindrance, slowly pacing closer, having already deemed Lao Chun as its breakfast. And listening to his tales had merely delayed the inevitable, transforming him into an extravagant feast. To be precise, it was now a banquet multiplied by 3. Wang Xian sighed. "Lao Chun, it seems we shall have to hold a memorial for you tomorrow. It appears destined from the start. Even if I were to bring you back to life, it would not alter the course of events." "Silence. I have yet to satiate my desire by tearing apart a warship," Lao Chun retorted, displeased. Aoki was in the most dire straits. Encountering such a great demon on his first entry was a staggering blow, the myths and legends materializing before his very eyes. Bang! 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 The 3 resisted, but they were all sent flying by the white tiger's massive paw, bloodied and battered, despite Lao Chun and Wang Xian's desperate assaults. They were no match for the creature. "Young lady in red, your lost cat is here. Please take it away," Wang Xian shouted. In an instant, a melodious laugh, as crisp as silver bells, echoed through the air, beautiful yet chilling. Deep within the interior, a woman in a red dress held an oil paper umbrella, smiling towards them amidst the misty rain. At that moment, both Wang Xian and Lao Chun felt their scalps prickle, for that voice was crystal clear and resonated in their ears. They sensed an imminent threat of death, for they had encountered a truly formidable entity. Lao Chun whispered urgently, "Wang, please be quiet and do not provoke her. We cannot even handle her cat." Upon seeing the woman, The white tiger's tail wagged in subservience, transforming into an obedient creature before it turned and dashed towards the woman, seizing Aoki and carrying him away. One can only imagine the extent of Qingmu's despair as he faced a hellish introduction upon his first arrival. Wang Xian and old Chen fervently pursued, yet they found themselves utterly impotent against the formidable white tiger demon. Fortunately, the white tiger demon refrained from devouring Qingmu, instead placing him before a grand curtain. Was it a gesture intended for the woman in red? Yet, the barrier made it impossible to deliver anything across. Indeed, the entities suppressed beneath the Buddhist ancestral hall are not to be trifled with. The fragment of bone belonging to the white tiger appeared to be the key to unlocking this inner realm. While the unparalleled white tiger demon was merely a pet cultivated by that woman in red. Old Chen was drenched in sweat, his calves trembling with trepidation. After all, one can only tread so close to the river before getting their feet wet. Wang Xian whispered, "Old Chen, do you see? It seems that the woman in red cannot emerge." Old Chen turned to gaze, spotting the woman standing amidst a hazy expanse, a gentle drizzle falling, as if separated by a veil, rendering her presence seemingly distant. Wang Xian continued, "When we first entered, we witnessed her shattering amidst thunder. It must have been an illusion. The true her lies far away, unable to bridge the gap." This sensation resembled that of the ghostly monk meeting him in dreams, performing the bodhisattva's martial arts. As if separated by an insurmountable curtain, her figure fading into the vast distance over time. Old Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The inner realm indeed harbors countless secrets. The waters run deep. What lies beyond that veil where she stands? The two retreated continuously, nearing the exit. Yet the white tiger pressed on, following closely. Wang Xian spoke with gravity, "Old Chen, hold on. Do not let it consume Qingmu. I will summon assistance to vanquish this white tiger demon. I cannot shake the feeling that failing to eliminate it will lead to dire consequences for that towering entity." "Who will you summon?" Old Chen exclaimed in alarm, questioning how he and Qingmu could withstand this threat. "I will call upon the ghostly monk." It turned out he was invoking the bodhisattva. "Hurry," Old Chen urged. Wang Xian was taken aback. Old Chen had elevated the ghostly monk's status in an instant. While he typically referred to him as the ghostly monk during training in the bodhisattva's martial arts, he now addressed him directly as the bodhisattva. With no time for further contemplation, Wang Xian raced out, calling near Old Chen's physical form. "Holy monk, bodhisattva, hasten to subdue the demon. The great demon you commanded to be suppressed is wreaking havoc. Immediately intervene." To Wang Xian's astonishment, the old monk truly manifested, following him straight into the inner realm, and without uttering a word, unleashed a torrent of blows upon the white tiger demon. The white tiger demon was left utterly bewildered. Who was this bald-headed warrior? The assault caused blood to spurt from its mouth and nose, dazzling stars to flicker before its eyes. The old monk was formidable beyond measure, radiating golden light. The bodhisattva's martial arts stirring the mysterious energies of the inner realm, akin to surging waves, pummeling the white tiger until its ears bled profusely. Qingmu scrambled to escape, hastily retreating. Old Chen was astounded. Had he known, he would have brought the ghostly bodhisattva along for training. It would have been the safest choice. The old monk seemed to possess a radiant barrier, slightly distancing him from the inner realm, yet he remained valiant, seated atop the white tiger, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes. The old monk was astonishingly powerful, terrifyingly so, able to injure the white tiger demon even through the luminous veil. "Incredible," Wang Xian marveled. "Surely you must be the godly monk who subdues tigers." "No, the bodhisattva who subdues tigers." Old Chen offered high praise, once again elevating the old monk's status, bestowing a revered title upon him. A chilling laughter echoed, reverberating in the ears of all present. The woman in red, holding an oiled paper umbrella, gazed at the old monk through the heavy curtain. The monk's expression shifted instantly, and upon catching sight of the woman, he turned and fled without uttering a word, vanishing at the entrance of the inner realm. "Bodhisattva, ghostly monk, how could you escape?" Old Chen shouted, his voice laced with desperation. The malevolent white tiger demon lunged forward, its fury palpable, intent on slaughtering them. At a critical moment, a hazy figure drifted in from the entrance of the inner realm, a brilliant sword light slicing through the air, severing one of the white tiger's massive claws. The creature let out a silent cry of pain, limping backward in retreat. The sword fairy is magnificent, unparalleled. Wang Xian exclaimed, almost moved to tears. To him, the sword fairy, unperturbed and uninvited, was far more reliable than the old monk. The female sword fairy glided over, her chin held high, wearing an expression of disdain as she soared gracefully, her moonlit gown billowing, leaning on her sword, ethereal and enchanting, as she regarded the woman in red through the curtain. In Chapter 73, the forceful female demon fairy, old Chen lowered his gaze and murmured softly, "The unparalleled sword fairy. Transcendent and ethereal, we mere mortals can only look up in awe. Before us lies the pinnacle of the immortal path, behind us the legacy of those who came before." In this moment, the sword's aura crushes through the ages. As he spoke, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and cast aside the black sword. Qing Mu stared in disbelief. If his master had not discarded the sword, he might have believed those words. But now it appeared as though he was merely driven by a desire to survive. He soon realized that the figure who had nearly driven his master to madness was now reappearing, striking fear into his heart. Wang Xian, dissatisfied, cast a glance at his older colleague, thinking how, at such an advanced age, he could still utter such nonsense. "Old Chen, steady yourself. Don't interrupt unless necessary," he cautioned. Old Chen ignored him, hastily kicking the black sword out of sight, finally exhaling in relief. Although he had previously suffered greatly, the psychological scars still haunting him, it seemed that the female sword fairy had indeed shown mercy, merely venting her frustrations on him and Wang Xian, without resorting to lethal force. Otherwise, neither he nor old Wang would still be standing. They would have likely been reduced to mere flesh, or at best, forcibly expelled from the inner realm, perhaps missing limbs in the process. Within the depths of the inner realm, the female sword fairy in her flowing moonlit gown possessed an ethereal quality, seemingly untouched by the dust of the world. As she descended closer to the great curtain, Wang Xian, old Chen, and Qing Mu fell silent, their tension palpable as they gazed intently at the scene. To them, the woman in red was shrouded in mystery and intimidation, despite the misty rain. Her alluring figure and striking red attire hinted at a being of otherworldly power, an undeniably terrifying demon fairy. Imagine, even a pet like hers has transcended to immortality, enduring the onslaught of thunderous storms. How could she herself be any different? One can only dread the implications. Deep within the inner realm, a plethora of mysterious substances descends, seemingly summoned from an unknown origin, cascading without anyone invoking the foundational laws. Behind the curtain, the picturesque waterways of Jiangnan remain unchanged, as a woman in red, with a faint smile, strides forward, audaciously reaching towards the face of the female sword immortal. Although separated by a luminous barrier, this sudden advance is startling, and her demeanor appears somewhat frivolous, adorned with a red oiled paper umbrella, exuding an enchanting allure. With a swift motion, the female sword immortal, standing still, unleashes her gleaming long sword, which bursts forth with brilliance, piercing through like a flowing river of stars. With a thunderous roar, the entire inner realm trembles. The mysterious substances surge, and the barrier ripples like water, yet remains intact. The silver blade of the sword immortal collides with the snowy white palm of the woman in red, separated by the barrier, triggering a tumultuous upheaval. The woman in red, one hand supporting her oiled paper umbrella, appears remarkably composed amidst the gentle rain, retracting her previously outstretched palm, smoothing her silken hair that cascades over her forehead, and smiling brightly before uttering a phrase. Although melodious, Wang Xian cannot comprehend it. Old Chen furrows his brow and remarks, "This is an ancient dialect from 2,000 to 3,000 years ago in Jiangnan." Qing Mu is unfazed. Old Chen often studies antiquities and possesses extensive knowledge. The woman in red smiles, her voice soft and melodious. While Wang Xian may not understand, he finds it undeniably pleasant. Indeed, it is the gentle Wu dialect from over 2 millennia past. Her essence conveys a message akin to, "Little girl, have you heard my legend?" Quite proud indeed. Old Chen translates on the spot, his voice barely above a whisper, wary that certain words might offend and draw ire. Wang Xian is taken aback. The woman in red possesses formidable stature, daring to jest and belittle the ethereal sword immortal by calling her little girl. The celestial maiden, untouched by the mundane, grows indignant. Raising her snowy chin, directing her sword towards a point with a radiant flash, the brilliant sword light thrusting forward, aiming directly at the woman's brow. Alas, The barrier obstructs it. Despite the violent turbulence, the sword light cannot penetrate. A chill spreads across the woman in red's face, her captivating gaze now icy, as if she believes no one should dare show her such disrespect. After suppressing her gentle demeanor, she becomes exceedingly assertive, raising her alabaster palm and striking towards the inner realm, directly challenging the gleaming long sword. With a resounding thud, it feels as though the inner realm has been breached. The mysterious particles boil, the entire secluded space undulates in a terrifying spectacle. Wang Xian, Old Chen, and Qingmu find themselves as if adrift in a bamboo boat, tossed by tumultuous waves. This is truly colossal. Qingmu stammers, experiencing a multitude of firsts today, witnessing the terrifying aspect of the inner realm. Still stained with blood from narrowly escaping peril, the female sword immortal stands firm, her sword raised before her, using the side of her blade to deflect the powerful strike. Her pride unyielding, as her sword radiates immeasurable light, despite the crimson-clad woman's pristine fists nearly piercing the veil. Pushing the grand tomb forward a considerable distance before crashing against the sword, she was ultimately thwarted by the barrier. An astonishing surge of energy stirred tumultuously, with enigmatic forces crashing like waves upon the shore, causing the female sword immortal's moon-white dress to flutter and her long hair to dance behind her. She stood tall and unwavering, firmly rooted in place. The female sword immortal was indeed formidable. The woman in red scoffed, confidently wielding an oiled paper umbrella in one hand while striking forward with the other, exuding an air of assurance and composure. Remarkably, she advanced with one hand, pressing the great curtain forward, inching ever closer to the female sword immortal, aiming a strike toward her visage. The interior landscape quaked violently, akin to the surging sea, displacing all within it. This was the moment Wang Xian realized just how perilous it was to recklessly enter an unknown interior realm. Fortunately, this was the inner domain of the white tiger demon, not belonging to the woman in red. Her condition was rather peculiar, seemingly distinct from that of ordinary ascendants. Her strength was almost preposterous, and Wang Xian yearned to uncover the source of her power. Although the female sword immortal possessed a distinct character, she was not obstinate. Upon perceiving the encroaching threat of the woman in red, she soared into the air, floating gracefully within the interior realm and creating distance between them. With her chin held high, she remained proud, observing the crimson-clad woman's punches with a provocative demeanor, yet refraining from advancing. Was this truly a celestial being? Qingmu murmured, raising a white tiger as a pet. He surmised that the woman in red was an unparalleled demon immortal. Wang Xian whispered, Old Chen. She hails from over 2,000 years ago, during the era of the 100 schools of thought, a time replete with remarkable figures. The preaching alchemists were also illustrious. Were there any renowned women from that period who could rival her? If she is human, we could investigate further. If she is a demon, then it transcends my realm of understanding. Old Chen remarked that, regardless of perspective, the red-clad demon immortal was indeed terrifying, earning the apprehension of even the Buddhist sect. And this was not without reason. The woman in red maintained a cold demeanor, paving her way with her singular fist, which appeared as pure as jade. Yet, each explosive strike sent tremors throughout the interior realm, nearly propelling Qingmu into the air. Step by step, she pressed the grand curtain forward, drawing closer to the female sword immortal, a feat both terrifying and extraordinary, as two disparate realms seemed to be inexorably converging. The female sword immortal revealed another facet of herself, smiling cheerfully as she embraced her sword and retreated gracefully through the air, observing the display of power from the woman in red with indifference, no longer showcasing her might. When Wang Xian and Old Chen exchanged glances of concern and subtly regarded her, she immediately raised her chin, adopting a stern expression, cold and ethereal, withholding any sign of emotion, before continuing to taunt the red-clad demon immortal. The demon immortal remained unfazed, a faint, cold smile gracing her lips, one hand still grasping the umbrella while the other struck the great curtain. Surely, she did not intend to breach the barrier and truly enter? The mere thought sent a shiver down Old Chen's spine. No matter how one viewed it, the red-clad demon immortal seemed to possess the means to intervene in the mortal realm. Should she truly break through, who could fathom the consequences? A thunderous sound erupted, akin to the heavens fracturing and the earth shattering, as a fissure appeared upon the grand curtain. The woman in red was utterly terrifying, poised to pierce through at any moment. Just who was she? Old Chen, usually composed, now felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, his scalp tingling with unease. At this moment, even the female sword immortal appeared solemn, standing with her celestial sword, exuding an air of gravity. She had heard legends of the woman in red from years past, and now it seemed the reality was far more terrifying than the tale suggested. Thud! The grand curtain trembled, revealing another crack that spread ominously, instilling fear. One could only wonder what calamity would ensue if she were to approach. Wang Xian spoke up, suggesting, "Old Qing, perhaps I should escort you out to swiftly summon the female practitioner from the underground of the greater Xing'an range. After all, she hails from 3,000 years ago and might have acquaintance with the female demon immortal. They could converse, persuading the woman in red to relent." "Old Wang, do not complicate matters." Qing Mu was adamant about not wanting to go. Adding another person into the mix left him uncertain about the outcome. The convergence of ancient immortals, demons, Buddhas, and practitioners could either lead to harmonious discourse or an ultimate clash, but his instincts leaned towards the latter. "What is there to fear? I believe the female practitioner would side with us." Wang Xian expressed a degree of confidence, wishing to enlist the help of the female practitioner from 3 millennia ago. As the beginning of the month approached, he made a last appeal for monthly votes. Gratitude was extended to the Silver Alliance leader, Sansheng Yuan Zhong Laijia, for their unwavering support. Thanks were also due to the leaders, Sansheng Yuan Mao Mao, Byron Maya Samia, Jiuzhou Chunmi, Hua Hua Chui Geng Tuan Mao Mao, and others. Appreciation was also expressed to many who generously contributed on the final day of crowdfunding, though not all could be named. In Chapter 74, the first bloodshed in the inner realm, Old Chen's mood was heavy as he stated, "There is no time left, by the time Qing Mu brings reinforcements. Everything here will have reached its conclusion." Wang Xian frowned, realizing he had indeed overlooked the urgency of their situation. They stood in a realm of clarity. In a highly precarious state, waiting for Qing Mu to return would be too late. By then, the woman in red would likely have already breached the grand curtain. And if she were to stand here, the inner realm would surely run red with blood, threatening their very lives. Thud! The grand curtain revealed yet another fissure, shaking the entire inner realm and evoking a sense of dread. The identity of the woman in red, a demon immortal from over 2,000 years ago, was likely astounding. Otherwise, she would not have the audacity to believe that future sword immortals had heard her legend. At this moment, the white tiger, having lost one of its claws, rose again. Witnessing the invincibility of the woman in red, it regained its spirit and silently approached Wang Xian and his companions. "The big cat is back." Qing Mu's body stiffened. He bore several wounds, with light piercing through him. In this inner realm, he remained alive. Had he been elsewhere, the white tiger would have carried him off, leaving him lifeless. Old Chen was filled with rage, having just surpassed the Grand Master level, only to be attacked by a fearsome demon, a significant portion of his body now gnawed through. The white tiger opened its mouth wide, seemingly laughing, a mix of malice and mockery glimmering within its fierce demeanor as its master was about to strike. "Do you still wish to taste my sword?" Old Chen called out. Wang Xian added, "After being petted for so many years, little kitten, if you do not behave, do you desire another jab to your rear?" Aoki echoed, saying, "Who claims that one cannot touch a tiger's backside? The second sword strike was delivered by me, yet alas, this formidable beast has a thick hide and muscular flesh, allowing only half of the blade to penetrate." The great cat appeared somewhat bewildered. Were these three actually conversing with it? Such blatant provocation seemed like a death wish. It glanced at the woman holding an oil paper umbrella behind the imposing figure, as if transported back to an era when it roamed the world invincible, commanding the respect of all the top-tier warriors. Thus, it gracefully ascended, striding towards the trio. Wang Xian resolved to address the female sword immortal, aware that their provocation of the white tiger was intended to elicit her intervention. Yet, the great cat approached with elegant feline steps, and she remained unmoved. "Sword immortal, this beast has dared to offend you. It does not lie submissively on the ground to heed your lessons, but stands defiantly instead." Upon hearing this, the great cat's body stiffened momentarily, but its anger surged. What nonsense was this? Lying low was normal, while standing was deemed an offense. Furthermore, it perceived the trio as mere pretenders, deserving of punishment. In an instant, its fierce eyes widened, and it lifted its head, baring its sharp, white fangs at the three. The female sword immortal cast a fleeting glance their way, and the great cat promptly lay down, lowering its gaze in submission and remaining perfectly still. This tiger possesses no shame. Old Chen marveled. Wang Xian nodded, remarking, if this great cat understood the concept of shame, it would not have allowed us to toy with it for so many years. Unmoved, the great cat continued to lower its head, counting the number of tiger hairs on its massive paws. Suddenly, a terrifying sound erupted as 6 fissures appeared in the great curtain, resembling crystalline shards on the verge of shattering under an overwhelming force. The crimson-clad female demon exuded calm strength, wielding her right hand with a fist so pure and powerful that it threatened to pierce through the realms of existence. The sword immortal made her move, not to confront the red-clad woman directly, but rather to thrust her sword into the white tiger's brow. The tiger howled in pain, violently shaking its head as it collapsed to the ground. Though it was not slain, it appeared significantly weakened and diminished in size. In an instant, the red-clad woman vanished, and the cracks in the curtain gradually faded, revealing a distant, hazy silhouette in crimson attire, indicating just how far she had retreated. She advanced slowly, her gaze icy and fixed upon the sword immortal. Unfazed, the sword immortal stood firm, sword in hand, and jabbed once more at the tiger's head. The great cat cried out in anguish, shrinking yet again, and the red-clad demoness faded into obscurity, now standing even farther away. Wang Xian, Old Chen, and Aoki exchanged looks of bewilderment, soon realizing the crux of the matter. The tiger's bone indeed served as the key. Upon unlocking this inner sanctum, the revived great cat became a conduit for the red-clad woman to approach the earthly realm. With her profound, enchanting gaze, she neared without striking again, her expression frigid as she coldly regarded the scene before her. The sword immortal, clutching her sword, stood defiantly against her, chest puffed out, glancing sideways at the legendary demoness without a hint of trepidation. At that moment, the ghostly monk reappeared. He peered into the entrance of the inner scene for a moment, then strode forward with purpose, unceremoniously dragging the prostrate white tiger along as though it were a lifeless dog, oblivious to its ultimate destination. His keen sense of timing was remarkable. Witnessing the female sword immortal face off against the legendary crimson-clad female demon, he felt compelled to lend a hand. The white tiger, in a panic, wondered where this monk intended to take it. It struggled violently, unwilling to budge, for it had once suffered at the hands of those bald-headed monks and wished never to set foot in their temple again. The great cat fought back, biting and resisting, determined to engage the old monk in battle. The venerable monk, however, was exceedingly valiant, displaying unshakable confidence in dealing with the formidable white tiger, ready to subdue it with force. In a fit of rage, the white tiger longed to roar, "Baldy, what business is it of yours?" Yet, it found itself bleeding from its orifices, unable to escape, as the old monk continued to pummel it while mounted atop its back. Wang Xian was at a loss for words, and Old Chen was equally speechless. This divine monk was surprisingly adaptable, astutely assessing the situation, and boldly returning to contribute further. The female sword immortal cast a disdainful glance at the monk, gracefully gliding over with her elongated, elegant form. Without uttering a word, she swiftly unsheathed her sword and, with a decisive stroke, severed one of the white tiger's hind legs. The monk's body stiffened momentarily, splattered with the tiger's blood, as his physique radiated golden light, the Buddha's aura enveloping him, swiftly evaporating the blood from his robes. The female sword immortal lifted the massive tiger leg and, from a short distance away, began to slice the tiger's skin with her sword, washing it with mysterious energies, before igniting a flame to commence barbecuing. Before long, she began to slice the tiger meat, sampling it in small bites. This was possible. Though blood flowed, it was merely an illusion. There was no actual white tiger flesh, only a manifestation of residual spiritual energy. Old Chen and Qingmu also experienced spiritual trauma rather than physical dismemberment. The crimson-clad female demon's expression turned chillingly cold as she grasped an oiled paper umbrella, suddenly striking it against the grand curtain. The paper umbrella erupted with blinding red light, crashing toward the curtain like a raging tide, causing numerous fissures to appear, nearly tearing it apart. With a swift sweep of her sword, the female sword immortal inflicted yet another gash upon the white tiger's head, diminishing its form once more. The crimson-clad demon, frustrated and powerless, felt her connection to this realm weaken, as an inexplicable force distanced her further away. Wang Xian spoke gravely. The white tiger may very well be one of the links connecting the red-clad woman to this world, allowing her to perceive everything from afar and traverse here. Old Chen nodded earnestly, declaring fiercely, the tiger demon must be eradicated today. Indeed, Wang Xian's demeanor was equally serious. Then, Qingmu observed as Wang and Old Chen exchanged knowing glances, their thoughts aligned perfectly. They rushed to reclaim the black sword and dashed toward the wounded hind leg of the white tiger, which was being subdued by the old monk, and began to carve away the flesh, attempting to partake of it raw. Qingmu was left bewildered. Were they not supposed to vanquish the demon and eliminate the white tiger? Why were they feasting first? Qingmu, come quickly. Do you truly believe this is raw meat? This is the essence of the mysterious factor. Old Chen beckoned his disciple to join him in indulging. Upon realizing the truth, Qingmu wasted no time and dashed over, seizing the injured leg of the white tiger to devour it. Even before it was severed, he exhibited a ferocity surpassing that of Old Chen and Wang Xian. The white tiger roared, shaking the entire inner realm with its anguish and fury, yet it was restrained by the old monk, unable to move, and continued to endure blows. The old monk glanced once more, gritted his teeth, and began to partake in the feast, wrapping his arms around the great tiger demon. This sight left Old Chen, Wang Xian, and Qingmu utterly astonished. However, a faint barrier of light surrounded the old monk, separating him from this realm, preventing him from tasting the tiger's flesh, leaving him to silently continue his assault on the tiger. With a sharp sound, a brilliant flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing the tiger's head. The female sword fairy, her expression icy, gestured for Wang Xian and the others to remain still. What could this mean? Ultimately, it was Wang Xian, Old Chen, and Qingmu who collaborated to conjecture the situation. It seemed the residual spiritual energy of the great white tiger demon concentrated solely in its head, absent from its body. At the very least, after they began their feast, they absorbed only the purest essence of the mysterious factor, devoid of the tiger's spiritual remnants. This revelation brought them great relief. Before long, the injuries sustained by Old Chen and Qingmu remarkably healed, the effect astonishing. The old monk, without a word, dismantled the two tiger legs, sighed, and handed them to Wang Xian and Old Chen. In the distance, the massive head of the white tiger drooped, filled with resentment and sorrow, yearning to roar, lamenting its misfortune in encountering such formidable foes. The white tiger was indeed a potent source of nourishment. However, as the three continued to feast, they eventually found themselves unable to consume more. Wang Xian stood up and hurried to practice the third form of the 5 pages of golden scripture, feeling his body brimming with energy, realizing he had overindulged and must expend some of it. Ultimately, his organs were repeatedly damaged and then restored by the mysterious factors spontaneously emerging within him. Time passed, and to his astonishment, he successfully mastered the technique. Old Chen approached and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Stop daydreaming. It is time for us to leave. While you were immersed in practicing Old Zhang's martial arts, you failed to notice the passage of time, and many years have since elapsed." He then whispered, "We should most likely depart soon." He gestured for Wang Xian to look in another direction, where the sword fairy floated over from the backdrop of the inner realm, casting a glance at Wang Xian before cleaving the white tiger's head in two. At that moment, the inner realm began to tremble violently, on the verge of vanishing. The cold laughter of the woman in red echoed, her murderous intent soaring as the white tiger was slain. She turned and walked deeper into the world separated by the curtain, where crumbling temples, shattered statues of bodhisattvas, and remnants of walls were visible ahead, striding away over the debris without a backward glance. Surprisingly, a small white tiger, measuring about a foot in length, followed closely beside her, turning to face Wang Xian. Old Chen grinned coldly and waved his claws. Wang Xian's expression grew grave as he pondered. Could it be that the great white tiger demon successfully ascended and transformed into an immortal, or perhaps it was not truly dead after being struck by lightning, but instead rescued by the female demon in the midst of tribulation, leaving behind a fragment of its bones as a conduit to the mortal realm? The old monk, his hands pressed together, radiated profound sorrow, ultimately releasing a silent sigh as he surged forth from the inner sanctum. The female sword immortal glided out as well, her sword light flickering before vanishing into the ether. Wang Xian fixed his gaze upon the direction of their departure, remarking, "Old Chen, you may possess a valid point. The flow of time within and outside could indeed be synchronized. When the sword immortal and the old monk exited, their pace remained unaltered, identical to that within the inner sanctum. Yet, when I observed your exit, your speed appeared markedly diminished, suggesting a disparity in strength. We shall delve into these inquiries at a later time. Old Chen stood at the boundary of the inner sanctum, urging him to hasten his exit. Soon, the three returned, each having reaped significant benefits. Upon awakening, Qingmu immediately began to take notes. I once stood alongside the unparalleled sword immortal. I witnessed the sword immortal's battle with a peerless demon immortal from over 2 millennia ago. I dined heartily with a bodhisattva. We vanquished a formidable white tiger demon within the ancient realm of celestial beings. Initially, Wang Xian felt a chuckle rising within him, yet it swiftly transformed into a sense of melancholy. These experiences had transpired within the inner sanctum, a realm that blurred the lines between reality and illusion. Once outside, all was rendered invisible. Those immortals, demons, and Buddhas were remnants of antiquity, long since departed. Their flesh was shattered by thunder, and only the remnants of their spiritual essence remained, manifesting in this present age. Would there ever come a day when he could truly encounter them? To gaze upon the splendid world of ancient celestial beings? Wang Xian could not suppress a sigh. If the old monk had indeed perished, leaving only an obsession to venture into the void, then all that transpired was but a reverberation of his lingering thoughts. If the female sword immortal had been shattered by thunder in ancient times, only her spirit residing in the charred remnants could sporadically appear within the inner sanctum. Their encounters akin to fleeting dreams. Should the red-clad female demon immortal prove to be excessively unique, she might once again materialize in the future, rendering everything rather unsettling. Wang Xian yearned for the old monk's continued existence and hoped for the return of the female sword immortal to the mortal realm. Wishing to avoid the emergence of terrifying entities like the red-clad female demon immortal, he lifted his gaze to the window. The moonlight was resplendent, the stars adorned the sky, with interstellar vessels departing and silvery warships streaking across the horizon. In an instant, he felt invigorated, a surge of determination coursing through him. This was the authentic world, an era illuminated by technological brilliance, where medicine had advanced to extraordinary heights. Resurrecting the dead was not beyond the realm of possibility. Against this grand backdrop, he would explore ancient techniques and continuously strengthen himself. The future held boundless possibilities. Gratitude is extended to Chundong's book fans, Zhetian, Tang Siyu Labwa Tiao, and my dear friends. Thank you for your support. Chapter 75. Little Wang establishes authority. On this special day, chapter reviews are currently hidden. They are expected to be visible by tomorrow at the latest, though I can see them in the back end. Wang Xian found himself increasingly aligned with old Chen's perspective. The temporal flow within the inner sanctum and the external world may indeed be congruent. Perhaps it was merely a matter of transcending the limits of mental thought, existing in a uniquely lucid moment, while the physical body underwent a terrifyingly vigorous metamorphosis, with telomeres and other elements undergoing alterations as well. Upon exiting the inner sanctum, he felt invigorated, devoid of any sense of the weariness typically wrought by the passage of time. On the contrary, his spirit felt increasingly serene and clear. Even if mysterious factors contributed to this vitality, had he truly gained several decades of life, signs of mental aging would inevitably manifest. The estate in the suburbs is expansive, and under the moonlit night, Wang Xian strolled, gazing at the pond overgrown with reeds, reflecting the stars and the moon. As he cast his eyes towards the distant horizon, illuminated by the bright city lights, he increasingly felt the profound reality of the world. He realized he should not be lost in introspective thoughts, but rather seize the opportunities of the present. Whether it be the enchanting yet fearfully formidable scarlet-clad enchantress or the proud sword fairy, untouched by worldly affairs, they both seemed drawn to the realm of the living. Wang Xian sensed their emotions, as did all the celestial beings. He existed in the here and now, with no reason to neglect the present. He aimed to explore the ancient paths of knowledge in this world. Upon returning to his room, he soon slipped into a deep and restorative slumber. Yet many others experienced a restless night. They speculated that old Chen might not survive until dawn, calculating that the time was nearing. At daybreak, people rose early. As if in tacit agreement, all donned in dark attire, predominantly black, with serious expressions etched upon their faces. Many believed that, given old Chen's condition, the time had come to issue a death notice. Only Wang Xian seemed inclined to enjoy a hearty breakfast in the dining hall, fully engaged and with a hearty appetite, while others were distracted, whispering among themselves. Throughout the morning, everyone Wang Xian encountered wore grave expressions, devoid of smiles. He found himself at a loss for words. They had already entered a somber state, preparing for a meeting. During this time, he spotted De Wu, indeed clad in black, which accentuated his fair complexion, and his curvaceous figure appeared strikingly elegant in the solemn attire. Old Wu also arrived, sighing repeatedly. Upon seeing Qing Mu, he approached and silently patted him on the shoulder, thankfully refraining from uttering the words of condolence too soon. Qing Mu wore a blank expression, utterly at a loss for words, yet to outsiders it conveyed a sense of sorrow, his face ashen. Old Wu quietly remarked that he had contacted a high monk from a millennia-old temple outside in city, arranging for transportation to bring him over, expected to arrive shortly and remain on standby outside the estate. He expressed his desire to contribute, even enlisting monks from the Pu Fa temple to return and perform rites for old Chen's transcendence. Upon hearing this, Qing Mu nearly choked on the water he had just drunk, coughing violently, tears almost spilling forth. What could he say? He quickly took another sip of water to compose himself. In the morning, exclamations of alarm erupted from old Chen's hospital room as he experienced convulsions, his pulse weak to the point of absence, causing medical staff to scramble in chaos while discreetly notifying others that the patient was failing. In no time, representatives from various factions hastily arrived. The estate's exterior was filled with vehicles, and the helipad was crowded with small spacecraft, where numerous prominent figures gathered. A high-ranking official from the relevant department personally arrived, along with several distinguished elderly gentlemen, all rushing into old Chen's room. Meanwhile, others, clad in black, stood densely in the courtyard and outside, from men to women, young to old, all bearing expressions of sorrow, as someone recorded the scene, intending to release news coverage. Wang Xian inwardly lamented that old Chen was too cruel. This was nothing short of blatant retribution. Since learning that a group of individuals had arrived early to convene a meeting in his honor, the old colleague had resolved to exact his revenge upon society. Every acquaintance, one by one, had been meticulously noted in his little book. Indeed, he kept a coterie of prominent figures and various representatives waiting for an entire morning, while he himself slumbered soundly. Some elderly gentlemen of considerable stature and age, having endured the long wait, found themselves suffering from severe back pain and were ultimately assisted out of the ward. Meanwhile, those lingering outside grew weary, their legs aching from standing, peering anxiously inside. Had not the doctor indicated earlier that the patient was in dire straits? Why, after a whole morning, was there still no news? By noon, the crowd departed with stoic expressions, orderly yet dejected. As the clock struck 9 that evening, after a day of slumber, the old man could no longer find rest. He began to kick his legs restlessly, and at one point, ceased to breathe for 5 minutes. Resuscitated, he returned to a state of fragile existence. His breath shallow and intermittent, his complexion resembling that of wax paper, appearing almost lifeless. The medical staff promptly notified all concerned parties, believing this time there would be no recovery, urging those who wished to bid farewell to arrive swiftly. A throng of individuals soon gathered, only to depart with blank faces by 1 o'clock in the morning. The following day, before dawn, the medical personnel observed the old man kicking his legs once more, yet hesitated to send out another message. After a futile attempt at resuscitation, they waited for half an hour until they could confirm his lack of breath before hastily notifying others. Strangely, they felt a sense of relief, exhaling deeply. In the past, they had been eager to revive patients, but the pressure had been overwhelming this time, and they silently wished for the old man to depart peacefully. Those who had endured a sleepless night arrived in haste early that morning. By 9 o'clock, several small vessels departed the estate, carrying away distinguished elderly gentlemen who could no longer withstand the relentless turmoil of day and night. They had not slept a wink, returning at the break of dawn, only to find that the old man had once again clung to life. Who could endure such a spectacle? Qingmu, should there be any news, please inform me. The old man is returning to recuperate. One elder was assisted aboard a vessel. Despite the old man's continued vitality, he had thoroughly exhausted the spirits of the high-ranking gentlemen, leaving them on the verge of illness themselves, rendering all parties speechless. Many silently packed their belongings, embarking on their return journey, unable to endure the presence of such a resilient individual. The old man possessed an indomitable spirit, deeply attached to this world, fiercely battling against death day and night, having defied the odds on multiple occasions. Some individuals expressed their admiration, completely humbled, while many others, wishing to withdraw their floral tributes, remained. During this time, various occurrences transpired. Within the realm of ancient arts, practitioners engaged in discussions and validations, drawing an audience. Numerous onlookers marveled and reflected. Recognizing the old man as a grandmaster of ancient arts, practitioners exchanged experiences within the estate, validating their learnings, serving as a unique farewell to the old man. Some sought to stir the pot. Upon receiving word, the old man, keenly perceptive, made swift judgments. However, he remained unconcerned, having surpassed the status of grandmaster. He now possessed sufficient confidence, unafraid even as the strongest figure in the realm of new arts stealthily made his way to the estate, and he eagerly anticipated the encounter. He intends to lie low for several months, seeking to accomplish significant undertakings and observe whether anyone emerges to stir up trouble. More importantly, he wishes to discern who among them is reliable and who is a treacherous wolf. However, his greatest anticipation lies with the foremost figure in the realm of new techniques, uncertain if they will return to the old world. Should this individual appear with malevolent intent, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Yet, he did not expect to see signs of disruption arise so swiftly. If anything arises, Xiao Wang, you shall handle it. Your current strength is quite formidable, old Chen remarked. Acknowledging that old Wang, having mastered the third form of the 5-page golden manuscript, possesses a considerable offensive capability. At this juncture, Wang Xian prefers to remain inconspicuous and is reluctant to engage in conflict, especially since such tasks are often grim and laborious, and a single misstep could incite turmoil. After all, representatives from various factions have lingered, not all have departed, as many steadfastly believe old Chen is nearing his end, awaiting the moment to bid him farewell. For instance, Comrade Lao Wu has reserved a wreath days in advance and summoned a multitude of monks, all of which have proven futile. Much to the disdain of De Wu, old Chen spoke languidly. Aren't you set to venture into deep space? Perhaps you could expend your remaining energy there. Moreover, do you not feel that bearing the name Wang Xiao and your current achievements are rather ostentatious? It may be wise to temporarily freeze this identity. Before the curtain falls, you need not concern yourself. Shine freely, wield your abilities as you see fit, and test your strength to its fullest. Even if, in the near future, your true identity is uncovered, I believe you will no longer be concerned with such accomplishments. With your pace of cultivation, you ought to ascend to a higher realm. And do not forget, I am here as well. It is only fitting that I protect the Guardian. I believe that once my identity is revealed, or when we meet again after some time, I will become your true protector, he added with a chuckle. Oh, how confident you are, old Wang. Old Chen cast a sidelong glance at him, contemplating whether it might be prudent to offer some early guidance, lest the opportunity slip away. Wang Xian pondered the prospect of deep space while considering the potential ramifications of his identity being exposed. He surmised that De Wu would be the first to react vehemently. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the individual's intent on restraining him in the old world, pondering whether they might resort to more drastic measures. Additionally, he wondered about the true culprit intent on his demise and whether their efforts would intensify. Thus, after careful consideration, Wang Xian politely declined old Chen's offer, believing it best to maintain a low profile. I will address all your concerns this time, old Chen spoke with a calm demeanor, gaining confidence after surpassing the Grandmaster level. Soon, I will engage in private discussions with relevant authorities. Your issues are trivial in comparison. Upon mentioning this, old Chen smiled and continued, you are curious about the various realms of ancient techniques, are you not? After this matter is resolved, I shall enlighten you. I am nearing the ability to convey dreams to others. Wang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Old Chen, we have just vanquished a formidable white tiger demon. And now you wish to conjure chaos yourself? Old Chen replied, what are you thinking? This is merely a minor technique from the ancient arts that I have been contemplating, hoping to master it. Shortly thereafter, Aoki entered, his face ashen and his chest heaving violently. Old Chen rose immediately, pressing gently on his chest, causing Aoki to expel a mouthful of fresh blood. What has happened? Old Chen inquired in a grave tone. Wang Xian approached as well, examining Aoki's injuries. It was surprising that someone of old Aoki's considerable strength had sustained such a severe blow. The seasoned black tiger, who had often accompanied me on exploration missions, had been injured during a sparring session with others. When I arrived to gather him, I was ensnared in a trap. Aoki, being experienced, intended to withdraw without further ado. Yet arrangements had already been made. In front of everyone, he had exchanged a few seemingly harmless blows, appearing as a simple sparring match. However, upon returning, he sensed something was amiss. He had encountered a formidable opponent, whose practiced techniques were insidious and potent. Those seemingly innocuous exchanges had left him feeling profoundly unwell. Old Chen spoke coldly. The Tongyu palm, once mastered, manifests a corrosive secret power. While the exterior may show no signs, the body darkens internally. If left untreated, it can lead to grave consequences, causing the internal organs to decay. As he concluded, his voice turned icy. It seems they could not wait. I am still alive. Yet they dare to target my disciple. Given Aoki's status, he would undoubtedly receive treatment and would not perish in the short term. However, this was a chronic affliction, and his physical condition would ultimately be concerning. The audacity of it all. If I were to die, it would be one thing. But I remain alive and have even broken through. Old Chen's fury was palpable. He recognized that the attack on Aoki was merely a pretext, and there were surely more schemes afoot. Wang Xian remarked, the attack on old Aoki suggests various possibilities, making it difficult to ascertain the motive. The situation is complex. It could stem from a struggle for interests or a personal vendetta. Perhaps an old rival is taking advantage of the absence of support for this lineage. Alternatively, it could be internal strife within the exploration organization, with someone vying for power. Moreover, this could serve as a test to gauge reactions from all parties involved. Shaking his head, Wang Xian continued, it is indeed challenging to speculate, as the potential motives are numerous. It may even involve a leading figure from the realm of new techniques, suspecting that old Chen is unharmed, and thus orchestrating an attack on old Aoki to see if he will react. Old Chen's countenance darkened. He could certainly fathom these possibilities. The more he contemplated, the more the air thickened with his murderous intent. Should he fail to survive this time, it would imply that someone, for their own purposes, had casually aimed to incapacitate Aoki, even to the point of causing his internal organs to rot. Xiaowang, I cannot venture out at this moment and require time to recuperate. You must take action. Do not hold back, regardless of who it may be. You have my full support to unleash your wrath. Should anything arise, I shall ensure your safety. Even if the heavens themselves were to shatter, it would be of no concern. Old Chen's words, chilling and resolute, reflected the depth of his fury. Wang Xian sighed. Given old Aoki's condition and your current state, it seems I must be the one to take action. Acknowledging old Chen's awareness of Aoki's plight, he would not allow him to remain in danger. After performing some therapeutic manipulations and delivering a few decisive strikes, the issue was nearly resolved. It was indisputable that someone of great power was involved. Old Chen was quite assertive, stating, I am unable to step outside for the time being. Yet there are indeed individuals who need to establish their prowess in the realm of ancient arts, demonstrating to the outside world that geniuses and strong practitioners abound on this path, and no one can hinder that. Xiaowang, you may assert your dominance today. Wang Xian, accompanied by Qing Mu, made his way to the large reed pond behind the estate, where a vast grassy area was filled with spectators observing practitioners of ancient arts engage in friendly sparring. Ah, Brother Mu, you've come again. Do you wish to spar with me officially? A middle-aged man inquired with a smile. Previously, the two had merely exchanged a few casual strikes, and neither had detected anything unusual. I think I will pass. My physical condition is not optimal. You may spar with Xiaowang, Qing Mu replied calmly. Upon Wang Xian's arrival, he garnered considerable attention, with many eyes turning towards him. A flicker of realization struck him. He had pondered various possibilities not long ago, yet had overlooked himself. He began to suspect whether his opponent had intended to draw him out all along, since he was present. And given that his identity as Wang Xiao was temporarily on hold, he had little to lose and approached, exchanging a few polite words before engaging in combat. Passage of the Spirits. During their exchange, Wang Xian directly identified the secret technique employed by the man, astonishing many onlookers. This was a body technique steeped in legend, noted for its cruelty and cunning, and the gazes directed at the middle-aged man shifted significantly. After a series of 6 or 7 exchanges, Wang Xian nodded discreetly to himself. This opponent was indeed formidable. The secret power unleashed by the passage of the spirits was quite remarkable, truly exceptional. Xiao Wang has made his move. Let us go take a look. De Wu, standing by the reed pond alongside Lao Wu, was keen to observe the sparring. Knowing that the Wu family sought assistance from those skilled in ancient arts and would not miss such an opportunity. After a few exchanges with the middle-aged man, Wang Xian did not hesitate any longer. He aimed to show no mercy, executing a swift kick that sent the man flying several meters, breaking multiple ribs in the process. In the distance, Zhong Qing, with a serene countenance and striking beauty, was taken aback by the sheer force of that kick. She turned to an elder beside her, seemingly seeking confirmation through her gaze. The body technique of the snake crane 8 dispersions, the dragon snake tail sweep. He has only just acquired the secret manual. Yet he has mastered it so quickly? His talent is truly terrifying, surpassing even that of old Chen in his prime. The elder murmured. He recognized the kick's power as sufficient to shatter several tons of rock, and the young man had controlled his strength with remarkable precision. The secret power penetrated flesh, bone, and vital organs, exhibiting a deadly force that was both awe-inspiring and masterfully executed. Has he truly mastered a technique so swiftly? After receiving confirmation, Xiao Zhong was stunned and gracefully approached. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes, sensing a presence drawing near with hostility. Today, he would likely unleash his full potential. Chapter 76, a heart filled with passion as his mindset shifted, resolving to unleash his full strength. Wang Xian felt entirely different. His gaze sharpened. How could one practice ancient arts without passion? In this era of technological brilliance, he had always maintained a low profile solely for self-preservation. Yet, he had faced numerous assassination attempts, nearly losing his life. Despite these threats, he had restrained himself, initially refraining from delivering lethal blows to those who sought to take his life, leaving such matters to Qing Mu. Today, he once again sensed an overwhelming hostility. As if he were on the verge of entering a mental realm, his perception acutely heightened, detecting an intent to end his life. At this moment, he resolved not to endure any longer. Since old Chen had promised to take responsibility should anything occur, Wang Xian decided to fight back with all his might. "Friend, your actions are utterly excessive," he exclaimed as he forcefully propelled an assailant several meters away, causing a slight depression in their chest. "How could you be so ruthless?" Others approached, voicing their discontent for the injured party. Not just one, but 4 or 5 individuals surged forward, their emotions running high, encircling Wang Xian and even resorting to shoving. Wang Xian's countenance turned frigid. "Do not move closer. Keep your distance from me. Is it not permissible to speak out against public violence?" One man in his 30s remarked, raising his hand to push again. "Why do I harm others? What that individual did is akin to your current actions." Wang Xian's eyes bore an intimidating glare, as if beams of light materialized from his gaze. And he coldly declared, "To practice the art of the Tongyu palm, feigning proximity and then shoving, lightly clapping your hands. This is your so-called righteousness." With a resounding thud, Wang Xian did not hold back. He swiftly extended his right leg, sending another assailant, who had attempted to shove him with the Tongyu palm, soaring through the air. Undoubtedly, this individual sustained far greater injuries, as his chest visibly caved in, the indentation resembling a footprint. The sound of bones fracturing sent shivers down one's spine. Most alarmingly, his internal organs were also torn, his condition dire and chaotic, with a hidden force continuing to spread toward his lower abdomen. Wang Xian had managed to control his strength. Otherwise, with his current prowess, he could have easily shattered a boulder weighing several tons, let alone a mere human. However, he wished to avoid a scene drenched in blood and scattered with flesh and bones. Such a sight was one he preferred not to witness. Yet, this person was now incapacitated, unable to practice the old techniques again. Wang Xian believed he had always abided by the law. What had just transpired was merely an act of self-defense. If others were to learn of Xiao Wang's internal struggle, his reluctance to kill, his concern that Qingmu had not paid his taxes, and his intent to act in self-defense, surely they would all exclaim, "What a law-abiding young man." The others, upon witnessing Wang Xian's decisive action, without a moment's hesitation, broke the assailant's sternum, demonstrating no reluctance. They were a ruthless bunch. With a whoosh, the air crackled as several individuals, all practitioners of the Tongyu palm, attacked from all directions, targeting Wang Xian's occiput, heart, and temples with vicious and swift strikes. Wang Xian remained composed, raising his hands to block. He harbored no fear of the so-called Tongyu palm. After mastering the golden body technique, even bullets found it difficult to pierce him, let alone these individuals, who were hardly formidable foes. Having restrained himself for long enough, Wang Xian felt a surge of fervor, his gaze growing increasingly sharp, akin to a piercing sword. Without mercy, he repeatedly blocked their strikes, swiftly breaking their arms. Subsequently, with a series of resounding thuds, he sent the 4 attackers flying once more, each landing 6 or 7 meters away, their chests caved in, all coughing up blood, unable to rise. The speed was indeed astounding. After a brief encounter, these individuals were sent flying. Despite the terrifying efficacy of the concealed palm, it was utterly ineffective against one who had mastered the 6th level of the golden body technique. And Wang Xian remained unafraid. The atmosphere grew silent, with all eyes astonished, fixed on Wang Xian's feat, undoubtedly the one who had dispatched a grandmaster on the Pamir Plateau. From the past to the present, in the minds of the onlookers, it was indeed his feat that held the greatest power. The few who lay prostrate on the ground were consumed by shame and agony, feeling as though their internal organs were being torn apart. Now on the verge of complete ruin, Wang Xian's gaze gradually returned to normal, and he remarked, "Had you not targeted Qin Shu and employed such despicable tactics, taking advantage of his ignorance of the concealed palm to strike him covertly, I would not have troubled you. We acted solely in self-defense." The individuals on the ground struggled to rise, their eyes ablaze with fury, yet they recognized the gravity of their predicament. They might be rendered incapable of utilizing their former techniques. Wang Xian cautioned, "I advise you to remain on the ground and not move. Your injuries are severe. Do not harbor thoughts of revenge. When you look at me, it is best to maintain a calm demeanor. Anger will exacerbate your injuries, and you must cultivate a tranquil state of mind. Otherwise, your internal organs will suffer further damage." He emphasized that he had shown restraint. Some were rendered speechless. His methods were indeed extraordinary, compelling those on the ground to witness his composure, a true test of one's character. Wang Xian spoke no falsehood. With their internal organs ruptured, they could not afford to ignite their fury, lest their very lives be jeopardized. Dawu nodded, stating, given Xiao Wang's prowess, it would be easy for him to eliminate a few, yet he has shown restraint, revealing a fundamentally good nature and a commendable sense of integrity. Old Wu felt a throbbing headache from this logic. He had nearly beaten them to death. Yet he expected his adversaries to maintain their composure. Was this truly a display of generosity? Nevertheless, he found it somewhat appealing, for he had always dealt with enemies in a similar manner. Either they lay down obediently, or they faced death. Although Old Wu refrained from striking out himself, he never showed leniency towards foes. If these individuals were indeed so despicable, they deserved their fate. A middle-aged man, around 40, stepped forward with steady strides and a calm demeanor. Wang Xian regarded him with surprise and said, in a direct confrontation, these individuals would never be a match for Qin Shu. Resorting to underhanded tactics is contemptible. The middle-aged man replied, while that may be true, young brother, your strikes were rather severe. These individuals may not die, but they will be left maimed, possibly requiring artificial hearts and lungs, casting a shadow over their remaining years. Even if punishment is warranted, this seems excessive. Indeed. Others murmured in agreement, nodding their heads. Wang Xian cast a cold glance at them, surveying the crowd. I notice you and some nearby individuals are unfamiliar to me. Who are you? Most familiar faces practicing old techniques here have fought alongside Grandmaster Chen in the Congling, engaging against those of the new techniques faction. During the battle on the Pamir Plateau, I did not see you, yet you now come here to dispense judgment. Your people first harmed Qin Shu, and now you criticize my heavy-handedness. Why do you not mention your own culpability? After Master Chen illuminated a brilliant path for the ancient arts. When his own life hung by a thread, you sought to harm his disciples. What immense hatred could drive one to commit such a vile act? How malicious your intentions are? Although lacking concrete evidence, Wang Xian discerned the conspiratorial glances exchanged among them, confirming their collusion. Thus, he was unyielding and branded them with accusations. The middle-aged man appeared momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young man would be so formidable. Without further ado, he ordered them to be detained, laying bare their intentions of treachery. Many present exchanged wary glances. Indeed, they had never encountered this group before, yet they had infiltrated the ranks of the ancient arts, clearly intending to stir trouble. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed, stating, there are many practitioners of the ancient arts, comprising all manner of individuals. Upon hearing of Master Chen's glorious achievements in the Congling region, we were greatly inspired. rallying friends and allies to come forth and contribute our efforts. Hence, we arrived here. However, many among us are unfamiliar with one another. You cannot simply equate us with those practicing the Tongyu Palm and assume we all harbor malicious intent. What sort of efforts do you intend to make? Wang Xin inquired. To engage in friendly exchanges, to forge friendships, and to unite practitioners of the ancient arts, thereby forming a formidable force that will shine brightly. The middle-aged man replied calmly. Wang Xin retorted coldly, you see Master Chen's life in peril, and thus you come to undermine him? Not only do you wish to eliminate his disciples, but you also aim to incorporate all practitioners of the ancient arts here into your organization, allied with the forces behind you. Such ambitions are quite far-reaching. Are they not overly naive? The middle-aged man's expression shifted subtly, realizing the young man's keen perception. Indeed, they harbored ulterior motives. Yet it was not feasible to act upon them immediately, lest they be exposed. He responded icily, you are overthinking this. We have come for friendly exchanges. Wang Xin surveyed the unfamiliar faces before him, radiating an aura as sharp as a drawn sword, exuding overwhelming dominance. Then let us cease the idle chatter. You and you, all of you, step forward. I shall spar with each of you. He advanced, confronting the group alone. He was acutely aware that this tempest was merely beginning. Some individuals wielded significant power, inciting a gathering of practitioners of the ancient arts to conspire against him. The tactics at play would surely extend beyond this. Simultaneously, he inwardly lamented, realizing he had fallen into Master Chen's trap. The old rascal was likely anticipating the impending storm, having orchestrated his early involvement. Young man, your arrogance knows no bounds. Do not hastily cast aspersions upon us, the middle-aged man declared, refusing to acknowledge the allegations. He continued coldly. Do you truly believe that having felled a dying grandmaster, you have gained unparalleled renown and unmatched strength? To dare provoke us, a group of seniors willing to emerge and lend our strength to the ancient arts, is utterly excessive. Wang Xin regarded them with disdain, asserting, at the very least, I have fought in the Congling region, daring to engage in a decisive battle against the new arts camp. My heart is ablaze with passion, and I am willing to risk my life and shed blood for the ancient arts. Where were you all at that time, hiding in the shadows? Now, driven by self-interest, you emerge to create turmoil. Do you not feel the shame of your actions? Continuing, he coldly declared, enough of this nonsense. You know what you are, merely a broken blade in someone else's hand, hardly a sharp weapon. Today I stand here, and whether you come one by one or as a group, all of you shall approach. I will face you alone. His arrogance was excessive. The crowd erupted in fury, as if struck in their very core. Wang Xin paid them no mind, instead gazing into the distance, proclaiming, those who practice new techniques, the instigators behind them, and anyone else who feels indignant, come forth, for I shall accept all challengers. The atmosphere crackled with tension. Today Wang was utterly transformed, a harbinger of carnage. He was ready to strike, seeking support for the upcoming month. Chapter 77. Alone against all factions. The grassy expanse was vast, adjacent to a reed pond. Now surrounded by an eager crowd, those who had fallen were carried away for medical attention, leaving behind patches of blood, a harbinger of the impending bloodshed. Wang Xin stepped forward, undaunted in the face of the throng. His gaze was almost tangible, piercing enough to evoke discomfort. This was a manifestation of his vigorous mental prowess, which rendered many unable to meet his eyes, as their spirits bore the weight of immense pressure. Silence enveloped the scene. No one dared to speak. His steps, though initially measured, grew heavy, resonating with a rhythmic cadence that reverberated through the lawn, an extraordinary tempo that made the grass quiver. Dragons and serpents intertwined. An elder beside Zhongqing whispered inaudibly, recognizing that Wang Xin was gathering momentum. If he did not erupt, it would be one thing, but once he did, the force would be thunderous, akin to dragons and serpents rising to strike the heavens. Zhongqing, tall and graceful, her unadorned beauty radiating purity, was filled with astonishment, quietly inquiring why that man could master two forms of freehand techniques in such a brief span. Such prodigies existed in ancient times, but were rarely heard of in modernity. Even old Chen could not achieve this. The elder, serious and speaking in a subdued tone, affirmed his understanding of the complexities involved in mastering the snake crane 8 free hands. Aware of the challenges of harnessing energy and achieving resonance within the 5 organs, it was said that at an advanced level, Zhang Daoling's disciples could shatter mountains. Indeed, a remarkable talent in antiquated arts. I would welcome him into my exploration team, valuing results over processes. After Zhongqing spoke, she fell silent. A multitude felt the weight of Wang Xian's presence, an oppressive force compelling them. As they witnessed the grass beneath his feet fissure with deep cracks, some quaked with trepidation. Yet, he was just a brash young man, daring to be so arrogant. There was nothing to fear, since he claimed he could spar with all of us alone. It was time to teach him a lesson. An individual stepped forward, raising his voice, asserting that if they did not act, they would gradually lose their fighting spirit. It was shameful to be subdued by someone so young. Boom. The first to strike was a practitioner of the iron sand palm, a middle-aged man in his mid-40s. His mastery of the technique had reached extraordinary heights. His hands were as dark as ink, thick as hammers, and rugged with a unique callus. His palms crackled like black lightning, nearly breaking the sound barrier, causing the air to tremble violently, winds to surge, and nearby reeds to snap, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This individual is undoubtedly a master of exceptional skill. Such mastery of ancient techniques is a rarity in this era. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, Wang Xian's palm struck forth, and the heavy, ink-black iron sand palm was unexpectedly intercepted, producing a sound akin to bones cracking. With a second strike, Wang Xian's palm sent the adversary's chest collapsing inward, propelling him 10 meters away into the reeds. This outcome left many spectators trembling with astonishment, yet having engaged in combat, retreat was no longer an option. A throng surged forward, among them some true experts whose palms shimmered with a soft radiance. As they sliced through the air, a low rumble of thunder echoed from within them, indicating their profound mastery of martial arts. One adept wielded the Bodhi palm with formidable prowess, its power imbued with a faint glow reminiscent of Buddhist light. Meanwhile, another combatant executed a unique form of physical technique, his chest heaving as he expelled a beam of white light akin to a flying sword aimed directly at Wang Xian. The air crackled with explosive energy, resembling a cataclysmic detonation. He had amassed this secret power within his lungs, releasing it like a true sword's light, capable of cleaving through iron and stone with ease. Historically, those who practiced this ancient martial art could unleash such radiant energy into the night sky, creating a dazzling spectacle comparable to a celestial river. The onlookers were in awe. This group of fighters was indeed formidable, with certain masters evoking a sense of reverence. However, Wang Xian remained undaunted in the face of their diverse techniques. He unleashed the dragon snake dual strike from the snake crane 8 dispersions, his palm colliding with the Bodhi fist, resulting in a sickening crack as the opponent's hand shattered, contorting grotesquely. Blood and flesh erupted, illustrating the sheer ferocity of Wang Xian's assault. At that moment, he deftly evaded the white light, not from fear of confrontation, but due to a distaste for the taint of his opponent's expulsion. The dragon snake dual strike is a continuous killing technique. As Wang Xian executed his maneuver, he soared into the air, sending 4 masters crashing to the ground in succession. Some suffered grievous injuries, with shoulders exploding and arms nearly severed, while others had their chests pierced, their bones shattered and collapsing inward, rendering them unconscious in agony. Clearly, Wang Xian exhibited restraint. Despite his fervent desire for battle, he refrained from turning the arena into a scene of carnage. Had he unleashed the full extent of his abilities, his adversaries would have been obliterated, unable to withstand the thunderous force of his dragon snake dual strike. Suspended in midair, he did not descend, using the momentum to pivot and strike at others. With his feet resembling a dragon in flight, he ascended, intent on soaring through the heavens, propelled by fierce winds. From that moment onward, he remained airborne, executing ruthless strikes that sent several opponents reeling, as if he were a hawk soaring above, delivering devastating blows that shattered shoulders and concave chests. In an instant, more than a dozen individuals were severely injured, each propelled over 10 meters away. Some were incapacitated, while others required urgent medical attention to preserve their lives. With a swift whoosh, the group scattered as if confronted by a humanoid dragon, descending upon them with lethal intent, a terrifying spectacle indeed. He had indeed mastered the fusion of dragon and serpent techniques, channeling immense power as he surged forth, a force of nature that these individuals could not hope to withstand, surpassing even my own capabilities. The elder beside Zhongqing was taken aback, ultimately sighing in admiration. Upon landing, Wang Xian leapt nearly 10 meters, swiftly closing in on the fleeing crowd, employing the formidable technique of the diamond fist. Were he to unleash the third form of the snake crane 8 scatterhands, it would surely astonish those truly versed in the art. The preliminary mastery of these two techniques, albeit rudimentary, was at least documented in ancient texts. Boom, boom. The diamond fist, a martial art of considerable might, saw his fist shimmer with a faint luster. Each strike resonated like the thunderous beating of a great drum, the sound heavy and oppressive, rendering these individuals utterly defenseless. Wang Xian single-handedly pursued this group across the grassy expanse, either launching his fists to send foes tumbling or leaping with his feet to confront them mid-air, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. These adversaries were no match. Their resolve shattered. Most lay bloodied and broken on the ground, while others crumpled in despair, too frightened to retaliate. With their feeble amalgamation of strength, they dared to wield themselves as weapons. They were laughably inadequate. Wang Xian descended to the earth, faint traces of blood staining his garments, remnants of the battle that had left him inadvertently sullied by their lifeblood. Who else dares to approach? Those who practice new techniques, the instigators of this turmoil. Whether alone or in a group, I shall accept all challengers, Wang Xian proclaimed, standing resolutely in the arena, gazing beyond the throng, sensing the hostile gazes lingering upon him. Hesitant yet intent to engage. Unfazed, he was prepared to unleash his full might, knowing that if old Chen sought to exploit Wang Jiaozu, he must brace himself for the ensuing confrontation. Indeed, shortly thereafter, 4 individuals approached. Among them was a blond man in his 30s, who, with a flick of his wrist, conjured a golden spear, astonishing all present. The manifestation of supernatural material, this individual possesses remarkable control over objects. Someone whispered, clearly awestruck. The spear, a hazy golden hue, was not a tangible object, but rather a transient aggregation of supernatural essence. Without uttering a word, the blond man hurled the spear from a considerable distance. A beam of golden light hurtled toward Wang Xian, who deftly evaded it just as the spear struck the ground, erupting in a thunderous blast that left a sizable crater in its wake. Wang Xian vanished from his position, charging towards the 4 with astonishing speed. During his advance, 2 more golden spears were launched at him. He dodged one effortlessly while shattering the other with a single punch. The crowd erupted in excitement, realizing that this young Wang was not only formidable on his feet, but also possessed fists of extraordinary power, resembling a human wrecking machine, few daring to challenge him head-on. In a heartbeat, Wang Xian engaged in fierce combat against these 4 formidable masters. Several individuals possessed extraordinary abilities. Some exuded a robust mental force to disrupt Wang Xian, while others manifested silver chains from their arms, enveloping him like a web in an instant. However, before they could savor their triumph, Wang Xian forcefully struggled, shattering the chains that were still composed of supermaterial. As he charged towards the 4 individuals, the outcome had already been predetermined. With a series of resounding impacts, the 4 formidable masters from the realm of new techniques were all pierced through, landing several meters away. Wang Xian single-handedly swept them aside, concluding the battle in the briefest of moments. Is there anyone else? His killing intent surged as he prepared to engage in a fierce battle in deep space. Indifferent to the chaos he might leave behind, confident that any ensuing troubles could be resolved with old Chen. In that instant, silence enveloped the area. No one dared to speak. All were rendered speechless. Moments later, a figure approached, clad in gleaming silver armor that radiated a faint luminosity, unmistakably extraordinary. It was a man, his face obscured by a helmet, leaving only his clear eyes visible. He spoke, "I have come for genuine sparring, with no ulterior motives." He refrained from launching an immediate attack, adding, "This is supermaterial armor, crafted from rare substances that surpass mech technology, capable of bearing extraordinary power. Exercise caution." With that, he lunged forward, his speed astonishing as the silver armor harnessed supermaterial, allowing him to exhibit remarkable strength and velocity, unless depleted. He closed the distance to Wang Xian, delivering a punch while simultaneously kicking, the combination reminiscent of the dragon and snake, evidently a practitioner of the snake crane 8 scatterhands. Wang Xian evaded, swift as lightning, executing a kick that struck the man's waist, unleashing a brilliant silver radiance and a powerful wave of air. The supermaterial armor, resilient against Wang Xian's assault, remained unscathed, continuing to shine with a pure white glow. The man reacted swiftly, employing ancient techniques, his brow aglow with a mental shockwave, enhanced significantly by his specialized armor, amplifying his mental prowess. This individual, adept in both ancient and new techniques, and adorned in unique armor, possessed a comprehensive strength that far exceeded that of the earlier assailants. The clash resonated with a series of thunderous sounds as Wang Xian confronted the supermaterial armor with bare hands, astonishing many onlookers, particularly Zhong Qing, whose pupils constricted. She recognized this armor as part of her family's research endeavors. Moreover, she identified the individual within the armor as her younger brother, who had been nurtured with considerable family resources, inexplicably drawn to engage Wang Xian in combat. In the final moments, Wang Xian relentlessly targeted the same spot on the extraordinary armor with successive kicks, ultimately dimming the chest's radiance and causing a cracking sound. Zhong Qing felt her heart race, terrified that her brother might suffer a grievous injury from Wang Xian's renowned strike. In truth, Wang Xian showed little mercy. After multiple hits to the same area, his final kick resonated with a thunderous impact, shattering the extraordinary armor and sending a young man tumbling out. He was about to deliver another kick when an elderly man leaped forward, blocking his path and engaging him in a fierce confrontation. This startled Wang Xian, for the opponent had mastered the complete techniques of the snake crane 8 scatter hands, marking him as a true master of the craft. In their intense clash, the old man remarkably withstood the force until Wang Xian finally delivered a kick that grazed his shoulder, causing him to stagger backward. The elder nearly lost his balance, his face betraying astonishment. Could he truly not withstand this young man? In his view, this individual was decidedly superior to the youthful Chen Yongjia. Wang Xian sprang forward toward the young man, but, at the last moment, chose to show restraint, refraining from striking and instead casually waving his hand. After all, how could one engage without suffering some injury? This was Wang Xian's way of showing consideration for comrade Lao Chen. Since the individuals here had entered the fray, he felt obliged to impart a lesson, leaving the aftermath for Lao Chen to handle. Suddenly, a figure rushed in with determination, intercepting Wang Xian and employing a blend of old martial techniques and new methods to create a barrier of light. As Wang Xian's palm descended, it shattered the barrier, and he recognized her as Xiao Zhongqing. He genuinely feared that a single strike might cause her harm. If he were to inadvertently injure her, Lao Chen would undoubtedly be furious, considering she belonged to a prominent family. Wang Xian judiciously pulled back, yet did not completely withdraw, preparing to deliver a light strike to Xiao Zhong, ensuring it was neither too forceful nor too gentle. She should emerge unscathed, leaving the impression that he had exerted himself to restrain his strength. This was partly because Xiao Zhong had previously expressed interest in him, and he deemed it fitting to administer a minor reprimand, while simultaneously unsettling Lao Chen, reminding him that Wang Jiaozu was not to be trifled with. Thus, as Wang Xian descended with his palm, he aimed to retract it, but it inevitably directed itself toward the exquisitely beautiful face of Xiao Zhong. Her complexion turned pale at that moment. If his strike connected, given his strength, it could very well disfigure her, perhaps even obliterate half her visage. She was utterly terrified and let out a scream. It must be said that the elder who had mastered the snake crane 8 scatter hands was indeed formidable. At a critical moment, he intervened, grasping Xiao Zhong by the collar and forcibly pulling her backward. Yet, he too was visibly shaken, his face blanching as he awkwardly lifted her too high. Wang Xian's hand brushed against Xiao Zhong's face before landing with a thud, delivering a light slap to her chest, a genuine accident, stemming from the elder's abrupt interference. Xiao Zhong screamed, primarily out of fright. She was acutely aware of Wang Xian's capabilities, as he was known to pierce through chests or explode them with ease. As a young woman, the thought of such a fate was unbearable. The weight of the diamond fist was daunting. If it landed, she would surely be destroyed. From a distance, Dawu called out, her voice tinged with excitement, clearly elated by the unfolding events. This was a lengthy chapter, and I seek your support for more votes next month. Thank you. Chapter 78, The Treasure Boy. Although Dawu lowered her voice, the absence of other voices rendered the atmosphere remarkably quiet, ensuring her words reached the ears of many. Exploded? Upon hearing the news, Zhong Qing felt a rush of darkness before her eyes, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. She was utterly disheartened, her spirit adrift, and her complexion ashen. Wang Xian promptly cast his coat over her shoulders. Fortunately, they were near a reed pond, devoid of onlookers, and Zhong Qing, with her back turned to the spectators, was spared from any potential embarrassment. The rivalry between Dou Wu and Zhongqing had always been fierce, with their encounters almost escalating into physical confrontations. Dou Wu, having suffered numerous setbacks in their clandestine skirmishes, approached Zhongqing to express sympathy. As she passed by, she cast a glance at Wang Xian, her admiration unmistakable, her eyes dancing with approval, as if they were capable of speech. "Well done, young Wang." Zhongqing's eyes were vacant, her heart racked with unbearable pain. Overwhelmed by despair, the sight of Dou Wu's approach only fueled her indignation. "No worries, it can't possibly get worse," Dou Wu consoled, her words laced with sarcasm. She swiftly lifted the coat to inspect it, only to be met with disappointment. It appeared that Wang Xian had shown restraint, merely damaging a portion of the fabric without truly incapacitating the troublesome Zhongqing. With a sigh, she remarked, "This already impoverished place has become even more desolate." Zhongqing, upon hearing this, felt as though she might lose her mind. Her eyes blazed with fury, and she yearned to kick Dou Wu into the reed pond. In their usual rivalry, she had always maintained the upper hand, but today, she was tormented to the point of tears. Dou Wu's presence was a painful reminder, prompting Zhongqing to regain some composure as she lowered her gaze to the grim reality before her, only to be confronted with the blood-stained coat that Wang Xian had thrown over her. How could she bear such a sight? She rolled her eyes and began to slump backward, still somewhat disoriented, failing to realize that it was someone else's coat. The elderly man who had supported Zhongqing to prevent her from collapsing shot a glare at Dou Wu, the so-called black confidant who had come to stab her in the back. He let out a cold snort, pressed on Zhongqing's acupoint, and surveyed the surroundings, warning everyone to remain silent while preventing Dou Wu from advancing closer. In the distance, Qing Mu wiped his cold sweat, thinking to himself that things had taken a turn for the worse. Would old Chen be able to handle this? That girl's situation was dire, and the bloody aftermath would surely give old Chen a headache. Indeed, Wang Jiaozu was not easily swayed. Qing Mu reflected, hastily snapping a photo to inform old Chen. In an instant, Zhongqing regained consciousness and found Dou Wu before her, with Wang Xian standing across, a figure capable of piercing hearts. Her emotions surged wildly. "It's all right." The elderly man quickly reassured her, though he couldn't bear to look. He sensed that the young man had acted with restraint in the critical moment and would not inflict lasting harm. Upon seeing the smiling Dou Wu, Zhongqing swiftly regained her composure and clarity. She recognized the coat and realized that nothing catastrophic had occurred. Instantly, she felt the urge to discard the garment, but, observing the crowd around her, she was compelled to cling to the coat imbued with masculine scent. She hurried away, unable to remain in this place any longer. It was utterly humiliating. She could only imagine what tales would spread if word reached the new stars, with friends and sisters undoubtedly speculating. Especially with Wu Yin, the notorious gossip, present. She would certainly broadcast the incident far and wide, marking it as an indelible black mark in Zhongqing's history. "Wu Yin, we need to talk." As she exited, she called out to Wu Yin, determined to pay any price to silence her adversary. The elderly man hastily followed, fearing an altercation between the two. Wang Xian remained silent. Such matters become increasingly awkward with explanation, and he was indifferent, leaving everything to old Chen while he merely lamented the loss of a jacket. Xiao Zhong was impressive indeed. Xiao Wang was known for his explosive prowess, yet it was remarkable that she was the only one who could withstand the onslaught unscathed, proving herself sturdier than steel. Along the way, Zhongqing nearly clashed with Dou Wu. Fortunately, the elder accompanied them, or a bloody altercation among the affluent young ladies would have been inevitable. "Enough of the anger, allow me to apologize," Dou Wu approached. And as he and Zhongqing walked further away, a faint voice reached Wang Xian's ears. "What I saw earlier was not entirely unfavorable for you. A bruise is merely a form of beauty." Such harsh words. Wang Xian heard them all too clearly, and even he felt that Dou Wu's words were rather lethal, as if he sought to eradicate his opponents entirely. Inevitably, the two women clashed, and for the first time, Zhongqing suffered a significant defeat at Wu Yin's hands. Unable to bear it, she yearned to eliminate her rival immediately. Among the shards of extraordinary material armor, a youthful figure rose, astonishingly tender, likely around 16 years of age, with a strikingly beautiful face and sparkling eyes, gazing at Wang Xian as if he were a rare treasure. Wang Xian quickly realized this was a member of the Zhong family. Otherwise, Zhongqing would not have been so eager for assistance from the elder. He had to take this seriously. The foundations of the financial elite were too profound, and even a mere 16-year-old could already be considered a master. I am Zhongcheng. The boy introduced himself, somewhat shyly, eager to learn the ancient techniques from Wang Xian, seeking guidance on how to swiftly attain mastery of the intricate and formidable physical arts. The snake crane 8 dispersing hands was a treasure of the Zhong family, and Zhongcheng understood well that it was a martial art left by Zhang Daoling. Exceedingly difficult to master, the elder had spent many years perfecting it. Upon hearing the name Zhongcheng, Wang Xian immediately thought of Qin Cheng and wondered how he was faring in New Moon, imagining that he must be experiencing both pain and pleasure amidst the ruthless competition. I merely practice casually, Wang Xian replied, turning to leave, wishing to avoid further engagement with the youth. Nearby, many people felt a pang of envy. What level of scripture was the snake crane 8 dispersing hands? It was one of the most renowned protective martial arts of Taoism. My family possesses many rare and unique tomes. Our rooms are nearly overflowing. There are numerous scriptures far more intricate and profound than the snake crane 8 dispersing hands, and no one has ever been able to master them. Zhongcheng's youthful visage radiated the brilliance of youth, imbued with longing and hope, stating, "If you could teach me the secrets, enabling me to rapidly master those profound scriptures, I could present to you several long-lost top-tier manuscripts." Upon hearing this, many around them trembled, who did not know of the Zhong family's collection. One of the complete golden bamboo slips from the pre-Qin era resided in their household. Not to mention the countless other classical texts, there were simply too many, all masterpieces. Some gazed with fervor, perceiving this boy as a veritable treasure, while others scoffed, questioning whether the treasures of the Zhong family were so easily obtained. Wang Xian paused briefly, yet soon took another step forward. He was acutely aware that despite the boy's clear, somewhat bashful gaze, it was likely a facade. He could hardly believe that a youth emerging from such a complex family background would possess genuine innocence. The lad may be young in years, but his heart was undoubtedly shrewd. Did he aspire to emulate old Chen's fishing skills? He was still too inexperienced. Wang Xian held no expectations of gleaning any profound wisdom from this youth. It seemed unrealistic. Even if he could subdue the boy, the Zhong family would never allow any powerful scriptures to circulate outside their lineage. Thus, he resolved not to exert unnecessary effort, politely nodding and stating, "Very well. When you next seek me out, bring with you 2 formidable secret texts that surpass the snake crane 8 scatters, and we shall exchange insights." The boy discerned his insincerity and whispered, "You need not worry about my sister. She is always understanding, and I will guide her." Wang Xian cast him a sidelong glance. Who was Wang Jiaozu to fear your sister? With old Chen seated, everything could be resolved. He replied coolly, "Have your sister return my clothing, freshly laundered." The boy was taken aback. Qingmu, observing this exchange, felt that Xiao Wang was being quite reckless. Perhaps believing that the trouble he stirred was insufficient and seeking to raise the stakes for old Chen. "You aren't trying to intentionally draw my sister's attention, are you?" Zhongcheng pursued him, murmuring, "If you allow me to master the snake crane 8 scatters and another ancient text called the longevity scripture, I can assist you. Perhaps even gift you my sister's private collection of photographs." This lad was certainly cunning. Wang Xian shot him a glance, saying, "Next time, come with the secret texts in hand." He then departed, contemplating the necessity of educating this youth, who sorely lacked the harsh lessons of society. Yet dared to scheme against Wang Jiaozu? He was far too naive. People around them parted to clear a path. The current Xiao Wang inspired genuine awe. This time, his achievements were tangible, demonstrating a power far more terrifying than during his time in the Pamirs. Observers believed that he had deliberately chosen to remain low-key previously, yet now, in old Chen's hour of need, he had stepped forward without hesitation. He was a formidable, youthful version of Chen Yongjia. In Zhongqing's room, after changing her attire, she remained furious, stomping on Wang Xian's coat with her high heels, the heels puncturing numerous holes in the floor. Dou lounged on the sofa, resting his chin on one hand while swirling a crystal goblet in the other, sipping a small amount of wine. "Enough, do not remain angry. If you possess ambition, refrain from contesting this individual with me. You know our family indeed requires such an adept in ancient arts to join the expedition team in times of crisis. That said, he has performed admirably. For his age, he is a treasure, capable of slaying formidable foes and daring to confront Xiao Zhong." "Ha!" Zhongqing scoffed, "Wu Yin. Do not overthink it. He has already struck me, Why would he not join my expedition team? It is unreasonable. If you continue to contest me, I shall reveal your dark history to the new stars. I am unafraid. You possess your own skeletons in the closet. Last time, you were kicked in the rear and fell into the lake, and my people captured it all on film. Xiaozhong. Old Chen felt increasingly restless in the hospital room. He had received reports from Qingmu that Xiao Wang had ruthlessly targeted the Zhong family, leaving him in a state of agitation. What if Wang Jiaozu continued his rampage, taking down influential figures one after another? The mere thought of the Zhong family inevitably brought to mind his own master, who had mysteriously vanished 3 decades ago. A sigh escaped Old Chen's lips, tinged with sadness. Would his master ever reappear? In the past, his master had collaborated with the Zhong family, and with the involvement of relevant authorities, the outcome had been disastrous, resulting in the loss of numerous experts in the realm of ancient arts. During that mysterious encounter, 2 of Zhong's formidable warships had been swallowed whole, leaving the ever-cautious Lao Zhong thoroughly shaken. Wang Xian returned, stating, "Old Chen, I've resolved your issues. Now you must help me tackle the various troubles surrounding the new star. By the way, keep a vigilant eye tonight. Do not let grandmasters or even top figures from the realm of new arts infiltrate the manor and wreak havoc." His tone grew serious, as the possibility was not unfathomable. After all, the adversary's tactics were likely not limited to mere trials. They were probably testing the waters, gauging the depths of their capabilities. What he feared most was not the absence of visitors, but that those who did come would be unable to leave. Old Chen's murderous intent was palpable. "Old Chen, I must take my leave. Is there anything you wish to convey to me?" Wang Xian inquired. Old Chen smiled and replied, "What do you wish to know? The mysterious encounter or the delineation of realms and ancient arts?" Wang Xian's eyes widened in surprise. A mysterious encounter? He had never broached this topic before, and now his old colleague was deliberately tempting him. A blatant display of moral deficiency. "I have no desire to learn about the mysterious encounter." Wang Xian resisted the allure, steadfastly refusing to hear more on the subject. He surmised that it was undoubtedly a deep pit, fraught with temptation. But Old Chen seemed intent on urging him to explore it, perhaps even hoping to exploit Wang Jiaozu's efforts for free. "No way. You think too much." Old Chen shook his head, then sighed. "The minds of today's youth are so complex. We from the 70s were far more innocent." Wang Xian shot him a glance, retorting, "If you were to represent that generation, would they still be innocent? You insult an entire generation." Old Chen considered striking him with a black sword. But the medical staff arrived for a checkup, forcing him to compose himself. After a lengthy wait, he finally sat up and said, "Never mind. Since you are unwilling to listen, I shan't bring it up. Your issue is not difficult to resolve. On the day I awoke, I reached out to someone discreetly and mentioned this matter." Wang Xian remained calm, confident that it wouldn't be long before Old Chen voluntarily divulged the details of the mysterious encounter. Simultaneously, he was astonished. Was Old Chen resurrecting himself ahead of time? To inform that individual on the very day of his revival demonstrated immense trust. It seemed Old Chen was also concerned about that person's anxiety, thereby preemptively updating them on the situation, indicating a profound relationship. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Is it an old confidant?" At that moment, Qingmu entered, his lips twitching. Did one need to prefix the term confidant with old? Wang Jiaozu was becoming increasingly arrogant. It was only a matter of time before Old Chen delivered a thorough beating. Qingmu speculated that Old Chen likely had a request of him, which was why he was exercising restraint and enduring. Old Chen glanced at him expressionlessly and said, "That is an old friend of mine, holding a position in a relevant department, utterly trustworthy. She would not prematurely disclose my information. Moreover, I have asked her to investigate certain matters." Wang Jiaozu, possessing a formidable spirit and keen perception, sensed the imminent danger and immediately sat up straight, listening intently. "Do you know who wants to kill you?" Old Chen inquired. Wang Xian shook his head, astonished that the information had been uncovered so swiftly. "My old confidant must possess considerable influence. Could it be that they have been monitoring me for some time?" Doubt and concern washed over him. Old Chen reassured him, "You are overthinking it. In the past, you were never within their radar, and this time, they have not investigated you extensively. It is merely due to other events that your causal connection has been analyzed. Who exactly desires my demise?" Wang Xian could no longer contain himself. Having faced multiple assassination attempts, he was weary of the constant threat. "Why not take a guess?" Old Chen smiled. "The Wu family." Wang Xian ventured this immature speculation, sensing it was a possibility, albeit unlikely. His past dealings with the new financial conglomerate were minimal, primarily related to his former girlfriend, Ling Wei. Previously, at the Lu Jinye's restaurant, the Ling and Wu families had dined together, facilitating an introduction between Ling Wei and a young man from the Wu family, during which he had an abrupt verbal skirmish with the hot-tempered Wu Yin. Close enough. Old Chen nodded, then delivered a shocking piece of news. The young man from the Wu family recently encountered a serious incident, nearly losing his life and requiring several artificial organs. Wang Xian was taken aback, realizing the severity of the situation, yet questioning its relevance to him. Such trivial matters would not attract the attention of the relevant authorities regarding the new financial group, but once two conglomerates were involved, scrutiny was inevitable. Old Chen elaborated on the unfolding events. The young man from the Wu family had been maliciously targeted, barely escaping death, and consequently, was left with severe aftereffects. How could a thorough investigation not ensue? The involvement of another young individual had exacerbated the tension between the two families. Fortunately, the situation was swiftly resolved. Ling Wei had a crazed admirer, whose obsession had shown signs as early as their school days. Ling Wei's return to her hometown was likely an attempt to evade him. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian felt a chill run down his spine. I have encountered a psychopath. He not only wants to eliminate the young man who met Ling Wei's parents, but also intends to kill me, her ex. What a terrifying mentality. No wonder I couldn't fathom that the Wu family would target me. In truth, they are far from innocent. They have become the greatest victims. This man is excessively deranged. To prevent him from wreaking further havoc, once I reach New Star, I will ensure his destruction. Wang Xian seethed with rage, determined to obliterate that individual, even if it meant a gruesome scene of dismemberment and carnage. You likely won't be able to act against him in the next few years. He has been confined by the Song family, who are also providing some compensation to the Wu family, temporarily suppressing the matter. Unless Xiao Song escapes beforehand, do not expect any resolution in the short term. After expressing these thoughts, Old Chen mentioned the matter of someone wishing to confine him to the old earth. Is it Old Ling? Wang Xian inquired nonchalantly, knowing a bit about the situation. During the final gathering, his classmate Kong Yi had warned him that the Ling family intended to keep him bound to the old earth. As someone who once pursued Ling Wei, Kong Yi was eager to avoid bearing the blame and had directly revealed this to Wang Xian that night, leading to an amicable rapport between them, reminiscent of a toast that mends grievances. Ling Wei's father, Ling Qiming, had been an imposing figure during Wang Xian's student years. Having had a serious conversation with him, that left a lasting impression. At that time, Old Ling maintained a degree of decorum. Though his words were stern and his presence formidable, he did not target Wang Xian afterward. He had made it clear that after graduation, they would be separated by the vastness of the cosmos, and any future with Ling Wei was utterly impossible. In retrospect, it seemed Old Ling had already planned to confine him to the old earth, effectively obstructing his path to the new star. Old Chen nodded, stating, indeed. Old Ling made a symbolic mention, likely believing that you, a mere novice from the old earth, lacked the influence to reach the new star. He did not resort to his powerful connections to ensure your downfall. He paused slightly before continuing. However, there are others who wish to firmly keep you on the old earth for 3 years, which took me by surprise. When I asked a friend to investigate, she was also quite astonished. Who? Wang Xian gasped, wondering if there were individuals more zealous than Old Ling. He considered himself law-abiding and discreet. Why was he constantly under scrutiny? The Zheng family, Old Chen revealed. Wang Xian was perplexed, questioning if they were also a super family from the new star, as he had yet to encounter them, at least not that he could recall. The Origin Life Research Institute was founded by Ms. Zheng of the Zheng family. Old Chen cautioned him seriously. The Daxing underground testing ground. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian felt a chill run down his spine, conjuring disturbing associations. Recently, some members of the Zheng family visited the underground testing ground in Daxing. According to my friend, those who returned exhibited some mental distress. Old Chen remarked with a grave expression. Could it be that these individuals with mental disturbances are using their connections to confine me to the old earth for 3 years? As he pondered this, Wang Xian felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. Indeed, Old Chen's expression was exceedingly serious. Is she the one who plans to confine me to the old earth for 3 years? Wang Xian sensed a heavy burden weighing on him. Old Chen silently nodded, affirming his suspicions. Wang Xian was truly taken aback, questioning the motives behind such a decision, And what significance lay within this 3-year term? Is it true that a woman 3 years my senior possesses boundless power? Why does she wish to keep me? Anxiety gripped Wang Xian, coupled with confusion. He reflected on his conduct, convinced he had not wronged this woman, having even assisted her, particularly in releasing her residual spiritual energy. In a fit of urgency, Wang Xian exclaimed, "Old Chen, you must arrange for me to book a ticket immediately. I must escape the old earth at once. If she can intervene in the present world, and I am confined here for 3 years, who knows what might transpire? Is she the first person you released after unlocking your inner landscape?" Old Chen inquired. Wang Xian nodded, observing that the underground was marred by traces of lightning strikes. An ashen wasteland where the very rocks had melted, remnants of a terrifying transformation explosion that had once occurred. She was not only the first person he encountered who had undergone this transformation, but also the one who had left the most profound marks behind. Wang Xian remarked. The female cultivator was exceptionally unique, her complete physical form resting within a bamboo vessel carved from the rare and ethereal transformational bamboo. Old Chen nodded, stating, "The first female powerhouse to revive because of you, undoubtedly remarkable in her time." He continued, "This matter has only just begun. Consider this. You have released more than one transformed individual. Furthermore, individuals like you, who can access the inner realms independently, were likely quite exceptional in ancient times. Thus, I believe her seeking you is not without reason. The traps or schemes left by the ancients are beginning to stir, and it is likely that events will gradually unfold, revealing their true nature." Wang Xian's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he responded, "Old Chen, do not frighten me. If one were to ponder this matter deeply, it would be exceedingly terrifying. Do not speak carelessly." Old Chen shook his head, saying, "I am not speaking lightly. This matter is not merely terrifying. The depths of this situation are profound. It is not just the female cultivator. The others likely harbor their own intentions as well, especially that formidable red-clad demoness, who evidently seeks to approach the mortal realm, willing to emerge from some extraordinary domain. And you possess the ability to open the inner realms yourself. There may be significance to that. Enough. Book me a ticket for a ship. Can I not retreat into the depths of space?" Wang Xian expressed his unease. Old Chen cautioned, "What if she ventures into deep space to seek you? Remember, you had me guide her on quite the journey. She is already familiar with it." Wang Xian suddenly felt that he had dug himself a grave, and he genuinely grew concerned. After careful contemplation, he said, "Old Qing, what of the bone belonging to the female sword immortal? Perhaps you could give it to me. I believe she would be most suitable to accompany me and experience the infinite beauty of the cosmos." Qing Mu, who had been quietly listening without speaking, shot him a disdainful glance, but promptly rose to retrieve the bone. Wang Xian was indeed apprehensive, uncertain of the female cultivator's intentions. After much deliberation, he concluded that the sword immortal was relatively easy to get along with and possessed considerable strength. Having her by his side would likely provide a measure of security. The ghost monk, while not troublesome, was unreliable in critical moments. The old monk was quicker than anyone to flee when faced with adversity, adept at assessing the situation. The female sword immortal was both beautiful and ethereal, appearing aloof and untainted by worldly affairs. Yet, in reality, she harbored a touch of pride, relishing compliments. And though somewhat petty, her flaws were negligible. Flattery would suffice. Most importantly, the sword immortal was exceptionally responsible, daring to confront the overwhelmingly powerful red-clad demoness without retreating, proving to be far more dependable than the old monk. Qing Mu returned with a jade box, bearing an air of reverence, and carefully placed it upon the table. Wang Xian promptly opened it, revealing a hand bone that was charred on the outside, yet glimmered with a faint golden hue within. "Why do I feel a bit drowsy?" he wondered, perplexed. As he opened the box, a wave of lethargy washed over him, and glancing out the window, he noted that the sky had merely darkened to twilight. Old Chen was filled with suspicion. He had recently been delving into the matter of prophetic dreams, sensing an uncanny resemblance to his current predicament. He was taken aback, for it was still not completely dark, and the female sword immortal could intervene in the mortal realm like this? In a daze, Wang Xian noticed that the golden part of the bone flickered faintly 3 times, which startled him and somewhat alleviated his drowsiness. "Fairy, you wouldn't want to discuss a 3-year pact with me, would you?" The bone emitted a faint glimmer, as if in response. Old Chen felt overwhelmed, convinced that this matter was far from simple, fraught with depth and terror. He had no desire to become entangled in it. Refusing to remain here in a state of feigned death, he grabbed Qing Mu and fled. Master, don't let anyone see you. It's fine, it's dark now. No one will notice me. For the time being, stay away from Xiao Wang. I sense something is amiss. Old Chen decisively vanished from sight. Wang Xian grew increasingly drowsy. On the brink of slumber, yet he was filled with unease, desperate to remain awake. What were these ascended beings truly up to? What would the world become in 3 years? What horrific events were destined to unfold? Once again, it was the time of the college entrance examination. I wish all students participating in the exam the best of luck and extraordinary performance. Chapter 80. The 3-year agreement. Wang Xian could no longer withstand the fatigue, yawning heavily as he gradually succumbed to sleep, burdened by a sense of foreboding. Could it truly be that the world was on the verge of a cataclysmic transformation in 3 years? He feared that some of the conjectures in his heart might ultimately manifest. Outside the window, the stars finally emerged, a silver moon hanging delicately in the sky, with a few yellow leaves drifting down in the evening breeze, softly tapping against the window. Inside the room, the bone trembled slightly before quickly regaining its stillness, nearly imperceptible to the ordinary eye. In his dreams, Wang Xian bore a celestial sword, languidly reclining amidst the clouds, surrounded by ethereal palaces and intertwining rivers of stars, with petals cascading and fragrances wafting. Before him lay a jade table, adorned with fresh peaches, fragrant herbs, and a jade vessel filled with exquisite nectar, the aroma enveloping him. Clouds swirled, rendering this place akin to the paradise of the Yaoqi, with floral scents wafting through the air. Not far away, a celestial maiden danced, her graceful figure enchanting, as melodious strings played harmoniously. Here, Wang Xian was the unparalleled celestial sword. He traversed the North Sea at dawn and the misty Kangwu at dusk, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, savoring the fruits of the Yaoqi, reveling in the earthly realm, intoxicated within the grandeur of the moon palace. Suddenly, a beam of sword light cleaved through the heavens and the earth, connecting the raging thunder of the 9 heavens, shattering the palaces of the Yaoqi and fracturing the ethereal abodes and peach orchards. Wang Xian was struck down to the mortal realm by a single sword strike. He cried out, nearly awakening, before ultimately plummeting into a desolate wilderness, the celestial sword he bore reduced to nothing but its hilt. Beneath the cool moonlight, on the barren low hills, the female sword immortal stood suspended, gazing at the bright moon, her white dress flowing gracefully, seemingly ready to ride the winds away. Her demeanor was icy and unearthly, as she cast a disdainful glance at Wang Xian, clearly unimpressed. Did he truly believe that becoming an immortal would lead him to that so-called idyllic paradise amidst the clouds and celestial abodes? How naive! Wang Xian was rendered speechless. He often labeled the female sword immortal with tags such as proud, vain, and fond of eavesdropping on compliments. Now, it seemed, the sword immortal also frequently defined him, occasionally expressing her disdain. He felt an absence of guilt now. After all, everyone is but a mortal entangled in the mundane world and celestial beings, and it is only natural for them to occasionally harbor unspoken thoughts about one another. I have yet to ascend to immortality, and thus, lacking a true understanding of the celestial realm, I constructed a scene based on legends, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the celestial maiden. Upon hearing this explanation, the female sword immortal appeared somewhat satisfied. At the very least, he had shown earnestness, despite his misunderstanding of the celestial truths and his misarrangements. She lifted her snow-white chin, clearly displaying a hint of pride, though this was preferable to a sudden strike from her sword. Wang Xian speculated that her age at the time of ascension would not be great, allowing her to retain her genuine nature, unlike the old monk who was rather cunning. The sword immortal pointed her pristine sword towards a mountain, then gestured towards herself and Wang Xian, finally nodding in affirmation. What are we meant to do on that mountain? Wang Xian blurted out. In an instant, he found himself struck, the brilliance of her sword light cleaving him from one peak to another. The sword immortal, her expression frosty, followed him through the air, her legs as white as jade, walking upon the void, casting a glance at him that suggested her growing impatience. Isn't it about us two on the mountain? Wang Xian, witnessing the resurgence of her sword light, quickly amended. I meant to say that the essence of humanity and the mountain together signify the celestial. He continued swiftly, true immortals need not reside in the lofty heavens. They may dwell atop unknown desolate mountains. The female sword immortal seemed slightly taken aback, regarding him with a less disdainful gaze. Her demeanor softening momentarily before she regained her composure. Wang Xian felt he had touched upon a fragment of her essence and couldn't help but exclaim, "True immortals possess a unique elegance. Why chase after vanity? Residing in a moon palace or a jade pool merely invites more worldly impurities to gather." The sword immortal, intrigued, gazed at him with renewed interest. Her demeanor markedly improved, yet she still held her head high, staring into the star-studded abyss of the night sky. Soon, she caught a glimpse of a fleeting smile at the corner of Wang Xian's mouth, and in an instant of enlightenment, she swung her sword, cleaving him down to the mountainside. Wang Xian winced in pain, lamenting his carelessness. The sword immortal's perception was astoundingly acute. He had thought he had grasped her essence, feeling a sense of accomplishment, only to be struck in the blink of an eye. The sword immortal was remarkably decisive, landing gracefully and extending 3 delicate fingers with a serious expression. A weight settled upon Wang Xian's heart. Indeed, it was time for another 3-year period. What demands might she have? What schemes do these ascended beings harbor? Fair maiden, if you have any thoughts, do not hesitate to share them with me. He genuinely sought to uncover the truth, eager to understand the intentions of the ancients. The female sword immortal raised her pure left hand and traced a line across the night sky, revealing a vision of a lowly mountain, seemingly unremarkable, where a collapsed small temple lay in ruins, debris scattered about. Wang Xian's heart stirred. According to the documents provided by the relevant authorities, the bones discovered appeared to originate from this very location. The scene shifted, and his figure emerged on the screen, carrying the bones, arriving at the desolate hill and burying them deep beneath the temple. Is this to guide you in leaving behind your true bones after your ascension, to be reinterred in the same place? Wang Xian was astonished. He had not anticipated that the dreaming sword fairy's purpose was this, which posed no great difficulty. Was this a means of finding peace in the earth once more? His mind wandered, yet he felt a noticeable lightness in his spirit. The female sword fairy extended 3 fingers. Was this a reference to a 3-year term? Did she wish for him to remain in the old land for 3 years? Or was she signaling that when the time came, she would seek him out? Wang Xian inquired, "Fairy, are you unable to speak? Allow me to teach you how to write. The characters of the present world have become simpler than before." The sword fairy employed a secret technique, directly illuminating Wang Xian's heart, revealing his thoughts to her. A scene of red sleeves adding fragrance as the sword fairy assisted him in honing his skills. Decisively, the revered teacher Wang was struck again. The female sword fairy delivered numerous strikes upon him. After this experience, he felt the weight of his struggles. He pondered whether it was futile to think about it. Ultimately, he resolved to observe quietly, to be a silent, good youth. The sword fairy, unable to articulate her thoughts, demonstrated various scenes, and with Wang Xian's commendable comprehension, he finally grasped her intentions. She was quite serious. Through this dream visitation, she sought to have Wang Xian reappear in that desolate burial ground 3 years hence, to meet her there. This matter was undoubtedly far more complex than it appeared, causing turmoil within Wang Xian's heart. It seemed the female practitioner intended to anchor him to the old land. Could it be that she desired him to venture into the depths of the greater Xing'an range 3 years from now? To this end, she was already intervening in the present world. The sword fairy appeared exceedingly solemn, even somewhat anxious, a stark contrast to her usual haughty and icy demeanor, revealing how much this matter weighed on her. Its significance was profound. In the outside world, under the moonlight, old Chen's heart bled as he retrieved the fishing rod gifted by a friend from the reed pond behind the manor, entangled with aquatic weeds, and with a large black fish still attached to its end. Such a waste. After a brief moment of novelty, old Wang had carelessly discarded it into the pond, inciting old Chen's ire as he found it utterly detestable. Determined, old Chen resolved to confront Wang Xian upon his return. He believed the time to reprimand him was now, lest the opportunity diminish in the future. Sitting by the reed pond, he skillfully cast his line, embodying pure enjoyment. It had been many days since he had fished, and the long-lost joy resurfaced within him. Soon, however, he furrowed his brow, stating, "Qingmu, you go instruct someone to keep their distance from the infirmary, to avoid disturbing the two during their dream meeting. Additionally, bring over an energy cannon to prepare for the mosquitoes." Qingmu understood immediately, vanishing swiftly. Having transcended the Grand Master level, old Chen could sense even the slightest disturbances throughout the manor, and he detected an intruder, disrupting his fishing tranquility. Before long, Qingmu returned, shouldering a formidable new energy cannon, setting it up promptly. Aim for the northwest corner. Yes, slightly more to the west. That's it. Fire. Old Chen directed. As a transcendent grandmaster, his mental acuity was terrifyingly sharp, allowing him to clearly track the intruder's movements. Boom. In the distance, a figure was obliterated. Now aim north. Angle it down a bit. Good. Fire. Old Chen commanded, requiring no technological assistance from Qingmu. The approach was straightforward and brutal. He needed only to pull the trigger. In a blinding flash, yet another figure was shattered. This unexpected turn of events astonished many within the manor, leaving them utterly bewildered. What caliber of person is this? Qingmu inquired. Old Chen scoffed, remarking that the fish was likely just a quasi-master, far too weak to warrant the risk of exposure for him to take action. Qingmu remained silent, believing that Old Chen had become somewhat arrogant and could benefit from being confined in the spiritual realm by the ghost monk for an entire night, or perhaps receiving a few beatings from the sword fairy. With his fishing rod in hand, Old Chen departed from the reed pond, realizing that fishing was futile. He intended to return to the hospital, estimating that the two individuals would soon conclude their dream rendezvous. Wang Xian was profoundly concerned, pondering the intentions of these transcendent beings. Would the traps set by ancient sages, or the schemes they devised, lead to dreadful occurrences one after another? Can you enlighten me on whether all the celestial beings have perished and what objectives you truly pursue? Wang Xian inquired cautiously. The sword fairy remained silent, ultimately demonstrating remarkable prowess by directly transporting Wang Xian from the dream realm into the inner landscape. Such tremendous capability intervened in the present world, causing Wang Xian's heart to race uncontrollably. In the void, there was no sound, only mysterious particles cascading from an unknown realm. The sword fairy advanced forward, reaching the innermost depths, where she touched a layer of resplendent curtain, exerting force that caused a violent tremor. Wang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Beyond the curtain, in a distant expanse, a graceful figure emerged. It was an extensive land she traversed, stepping over the ruins of dilapidated temples, slowly approaching from the enigmatic territory. Though somewhat indistinct, it was evident that she bore an uncanny resemblance to the sword fairy, sharing identical attire and appearance, seemingly the sword fairy herself. Chapter 81. The Old Covenant locks the true words, is she your sister, or are you one and the same? Wang Xian glanced at the sword fairy beside him, feeling unsettled as he once again beheld the beings of the hidden world. This encounter was different. It appeared to be a familiar celestial being, identical in appearance to the sword fairy, even in attire. Behind the curtain, the woman possessed a graceful and elegant stature, clad in a moon-white dress untouched by dust. Bearing an immortal sword, her hair flowing elegantly, her visage exquisitely beautiful, untainted by the mortal realm. She stepped over the rubble, approaching the inner landscape. The sword fairy moved forward, reaching out to touch the curtain. Their identical hands pressed together through the translucent barrier, the two sword fairies gazing at each other in silence. A soft sigh resonated, clear and immediate, causing Wang Xian to become acutely alert and intensely focused, his thoughts racing. Previously, the only being capable of producing sound in the inner landscape had been the formidable red-clad demoness with an oil paper umbrella, nearly shattering the curtain to intrude. Now, did the familiar celestial being beside him also intend to cause a disturbance? We are one. The ethereal and transcendent sword fairy spoke, her words succinctly revealing the truth, that both sides of the curtain were indeed the same individual. Her voice was melodious, suggesting a youthful age, and despite her otherworldly allure, she, like the proud sword fairy on this side, was clearly maintaining a composed exterior. Her true nature likely mirrored that of the one beside her, for they were, after all, one and the same. Do you wish to come over? Wang Xian asked cautiously. The cold and aloof female, sword immortal, stood beyond the curtain. Upon hearing his inquiry, she nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains, her ethereal demeanor momentarily faltering under the soft glow of moonlight, revealing an unexpectedly endearing quality as she appeared almost impatient. Yet, a flicker of despondency crossed her features as she murmured, "I cannot pass." Lowering her gaze, she gently kicked at the rubble and stones beneath her feet, embodying a sense of listlessness. The outwardly frigid and inwardly proud sword immortal displayed an unexpected side. Wang Xian suddenly perceived that she was not as fearsome as she seemed. In fact, she appeared rather charming. Clearly, the female sword immortal beside him noticed the change in his expression, promptly tapping the curtain with her hand and raising her chin in a manner that suggested she was setting an example, silently instructing her counterpart to maintain decorum. "I must enter a deep slumber for 3 years," the sword immortal on the opposite side spoke. This revelation startled Wang Xian. The female sword immortal requested him to return the remnants of her true bones to the desolate low mountain where she intended to rest. She added, "Such places are best avoided." This statement was sufficient to reveal her admirable character, as she cautioned him about the inherent dangers of such locations, hinting at extraordinary secrets concealed within. As her words hung in the air, ominous flashes of lightning appeared on the horizon, tearing through the sky with a resounding roar. Wang Xian inquired earnestly, "Are the celestial beings still present in this world? What is the nature of your condition, and where lies your true form?" The female sword immortal on the other side of the curtain lifted her head and solemnly uttered, "The old covenant locks the true words." With a thunderous boom, a tempest of lightning descended upon her world, immense and powerful, causing the crystalline barriers separating the two realms to tremble violently and fracture. The sword immortal raised her gaze, her hair swirling, her garments billowing, her resolute eyes sparkling with conviction. She drew her sword towards the heavens, its radiant light slicing through the thunder, piercing the clouds and shattering the tempest. As her sword light soared into the sky, relentless bolts of terrifying lightning rained down upon her, fierce and abundant, crashing towards the sword immortal. Ultimately, she held her long sword against the radiant lightning, gradually bringing tranquility to the tumultuous world, yet she herself began to fade away, as if burdened by an overwhelming pressure, compelled to depart from the curtain's vicinity. She stood at a distance, waved farewell, then hoisted her celestial sword, treading upon the rubble as she traversed the vast expanse, embarking on her solitary journey into the unknown. The sword immortal beyond the curtain had departed. The female sword immortal watched the retreating figure, remaining motionless for an extended moment until the silhouette vanished from view. Wang Xian comprehended that the female sword immortal had brought him here to deepen his understanding of the intricate and perilous situation. Earlier, he had harbored suspicions that the ancients had left behind traps and devised a certain scheme. Now it appeared more troublesome than he had envisioned, with even graver issues at hand. What was the old covenant? He felt that the problems left by the ancients were exceedingly treacherous, awaiting the heirs to trigger them, potentially offering some opportunities, yet inevitably fraught with danger. The circumstances decidedly complex. His ability to access the inner realms was extraordinarily unique even in ancient times, which was why he had been sought out by the female sword immortal and her companions. Wang Xian did not feel elated or honored. Rather, he sensed the urgency of time, realizing he had inexplicably become ensnared in a peculiar and perilous predicament. He truly wished to distance himself from the affairs of the ancients. However, it appeared that evasion was no longer an option. He sensed that the future held a terrifying inevitability, as a multitude of enigmatic and unsettling issues would inevitably arise, an extension of some dreadful events from the past. None among the celestial beings was ordinary. Those who had ascended to such heights undoubtedly possessed remarkable qualities, having once gazed down upon a grand era. He speculated that the ancients, beyond leaving traps and setting perilous schemes for posterity to trigger, were also engaged in their own conflicts, rendering the future even more frightening. In an age of advanced technology with super battleships, any shift in the future could likely involve a web of mysteries connecting the ancient to the ancient to the modern, and the modern to the modern, fraught with danger. Individuals like Wang Jiaozu should have basked in a life of brilliance. Why then must he navigate through traps, mists, and mysterious occurrences? Wang Xian lamented. The female sword fairy glanced at him sideways, suddenly perceiving a hint of narcissism in his words. How could he utter such sentiments? She was enveloped in a radiant shower of light, soaring toward the realm beyond the inner landscape. Wang Xian felt the inner landscape becoming ethereal. He was being drawn out. During this transition, he refrained from inquiring about the ancient covenant, for the one who could speak within the grand stage had already disclosed the dangers, the sealing of true words within the ancient pact. Upon awakening, Wang Xian noted that his slumber had not been excessively prolonged, only to find old Chen entering with a fishing rod. Was this not the very rod he had left in the reed pond? A gift from an old confidant? As he roused, still in a state of semi-consciousness, he blurted out the question. Upon hearing this, old Chen, who had been gripping the fishing rod tightly, could no longer contain his agitation, exclaiming, "Wang Jiaozu, let us engage in a spar." The moment Wang Xian heard this, he was fully alert, sensing the imminent danger. It was evident that old Chen intended to give him a severe beating. He resolutely declined, stating, "No sparring." Yet, old Chen remained adamant, advancing towards him with determination. Wang Xian, wearing a serious expression, replied, "The sword fairy instructed me to convey a message. Devote yourself to your training. She claims your abilities are woefully inadequate. In 3 years, the world will likely witness exceedingly dreadful events. Old Chen, you must strive." Old Chen's demeanor darkened, clearly disbelieving him. Wang Xian continued, "Old Chen, I advise you to embrace the path of virtue. Also, you must swiftly send the divine monk to New Star. I suspect he is awaiting slumber, and if you delay, you are certain to endure another night of severe beating. Are you threatening me using someone else's authority?" Old Chen approached, but his expression swiftly changed as he yawned repeatedly. Suddenly realizing what was about to unfold, Qingmu glanced at Wang Xian's lips. Had he truly been enlightened? Just as he spoke, the prediction materialized. "Let us speak amicably," Old Chen insisted, straining to keep his eyes wide open, unwilling to succumb to drowsiness. Yet, ultimately, he could not resist the pull of sleep and collapsed onto the bed, peacefully closing his eyes. Before long, he awoke, a ghostly expression on his face as he regarded Wang Xian, realizing that the young man had indeed been correct. The old monk urged him to set forth promptly. Fortunately, this time, he was spared a night of punishment. The old bodhisattva was quite benevolent and even demonstrated the secret martial art of the bodhisattva fist to him once more. After some contemplation, old Chen resolved to treat Wang Jiaozu kindly, harboring a measure of apprehension regarding his ghostly physique, and decided against sending any more of the ancients his way. Prior to this, he was blissfully ignorant and filled with anticipation, eager to learn the ways of immortality from those who had transcended. Now, through subtle hints, he discerned that these ancient figures were treacherous, each harboring profound thoughts, and entangling himself with them would undoubtedly lead to significant troubles. He found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for old Wang, as it was evident that he was being targeted, which made him uneasy. "What do you think the future holds?" inquired old Chen, probing for information. Wang Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing to be concerned about. We still have time. I must focus on my cultivation. As long as my strength is sufficient, these matters will be inconsequential. If that legendary red-clad demoness dares to trouble me in the future, I will ensure she regrets it. As for those formidable demons, should they refuse to be tamed, I will personally crush them or make them pull the cart." Qingmu was rendered speechless. Old Wang had clearly soared to lofty heights. After his grand declarations, Wang Xian fell silent for a moment, drumming his fingers on the table as he pondered deeply. Finally, he sighed. The situation is far too complex. The future is beyond description. He turned to old Chen, stating, "Assist me in researching the records concerning ancient transcendent beings. I seek any references to the Old Covenant's locking mantra." Wang Xian did not conceal his experiences from the inner realm, recounting them to old Chen. The latter's expression turned grave. Recognizing the severity of the issue and feeling the need to consult others for a thorough investigation. "Wang Xian," he said, "you should reserve a ticket for me. I believe it would be prudent to depart soon. Additionally, enlighten me on the matters surrounding the ancient paths of old techniques, as I suspect I will not return for a year or two." Old Chen was left speechless. After all that was said, Wang Xian still intended to flee? Those bold words seemed in vain. Ultimately, he nodded, saying, "The reason I previously hesitated to discuss the ancient realms with you was to avoid constraining your path. The ancient techniques are intricate, and there are certain issues. From the era of preaching alchemists to the early days of Taoism, the methods of cultivation have undergone constant evolution. Furthermore, the later stages of Taoism have shifted as well. I sense there are terrifying matters at play, and some individuals of great renown may have ultimately faced calamities." Upon hearing this, Wang Xian's expression changed dramatically. "Old Chen, have you discerned any issues concerning the transcendent beings from this perspective? The matters I previously mentioned, along with the potential traps and dangers set by the ancients, might we find answers within these old techniques? Please, elaborate." He then posed a light-hearted query to everyone, asking whether they preferred to call him Wang Jiaozu or Wang Jiaozhu, suggesting they cast their votes on the back of their monthly tickets. He expressed gratitude to the esteemed Tai Chu Gu Kuang for their support. Chapter 82. Clarifying the history of old techniques, old Chen shook his head, stating, "I merely harbor suspicions. I am not at the level of a bodhisattva who can point out their errors. That would be quite challenging." Having delved into the study of old techniques and traced their lineage from ancient times to the present, he discovered certain issues. However, to assert that the immortals were in error would be a tall order for old Chen. Yet, possessing doubts and identifying potential pitfalls was sufficient to demonstrate old Chen's diligence. Undoubtedly influenced by the differences between past and present, the ancients were constrained by the limitations imposed by their historical context. We currently reside in an era of information explosion, characterized by the incessant emergence of groundbreaking technologies and profound transformations. In the face of such upheaval, coupled with old Chen's position at the forefront of contemporary esoteric practices, his perspective transcends conventional boundaries. Wang Xian urged him to articulate any uncertainties he harbored, deeming it crucial, for he would inevitably encounter the pitfalls laid by ancient sages. Regardless of whether these sages had perished, the traps and schemes they left behind continue to exert their influence, necessitating vigilant caution. During the preaching period, the foundational techniques, known as root methods, flourished in splendid diversity, leaving a lasting impact that benefits all who tread the path of ancient arts. Old Chen, unhurried, meticulously untangled the intricate connections. The so-called root methods pertain to practices such as energy cultivation, meditation, and internal nourishment, possessing immeasurable and irreplaceable value in enhancing physical constitution and fortifying the spirit. Practitioners of these methods were able to access the inner realms, which directly precipitated a qualitative transformation within the ancient arts, bridging chasms and achieving true transcendence. Another significant achievement of these practitioners lay in alchemy, primarily involving the refining of minerals within cauldrons, distilling essences, and aspiring to obtain the ultimate elixir for immortality. While records of the minerals used in alchemy during that time are scarce, they were undoubtedly rare treasures of the world. Wang Xian expressed surprise, asking if practitioners were not simply creating medicines. Old Chen explained that, in the early stages, they indeed focused on extracting secret minerals and melting divine substances that had fallen from the heavens, avoiding herbal remedies altogether. It was only later, following the discovery of the secret paths to the inner realms and celestial medicines, that practitioners began to contemplate the refinement of those extraordinary herbs. The term celestial medicine does not refer to contemporary pharmaceuticals. Old Chen had previously mentioned a record that emphasized the elusive nature of such great medicines, which might only be glimpsed at the horizon amidst the bustling crowds of the mundane world. One could assert that the successive discoveries of the inner realms and celestial medicines led to a qualitative leap in ancient practices, propelling them to unprecedented heights. During that era, it was rare to find a pinnacle practitioner devoid of celestial beasts or sacred birds. Their ventures often involved being drawn by mythical creatures or soaring on the backs of immortal birds across the eastern sea to visit friends. Future generations, upon reviewing this segment of the history of ancient practices, would inevitably be awestruck, finding it nearly impossible to replicate such wonders. This was due to the fact that the extraordinary creatures of this world had largely been captured or slain by the peak practitioners. At that time, many top practitioners embarked on the path of ascension, enduring thunderous tribulations. Yet as these individuals ascended one after another, the brilliance of their craft faded, leading to an abrupt end. Old Chen lamented that just as the practitioners reached their zenith, they swiftly dimmed, prompting him to entertain various doubts and associations. Reflecting on the events transpiring around you, which I too have experienced, I perceive the depths of the inner realms as profound, shrouded in mystery and tinged with a certain dread. Furthermore, the quest for celestial medicines has proven exceedingly arduous, rendering their procurement nearly impossible. The two secret paths have gradually become obstructed, which fundamentally accounts for the decline of the practitioners. Old Chen articulated his conjecture, stating that this is why, later on, Emperor Qin dispatched the practitioner Su Shu to seek the elusive medicine of immortality. He could only venture out to sea to evade calamity, likely aware that such pursuits were futile in that age. The emperor's desire for eternal life and the quest for the elixir had reached a point where success was no longer attainable. I suspect that certain prominent figures among the practitioners of the arcane arts have encountered misfortune, leading to their decline. Perhaps even those who have transcended to immortality have come to realize something profound. Old Chen, with an air of solemnity, lamented that his own level of understanding is ultimately far inferior to those individuals. Despite poring over ancient texts, he can only arrive at mere conjectures, lacking concrete evidence. Wang Xian furrowed his brow, recalling the myriad events that transpired in the annals of the old arts, shrouded in a haze of mystery, necessitating a relentless pursuit of strength to gradually approach and explore the truth. Old Chen continued, stating that by the time the practitioners of the arcane arts faced their decline, they had begun to embrace earthly herbs, incorporating them into their alchemical processes, often blending them with minerals for extraction. It was during this period that Taoism took up the mantle, as they began to include substantial amounts of herbs, such as the revered grass, alongside the unique metals and stones in their elixirs. According to Old Chen's interpretation, with the passage of time, newcomers unearthed certain issues and began to expand into other realms. In the early days of Taoism, the emphasis was placed on the cultivation of the heart and mind, advocating for a state of inner tranquility and emptiness, prioritizing the accumulation of spiritual energy. The Taoist texts assert that the ultimate principle is rooted in emptiness and stillness, aspiring to merge with the great way through this mental discipline. Upon reaching this point in his discourse, he sighed, noting that such lofty aspirations impose excessively rigorous demands on one's character and spiritual realm, rendering the path inaccessible to many. One must ponder, who articulated such elevated ideals? Laozi and Zhuangzi, indeed. The Tao Te Ching speaks of achieving utmost emptiness and steadfast tranquility, while Zhuangzi's world elucidates the secret method of unity with the way, where emptiness signifies the cultivation of the heart and mind. It is lamentable that the average individual finds it exceedingly challenging to tread this path. Wang Xian, taken aback, wondered about the credibility of his old colleague's assertions. He quickly consulted his phone and discovered that, indeed, early Taoist cultivation focused on practices such as heart-mind discipline and breath regulation, which later evolved to include guidance and breath control. As anticipated, Old Chen mentioned breath regulation, explaining that the secret method of heart-mind discipline sets the bar quite high, necessitating a tangible path for progress, hence the emergence of breath regulation, which refers to the profound inner breathing technique that leads to mastery. The Zhuangzi, the great master, recounts, in sleep, there are no dreams. In waking, there are no worries. In sustenance, there is no desire. And in breath, there is depth. The breath of the enlightened is rooted in the heels, while that of the populace resides in the throat. Subsequently, Taoism underwent various refinements, giving rise to more concrete practices such as guidance and breath control. Otherwise, if one were to pursue the path laid out by Laozi and Zhuangzi, few would succeed in their cultivation, as the scriptures are set at such an elevated level that even the initial stages would impede the vast majority. During this phase, Taoism elevated the art of alchemy to new heights, employing myriad secret methods to refine elixirs that, when consumed, could transmute one's yin essence into yang energy, thus revealing the essence of the Taoist doctrine of pure yang. At this juncture, the most significant discovery within Taoism was the identification of a secret path, akin to the inner landscape or celestial medicine, known as the path of seeking. This so-called path of seeking is said to lead to a tangible route that exists yet remains invisible to the ordinary person. It requires little contemplation. Should one successfully navigate this path, the effects would rival those of entering the inner realm or harvesting celestial medicine. Alas, the passage of time has obscured the traces of the past, and now no one can rediscover it. Wang Xian stood in stunned silence, realizing that according to his old colleague, the old arts are in a state of constant flux, and even the resplendent foundational practices of the practitioners of the arcane arts may no longer be applicable. The principles of ancient law remain timeless, serving as the foundation upon which subsequent legal systems have emerged, thus ensuring its enduring brilliance. However, the latter sections of the preaching bamboo slips may serve as a reference, though a deep dive is not advisable. I harbor doubts about its applicability during the preaching era, as issues may have surfaced later. Old Chen subsequently alluded to the later laws of Taoism, stating, in the early days, Taoist alchemists sought external substances to refine external elixirs, a practice that became increasingly sophisticated, hence known as external alchemy. With the rise and eventual flourishing of Taoism, the methods of cultivation evolved, giving rise to internal alchemy. The concepts of dragon and tiger breathing, which involves expelling the old and inhaling the new, succinctly describe internal alchemy. Here, Internal refers to the body, while elixir denotes the product formed by the union of one's essence, energy, and spirit. In a certain sense, the old methods are undergoing a transformation. Internal alchemy has evolved into golden elixir practices, leading to the attainment of the primordial infant and beyond. Old Chen expressed his reflections on this period, highlighting figures such as Zhongli Quan, Lu Dongbin, and Chen Tuan. Zhongli Quan contemplated the Kintong Qi, later integrating Sima Qingjin's Zuowang Luan to derive internal alchemical methods. His research and techniques are documented in Lingbao Bifa and Zhong Lu Chuan Daoji. Old Chen demonstrated considerable expertise, captivating both Wang Xian and Qing Mu with his eloquence. The pinnacle of this era, glowing with radiant brilliance, belongs to Lu Dongbin, who bequeathed the Lu Gong Golden Elixir secret, advancing internal alchemy to the grand path of golden elixir. Wang Xian felt somewhat overwhelmed, beginning to understand why Old Chen had refrained from discussing realms earlier. Indeed, the old methods are intricate, having undergone multiple expansions and transformations, with the complexities of different periods difficult to elucidate. Additionally, Taoism, apart from the practices of golden elixir cultivation, also developed varied techniques such as talismanic arts, showcasing remarkable versatility and power, prominently represented by the three mountains, Longhu Mountain, Maoshan, and Gazao Mountain. In the later stages of Taoism, a secret path was discovered, yet it remains shrouded in ambiguity and poorly documented. Old Chen shook his head, expressing regret. Sword cultivation emerged after the golden elixir path, did it not? Wang Xian inquired. Indeed, Old Chen affirmed. Wang Xian pondered, which allows for a rough estimation of the age of the female sword immortal, clearly a later arrival, not an early ancient being. Old Chen remarked, similarly, I believe there are issues with the paths that followed. Otherwise, they would not have gradually declined and vanished in modern times. He then referenced Buddhism, expressing a sense of disquiet. Most of the old Buddhists abandoned their physical forms, which leaves me somewhat unsettled. Moreover, he felt that for those practicing the old methods, there were certain taboos. Ultimately, transforming into rainbows and discarding their so-called foul shells evokes a lingering sense of unease. As for the so-called corporeal bodhisattvas in Buddhism, they merely leave behind lifeless husks for posterity to venerate, devoid of extraordinary qualities, with some even stored in the repositories of relevant authorities. What I have articulated pertains only to the main threads of the old methods, without delving into the myriad schools of thought, such as the enigmatic red-clad female immortal, who, it is clear, possesses unparalleled strength, likely unafraid of practitioners, and even capable of hunting the most elite transcendence. After summarizing, Old Chen concluded, thus, the most glorious era of the old methods has yet to arrive, awaiting the rise of individuals like you and me. Observing his master's serious demeanor, Aoki couldn't help but think that his mentor would inevitably face some severe repercussions, especially if any ancient figures were still alive. Who else would they deal with if not him? However, before he could finish his internal musings, he saw Master Wang solemnly nodding and stating, there is merit in this. In ancient times, there were old covenants, and I shall establish a new one. Suddenly, a thunderclap reverberated across the heavens, startling Old Chen into a swift rebuttal. Old Wang, do you not understand the importance of respecting our forebears? Wang Xian glanced out the window, noting the dark clouds obscuring the stars and moon, and the onset of heavy rain. He had little faith in supernatural entities. Old Chen realized it was merely a change in the weather and resumed his composure. Wang Xian then inquired, all right, Old Chen, please articulate the hierarchical levels you have summarized, applicable to both ancient and modern contexts. How should they be delineated? The first level is the mist, and the second level, as Old Chen informed him, is the lamp of wisdom. He explained that these levels correspond to universally applicable paths, traversed from the pre-Qin period to the present, and should pose no problems or hazards. Chapter 83, the old techniques remain unchanged. The previous chapter mistakenly referenced Su Fu. This has since been amended. Wang Xian, displaying a hint of confusion, interrupted Old Chen momentarily. Old Chen, this seems incorrect. Could it be that you've acquired the Bodhisattva fist from that ghost monk and are contemplating a shift to Buddhism? How does a title of an ancient Buddha find its way into your hierarchy? Old Chen shook his head, replying, the depths of Buddhism are too profound. The risk of abandoning the corporeal form is daunting. I fear that if I were to delve into their foundational practices, I might inadvertently ignite myself into a relic. Aoki was speechless, realizing his master was indeed very cautious. After explaining, old Chen cast a glance at Wang Xian and remarked, regarding the lamp of wisdom, "It is rather concerning that you would draw such associations. You must read more literature related to the old techniques to enrich your knowledge." Wang Xian felt an urge to chastise his old colleague. Was this a serious disdain aimed at him? Old Chen earnestly advised him to peruse the Taoist texts and occasionally explore the literature of the old techniques for his own benefit. Wang Xian suppressed his frustration. He had no means to confront old Chen at this moment, and had to remain silent while humbly listening to his discourse on the classifications of hierarchical levels relevant to both ancient and contemporary times. Old Chen elaborated. The lamp of wisdom signifies the illumination of the heart, the light of the mind dispelling the darkness of the eternal night, allowing us to perceive the dimly lit path ahead and discern the correct direction. Wang Xian contemplated for a moment and asked, "Could you elaborate from the beginning? What precisely does the mist signify, and have I attained this level?" Old Chen, surprised, responded, "Did I not mention this previously? If we were to classify using the ranks of Go, I have just attained the status of a professional player, while you are still honing your skills among the amateurs." At that moment, not only did Wang Xian feel belittled, but Aoki also felt the sting of an indiscriminate blow. The mist refers to those who have just become genuine practitioners. They introspect and can discern certain conditions within themselves, as if shrouded in a vague fog, old Chen elucidated. Noticing the unfriendly gazes from both men, he added, "Are you two expecting me to delineate the ranks of amateur players? Very well, I shall simplify. Below the master level, there are the master and grandmaster ranks, and surpassing these leads one to the realm of professional players, who are the true practitioners in the domain of old techniques." At this juncture, even Aoki felt inclined to chastise his master. The words spoken, though not overtly harmful, were steeped in high insult. The master had somehow become a transitional entity, and those who had not achieved unity were deemed beneath the master. Should this information reach the outside world, it is likely that everyone would wish to eliminate old Chen. Enough of that. Please continue with your discourse. Wang Xian, disinterested in his grandiose proclamations, resolved to enhance his own capabilities so that he might one day deliver a sound thrashing to old Chen. Nodding, old Chen remarked, "I currently find myself enveloped in a fog, gazing inwardly, yet all is dim and obscured. The surroundings remain unseen." Wang Xian reflected on the fact that old Chen had genuinely stepped into the enigmatic realm of ancient techniques. This represented a qualitative transformation, an initial encounter with the terrifying and formidable extraordinary. "Remember," old Chen cautioned, "the fog is not a mere abstraction but a genuine vision I have witnessed. These are lessons born of experience. Should you unexpectedly enter this realm, do not succumb to fear or hesitation. In the fog, a glimmer of light may be discerned. Simply pursue it and follow where it leads." This glimmer referred to the spiritual domain. With a smile, old Chen continued, "In years past, I often triggered a sensory state. Although it is regrettable that I could not penetrate the internal landscape, a transformation in my spirit ultimately led to the formation of the spiritual domain. For me, with a bit more consolidation, calmness, and accumulation of time, I shall ignite the lamp directly. To reach the second tier of the ancient techniques, one must possess a sufficiently deep reservoir of spiritual energy to have any hope of success. However, it is not merely about igniting the spirit. It is about refining the spiritual domain, condensing it until it hangs like a lamp in the previously dark celestial expanse, illuminating the path ahead and guiding one's direction. Are these the authentic images seen during introspection? Wang Xian inquired. Old Chen nodded and spoke of the third tier. Though I have yet to enter the realm of ignition, I can vaguely perceive the path that lies beyond it. By synthesizing information from the Taoist canon and ancient bamboo slips from the preaching era, I have come to understand the nature of the third tier. It pertains to the realm of destiny's soil. Never underestimate or disregard this domain, for it is crucial to your future. Both the preaching sorcerers and Taoists placed immense significance on this, as it nurtures life and serves as the birthplace of vitality. He had not yet attained the level of destiny's soil himself, and could only speak generally based on textual references, unable to demonstrate the process of reaching it. The fourth tier involves the gathering of medicinal herbs. Old Chen swiftly articulated the next realm. Gathering herbs. Does this mean that one must begin to rely on herbal remedies for cultivation upon entering this domain? Wang Xian asked. As a result, Wang Jiaozu was once again chastised. Old Chen shot him a glance and replied, I have observed you during your work hours, sneaking glances at the Taoist canon. What were you perusing? Did you not notice the term gathering herbs? This is a process of great importance to Taoism. Old Chen, you have been spying on me. Wang Xian retorted. Old Chen, with righteous indignation, declared, as your superior, I find your lack of diligence during work hours to be sufficient grounds for my leniency, without needing to note your name or dock your pay. How dare you slander your former leader? Wang Xian found himself at a loss for words, tempted to remark that it was merely a retirement home. Gathering herbs refers to extracting the precious elixirs from within one's own body to cultivate oneself. When entering this domain, one must master the timing of their gathering. Carelessness is not an option. I shall send you 2 books to study diligently. Such matters have always been shrouded in secrecy, traditionally passed down through the oral traditions of masters and apprentices, with few secrets inscribed upon paper. What old Chen articulated was indeed not unfounded. The secrets of herbal medicine are exceedingly rare, both precious and elusive. Naturally, your practice is rooted in the foundational principles of the preaching bamboo slips, providing a solid groundwork. The absence of explicit secrets is inconsequential. I shall offer you a few references for guidance. Wang Xian nodded, then continued to seek further counsel. Old Chen replied, that should suffice for now. Let us discuss these 4 levels. One must remain humble, progressing step by step. He inquired further, are you still uncertain about the path ahead? Wang Xian regarded him with skepticism. Surprisingly, Old Chen nodded affirmatively, stating, the levels I have described possess universal applicability across all paths, devoid of any issues or hazards. My concerns arise beyond this point. He elaborated, upon traversing these 4 realms, whether your aim is to transform herbs into elixirs, pursue the lofty Taoist path of profound stillness and emptiness, or continue along the illustrious route of the pre-Qin practitioners, you will encounter no obstacles. The journey may seamlessly continue. With hands clasped behind his back, Old Chen exhibited a demeanor of calm assurance, as his insights drawn from ancient texts indeed hold a sense of security. Throughout history, no matter the path one chooses, these 4 levels remain inescapable. By mere coincidence, I have delved into numerous ancient texts, uncovering faint traces that suggest these 4 realms are applicable to all paths across time, possibly even hinting at connections with certain secret routes. Old Chen murmured, revealing a remarkable discovery. These insights were not directly recorded on paper, but were discerned through subtle hints. The level of mist need not be elaborated upon. The light of the lamp signifies the illumination of the heart guiding one's path, possibly linked to the search for direction. As for destiny soil, it is rumored that the earliest individual among the pre-Qin practitioners to enter the inner landscape likely did so upon stepping into the destiny soil. Moreover, should one be fortunate enough to acquire celestial herbs in the realm of herbal medicine, the potential could be formidable and awe-inspiring. Wang Xian was taken aback, and Qingmu stood in astonishment. Old Chen had indeed uncovered these profound insights within those texts, affirming the significance of these levels. However, ordinary individuals should not harbor such aspirations. Even for the exceptionally gifted, hope is often futile. Only those who are remarkably unique or extraordinary may occasionally glean insights. After speaking, Old Chen cast a glance at Wang Xian, recognizing his particular circumstances, as he could presently rely on his own strength to enter the inner landscape. Wang Xian felt a pang of indignation, staring intently at Old Chen. They conversed at length on these topics. Ultimately, Old Chen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he declared, as for the path ahead, it requires both of us to embody our teachings, daring to forge new trails. The most splendid era of ancient arts has yet to arrive. Await the rise of both you and me. This time, Qingmu refrained from silently disparaging his master. He suddenly perceived that Old Chen indeed possessed depth of thought. Wang Xian pondered, feeling a resonance within, and stated, the ancient arts are not antiquated. Indeed, the new arts are not entirely new. Old Chen nodded in agreement. What do you mean? Wang Xian abruptly inquired, for he had never comprehensively engaged with the new arts of the deep void. Old Chen scoffed. The new arts are a treacherous pit. Some individuals will inevitably find themselves utterly consumed. He then turned to Qingmu, advising, you may study the new arts, but do not become ensnared entirely. It is essential to learn in conjunction with the old arts. Aoki was taken aback. In the past, Lao Chen had been supportive of his exploration of new techniques. Yet now his stance had unexpectedly shifted. Previously, he believed that Aoki's traditional methods had reached their limits, prompting him to encourage a trial of new techniques. However, with the presence of Wang Jiazu by Aoki's side, it seemed that merely entering the inner realms a time or two would likely smooth his path. Moreover, Aoki was soon to have the guidance of Chen Randang. Thus, there was little need to pursue the new techniques in depth, at most drawing inspiration from them. Lao Chen exuded a remarkable confidence. Both Wang Xian and Aoki turned their gazes toward him, eager for further elucidation. Indeed, Lao Chen had more to convey. He sighed softly, stating that his recent experiences within the inner realms had left him startled. In comparing the two, he felt that the new techniques might not be as straightforward as they appeared. He then inquired, "Do you know the origins of these new techniques?" Wang Xian replied, "Is it not said that they were discovered in some mysterious location, where supermaterials were found and subsequently studied to develop these new techniques? Do they truly possess the capability to research such phenomena? They certainly embellish their own achievements. The reality is that these techniques were unearthed from the soil." Lao Chen's demeanor turned grave as he remarked, "Do you not harbor any doubts? The variety of new techniques bears a striking resemblance to the manifestations achievable by those who have mastered ancient methods. It is indeed peculiar that practitioners in the realm of new techniques begin their journey with these almost spell-like abilities. Of course, the potency of the two cannot be compared." Wang Xian nodded, acknowledging the oddities surrounding the new techniques. Lao Chen continued, "The new techniques are not truly novel. They were excavated from the earth and may have been buried for countless years. Who knows what astonishing discoveries may yet surface? However, I increasingly suspect that this could be a deep pit. I have my reservations, believing that these advantages were intentionally left behind for future seekers to encounter and explore." Wang Xian expressed his skepticism, saying, "That sounds rather cunning and somewhat familiar. It makes me wonder if it resembles the traps left by those who have transcended." Lao Chen nodded earnestly. "Having experienced the inner realms myself, I too sense a similarity that stirs unease and doubt. I feel the ancients were quite treacherous. They ought to be reprimanded, burying what should be buried and burning what should be burned." Wang Xian, almost instinctively, glanced at the jade box nearby containing charred bones and quickly added, "Only those who do not deceive future generations, who possess a kind heart and unparalleled beauty, like the sword immortal, deserve respect and are destined to endure in this world." Thus, one can only wonder what terrifying troubles may arise from those in the realm of new techniques. Lao Chen lamented. Wang Xian found himself pondering. Could it be that the immortals ventured into the cosmos before the modern individuals with their super battleships? Additionally, reflecting on the female practitioner's desire to keep him on the old soil for 3 years, could it be that she discovered something upon entering the depths of space? Chapter 84. Can battleships defeat the immortals? Had the immortals indeed entered the cosmos before modern humanity? Aoki's expression turned solemn. If any signs could be found, the situation would become exceedingly intricate. It was not beyond the realm of possibility. Lao Chen gazed out the window, seeking the moon in the sky, yet found only dark clouds, with raindrops pattering against the glass. Would the latest super battleships be capable of shattering the immortals? Wang Xian inquired, increasingly convinced that ancient beings posed a significant threat, leaving behind numerous traps. Thus, he felt compelled to make various preparations. Lao Chen responded with unwavering certainty, stating that if they could be locked onto, there was no doubt that a super battleship could indeed obliterate the celestial immortals. With current technological capabilities, even the celestial immortals can be eradicated, he added, to Wang Xian's astonishment. Lao Chen gestured towards the window, where arcs of electricity occasionally illuminated the rain curtain. Those who have transcended into immortality must undergo the final step of receiving the baptism of thunder. The ancient elite we have uncovered thus far were all vanquished by peculiar lightning, which indicates that even such beings can exhaust their powers. Up until now, whether it was the transcendence of the preaching era or the later ascended immortals, they all seemed unable to survive that trial, their corporeal forms obliterated by the overwhelming bolts of thunder. The exceptional cases protected by the sacred bamboo of transcendence were not within the scope of their discussion. Lao Chen continued, even if the thunder descending upon transcendence is particularly dense and formidable, considering the might of modern battleships, shattering beings of that caliber remains entirely feasible. Wang Xian gazed up at the night sky, contemplating that if one day the ancient tricksters emerged from their traps, he would gladly command a super battleship to unleash a few dazzling modern tribulations upon them, leaving them with a profound impression. Yet, he shook his head, reflecting on the complexity of human nature. Not long ago, he had envisioned a day when he could tear apart a battleship, and now he was strategizing against the celestial immortals. Upon deeper reflection, he found no inherent contradiction. Should he ever find himself in an unavoidable and irreconcilable confrontation with certain super tycoons, he would exhaust all means, including the ultimate techniques from the realm of ancient arts. If confronted by transcendent adversaries in the present world, he would naturally consider the advantages of contemporary beings, employing super battleships to combat ancient immortals amidst the stars. Wang Xian mused aloud, "Therefore, my friends, do not provoke the Grand Master Wang. I was born in a new era, well-versed in the most powerful cultivation techniques, unafraid of foes from both ancient and modern times." Lao Chen glanced at him, remarking, "What I mentioned is predicated on the ability to lock onto the celestial immortals. If you cannot grasp their movement trajectories, it could become quite troublesome." Suddenly, Wang Xian suggested, "Lao Chen, why not inquire with the ghost monk? If we were to obliterate their millennium-old temple, relocated by the tycoons to the new star, would the bodhisattvas and holy monks there also encounter calamity?" Lao Chen was equally curious, yet he hesitated to voice such inquiries, fearing that if he did, the repercussions would extend beyond a mere night of being beaten by the ghost monk. It might stretch into years. Why not ask? Lao Chen shot him a wary glance, inadvertently casting his eyes towards the jade box containing the charred bone fragments. This topic was no longer safe for discussion. Further dialogue could lead to perilous consequences. In truth, both had begun to ponder, considering whether erasing the traces of those who had transcended in the present world could completely eliminate them. Perhaps we should test this by attempting to eliminate the exquisite white bones of the white tiger demon, Wang Xian proposed. Lao Chen then asked, "Are you seeking to test whether the unparalleled red-clad female demon can transcend the veil to deliver a dream to you?" Wang Xian's expression momentarily faltered. He held a genuine apprehension towards that woman, who was extraordinarily powerful, almost managing to strike from beyond the veil with her pristine fists. Crack! Outside the window, a blinding bolt of lightning surged from the dark clouds, stretching towards the estate, its girth immense, illuminating the stormy night as if it were daylight. Old Chen stood before the window, gazing into the distance, asserting, "I have a foreboding that something might transpire tonight. If a violent thunderstorm occurs, we must act swiftly." He exuded an air of menace, seemingly untroubled. Wang Xian and Qingmu remained composed, unconvinced that any calamity would ensue. Before them stood a cunning adversary, sharpening his blade, who had long harbored designs on the foremost figure in the realm of new techniques, likely eager to ascertain just how formidable he was. Regrettably, the antagonist might not venture into familiar territory. Wang Xian inquired, "Should we endeavor to enhance our strength as much as possible? If there lies a fragment of celestial bone before us, should we not consider borrowing it to access the inner realm?" Both Old Chen and Qingmu displayed peculiar expressions. Ever since they had entered the inner realm and experienced that exhilarating yet intense process of elevation, they had become somewhat addicted. Just as before, Old Chen, having been schooled by the female sword immortal to the point of nausea at the sight of a sword, had vowed never to enter the inner realm again, only to have Qingmu seek out Wang Xian the following day, declaring his desire for one last visit. Once one has tasted such an experience, it becomes challenging to abstain, for the acceleration of personal strength is simply too exhilarating. They were now acutely aware of the serious issues within the inner realm. Delving too deeply could lead to unforeseen consequences. Qingmu suggested, "We should exercise caution and strive for restraint." Old Chen sighed, "Our resolve must remain steadfast." Wang Xian nodded but remarked, "Should the day come when I am pushed to my limits, who will care for such considerations? Perhaps I shall one day unearth the remnants of the celestial and the Buddha. Do not take such extremes." Old Chen exclaimed, startled. "In truth, you might find a way to trigger a supersensory state and enter your own inner realm, just as you did initially. Does the inner realm still distinguish between individuals and themselves?" Qingmu queried. It was a difficult question for Old Chen to address, as the inner realm is shrouded in mystery. It is hard to ascertain whether the tranquil depths are isolated or interconnected. Old Chen remarked, "Entering the inner realm without the aid of the remnants left by those who have transcended should be relatively safe, without any issues." Wang Xian concurred. His situation mirrored that of a select few among the practitioners who had initially accessed the inner realm, a unique circumstance achieved solely through their own efforts, warranting every effort to explore. However, it is indeed fraught with difficulty. Without approaching the brink of death, one has little chance of entering this domain. Yet, to dare to attempt such a perilous endeavor is akin to playing with fire, where a single misstep could lead to genuine demise. Does the passage of time within the inner realm mirror that of the external world? Qingmu inquired, having only recently begun to delve into this enigmatic domain with minimal understanding. Wang Xian replied, I am gradually coming to accept old Chen's perspective. The passage of time is indeed indistinguishable inside and outside. It is our own mental faculties transcending their limits, combined with the intense metabolic changes of the physical body and the rapid alterations of telomeres, all occurring in the briefest of moments, creating an illusion for us. Qingmu remarked, if others were to discover young Wang's predicament, I dare say many would be left in a state of astonishment. Old Chen chuckled softly, saying, one can easily imagine that some people even believe that if Wang Xian lacked the inner realm, he would be inferior to them. And should they gain access to the inner realm, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Such is the thinking of the mundane. Little do they know, this is precisely Wang Xian's greatest manifestation. It's akin to the worst student belittling the top scholar, claiming that if their academic talents were transferred to them, they would excel beyond measure. Old Chen continued, it's rare for you to flatter me. Speak, what are you scheming now? Wang Xian regarded him with a discerning gaze. This time, I truly have no ulterior motives. Old Chen sighed, adding, I must admit, I admire your ability to enter the inner realm on your own. Wang Xian was skeptical, having frequently been led astray, and he had grown accustomed to Old Chen's tactics. He pondered that it was likely related to that mysterious encounter. Old Chen had been holding back for quite some time and would eventually reveal the truth. In this world, numerous enigmas linger, some exceedingly mysterious, even unsettling. Yet they provoke an irresistible urge to explore. Finally, Old Chen could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Wang Xian, indifferent to his old colleague, was busy stuffing his mouth with food. It was only after dusk that he had begun to enjoy his dinner, having been visited in a dream by the female sword immortal. Qingmu, a diligent disciple, while dining, playfully supported his master, saying, with technology so advanced, how many mysteries can truly remain unsolved? Old Chen, polishing his black sword, replied, there are far too many. Some documents in the archives of relevant departments, if ever disclosed, would surely incite societal panic. Thus, those top secret files have been buried in dust, and no one dares to approach them lightly. He paused slightly before continuing. For instance, we recently discussed whether super battleships could vanquish celestial beings. Yet, a certain classified document recorded an event that surpassed all imagination. The Zhong family, representing the New Star Super Consortium, had 2 super battleships that were swallowed whole. Wang Xian's heart raced at this revelation. Such occurrences truly piqued his interest. Suddenly, Old Chen's gaze sharpened, discarding the cloth used to wipe his black sword, and stood up, peering into the rain-soaked night. Finally, it's here, and it has not disappointed me. A big catch has arrived. No, perhaps it's a colossal shark. He grasped the black long sword, his demeanor transforming, exuding a fierce aura imbued with lethal intent. Wang Xian rose as well, fixing his gaze outside. Old Chen turned to him, saying, tonight, you will likely need to make a bold move. Prepare for a fierce battle. Certainly. Wang Xian nodded. The dim light outside, coupled with the torrential downpour, foretold an unsettling night ahead. Many representatives remained, the entire estate cloaked in a haze of lights against the rain. Old Chen, someone is approaching. They can fly. Wang Xian exclaimed in shock. Was this still a big catch? He wondered if Old Chen, the fisherman, could withstand this presence. A figure floated in the rain, enveloped in a faint glow, silently drifting toward the estate, evidently directed at Old Chen's sick room. Though still distant, Wang Xian could already sense an overwhelming pressure. A mysterious force was expanding, surging forth, heralding the arrival of an unparalleled strength. Chapter 85. The Rainy Night Assault. It was Wang Xian's first encounter with someone who could fly. Such a creature emerging from the realm of new techniques left him apprehensive. Could Chen Randang withstand this? He felt a bead of sweat form in concern. Old Chen became serious and remarked, I will lead him to the reed pond and do everything in my power to eliminate him. You all should be cautious. Lao Wang, do not hold back. Do not attempt to deceive people with your outdated theories of law, and order. If you do not act decisively today, it could easily lead to disaster. Wang Xian nodded gravely, acknowledging, I understand. He then inquired, if they dare to come to kill, would they use small warships to bombard the estate? Old Chen remained calm and replied, they would not dare. Such actions would have dire consequences. Those who have come to visit me recently wield some influence, and representatives from certain organizations have yet to depart. If they were to act recklessly, they would be challenging everyone's bottom line. Such dangerous individuals, who disregard the rules, are most feared by relevant authorities and financial conglomerates, and they would undoubtedly be dealt with harshly afterward as a warning to all. After saying this, he noticed that Qingmu had already shouldered an energy cannon, preparing to take action against the figures in the rain. Old Chen waved his hand, stating, you likely won't hit him. I will handle it myself. He focused on the approaching silhouette through the downpour, saying, that should be the foremost figure in the realm of new techniques. I suspect he has come to Old Earth to negotiate significant business with relevant departments. He is merely stopping by to see how I am faring. If I am still alive, he will likely eliminate me without hesitation. After all, I am meant to die, and being killed by him on this rainy night would not cause any uproar. Unfortunately for him, he is unaware that Chun Randing is waiting for him. Having finished his words, Old Chun disappeared from the room, his long sword slung across his back. The approaching figure was enveloped in a faint glow, impervious to the rain. Appearing to be in his 50s, with long, light golden hair cascading down. His gaze was piercing and exceedingly bright, resembling two golden lanterns amidst the darkness. Clad in bronze armor reminiscent of a bygone Western era, he carried a massive alloy sword that stood nearly as tall as he did, clearly a formidable opponent. Suddenly, he halted, hovering a foot above the ground, fixating on the ghostly apparition of Old Chun, his golden eyes emanating a terrifying brilliance. Old Chen cast a brief glance at him before proceeding directly toward the reed pond. The armored elder followed without hesitation, confident in his own strength. Having truly stepped into the realm of the extraordinary, there were others nearby the estate. It was time for us to take action. Wang Xian spoke, his spirit vibrant and radiant, a sign of the nascent formation of his mental domain. At this moment, if Wang Xian were to unleash his full potential and employ Zhang Daoling's martial arts, his offensive capability would already be akin to that of a quasi-master, a terrifying achievement at such a young age. If word got out, it would astonish all. For reaching the edge of mastery in one's 20s is exceptionally rare, even in the old era, let alone in contemporary times. Find me an energy cannon, Wang Xian commanded. For if he was to unleash a massacre, he cared not for the means. He would first bombard them. Qingmu, having anticipated this, led him to the adjacent warehouse, which was stocked with an array of firearms. Wang Xian hefted an energy cannon weighing over 1,000 pounds. Qingmu's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished at his strength for choosing such an unwieldy weapon, exclaiming, are you planning to shoot down a spaceship? To which Wang Xian earnestly nodded, indeed. What if we encounter one? Qingmu chose not to argue further. Since he could lift it, he would let him be. Simultaneously, Aoki maintained contact with others, instructing them to prepare the firepower network, declaring that anyone daring to cause trouble here would face merciless retribution. The battle has begun over at Chun Randing's side. Wang Xian murmured, adding, I wish to take a look. In the pitch-black rainy night, a fierce clash erupted on the grassy expanse of the reed pond, blinding sword lights tearing through the darkness in a most intense display. Something felt amiss, as Wang Xian and Aoki rushed forward, fueled by energy. The scene that unfolded before them left them astonished. The old man with flowing golden hair was incessantly waving his hands, conjuring what? One terrifying fireball after another, each crashing to the ground and leaving deep craters. Boom! Some fireballs landed in the pond, evaporating the water in that area entirely. Why does this feel so strange? Aoki was taken aback, as the old man's methods appeared reminiscent of the magic from Western legends. Such prowess was indeed terrifying. The fireballs, upon impact, melted a boulder weighing 2,000 pounds nearby, illustrating the sheer magnitude of their power. This was in stark contrast to the feeble fireball magic depicted in antiquated novels. The fireballs unleashed by the golden-haired elder could melt metals, and in their vicinity, the rainwater was vaporized, rocks reduced to molten forms. This old trickster, Wang Xian whispered. The golden-haired elder, adorned in bronze armor reminiscent of a bygone era and wielding a great sword, initially gave the impression of possessing profound swordsmanship, but to their surprise, he unleashed a barrage of magic instead. Presumably, old Chen was caught off guard at first, remaining on the defensive, continuously dodging while his black longsword emitted piercing beams of light, cleaving through the monstrous fireballs. Bang! As some fireballs exploded, sparks flew, and upon hitting the ground, they turned the rainwater into white mist, igniting the grass and creating numerous deep craters in the earth. This was evidently a genuine, extraordinary battle. Old Chen was indeed alarmed. What kind of monster was this? He could levitate and continually unleash terrifying fireballs, even evaporating the water in parts of the reed pond. He began to doubt whether this individual's cultivation level surpassed his own. Most importantly, the opponent was employing magical techniques. Had he misjudged? Was it possible that the artifacts unearthed by those from the new techniques realm were related to the old techniques, yet also harbored other more mysterious elements? Including the ancient magic from Western mythology? No, it could also be a simplified version of the legendary Samadhi true fire from the realm of old techniques. Though it didn't quite reach that level, perhaps it was a different fire-based technique altogether. As old Chen fought back, he pondered, feeling quite vexed by the encounter with such a monster. Not only could the opponent fly, but the power behind their strikes was overwhelming, causing Chen Randang to feel a surge of frustration. He had just broken into the extraordinary realm and was now faced with an even more formidable foe. Boom! Another fireball crashed down. After old Chen evaded, it exploded, creating a nearly 2-meter deep crater, and crucially, the soil and stones were melted, solidifying into crystal upon cooling. Do not be deceived by his facade, Wang Xian shouted from a distance, raising his voice in warning. This is an old trickster. What he is wearing is not armor from the old era, but rather a newly developed supermaterial armor that enables him to soar through the skies. Moreover, this is likely the most powerful supermaterial armor currently in existence. Had it not been for Zhongqing's brother, adorned in resplendent supermaterial armor, challenging Wang Xian, he would surely be as bewildered as old Chen. The enhancement effects of this armor are truly astonishing, elevating a person's prowess immensely, exuding a terrifying and unparalleled might. Since the confrontation began, old Chen has been evading, for if he were struck by that fireball capable of melting metal, he would likely meet a grim fate instantly. In mere moments, the lake's waters seemed destined to evaporate, and Chen Ranjing's heart sank, leading him to question his very existence. The practitioners of the new realm were advancing faster than he, leaving him far behind, a shocking revelation indeed. The golden-haired elder could soar through the skies, and the fireball's power was sufficient to annihilate extraordinary beings within the mist realm. For old Chen, freshly emerged from seclusion, this felt like a thunderous blow, a bucket of icy water dousing his spirits. That old rogue dares to intimidate me, Chen Ranjing. His gaze grew cold, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He was accustomed to being the tormentor, not the tormented. He assessed the elder's level, deducing that they were both in the mist realm. Yet the enhancement from the armor had drastically amplified his strength. Now, all he needed to do was evade and exhaust the supermaterial within his opponent's armor. Regardless of whether the attacks were magical or fire-based, the tables would eventually turn in his favor. Boom! Wang Xian, unable to restrain himself, unleashed an energy cannon into the air, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the curtain of rain, though it missed its target. The golden-haired elder's eyes flashed with lethal intent as he locked onto Wang Xian and soared towards him, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Swish! Old Chen unfurled his silver wings, ascending into the sky, his sword radiating with brilliance, intercepting the golden-haired elder. The elder's expression shifted. The crafty old man had been lying in a hospital bed, equipped with flight propulsion gear, evidently biding his time for this very moment. He could no longer afford to squander his extraordinary materials, initially believing that even if circumstances changed, he could still escape with the supermaterial armor. Now, as he glanced towards old Chen, his demeanor altered. Remaining here would be futile and could render him a target. We must depart. Wang Xian and Qing Mu sprinted back to the manor. An armored mech has entered. A jolt of alarm coursed through Wang Xian. His mental acuity was unmatched. With only old Chen possessing sharper senses, let us head to the guest rooms, Qing Mu proposed, as that area housed several visitors, including tycoons like Wu Qinglin and De Wu. Even if they were to come under attack, they would hesitate to employ firearms in that vicinity. Wang Xian and Qing Mu, bearing the energy cannon, tread heavily into the area reserved for esteemed guests, casually selecting a courtyard to lie in wait. Soon, they spotted their target. Formidable silently traversed the curtain of rain, dispersing as they approached. Without hesitation, Wang Xian adjusted his aim and commenced firing, aware of his inaccuracy, thus unleashing a barrage of beams, their brilliant light tearing through the nocturnal sky. Wu Qinglin, nestled comfortably in the courtyard, was abruptly roused by the deafening roar. Feeling the earth tremble, and tumbled out of bed. Wang Xian's spiritual perception played a monumental role, unleashing a flurry of luminous beams that struck two mechas, igniting a cataclysmic explosion in midair, showering fragments and debris downwards. Aoki, with exceptional precision, lay in wait for the opportune moment, firing two beams that obliterated the mechas instantly. In an instant, the sky was illuminated with dazzling brilliance, the thunderous noise shattering the tranquility of the rainy night. Particularly in the courtyard, beams of light surged upward, erupting violently. Old Wu, stunned, fell to the ground, bewildered by the incessant lightning that seemed to target his courtyard. The relentless beams were terrifying. Had some monstrosity emerged? Gradually regaining his senses, he realized a fierce battle was underway. Wu Yin, also in the courtyard, was roused from her slumber in the adjacent room. Equally astonished by the mecha's explosions and the beams piercing the night sky, the entire estate was roused from its slumber. This night was truly harrowing. At last, as the courtyard fell into a slight hush, old Wu peered outside, and upon spotting Wang Xian, he was utterly astonished. The young man was hoisting an energy cannon, seemingly prepared to depart. How immense was his strength? Was he the one firing the cannon? Little Wang. Wu Qinglin burst through the door, inquiring about the ruckus and what had transpired. Just passing by, Wang Xian replied curtly, turning to leave. Many were disturbed by the commotion. Wu Yin, having heard the noise, donned a robe and opened her door, her complexion slightly pale, just in time to witness Wang Xian carrying the cannon away. Little Wang, why have you brought an energy cannon here in the dead of night? Wu Yin questioned, still in shock from the earlier tumult of explosions and beams that had rattled her. This is a rain dispersal cannon, meant to clear the clouds so you can enjoy a peaceful slumber without the incessant thunder and rain, he explained. Chapter 86. Master Wang. Old Wu, dumbfounded, gazed at the debris of the mechas scattered on the ground, unable to fathom the veracity of his words. Suddenly, Wu Yin's expression shifted as a half-destroyed hand, dislodged from the rooftop by the deluge, came crashing down, nearly striking her uncle on the head. Old Wu looked down, watching the dismembered hand slide past him and land at his feet, sending a chill coursing through his spine. His scalp prickled. Could this so-called rain dispersal cannon have brought down celestial beings from the clouds? Wu Yin steadied herself, remaining silent as she observed Wang Xian and Aoki retreating into the distance. In the nearby courtyards, others who had awakened to witness the remnants of destruction reacted differently. Some women screamed, their cries piercing the rainy night with an unbearable shrillness. Wang Xian, however, had no time for explanations. The imperative was to eliminate the enemy. Relying on his formidable perception, he sensed the absence of mechas but detected several figures infiltrating the estate. Alongside Aoki, he stealthily maneuvered with the energy cannon, intent on silently dispatching the intruders, primarily concerned that there might be a master, or even a grandmaster among them. Clearly, they were overthinking. Despite the rapid advancements in the realm of new techniques, there were still few grandmasters. The demise of 3 on the Premier Plateau had been a significant blow. The foremost figures of the new technique realm would not venture to the old lands accompanied by grandmasters. Such ostentation would invite unnecessary scrutiny from various factions. Not long after, Wang Xian beckoned to Qing Mu, directing the energy cannon towards a wall. With a resounding boom, the tall wall crumbled, taking with it a shadow that had been hiding behind it. The residents of the area could no longer find solace in sleep. They gazed into the courtyard, their nerves frayed amidst the chaos of debris. The rain diluted the blood, yet the remnants of bones remained. Such an event startled the entire manor awake. Zhongqing rose and, having cracked open a window, beheld 2 figures stealthily approaching. The sight of Wang Xian bearing the weighty energy cannon made her momentarily dizzy. I shall investigate, exclaimed an elder proficient in the snake crane 8 scatterhand, preparing to follow. However, as he dashed forward, he abruptly turned back, mistaking the imminent cannon fire aimed at the wall beside him as a threat directed towards himself. With another thunderous boom, the wall was breached, and a bloodied man, appearing to be in his mid-40s and possessing formidable strength, burst forth. His specialized armor lay in tatters. Although he had not been struck directly, the energy beam had grazed him, rendering one of his arms useless. The impact from the crumbling wall left him staggered. He suddenly lifted his gaze, charging towards Wang Xian and his companion. Unfortunately, disoriented and drenched in blood, his perception dulled. The manor's defensive network activated, and energy bullets struck him, causing his body to stiffen. Boom! Wang Xian and Qing Mu unleashed the energy cannon once more, obliterating him entirely. The elder skilled in the snake crane 8 scatter hand swiftly turned and returned to Zhong Qing's side without uttering a word, feeling a chill run down his spine. The fallen man had exhibited extraordinary prowess, at least that of a quasi-master, yet was annihilated so effortlessly. Zhong Qing covered her mouth, managing to suppress a scream. The audacity of those two was overwhelming. Cannon fire erupted perilously close to her, with the remnants of the quasi-master's arm crashing against her window, shattering the glass and splattering blood, a few droplets even landing on her face. In the dead of night, such an experience rendered her pale. Compared to this, the horror films she typically watched seemed trivial and comedic. "It's all right, carry on sleeping," Wang Xian and Qing Mu called out as they retreated, their voices echoing. "Apologies for the disturbance, good night." Yet, who could still find rest? Zhong Qing rolled her eyes. The gruesome spectacle was too harrowing, too frightening. The cacophony of gunfire reverberated around her, a harrowing experience unlike any she had ever encountered. With a thud, the severed arm fell to the floor at her feet, leaving a large pool of blood, and coupled with Wang Xian's final words of farewell, she felt an urge to scream. On the way, a figure silently lunged towards Wang Xian and Qing Mu, agile and fierce, swiftly kicking the energy cannon, which weighed over 200 pounds, from Qing Mu's grasp. In his hand, a blade glinted, dazzling under the flashes of lightning. Wang Xian understood that this confrontation was unavoidable, despite his formidable mental fortitude. He could not pinpoint every enemy infiltrating the manor. He hoisted the heavy energy cannon and charged forward, striking with great force at close range, cornering the assailant into a dead end. The blinding glint of a blade erupted, striking the energy cannon with undeniable force. One must concede that this individual was formidable. As the sharp edge sank into the cannon's body, he deftly struck it aside with both hands, diverting the heavy artillery and causing the courtyard wall to collapse, sending splashes of water across the ground. "Old Qing, you should go elsewhere. I'll handle this," Wang Xian called out, acutely aware that he had encountered a master. What unsettled him most was the fact that this adversary was clad in supermaterial armor. Qing Mu, without hesitation, vanished swiftly. The newcomer, draped in black metallic armor, approached silently, his footsteps steady, resembling a ghost in the rain-soaked night. Suddenly, he struck fiercely, a radiant light emanating from his fingers, revealing a dazzling golden spear that lunged directly toward Wang Xian's forehead. In the darkness, this streak of golden light cut through the night sky like a blinding bolt of lightning, swift and perilous, evaporating the rainwater in midair into thick clouds of white mist. Wang Xian swiftly sidestepped the attack, the golden spear piercing through a large tree behind him, causing wood chips to explode. This tree, over a century old, with its lush branches and leaves, shattered violently as the spear's tip embedded itself, the massive trunk splintering under the force. The enormous crown of the tree crashed down with a thunderous roar, shaking the neighboring houses in the torrential downpour. Standing not far away, Wang Xian felt the deluge drenching him as he fixed his gaze on the armored figure. This was undoubtedly a formidable foe. The opponent was a quasi-master, his supermaterial armor amplifying his already terrifying strength. Should the spear penetrate his flesh, it would obliterate his blood and sinew. The figure in black armor remained silent, his face concealed, save for a pair of eyes that gleamed with lethal intensity. With a resounding thud, he leaped forward, his feet striking the ground and splashing mud everywhere. His hands moved with incredible speed, the golden spear pursuing Wang Xian's form, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds in the air, the mist swirling, showcasing the sheer power. Should it strike, blood and bone would surely scatter. Wang Xian moved with remarkable agility, weaving and dodging, contemplating his strategy. Should he emulate Chen Randang? Wait until the adversary's supermaterial armor was nearly depleted before countering? However, he was acutely aware that other enemies might be lurking in the rain-soaked night. Further delays could invite more attackers, which would be perilous. With a resounding crash, as he sidestepped, The golden spear plunged into the courtyard wall behind him, causing the robust structure to erupt with a deafening roar. Such raw power was indeed awe-inspiring and terrifying. Wang Xian resolved to take a daring gamble. He could no longer wait. The individual before him, a quasi-master clad in supermaterial armor, had escalated his strength to a level comparable to that of a true master. Too dangerous. If even one or two more such foes emerged, it would be akin to several masters hunting him down, plunging him into a dire predicament. Without a decisive escape, survival would be exceedingly difficult. Taking a deep breath, Wang Xian felt his internal organs surge violently, emitting a faint rumble of thunder that resonated with the lightning above. And ethereal beams of light began to seep from his pores. With no options left, he employed Zhang Daoling's body technique, having mastered the first 3 engravings of the first page of the 5 golden books. When that individual thrust his golden spear again, the very air illuminated with brilliance. The rainy night ablaze, while torrents poured down around them. The supermateriality surged with utmost peril, causing the buildings directly in the spear's path to collapse under the impact. Wang Xian evaded the spear's edge and charged towards the man's chest, aiming to pierce through his armor and destroy the source of his power with Zhang Daoling's technique. However, this adversary was a master, quick to adapt. The golden spear in his hand swiftly retracted, merging into his fist, which then erupted with a dazzling radiance akin to the sun, colliding with Wang Xian's palm. The opponent forced Wang Xian into a head-on confrontation. He faced a seasoned rival, yet remained undaunted. Channeling the body techniques inscribed in the Golden Book, his internal organs glowing and illuminating his chest. The terrifying secret power circulating throughout his body, surging towards his palm. Crack! It was as if thunder had struck in midair, a blinding beam exploding between their fists, illuminating the surroundings, a manifestation of energy. This exceeded the intruder's expectations, clad in supermaterial armor comparable to that of a grandmaster. His fist surprisingly failed to crush Wang Xian's flesh, leaving him astonished. Seizing the moment, Wang Xian surged forward with great speed, his chest heaving violently as if about to burst, fully activating the body technique recorded on the first page of the Golden Book, unleashing a tremendous surge of secret power. In the intertwined clash of their bodies, Wang Xian's chest radiated with light, akin to a tempest of thunder, enveloping his form as they collided in close quarters. Crack! At last, the sound Wang Xian had eagerly anticipated rang out, all his assaults converging on a single point on the opponent's chest, shattering the armor. With a resounding boom, the supermaterial armor exploded into fragments, scattering like vibrant petals amidst the torrential rain. Wang Xian felt as though his chest might explode, the secret power coursing through him. His body ablaze with heat. Indeed, the body technique of old Zhang was formidable, a skill not easily wielded by the average individual. Wang Xian had achieved this through the inner landscape. Under normal circumstances, a person of such caliber could not practice it. To even attempt to access, it would require one to risk their own disintegration upon exerting full strength. He forcibly calmed his boiling blood, cooling his body as he swiftly lunged towards the quasi-grandmaster. The quasi-grandmaster in this new domain of techniques was genuinely astonished. His armor, more resilient than mech materials, had been shattered, but there was no time for contemplation. The moment for life and death struggle had arrived, and he fully committed to a brutal clash with this formidable young man. They engaged in relentless combat, their fierce confrontation shattering numerous walls and several houses within moments. As a bolt of lightning cleaved through the night sky, illuminating the entire rainy expanse, many onlookers were left in shock. Wang Xian planted one foot on the ground, his other leg sweeping upward, propelling the quasi-grandmaster into the air, his chest caving in, likely tearing all his internal organs. At the instant Wang Xian retracted his leg, he soared into the air, delivering a punch that pierced through the descending foe, leaving no chance for survival. Tonight, he truly unleashed a massacre. Blood splattered as the man's chest was obliterated, his entire being exploded in the aftermath. Before the illuminating lightning faded from the night sky, onlookers beheld Wang Xian gracefully descending from midair, his gaze electrifying as he strode into the depths of the rain curtain, entirely indifferent to the corpses beneath his feet. Undoubtedly, this was the venerable Wang referenced by Chen Yongjie during the battle at Congling, the man who had vanquished a quasi-master clad in extraordinary armor. On the rooftop, Lao Wu stood, utterly astonished by this scene. Had he truly just witnessed the demise of a master? Wu, standing beside him, breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling with disbelief. Here was a young man in his early 20s, having elevated his old techniques to such an extraordinary level. In the darkness, numerous observers were clandestinely watching, all equally astounded. It wouldn't be long before he ventured into the true realm of masters, a terrifying prospect for someone so young. The elder from the Zhong family, who had perfected the snake crane 8 scatter hands, stood on the rooftop, profoundly shaken, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Earlier, although Zhongqing had been splattered with blood from that arm, turning her face pale, she eventually regained her composure and joined the elder outside, her gaze fixed on the inky depths of the rainy night, equally astonished and incredulous. Her brother, Zhongcheng, had also arrived, his eyes ablaze with fervor, exclaiming, "Who would have thought he was once so formidable, concealing his prowess? It seems he will soon ascend to become a true Wang master." Chapter 87. Myth. The rain continued to fall, pattering incessantly, while the occasional thunderbolt rent the darkness, illuminating the entire estate. Windows in higher buildings swung open as many, sleepless, quietly observed the imminent life and death battle unfolding in the rain-soaked night. Unbeknownst to them, an even more astonishing duel transpired behind the estate, as Chen Randang clashed violently with the foremost figure in the realm of new techniques. Whenever a flash of sword light erupted, observers merely assumed it was an electric arc slicing through the rainy night, entirely unaware of the transcendent battle taking place. The collision of sword light and fireballs unleashed a dazzling rain of light, evaporating the rain curtain over this territory, swirling white mist that seemed to elevate them to the clouds. Suddenly, the golden-haired elder, donned in extraordinary armor yet masquerading as bronze, retreated, ceasing his offensive, and hovered in midair, proposing, "How about we cease hostilities?" Lao Chen stood impassively on the ground, his black longsword aimed at him, showing no intention of backing down. The golden-haired elder, his demeanor serious, replied, "Individuals like us, once we reveal our true capabilities, will incite wariness from all sides. We shall inevitably be scrutinized and may even find ourselves long-term targets of superweapons. If we grow stronger in the future, we might need to report our movements in advance, losing our freedom. Let us halt our conflict. Presently, no one knows, and we can depart quietly as if nothing has transpired. You came here to kill me," was all Lao Chen could utter. The golden-haired elder initially expressed regret before continuing. "Nothing is insurmountable. The new and old techniques can coexist in the future. We are both extraordinary. Many opportunities for collaboration await us. Let us not be prematurely ensnared by conglomerates, authorities, and organizations, which would confine us. Our future lies in the vast cosmos, where mysterious, supernatural traces and undiscovered realms beckon us to seek and engage. The celestial beings and deities are no longer mere figments of imagination for individuals like us. Sooner or later, we shall draw near, and the legends are indeed promising." Old Chen spoke coldly. "Your words carry a hint of incitement, yet I have long since established my spiritual domain, clearly discerning the murderous intent lurking within your heart. What is the meaning behind your lengthy discourse?" The golden-haired elder sighed. The prospect of mutual coexistence was far less preferable than eliminating Chen Yongjia, leaving him as the sole survivor, a more assured outcome. Some of his words were heartfelt, as he wished to avoid premature exposure, fearing that various factions would turn their focus towards him, an extraordinary being. In the eyes of the world, he was regarded as a top-tier grandmaster, having expended vast amounts of life energy 2 years prior in pursuit of a breakthrough, only to fail, making it unlikely for him to ever step into the extraordinary realm again. Now that Chen Yongjia was aware of his breakthrough, which was not inferior to his own, the most effective way to safeguard his secret was naturally to eliminate the other party, though he lamented the immense difficulty of such an endeavor. He felt that the treasures unearthed from that mysterious land over recent years were nearly mythical. Once applied to himself, they could render him superior to all practitioners. Moreover, time was on his side. After enduring for a century or two, he believed he would ultimately draw closer to divinity. Little did he anticipate that an anomaly like Chen Yongjia would emerge from the realm of ancient arts. In the Battle of Congling, he could not possibly reveal himself, yet he had deemed it sufficiently serious to dispatch 3 grandmasters. The outcome, though devastating, unfolded just as he had predicted. Chen Yongjia was supposed to perish. Yet now, not only had the opponent survived, but he had also entered the extraordinary realm, prompting an inevitable doubt within him. The golden-haired elder reflected, when human capabilities reach their limits. I have contemplated all possibilities. You should have perished. Your existence is abnormal, suggesting one possibility. You have acquired something related to the legends of celestial beings and deities, triggering a mysterious power akin to mine. Old Chen replied coldly, given that you have reached this juncture, to safeguard our secrets, only one of us can leave alive. Suddenly, he launched into action, silver wings unfurling from his back, a state-of-the-art propulsion device developed by the Wu family, propelling him swiftly towards his adversary in the sky. His internal organs erupted with blinding radiance, enveloping his body and exponentially enhancing his speed. In an instant, he struck, wielding his sword with a force that illuminated the pitch-black rain-soaked night, creating a scene both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The golden-haired elder was taken aback, his pupils dilating in shock, fumbling as he failed to unleash the terrifying fireball capable of melting stone. In haste, he drew his broadsword, swinging it towards Old Chen. Old Chen's expression remained impassive as he extended his left hand, forcefully striking the alloy sword with a resounding crack, shattering it instantly. His right hand wielded a black longsword, aiming to cleave his opponent. However, Old Chen's countenance shifted suddenly. From the shattered alloy sword, a brilliant silver light erupted, a peerless divine sword lunging towards his forehead. This was utterly unexpected. Not only had he not anticipated the astonishing silver blade concealed within the broadsword, but the elder's swordsmanship was also alarmingly formidable, with the unleashed sword light being terrifying, rivaling the power of any fireball. This was undoubtedly a deliberate attempt to ensnare Old Chen. Indeed, at the moment the dazzling sword light erupted, the expression of surprise on the golden-haired elder's face vanished entirely, replaced by an icy indifference. He deftly evaded the black longsword of Old Chen, his own brilliant divine sword nearly grazing Old Chen's forehead. Blood trickled from Chen Randing's brow, torn by the sword's aura. Had it not been for the thunderous power erupting from his chest, radiating with resplendent light to shatter the sword light, he might have been pierced through the skull. He sidestepped, the gleaming longsword brushing against his hair, causing a lock of short hair to fall and blood to seep from his scalp. Old Chen's murderous intent surged as he retreated a sufficient distance, fixing his gaze upon the golden-haired elder, the beam of his black longsword surging forth as if ready to launch. Yet, he soon regained his composure, striving to clear his mind and refusing to let emotions dictate his combat strategy. Silent and cold, he prepared to engage once more. Simultaneously, Old Chen reflected on his recent impatience, realizing he had been overly presumptuous, even referring to himself as Chen Randing, resulting in this significant setback. I must reflect. How can I be called Randing? I should refer to myself as Chun Mingtu, setting a more distant goal. With that, Old Chen charged forward. This was a battle of life and death, and one would not leave unscathed without the other falling. Clang! The 1.5-meter black longsword collided with the approximately 1-meter silver blade, sparks flying as they both erupted with dazzling brilliance, akin to intertwining flashes of lightning. Chen Mingtu was convinced that the weapon in his opponent's hand was on par with his own illustrious black longsword. Chen Yongjia, you are not the only one possessing a mythical weapon. I too am favored by the heavens and have acquired the most potent secret techniques. Today, regardless of who falls, it would be a lamentable loss indeed, yet fate is invariably cruel. Let us both give our all. The golden-haired elder's voice was heavy as he raised his pristine longsword and charged forward. In the rain-soaked, deathly atmosphere of the manor, Wang Xian walked silently, drawing closer to a target. Clearly, the other party had also detected his presence, approaching through the downpour with heavy steps. The rain had thoroughly drenched Wang Xian, droplets cascading down his face. He remained calm, a faint golden sheen flickering in his eyes, as he began to fully unveil his power. The characteristics of his golden body technique subtly manifesting. These traits were difficult to reveal in the darkness, yet even if seen, he did not mind. He was facing a life-and-death battle and would not allow distractions. After a moment of adjustment, his heated body regained its composure, standing still in profound silence, fixated on the increasingly near figure. Once again, it was a quasi-master clad in extraordinary armor, emitting a faint crimson glow in the night, the dark red armor encasing him securely. The foremost figure of the new technique realm had arrived on ancient soil, and to avoid being overly conspicuous, He had not brought genuine master-level powerhouses, instead accompanied by several quasi-masters. Wang Xian's gaze was profound, with little to concern or worry him. He had previously dispatched such individuals without hesitation. Just recently, he had eliminated one with explosive force. He prepared to employ Zhang Daoling's body technique once more. In these extraordinary times, he could only engage directly. If he did not shatter the extraordinary armor, he would inevitably await his own demise at the hands of the opponent. Old Zhang's physical prowess is indeed unparalleled, although Wang Xian finds it challenging to apply at this stage. Once he activates any of the engraved images, he can combat adversaries on the verge of becoming grandmasters. When the opponent dons the ultramaterial armor, their strength nearly rivals that of a true master. However, Wang Xian's current level of expertise is insufficient. He must connect the 3 engraved images from the first page of the Golden Book to penetrate such a uniquely resilient material. Wang Xian stretches his body, the organs within him beginning to emit a faint luminescence as the silhouette before him swiftly approaches, nearly within reach. Just as he prepares to unleash his full power against an enemy of comparable strength to a master, an unsettling chill runs down his spine, signaling a looming threat. From the depths of the rain-soaked shadows, another figure emerges, similarly clad in ultramaterial armor, its surface a deep green metal enveloping their form. The 2 formidable opponents encircle him, trapping Wang Xian in a perilous situation. His heart sinks, realizing he is faced with the direst of circumstances, akin to being besieged by 2 grandmasters, endangering his very life. Old Chen's predictions ring true. Tonight, he must fight for his life. Wang Xian silently assesses that while he can utilize the 3 engraved images inscribed in the Golden Book to breach one set of ultramaterial armor, doing so will leave him utterly fatigued. If he then employs the triple strike technique, he risks sustaining injuries, as his body may not withstand the strain. After executing the triple strike, he will require a minimum of 30 seconds to recuperate before he can again summon the physical techniques of the 3 engraved images. Otherwise, his physical form may collapse. This assessment indicates that after shattering the first set of ultramaterial armor, he will be unable to eliminate the occupant within without first prioritizing his own survival, necessitating a delay of over 30 seconds before he can assault the second set of armor. In that fleeting moment, Wang Xian bolts forward, charging toward the figure clad in dark red armor, distancing himself from the looming threat behind. Meanwhile, numerous onlookers in the surrounding courtyards silently observe, their astonishment palpable as they witness Wang Xian's indomitable fighting spirit and murderous intent. The seasoned warrior in dark red armor, upon noticing Wang Xian's advance, does not flinch. Instead, he illuminates his palm, unleashing a chain that glimmers with crimson light, aiming to ensnare Wang Xian and await the arrival of his ally to jointly eliminate this formidable young man. Wang Xian deftly evades with his arms, allowing his body to be ensnared by the red chain forged from ultramaterial, for he intends to close the distance. His fists glow, relentlessly striking forward. As they engage in close combat, the intensity escalates. Soon, Wang Xian harnesses the physical techniques recorded in the engraved images, and with a resounding crash, he shatters the opponent's armor. It is astonishing. He has obliterated ultramaterial armor with his bare hands, showcasing a level of martial prowess that leaves many in awe. Observers are taken aback, noting similarities to the secret arts of the Taoist ancestral court, yet with distinctions that render it ambiguous. Beside Zhongqing, an elderly practitioner who has mastered the serpent crane 8 dispersion technique murmurs in astonishment. To him, no one of this age should be capable of mastering the secret arts of the Taoist ancestral court. Even Chen Yongjia suffered severe injuries in his prime. As the ultramaterial armor crumbles, the red chains entwined around Wang Xian dissipate, vanishing from his form. Wang Xian exchanged a final blow with his adversary, leveraging the force to leap into the shadows, seeking temporary refuge from another formidable foe clad in supermaterial armor. Suddenly, he felt sharp pangs across various parts of his body, and he immediately realized he had been targeted by a firearm. Someone intended to assassinate him. Yet, suspended in midair, he found himself with no means of evasion, utterly devoid of leverage to escape. Gritting his teeth, his eyes glimmered with a golden light. With no alternatives at hand, he could only brace himself for the impending strike. The assailant was not far off, aiming through the darkened barrel protruding from the opened window, not a newcomer, but a guest who had long taken residence, now preparing to pull the trigger on him. A modicum of reassurance washed over Wang Xian, although he sensed the danger beforehand and felt the sharp pains. It was not of an excruciating nature, and he believed he could withstand it. For an extended period, he had diligently honed his golden body technique. Elevating it to the 6th tier, now was the moment to test its efficacy. In tandem, his gaze turned fierce, and a surge of murderous intent boiled within him. At such a critical juncture, the threat from a guest who sought to take his life incited greater loathing than the two foes behind him. This individual must be eliminated. Chapter Conclusion. Chapter 88. The times have changed amidst the sound of gunfire. Wang Xian's chest, neck, and legs were struck. Initially, his forehead was also in peril, but he managed to avert his head mid-air, narrowly escaping the aimed bullets. The entire world seemed to fall silent as observers noticed Wang Xian's body, suspended in the air, tremble incessantly. Those with experience recognized he had been shot, and not just once, but was being mercilessly raked by gunfire. Wu Yin turned her head slightly, unable to bear witnessing such a gruesome spectacle. Old Wu, witnessing Wang Xian being struck repeatedly, saw him lose balance and plummet to the ground, letting out a soft sigh. In a nearby courtyard, a middle-aged man standing by the window remarked, "This is indeed an era of dazzling technology, no matter how advanced one's skills may be. They remain vulnerable to the onslaught of modern weaponry." At that moment, many gasped in astonishment, lamenting Wang Xian's fate. How could such a powerful young man in the realm of ancient arts fall victim to an ambush? Others, observing the rain-soaked night, regarded the events as entirely natural. Recognizing that the times had changed, no amount of mastery over ancient techniques could shield one from technological arms. To some, it mirrored the earlier confrontation where Wang Xian and Mu Qing endured an energy cannon, obliterating numerous strong foes. Whether new or old techniques, they were subdued by contemporary weaponry. A voice spoke calmly. In this era, what significance does individual strength hold? Representatives from various large organizations watched from afar, while some felt sympathy for Wang Xian. They acknowledged that such a fate was an inevitable trend of the future. In this age, nothing could challenge technology, and the status of the wealthy elite remained unshakable. After Wang Xian fell to the ground, he remained motionless for a moment. He felt the sharp pain, yet it was not severe. The bullets had penetrated less than half a centimeter into his flesh, failing to fully embed themselves. Gathering his strength, he expelled all the bullets from his neck, chest, and thigh, while a few drops of blood surfaced upon his skin. It is not a highly destructive energy weapon. Such an item cannot be brought into the manor. This is merely a makeshift firearm, incapable of posing a genuine threat to Wang Xian. It seems that mastering the golden body technique is imperative. After Wang Xian descended to the ground, he feigned death, seizing every opportunity to buy time for his searing flesh to recuperate. Witnessing him lie motionless, some guests could not help but sigh. How could someone among the guests resort to such treachery and take his life? Those well-versed in ancient techniques regained their composure, with one shouting in rage, leading the charge towards the loft from which the shots had been fired. Had he not fortuitously leapt into the air, at his level of prowess, he might have evaded the bullets. There were expressions of disbelief. Among the wealthy elite, one individual stood amidst the rain, calmly articulating, "This is ultimately the age of technology. Regardless of the techniques one practices, they remain mere arts, devoid of true Tao. Technology is the true path, firmly in our grasp." During this interval, Qing Mu contacted an exploration organization, requisitioning a small spacecraft that lay in wait at a distance, prepared to strike decisively against the foremost figure of the new technique realm. He lay in quiet ambush, awaiting the opportune moment to deliver a lethal blow to the golden-haired elder. With adversaries advancing, he had no intention of engaging in an honorable confrontation. He would resort to any means necessary to send the extraordinary elder on his way. However, after a prolonged wait, he observed that his master was entangled in a fierce battle with the golden-haired elder, concerned that a single energy blast might inadvertently harm his master as well. What? Wang Xian has been shot. Upon receiving this shocking news, Qing Mu felt as if his scalp might split open if Wang Xian were to perish. Even if he eliminated the leading figure of the new technique realm that very night, it would not bring him any sense of triumph. Had not every guest been meticulously scrutinized? Weapons were strictly forbidden. Qing Mu's eyes turned crimson. Upon learning that it was not an energy weapon, but rather a makeshift firearm, his anxiety and fear swiftly subsided, and he felt less troubled. He was already aware that Wang Xian had mastered the golden body technique to its 6th level. He had witnessed Wang Xian's skin shed multiple times in old Chen's hospital room, and he had been immensely envious. Bring that loft down. Qing Mu, brimming with murderous intent, ordered his men to deal with those assailants. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, recalling that certain representatives from various factions resided there. To prevent chaos, panic, and a potential stampede, he swiftly altered his directive. Make sure the commotion is contained. Block that area, give each of them a shot, but do not kill them. We will conduct a thorough investigation later. It was not until 2 powerful adversaries approached that Wang Xian suddenly sprang to his feet and charged towards the loft from which the bullets had emanated. It was not a new enemy, but rather a former guest who had struck at a critical moment, igniting a fervor within him to eliminate the threat without delay. In less than half a minute, he could no longer employ the physical techniques from the Golden Book and would take this individual to task. He was struck by numerous bullets, yet he appeared unscathed. How could he survive such an onslaught? Zhong Cheng was astonished, finding it utterly unbelievable. Beside his sister, the elderly man who had mastered the serpent crane 8 scatterhand spoke with a tremor in his voice. What kind of martial arts has he practiced? Is it the secret technique of the Taoist ancestral court, or has he achieved the indestructible body of the Buddhist sect, enduring such a blow with mere flesh? Suddenly, Wang Xian leaped forth, akin to a vibrant dragon, dashing towards the pavilion, startling many. For modern onlookers, this scene was profoundly shocking. Surviving a gunshot? Most people beneath the rain veil exhibited astonishment, finding it hard to believe. Old Wu was equally taken aback. Just what level had this young Wang attained in his ancient techniques? Wang's survival was indeed miraculous. How had he managed it? Wu Yin was shocked. Then her expression shifted to one of joy, sensing an enigmatic aura surrounding this young man. In a certain courtyard, an elderly man, calm and composed, spoke coldly. Has he truly mastered the old techniques to such an extent that ordinary firearms cannot harm him? Should this rapid advancement continue, it may become perilous. Such individuals warrant closer scrutiny, and their movements should be reported. Wang Xian sprinted through the rain, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden hue, exuding an aura of boundless murderous intent and icy resolve, deftly evading the bullets that whizzed past him. As he neared the pavilion, he changed direction multiple times, avoiding the window area, and ultimately leaped, shattering the wall with a single palm strike and bursting through the gaping hole. Inside the room were 2 pale-faced individuals. How could they not tremble at the sight of someone who could burst through walls? One man turned to fire again, but Wang Xian was already upon him, effortlessly lifting him, and with a series of muffled thuds, he shattered the man's limbs with his fists. Simultaneously, he delivered a kick that obliterated the arm of the other man who wielded a firearm, and with several more strikes, left the latter a mangled mass of flesh. After incapacitating them, Wang Xian refrained from killing, choosing to keep them alive for interrogation. Just then, 2 formidable foes arrived, leaping through the breached wall. Wang Xian did not look back. He leaped out of the window, plunging back into the rain-soaked chaos. In less than 30 seconds, his speed was astonishing. The pursuers remained silent yet resolute, sensing that if they did not eliminate this young man now, if given more time, he would likely break through to the master realm. A master in his 20s was unheard of. Once he reached that level, the future would be unfathomable. Not far away, a group rushed in, excited to see Wang Xian unharmed and eager to assist. Wang Xian shouted, "Do not approach. Go handle the snipers in the pavilion." For those practicing the old techniques were of no help. If they drew near to those clad in supermaterial armor, possessing master-level combat capabilities, they would be swiftly annihilated. In the contemporary realm of ancient techniques, even semi-masters were exceedingly rare, primarily because this path was fraught with difficulty. Since the disappearance of legendary secret routes like the inner scene and heavenly medicine, the extraordinary attributes of the old techniques had waned, especially in this era, deteriorating further. In contrast, new techniques indeed yielded easier accomplishments. Most importantly, they could extend life for several years, which was why they had garnered the favor of financial magnates in recent years, even collaborating on the development of supermaterial armor. The advantages of resource pouring are apparent. Thus, those in the realm of new techniques are disinclined to witness Chen Yongjia's breakthrough. They aspire to exploit his vulnerabilities in the Congling region, hoping to drive the old techniques to their nadir. Wang Xian plunged into the darkness, pursued relentlessly by 2 formidable foes intent on his demise. Suddenly, a figure ahead halted, turning to face the duo, exhaling mist amid the rain, his chest heaving as if utterly exhausted. The two adversaries approached slowly, exercising caution. Yet their footsteps resonated powerfully against the ground, imbued with a peculiar rhythm. They were solemn, determined to exert their utmost strength in vanquishing this young man. For his combat prowess was nothing short of astonishing, and they sought to avoid any missteps. The individual clad in extraordinary material armor sprang into action, his entire form enveloped in dark green metal, brandishing a gleaming green long blade aimed directly at Wang Xian. This weapon, forged from condensed matter, emanated extraordinary energy. As the blade cut through the air, the rain was vaporized, transforming into a dense mist. In the moment Wang Xian sidestepped the strike, he surged forward, targeting the assailant's forehead, his internal energies resonating, secret powers flowing, and a faint glow radiating from his pores. He had invoked the body technique recorded in the Golden Book, preparing to break through the adversary's dark green armor in one decisive effort. However, this individual did not engage him directly. Recognizing the advantage held by the two masters, he swiftly retreated, evading Wang Xian's formidable assault, avoiding close combat. Wang Xian rapidly dissipated his secret energy, his body cooling, the thunderous sounds from within his organs fading. In an instant, the two adversaries pounced once more, unleashing a tempest of assaults. Boom! The verdant long blade seemed to breach the sound barrier, causing the air to explode. Enveloping the surroundings in a white haze, the blade's brilliance relentlessly cleaving towards Wang Xian. He stood resolute, aware that he faced opponents with extensive combat experience and sharp instincts, who recognized his formidable body technique and denied him the opportunity to unleash his full potential in close quarters. The moment he activated Zhang Daoling's body technique, they would deftly evade, and as he had just dissipated his energy, the two relentless adversaries charged fiercely. Wang Xian evaded at breakneck speed, even with his immense power. He found himself in peril under the onslaught of these master-level warriors. A blade's light grazed his arm, blood gushing forth, leaving a horrific wound. Yet, this scene astonished the one adorned in extraordinary material armor, for he knew all too well the terror of a master's strike. Had he himself been struck, his arm would surely be rendered useless. Yet, the opponent's forearm trembled violently. The blade's light ultimately halted, resulting in mere blood loss. The golden body technique. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and his gaze shifted dramatically. The opponent's mastery of the old techniques was astonishing, having achieved such a formidable protective art at this young age. An accomplishment that typically demands extensive time and dedication. Could it be that the opponent had discovered a hidden path within the domain of old techniques? He could not help but ponder, for those pursuing the path of new techniques coveted the golden bamboo slips, yearning for legendary pathways such as the inner scene and celestial medicine. I have also written part of the second chapter today, and I estimate it will be uploaded in about an hour. Chapter 89. The thunderous night of bloodshed. The Quasi-Master, stripped of his armor, exerted every ounce of his strength, relentlessly attacking. He seized an opportunity to strike a palm against Wang Xian's shoulder, only to be met with a numbing shock that left him astounded. This single blow could have shattered a boulder weighing 1 or 2 tons. Had it struck another, the result would have been catastrophic. Yet, Wang Xian merely staggered backward, while the master's palm throbbed painfully. The two formidable figures exchanged a glance. Silent in their resolve, they must either capture this young man to extract the extraordinary secret he possessed or eliminate him entirely, leaving no trace for the practitioners of the old arts. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on them. They had begun to suspect that this young man had discovered a secret pathway within the domain of ancient techniques. Should he survive the peril of this night, it was unfathomable to consider the heights he might reach, posing a significant threat to the practitioners of the new arts. Wang Xian, on the brink of death, faced relentless assaults from the one clad in supermaterial armor, as if engaging in a duel with a master-level warrior. His arm was rendered numb from the impact. Had it not been for the golden body technique, he might have been cleaved in two. Nevertheless, he bore several grievous wounds, blood streaming from his body. At last, an opportunity arose. He unleashed Zhang Daoling's martial technique, delivering a powerful punch to the shoulder of the man in dark green metallic armor. Yet, he was simultaneously struck by another quasi-master, who landed a devastating punch on his back, sending him hurtling through the air. The master, exuding cold intent, was resolute in his desire to eliminate this young man. Had it not been for the golden body technique, Wang Xian would have been pierced through, his organs torn asunder. Though he managed to defend, blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth. He swiftly turned, his gaze icy. This night, he found himself pitted against two exceptionally seasoned and cunning adversaries, and the battle was proving arduous. However, his determination remained unwavering as he focused intently on the target's shoulder. Having struck there once, all subsequent attacks would aim to exploit that vulnerability, striving to shatter it. At this juncture, Wang Xian was indeed fighting for his life, using everything he had to resist. In their exchanges, the adversary wielding a jade-green long knife nearly cleaved his head, grazing his shoulder and leaving a horrific wound that bled profusely. With a resounding impact, Wang Xian clashed momentarily with the armored opponent, their palms colliding in a brutal exchange. Blood filled the spaces between his fingers, his tiger's mouth torn, and his arm numb from the blow. Had he not employed the golden body technique, his hand would have certainly been obliterated. Simultaneously, he endured two punishing punches from the other quasi-master, his body trembling violently. Yet, amid this fierce confrontation, he managed to lock onto the armored assailant's arm, closing in and channeling the body techniques inscribed in the Golden Book with all his might. With a series of forceful strikes, he ultimately cracked the armor, which then erupted in a violent explosion, sending the assailant flying and causing him to spew blood uncontrollably. Within the estate, many spectators silently observed the battle unfold, despite the rain obscuring most of their view, preventing them from discerning finer details. They witnessed the supermaterial armor disintegrate in the flashes of lightning, leaving them in awe. It was astonishing. This was a newly developed supermaterial armor, said to possess extraordinary power, now shattered by his bare hands time and again. An elder sighed, reflecting on the rarity of mastering ancient techniques to such an extent. Though old Chen had passed, he could find solace in eternal rest. Nearby, someone whispered a reminder. Master Chen was still in the hospital, not yet deceased. Wang Xian, in that instant, dispelled an unusual power, calming his boiling blood, yearning to lower his feverish body temperature. Yet, at that moment, he sensed the chilling threat of death. A figure emerged through the rain, exuding a profound aura of malice. Despair began to creep into Wang Xian's heart as yet another formidable adversary clad in extraordinary armor appeared. How many were there, and when would it cease? He stood there, gasping for breath, cornered. Among the two disarmed quasi-masters, one, despite sustaining severe injuries from a kick during the final moments, was evidently still capable of fighting and had allied with the other to block his escape. What brings you here? The two disarmed quasi-masters questioned in astonishment as they gazed at the newcomer. Our spaceship has been destroyed. The newcomer exclaimed furiously, his murderous intent intensifying. Moments earlier, Qingmu had sought assistance from the townspeople, locating a small spaceship in the outskirts, which he believed was ferrying individuals involved in the new techniques. After a brief confirmation, he resolutely attacked and obliterated the vessel. Despite the thunderstorm, the explosion was perceived merely as a clap of thunder. The armored man, who had witnessed the destruction, felt a chill run through him. He had originally been stationed outside the estate to provide support, but now he charged directly inside. The spaceship had contained a nephew of his and a close friend, both of whom were instantly engulfed in flames, their lives extinguished. Now, consumed by unrestrained fury, he yearned to cleanse the entire estate in blood. The three formidable masters surrounded Wang Xian, uttering not a word, offering him no chance, employing the most lethal methods to assault him. Blood trickled from the corner of Wang Xian's mouth, his gaze sharp. This was the most perilous battle he had ever faced, with the likelihood of imminent death looming. This situation was unprecedented, as he confronted a master and two quasi-masters united in a relentless assault, making survival exceedingly difficult. Old Zhang's physical techniques leave much to be desired. Wang Xian lamented, realizing that after utilizing them once, he could not summon that power again in a short span, or he would perish himself. He exerted every effort to evade the onslaught of the armored foe, colliding perilously with the two quasi-masters. Simultaneously, he employed all his means to break free, understanding that remaining trapped here would likely lead to a gruesome demise. Unfortunately, his repeated attempts ended in failure, as he was relentlessly subdued by the trio. Inevitably, he clashed with the armored adversary several times, with limited space for escape. Wang Xian felt excruciating pain in his palms. Bloodied and torn, the flesh between his fingers shredded, blood flowing profusely. What is his condition? The middle-aged man in extraordinary armor queried, astonished, addressing the other two. In his current state, he could obliterate a quasi-master with a single blow. The fact that this young man had endured such punishment, merely bleeding from his hands, was nothing short of astonishing. He has either perfected the diamond body technique or mastered the golden body method, leaving no room for those time-consuming protective arts. We speculate that he has likely discovered a secret path. Upon hearing this, the adept acted decisively, incapacitating him first. If he could seize this young man tonight, no matter the losses incurred, it would be deemed worthwhile. If he failed to capture him, then death would be the only recourse. There was no room for hesitation. All of this transpired in a mere blink of an eye. Their fierce assault had only lasted 12 seconds thus far. Wang Xian's heart sank. He was already gravely injured and could hardly last half a minute before being slain by the trio. He lamented once more that old Zhang's martial arts were indeed lethal. He could not even engage in a mutual destruction with his foes, for should he attempt to unleash his powers now, his very flesh would shatter first. Yet, deep inside, he understood that this only further validated the terrifying nature of the martial arts recorded in the 5-page Golden Book. Such techniques were beyond the grasp of those at this level. At this stage, being able to utilize them, even briefly, was already remarkable. Regardless, he had to endure for more than 18 seconds. If he could manage that, he might invoke Zhang Daoling's martial arts without risking immediate collapse. However, this timeline was merely a minimum threshold, barely achievable. Wait, I have something to say about the internal scenery. Wang Xian began, seeking to buy time and momentarily divert their attention. The trio's pupils constricted, their hearts racing. Indeed, as they had suspected, this young man harbored a monumental secret that warranted excavation. Consequently, they unleashed a frenzied barrage, intent on rendering him incapacitated as swiftly as possible. Wang Xian cursed, feeling utterly powerless. Were he merely a normal individual, his words might have elicited surprise, granting him a fleeting moment of respite. Yet, against such seasoned adversaries, all tactics proved futile. They were impervious to such tricks. Wang Xian found himself ensnared in a deadly trap, never having been so close to death before. He fought with all his might against the 3 formidable masters. In battles of this caliber, every second brought him closer to the threshold of life and death. With a resounding thud, Wang Xian's palm was left a bloody mess. He had done his utmost to evade the armored assailant's strikes, yet collisions were unavoidable. His right-hand nails were torn off and sent flying, the agony piercing him to the core. Nevertheless, he remained silent, gritting his teeth, determined to fight to the bitter end for a chance at survival. The vital areas of his body, heart, throat, had been struck by the other 2 quasi-masters. Although he had not been penetrated or torn apart, his mouth was filled with blood, and he bore significant injuries. He continued to fight for his life, doing everything in his power to ensure his survival. This was the first time he faced such a life-or-death battle. Amidst the rain, Zhongqing turned to the elder beside her and inquired, "The supermaterial armor has only recently been developed, yet several have appeared here tonight. Where did the process go awry?" The supermaterial armor was jointly developed through the substantial investments of several prominent financial conglomerates, with the Zhong family contributing a significant portion, thus wielding greater influence. The elder spoke, "This should not be an accidental leak. It is likely that the Research Institute intended to test the armor's capabilities and provided a dozen sets to those in the new martial arts field, not anticipating their application here. Do you wish to intervene and rescue him? I sense he may not endure much longer," Zhong Cheng interjected. The elder, who had mastered the snake crane 8 scatter hand, shook his head with a bitter expression, stating, "The youth is formidable. I am not his equal. My intervention would only result in my demise. Those 3 are blinded by rage, and revealing our identities would be futile." As they conversed, time swiftly elapsed. Wang Xian endured 18 seconds of death and successfully transcended to 22 seconds, deciding to engage in a desperate fight. With a clang, a man clad in supermaterial armor materialized a long sword in his hand and swung it fiercely. Wang Xian narrowly evaded one strike, feeling a sharp pain as a shallow gash opened on his neck, blood flowing profusely. A precarious situation indeed. The golden body technique imbued him with vibrant life force. The wound began to heal automatically, and the bleeding ceased rapidly. 23 seconds had passed. No further endurance was required. Amidst the torrential rain and under the flashes of lightning, Wang Xian's murderous intent surged. He resolved to unleash the physical techniques recorded in the Golden Book without restraint. The downpour was relentless. The thunderous roars echoed, a night for slaying. Wang Xian bellowed. In that moment, everyone felt the weight of his boundless killing intent. The three formidable masters were taken aback, their offensive momentum faltering, causing time to slip into the 24th second. Wang Xian felt a surge of confidence. 24 seconds were nearing the threshold of half a minute. He was convinced that after executing the triple strike, he would not be rendered incapacitated, and with a period of rest, he could fully recover. Kill! He shouted. As he roared, the three masters did not hesitate, unleashing their strongest techniques to shatter his physical form, aiming to incapacitate or kill him. Beware of his unique physical techniques. Two of the quasi-masters cautioned. However, in close combat, should the armored man evade, Wang Xian could break through and retreat to recuperate before returning to confront them. The man clad in supermaterial armor clearly discerned Wang Xian's intent to escape and exerted all his strength to obstruct him. Wang Xian's internal organs resonated, producing a thunderous sound as secret powers flowed, permeating his limbs and body, causing every pore to radiate an astonishing brilliance. Bang, 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 with all his might. Once he locked onto his opponent, he launched a series of powerful blows. As a massive bolt of lightning illuminated the expanse, Wang Xian shattered the man's armor into fragments. Moreover, he seized the man with one hand, and, harnessing the last remnants of his secret energy, he struck down ferociously with the other. As the lightning faded, darkness enveloped the world, and a chilling scream resonated throughout the estate. When another arc of electricity flashed, the onlookers felt a jolt of fear. The young man stood in the center, his right hand resembling a blade, cleaving the captured man's shoulder with precision, severing his body in two. Wang Xian discarded the corpse and advanced towards the other two. Although he had dissipated his secret energy, they were now devoid of armor and, as fellow quasi-masters, he had no reason to fear them. The fierce confrontation commenced with a thunderous sound. One assailant's fist struck Wang Xian's body. However, it failed to penetrate the defenses of his golden body technique. As Wang Xian retaliated with a fierce punch, his opponent's chest was pierced through, leaving his organs shattered and his life hanging by a thread. The other quasi-master, pale-faced and bereft of will to fight, turned to flee, certain that continuing the battle would lead to his demise at the hands of this monstrous adversary. He was convinced that Wang Xian was a young man who had discovered a secret path and wished to escape with the knowledge. Yet, Wang Xian would not grant him such an opportunity. He leaped 10 meters in an instant, cold indifference etched on his face as he unleashed a powerful blow. The man was compelled to face him, resulting in his palm being mangled, flesh and blood a gruesome sight, with several finger bones shattered. At this moment, Wang Xian was a tempest of murderous intent, his internal power pushed to its zenith. Even without employing the body techniques recorded in the ancient scripts, he remained terrifyingly formidable. He struck again, breaking through the man's defenses, shattering his arms, and then delivered a crushing blow to his chest. With a resounding impact, the quasi-master was obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. Wang Xian then turned away, disappearing into the curtain of rain. In the pitch-black, silent rain-soaked night, an eerie stillness enveloped the scene. With no one daring to speak for a prolonged period, the young man, with nothing but flesh and blood, had shattered several supermaterial armors, leaving onlookers in disbelief. He had single-handedly vanquished numerous formidable foes, a spectacle that was nothing short of astonishing. Was Xiao Wang truly on the verge of entering the realm of true masters? Wu Yin broke the silence, her disbelief evident as she recounted the day's events. Many remained in a daze, the battle too shocking to comprehend. Countless thoughts swirled in the minds of the spectators. Perhaps they were about to witness the emergence of a master in his early 20s, an extraordinary event indeed. A master in his early 20s would likely touch the extraordinary, nearing the realm of myth. How did he attain such strength? Zhongcheng, momentarily lost in thought, then turned to his sister, Zhongqing, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Sister, where's your phone? Lend it to me. Where's your own phone? Zhongqing glanced at him, clearly seasoned in his antics, suspecting he intended to breach her account for a transfer. Naive. I forgot mine. Zhongcheng pointed into the depths of the rain. I should have recorded his battle for later analysis of his various techniques. Such a rare individual deserves close examination. His expression turned serious. Moreover, sister, you must take heed. If we do not recruit someone like him into your exploration team, and Lady Wu takes him first, you will surely regret it. We are on the brink of witnessing the rise of a master in his early 20s. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Such a person would be the ideal candidate for the mysterious land. Be quiet. Do not refer to her as Lady Wu. From now on, in my presence, either call her by her name or refer to her as Old Wu. Zhongqing glared at her brother with a stern expression. She was still troubled by Lady Wu's various cryptic remarks. The thought of a place that was already impoverished becoming even more destitute enraged her. Then, she cast a warning glance at her brother, signaling him to behave and refrain from rummaging through her belongings, before handing the phone over. Deep within the curtain of rain, Wang Xian breathed heavily, a faint mist of blood lingering around his mouth and nose. This time, he had sustained severe injuries, nearly falling victim to a lethal strike within those 24 seconds, repeatedly teetering on the brink of death. Yet somehow he had persevered, allowing the torrential rain to drench him. He sought to cool his feverish body. His internal organs ached slightly, but it was manageable. With some rest, he should be able to recover. This was already the best outcome. Given that he had repeatedly employed old Zhang's body techniques throughout the night, the absence of significant bodily harm could be deemed miraculous. Had it been another individual, their physical form might have crumbled long ago. Wang Xian pondered. It was likely a testament to the success of his golden body technique, which had significantly enhanced his physique. The vitality coursing through his flesh was remarkably robust, enabling him to endure the tumult of dancing between life and death that night. He harbored grave doubts that the body techniques inscribed in the 5 pages of the Golden Book could be accessed without entering the extraordinary realm. It seemed that at this stage, if he wished to practice the mysterious engravings of the Golden Book ahead of time, he could only approach it through the golden body technique, continuing to refine it to fortify his physical constitution. This did not contradict his original intention. He had always meant to advance his golden body technique. Had it not been for this protective secret art, he would likely have been gunned down by cold firearms. Avoiding the gaze of those around him, he sought a secluded spot, focusing intently on his foundational methods to restore himself. The night was still young, and he was uncertain whether formidable foes remained. It hurt immensely. He glanced at his fingers. All 5 nails on his right hand were gone, gruesomely torn away during the battle, with the bones at the tips nearly exposed. His left hand was similarly afflicted, 3 nails missing, the tips a bloody mess, with the remaining 2 poised to fall off. Fortunately, his golden body technique was astonishing. Having reached the 6th level, the vitality within his flesh was rich and thriving, the breath of rebirth permeating throughout, causing his wounds to gradually heal and staunch the bleeding on their own. Though severely injured, he had not suffered in vain. This night, he had slain several near-master-level opponents. Those individuals, clad in extraordinary armor, were akin to genuine masters, and his ability to emerge from such a deadly situation, defeating his adversaries, was regarded by many as miraculous. He realized that this remarkable achievement would likely stir considerable waves, making it impossible to avoid speculation. He needed to tie up loose ends. Once he had sufficiently recuperated, Wang Xian re-entered the rain, moving like a specter, silent and unseen, encountering no further enemies. It appeared he had dispatched nearly all of them. Passing several battlegrounds, he discreetly retrieved the bullets he had forced out, then set about locating his lost nails. Unwilling to leave them for others to analyze in a laboratory, what had become of Chen Ran? Had he not yet dealt with his enemies after such a long time? Wang Xian felt a twinge of anxiety. Truly, he was not allowing this protector any peace of mind. With a sigh, he entered a warehouse, hefting an energy cannon, stealthily making his way towards the reed marsh behind the manor. Zhongqing, with her fair face turned skyward, exuding a pure and lovely charm, gazed into the depths of the rain, saying, "He just appeared again. Did you capture it on film? His movements are exceedingly erratic, covering 10 meters with a single step, indicating an extraordinarily abnormal physique." Soon, she sensed something amiss and turned her head to glance at her brother, only to realize that Zhongcheng had not captured the distant figure vanishing in the rain curtain. Silently, she approached, her delicate visage instantly clouded with frost. This time, her brother had not hacked into her bank account. Instead, he was delving into her photo album. The sweet and seemingly innocent Xiaozhong, who always radiated vitality in the eyes of outsiders, began to fiercely strike her own brother, uttering not a word and relentlessly delivering blows. In the rainy night, Thick fog swirled around the reed pond, illuminated by flashes of lightning, creating an ethereal scene reminiscent of a celestial abode. With clouds rolling gracefully and not a single drop of rain falling nearby. In midair, a fiery figure erupted in brilliance, unleashing astonishing supernatural energy that evaporated all the rain, leaving the waters of the reed pond scorched dry. A disheveled elderly man with golden hair plummeted from the sky, grievously wounded and covered in blood. A dreadful sword wound gaping in his chest. His pores exuded fiery light, radiating an exceedingly terrifying energy. His once mighty supermaterial armor lay shattered, beginning to melt upon the ground. He gasped for breath, proclaiming, "Individuals like you and me may one day draw near to the divine. Do not call me arrogant. Who among us lacks dreams? If such beings as gods exist, why cannot modern humans achieve greatness? We have merely taken our first steps, yet alas, we have become adversaries. Tread carefully. After my demise here, you may find it impossible to conceal your own strength for long, and you will inevitably attract attention, losing your freedom to roam." With that, he charged forward, his silver longsword reduced to a mere fragment, seemingly a once legendary blade now broken. He was engulfed in flames, dazzling like the sun, incinerating the rain curtain with a resounding roar as he approached. "Be careful," old Chen remarked coldly, as his black longsword shot forth beams of light, slicing through the inky darkness like lightning. With a sharp sound, a blinding beam cleaved through, extinguishing the flames surrounding the golden-haired elder, plunging the entire realm into darkness as his life force swiftly waned. A bolt of lightning illuminated the rain curtain as the severed head of the elder soared into the air, landing with a dull thud as the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. A small spacecraft descended, and Qingmu hurried over, asking, "Master, are you all right?" "All is well." Old Chen waved his hand dismissively. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xian appeared, carrying an energy cannon. Upon witnessing the charred remains of the golden-haired elder, he was taken aback. The demise of the foremost figure in the new realm of techniques was undoubtedly a monumental event. "Old Chen, impressive. I thought you might need my assistance," Wang Xian remarked. "Please, call me Chen Mingtu." Old Chen stood firm with his sword, panting heavily, clearly fatigued. The opponent he encountered that night had far surpassed his expectations, nearly leading to his demise. Wang Xian was speechless. Just moments ago, he had been Chun Ran Dang, and now he had swiftly ascended to an entirely new level? Chen Mingtu had become quite formidable. "What shall we do?" Wang Xian inquired, observing the body on the ground. This matter was of great significance and would undoubtedly attract attention from all sides, requiring careful handling. "This man is indeed extraordinary. I had intended to inter him in the reed pond, granting him the respect he deserves, allowing him to rest alongside my beloved fish." Old Chen pointed towards the pond ahead, now devoid of water. It was evident how devastating the aftermath of the golden-haired elder's desperate struggle had been, as all the fish had been reduced to ashes. Chun Mintian remarked, however, that it would be best to place him near the destroyed spaceship to age him appropriately, allowing him to meet his end with dignity, thus facilitating the handling of subsequent matters. Qingmu was in the process of contacting the most reliable individuals, arranging for the lawn to be repaired overnight and directing the nearby river to refill the reed pit, restoring the area to its former state. Soon, Qingmu approached, relieved to see Wang Xian unharmed. This night had been perilous, as both his master and Wang Xian had encountered formidable foes. "I shall return to the task of aging," Qingmu said, before taking the corpse into the small spacecraft and vanishing into the night sky. Undoubtedly, after being aged, the cause of death for the golden-haired elder would be linked to the spaceship's mishap. Wang Xian was both shocked and speechless. The foremost figure in the realm of new techniques had been slain, leaving one to wonder what kind of storm this would unleash. "Let us return," Chen Mingtian gestured, retrieving the severed divine's sword from the ground. He kept it, as it was exceptionally remarkable. With a little refinement, it would remain a terrifying weapon. He examined it closely. Wang Xian noticed that Chen Mingtian was injured. One arm was drenched in blood, bearing a severe sword wound, and his forehead also bore a gash, with blood seeping from the scalp on one side. "Is this all? You still dare to call yourself Chen Mingtian? Old Chen, you are lacking. You nearly fell to an ambush," Wang Xian remarked, his concern evident as he observed Chen Mingtian's wounds. The enemy was indeed formidable. "Have you just insulted yourself?" Wang Xian carried the energy cannon as they made their way back together. Old Chen's face darkened. He often went fishing, Yet tonight he had nearly been caught by someone of his own kind. He felt somewhat embarrassed, but eventually sighed, acknowledging, this person is indeed extraordinary. Not long after, in old Chen's room, Qingmu, Wang Xian, and Chun Mingtian gathered to assess their gains and losses, proposing various contingency plans to address potential troubles. It won't be long before we can't keep this under wraps, so Wang Jiaozu, you must prepare yourself mentally. Indeed, once I awaken, I will likely need to report my whereabouts in advance. It's best to conceal it for as long as possible. What would transpire tomorrow was uncertain. After all, the leading figure in the realm of new techniques had perished. Although aged, who would believe he died from a lightning strike? Wang Xian's battle in the rain had been witnessed by many, as he had slain powerful figures in the realm of new techniques. Those individuals, adorned in supermaterial armor, were comparable to grandmasters. Most importantly, Wang Jiaozu, how could you not be struck down by bullets in plain sight, yet still be alive and vibrant enough to kill? Chapter 91. The ancient sword that makes ghosts and gods retreat. How could one speak in such a manner? Wang Xian expressed his dissatisfaction. Was it truly normal to be shot dead by bullets and lie lifeless on the ground? Chun Mingtian, while applying medicine to his forehead wound, replied, I meant to say that you were exceedingly careless. In such a situation, blocking bullets with your flesh would undoubtedly lead others to draw various conclusions. Wang Xian withdrew all the bullets from his pocket, arranging them meticulously upon the table. He turned to Aoki and said, Old Qing, procure 3 bulletproof vests for me, and also find a matching firearm to replicate the previous shots. This was indeed a feasible plan, providing a coherent explanation. Aoki nodded, ensuring that Wang Xian would not face another gunshot, and upon his return, everything had been resolved. The bulletproof vests bore signs of gunfire, and he clutched a bullet in his hand. Dressed in the vest, Wang Xian remarked, Tonight, the rain pours heavily, washing away the blood. I have even retrieved my own nails, leaving no trace behind. Old Chen spoke gravely. This explanation is merely temporary. We must prepare for various contingencies. He resolved to depart for the capital within 2 days, intending for Aoki to escort his ailing body to the relevant authorities for recuperation, while secretly meeting with certain individuals to discuss collaboration. Wang Xiao would remain by his side, avoiding contact with outsiders. As for Wang Xian's true self, he was liberated from the terrifying vortex, temporarily extracted from it. It was evident that Old Chen sought to engage in candid discussions with certain parties within the authorities, aiming to secure a foundation for deeper cooperation. Be cautious, Old Chen. Do not jeopardize your own safety, Wang Xian pondered heavily. He had been extricated, yet Old Chen was likely to face restrictions on his movements. Old Chen waved dismissively, indicating that no further words were necessary. He was aware of the gravity of the situation, which was not overly severe. You may visit the new star, or even reunite with the female faction in the Greater Xing'an Range, as you see fit. Wang Xian quickly corrected him. Why would I go to the Greater Xing'an Range? I would rather light a green lamp at a small temple, accompanying the sword fairy. Chun Mingti contemplated for a moment and suggested, how about venturing into deep space? I will help you arrange it. He also advised Wang Xian that the truth could not be concealed indefinitely. It was imperative to grow stronger in the short term. As the rain lessened, Aoki personally led a patrol, informing all parties that the situation was now secure. He emphasized that the authorities had already been alerted, and there was no need for concern regarding safety. Many were speechless, thinking, what need is there to report? We have already witnessed you wielding energy cannons against mechas. Wang Xian made a timely appearance, following Aoki on a wide circuit. Soon, someone approached through the rain, eager to gauge his current condition. Old Wu arrived, expressing warm concern for Wang Xian, as the Wu family was in dire need of such an adept practitioner of ancient arts. With Old Chen facing mortality, his interest had shifted to the young Wang. Wu Yin also appeared, noticing Wang Xian's hand, still seeping blood through the gauze. She hurriedly summoned the elder physician accompanying the Wu family to rebind his wounds. Wang Xian sighed internally, enduring the pain as he once again opened the wound before removing the bandage, revealing his bloodied fingers. This was, in fact, advantageous. His appearance was intended to reveal the extent of his injuries while also showcasing the bulletproof vest he wore. Do not crowd. Big Wu interjected in irritation, seeking assistance for Wang Xian's wound. Consequently, a throng gathered around, creating quite a commotion. Clearly, those involved were observing closely, eager to ascertain the young man's condition and whether he had truly mastered the golden body technique. Wang Xian gritted his teeth against the pain, his fingertips a gruesome sight. As the elder physician tended to his wounds, exposing the bones within to the onlookers. How is your gunshot wound? You must attend to it promptly. Indeed. When the issue was raised, it was an inquiry into the very essence of the matter. Not to worry, for I am clad in 3 layers of bulletproof vests. Wang Xian lifted his garment to reveal to them the outer layer, which bore clear signs of gunfire. The crowd fell silent, astonished that this young man valued his life so highly. Disperse and do not hinder the doctor's work. What are you all doing? Dawu cast a disapproving glance at the assembly, feeling quite displeased, and promptly shooed them away. Finally, she advised Xiao Wang to take care of himself. As she turned, her graceful silhouette swayed in her high heels, gradually fading into the night. On his way back to his residence, Wang Xian spotted Zhong Cheng being tidied up by his sister. To his surprise, upon seeing Wang Xian, Zhong Cheng winked and smiled. How absurd, Wang Xian thought to himself, dismissing him with a shrug. After all that had transpired, how could he still be so lively in front of Wang Jiaozu? Wang Jiaozu resolved to seize an appropriate opportunity to deliver him a good thrashing in the future. At dawn, everyone in the manor arose early, eager to ascertain whether comrade Old Chen had passed away. To their astonishment, Old Chen remained remarkably resilient. The crowd was left speechless. They could no longer wait. They unanimously decided to leave, as they could hardly endure any longer. Subsequently, they turned to the news to check for reports related to the events of the previous night. They had received word that not only had there been intense fighting at the manor, but a spacecraft had also crashed in the outskirts. Those arriving at the manor to pay their respects were representatives of various organizations, including affluent tycoons, and thus, news circulated swiftly, with multiple confidential reports flooding in by morning. Many began to realize that something grave had transpired. Following the issuance of a thunderstorm warning in the city, a spacecraft had still ascended, tragically struck by lightning. According to breaking news from our correspondent on the ground, a vessel of Model F, advancing in adverse weather, was unfortunately struck by lightning and met with disaster on the outskirts of Anqing, with no survivors currently found. The crowd fell into a trance. Old Chen was nearing death. Yet he wielded such influence in Anqing? The group from the new technique domain had directly faced calamity, their demise tragically severe. Some had received confidential reports indicating that individuals from Anqing had assisted Qingmu in locating the ill-fated spacecraft, making it evident that it had likely been obliterated by Qingmu's wrath. Clearly, if an investigation were to proceed, it would be possible for the relevant authorities to utilize satellite surveillance to uncover the truth. It was understandable. With Chun Yongjia on the brink of death, the new technique domains group had not settled down and had audaciously launched a night raid. Were I in Qingmu's position, I too would seek vengeance for my master and eliminate that spacecraft. Many expressed understanding and deep sympathy for Qingmu, harboring a strong disdain for the new technique individuals who dared to intrude under the cover of darkness, disturbing even them. From a distance, a middle-aged man from the tycoon's circle spoke softly. These individuals grasped the surface but remain oblivious to the underlying truths. He had not engaged in the fray but was instead packing his belongings to depart. Having received the latest confidential reports, he was aware that the downed spacecraft likely harbored a key figure from the new technique domain, who had been annihilated by Qingmu. This incident was bound to have significant repercussions. By morning, many were busy packing their belongings, preparing for their return journey, and soon, some began to learn of the secret revelations. What? The foremost figure in the realm of new techniques might have perished. Aoki is indeed a formidable character. With a single blast from his energy cannon, he avenged a great grievance. It is likely that Old Chun has long been harboring resentment, awaiting this very moment to find peace in death. Early in the morning, Wang Xian was summoned to Chun Mingtu's hospital room, where Old Chun was meticulously sharpening a snow-white broken sword with his black blade. This sword is remarkable. Its resilience when energized with supermaterials rivals that of my own black sword, making it more than capable of cleaving through mechas. Old Chen lamented that this was an unparalleled weapon. After the golden-haired elder expended a significant amount of supermaterial, the sword paled in comparison to the black sword, leading Old Chen to sever it and collect the materials. You faced supermaterial armor unarmed last night, barely escaping with your life. Had you possessed a weapon, it would not have been so arduous, Old Chen remarked, informing Wang Xian of his intention to melt down this silver extraordinary sword to forge a more suitable weapon for him. The material is exceedingly rare, possessing mysterious attributes. He prepared to shatter it into fragments, obliterating its original appearance to prevent anyone from recognizing it as the sword of the preeminent figure in the new technique domain. Wang Xian felt a surge of desire. Had he wielded a celestial sword last night, he would not have endured those torturous 24 seconds of impending death, nor would his fingernails have been dislodged. Suddenly, as the black sword struck the snow-white broken sword, an unusual sound resonated, and the blade trembled. Failing to sever the remaining fragment, old Chen, with acute perception, set down the black sword and leaned closer, observing the increasingly shortened snow-white sword, and immediately discerned an anomaly. Is there another sword? Even old Chen was astonished. Last night, the golden-haired elder had drawn this extraordinary sword from a broad blade, which he could comprehend was an intentional act aimed at luring him into a trap. But now what was the situation? A short sword concealed within the extraordinary sword. Aoki was equally taken aback, approaching to scrutinize it closely, and remarked, "It appears to be made of bronze." Old Chen, silent yet resolute, exerted force to extract it, only to find it cast within the material, utterly immovable. He resumed the careful task of carving the snow-white broken sword. After a lengthy endeavor, he finally liberated a short blade, archaic in design and less than a foot long. It was diminutive, verging on the size of a dagger, excluding the hilt. The blade itself was scarcely longer than a palm, yet it felt surprisingly weighty. The blade and hilt formed a single entity, appearing to be of bronze, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of pre-Qin aesthetics. Old Chen scrutinized it thoroughly, noting the snow-white long sword was excavated from that mysterious place, and evidently, even the foremost figures in the realm of new techniques were unaware of the short sword concealed within. He examined it from various angles, observing the decorative motifs and the blade's shape, concluding that it undoubtedly originated from ancient soil belonging to a pre-Qin style, yet it had long since ventured into deep space. Buried within that enigmatic location, something was amiss. Wang Xian took hold of it, attempting to slice a fragment of the snow-white long sword, and to his astonishment, he successfully severed it. It was indeed peculiar. It resembled bronze, yet it could cleave through extraordinary weaponry. Wang Xian surmised that it must have been forged from an extraordinarily rare material. Old Chen took it and felt it was improbable that it was made of bronze. He cautiously tapped it with his black sword and short sword, resulting in both blades emitting a chilling gleam simultaneously, yet remaining unscathed. A fine blade. Certainly not inferior to my black sword. I wonder who wielded it. It must have been renowned in its time. Old Chen was captivated and eventually handed it to Wang Xian, advising him to keep it carefully for future significant use. It had just emitted a glow on its own. A look of surprise crossed Qingmu's face. Old Chen nodded and said, "Of course, why do you think I deem it extraordinary? Like the black sword, it can make even the spirits retreat. Its mysterious attributes are beyond imagination and require gradual exploration." Spirits retreat? Wang Xian expressed his confusion. Our exploration organization ventures into extraordinary places. Over the decades, I have encountered various tempests and tribulations, yet I have also faced some inexplicable phenomena. Ultimately, it was with this black sword in hand that I preserved my life in perilous situations. I encountered enigmatic entities and forces that dissipated upon touching the black sword. Never approaching me, Wang Xian, filled with joy, caressed the bronze short sword, preparing to craft a sheath for it. Henceforth, he could conveniently carry it either tucked in his boot or strapped to his forearm. Old Chen instructed, "Qingmu, please take the fragments of this snow-white long sword and have them melted down to forge a weapon for personal use." As Wang Xian exited Old Chen's hospital room, he noticed the sky remained heavily overcast. Although it wasn't raining, flashes of lightning occasionally streaked across the horizon. He gazed upwards, sighing gently, realizing that today he would part ways with Old Chen and Qingmu, uncertain of when they would meet again. Suddenly, he was taken aback. Was there something in the clouds? Flecks of golden light shimmered, floating and drifting, somewhat hazy yet divine. He immediately turned and rushed back into the room, exclaiming, "Old Qing, hurry to the window and see what that is in the clouds." Qingmu, astonished, approached the window and looked up, but saw nothing, only the dark clouds and the occasional flash of lightning. "This is absurd. I cannot be imagining it. It is still there." Wang Xian was adamant he had not misperceived. Old Chen, hearing this, leaped up from the hospital bed and rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window, staring into the heavens. However, he too was puzzled, as there was nothing but dark clouds and lightning. Wang Xian whispered, I truly saw it. It was a hazy mass of golden light. Serene and sacred, but it was just too distant to discern clearly. Old Chen leaned out the window, but still saw nothing, only to be splashed by raindrops shaken from a tree branch swaying in the autumn wind. Qingmu stepped into the courtyard, holding a high-powered telescope for a closer examination, and eventually spotted two crows flapping their wings as they flew away into the distance. Did you see anything? Is there truly something there? Old Chen's gaze was peculiar, akin to the green glow of a cat's eyes in the dark, as he pulled Wang Xin back into the room, his face alight with excitement and fervor. Indeed, there was a faint golden glow floating amidst the clouds. Wang Xian, holding the telescope, found no difference. It remained just as nebulous. Qingmu contemplated piloting a small spacecraft into the sky, but was abruptly halted by Old Chen. Do not act rashly. Refrain from making any hasty moves. This could be a secret path. Old Chen lowered his voice, an unusual excitement coursing through him, causing the wound on his forehead to nearly burst open. At his elevated level of power, it was somewhat difficult for him to restrain himself. His heart surged with tumultuous waves, yearning to ascend to the heavens and uncover the truth. The celestial herb. Old Chen speculated that it bore a striking resemblance to what was recorded in the manuscript he had seen. Qingmu's heart trembled at once. Had another secret pathway emerged? The decline of ancient techniques in this era was largely attributed to the disappearance of several secret routes, severing the connection to the extraordinary. Old Chen's eyes sparkled with divine light as he proclaimed, "We have ample time. Let us wait quietly, ensuring we do not startle the celestial herb into fleeing." Wang Xian, taken aback, hurriedly inquired whether this entity could indeed flee. Was it a mere herb or a sentient being capable of movement? Old Chen shook his head, responding, "Let us first observe closely, employing stillness to counteract movement. The celestial herb is shrouded in mystery. Even the ancestral records of various sects contain scant and vague information." Despite his reservations, Qingmu could not resist venturing out to cautiously investigate with advanced technology, only to be met with disappointment, as he found no clues. Wang Xian's eyes strained from staring. That golden light swayed amidst the dark clouds, shimmering like scattered stars, a golden haze rippling yet remaining suspended without change. Could it still be unripe? Old Chen's complexion turned pale as he recalled the account, realizing that the more one craved it, the more elusive it became. Suddenly, he glanced back, pondering whether it might be hidden within the vast sea of humanity, within the twilight glow of the world. What would that entail? Wang Xian felt a surge of anxiety. The unexpected discovery of the celestial herb would bring lifelong regret if missed. It might vanish on its own, only to reappear when its time had come. Old Chen spoke solemnly, his spirits dampened, believing that what they witnessed today was likely such a scenario. How peculiar. Wang Xian pondered. How exactly is the celestial herb born? Old Chen sighed. It is indescribable. These secret pathways are exceedingly enigmatic, according to the vague references in that manuscript. If the celestial herb were to mature, it would likely fall to the ground of its own accord. Throughout that morning, Wang Xian wandered the estate, craning his neck, perpetually gazing at the sky. For the sake of the celestial herb, he was entirely focused, his eyes weary and his neck stiff. Yet he remained fixated on the stormy clouds, occasionally stretching his body. During this time, many in the estate observed him discreetly, some remarking that success is not a matter of chance. One must cultivate a calm demeanor. To be so young and aspire to become a master indeed holds its merit. Have you noticed? It's already been an entire morning, and he has not faltered, immersed in his own path, observing the ebb and flow of the clouds. Once he reaches comprehension, he will undoubtedly step into the realm of mastery. Others mused. In the interim, Qingmu reminded Wang Xian that numerous individuals were watching him closely. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian silently turned and, seizing the opportunity when no one was looking, made his way to the kitchen to sip some tomato juice. When he looked up at the sky again, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which trickled down onto his garment. He still had a substantial amount left, and finding the taste agreeable, he swallowed it down. Clearly, the battle from the previous night had left him gravely injured, and he was still spitting blood. Such a person, who neglects sleep and sustenance while tirelessly contemplating his own path, surely must ascend to mastery. Otherwise, it would indeed be an injustice. Some individuals whisper, perceiving different vistas. Yet they unanimously agree that this is a young man imbued with ambition and tenacity. Significantly, Wang Xian indeed complies. After gazing skyward, his neck aching, he stretches his body and practices some inscrutable esoteric techniques. When he coughs up blood, Dawu appears, expressing considerable concern, fearing that his internal organs might be gravely compromised. Recalling the cautionary tale of old Chen. In his youth, Chen Yongjie vigorously pursued the supreme teachings of Taoism, ultimately leaving him with latent ailments that, years later, resulted in his demise on the Pamir Plateau due to an explosion. Wu Yin wishes to find someone to thoroughly examine him, but Wang Xian politely declines. Thanking Dou Wu and resolutely keeping the silk handkerchief stained with tomato juice that brushed against his lips. He harbors little suspicion of Dou Wu's ulterior motives. Yet he worries that the cunning comrade, Old Wu, might submit it for analysis. Dou Wu, having not retrieved his handkerchief, shoots him a fierce glare, but ultimately refrains from confrontation, elegantly departing in her high heels. In a breaking news update, it has been confirmed that the F-type spacecraft that met with disaster on the outskirts of Onqing originated from a new star, with the deceased including Mr. Olsha. As noon approaches, a sensational announcement is made. The Grandmaster of the New Arts domain, Olsha, has died in the unfortunate crash. Olsha was indeed a legendary figure, initially remaining exceedingly discreet, having traversed the path of ancient arts before inexplicably vanishing, only to re-emerge years later as a grandmaster in the new arts field. He even attempted to venture into the realm of the extraordinary 2 years prior, but alas, he met with failure and sustained severe injuries, rendering him unable to step into that domain again in this lifetime. Of course, this was merely a facade Olsha had intentionally projected. The truth is he had succeeded 2 years ago. Could it be true that the foremost figure in the new arts realm has perished in an air disaster? Many are astonished, although some were already aware by dawn, while a larger number just learned of the news. The ordinary populace of the old earth pays little heed, as they are not well versed in Olsha or even the new arts. Were it not for the battle of the Congling Mountains, which gradually unveiled that domain, they would remain oblivious to the circumstances. In this tumultuous season, the foremost of the new arts realm has indeed met his end. In this era, the wealthy elite and individuals of stature within various factions maintain close ties with the upper echelons of the new arts realm, as it promises extended lifespans. Consequently, this event has a profound impact within a particular sphere, stirring significant commotion among the relevant circles. By noon, after thorough verification, it is confirmed that Olsha has indeed perished, and an obituary is swiftly released. In an instant, reactions vary widely, and the turmoil continues to escalate, with numerous reports following suit. Ultimately, as the news proliferates, even ordinary individuals gradually come to realize that this Olsha appears to be exceptionally formidable, potentially the strongest among humankind. Upon seeing the news, old Chen scoffs, remarking, "He was slain by my own hand." Qing Mu reflects, "I never imagined that after his misfortune, he would paradoxically preserve his renown." Of course, this is merely his subjective view. The major factions are well-informed and already privy to the underlying truths. Many now suspect that Qing Mu is indeed behind this incident, avenging his master by sending an energy cannon to sever Olesha's soul from the old earth. It can be said that Aoki's notorious reputation soared to unprecedented heights, regarded as ruthless, decisive, and audacious. Nevertheless, many perceive him as a person of deep loyalty and courage, willing to sacrifice everything to avenge his mentor, daring to topple even the emperor. Upon the release of the obituary, pressure mounted immediately, demanding a thorough investigation into the truth, as it was believed that the foremost figure in the new techniques should not meet an ambiguous demise. This was clearly an attempt to hold Aoki accountable. A powerful female figure from the old earth responded to the pressure through clandestine channels, questioning why Olsha was found on the outskirts of Onqing. With Chen Yongjie on the brink of death, how could these individuals still be unsatisfied, resorting to a violent ambush on a stormy night? Chen Yongjie held considerable prestige in the old earth and was meant to depart this world quietly. Yet, some individuals exhibited excessive arrogance, attempting to prematurely end his life. What had the old earth become? Of course, the aforementioned remarks were merely the private response of a certain powerful female figure through secretive channels, unlikely to be disclosed publicly. Shortly thereafter, relevant authorities expressed their profound regret regarding Olesha's death in the accident. Upon Aoki learning a fragment of the truth through special channels, he was drenched in cold sweat, fully aware that a series of clandestine confrontations had already occurred shortly after the incident erupted, and he had nearly been eliminated. Old Chen consoled him, saying, "It's all right." After the news of Alesha's demise spread, representatives who were originally set to leave the suburban estate and embark on their journey back were astonished to realize that their wait had not been in vain. They now needed to travel from the outskirts to Anqing, finally able to attend a memorial service. Many displayed expressions of disbelief. Although they had missed Chen Yongji's funeral, they now witnessed the obituary of the leading figure in the realm of new techniques. This was indeed bizarre. Some could not help but exclaim how unpredictable fate could be. As old Chen had outlived his greatest adversary, steadfastly enduring until the very end. The floral wreath originally purchased for old Chen need not be returned. It sufficed to have the shopkeeper rewrite the elegiac couplet and send it to Anqing. Some found it rather surreal. The events of the past few days bordering on the extraordinary. Old Chen also lamented, "Aoki, tell me, would you like to send a floral wreath to Old Sha on my behalf? He was quite formidable. It is only fitting to show some respect." Aoki. By noon, the guests at the estate had nearly all departed, making their way to Anqing to pay their respects to Old Sha. Many felt assured that this time, their journey would not be in vain. Wang Xian had not even had lunch, still gazing skyward, intently focused on that celestial herb. Zhong Cheng rushed over, breathless, waving from a distance and beaming at him. Wang Xian cast a glance his way, aware that despite the clarity in his eyes, this lad was certainly no innocent youth, and he had no desire to engage. "Brother Wang, I have come to seek your counsel. I brought a secret tome. You must tell me how you progressed in your cultivation so swiftly," Zhong Cheng urged, shaking the book in his hand. Wang Xian continued to gaze at the sky, still ignoring him. Was Wang Jiaozu someone in need of secret tomes? Unless he were to be presented with a peerless manuscript or a golden bamboo scroll. Then, he inadvertently caught sight of the tome in Zhong Cheng's hand, which appeared rather substantial, comparable to a large photo album. Moreover, the secret tome appears to lack the gravitas of history and the sedimentation of time, its modern essence overtly apparent, reminiscent of something hastily produced. At that moment, Wang Xian noticed Xiao Zhong's arrival, striding towards him with long legs in a swift run. "Let me take a look and offer some guidance," he said decisively as he seized the tome and swiftly opened it. Zhong Cheng was taken aback by Wang Ji's speed. Just moments ago, he was seemingly distracted, gazing at the sky, yet now the tome was in his possession before he could even discern his movements. Chapter 93. Illustrated and annotated. Zhong Qing, tall and slender, donned a cashmere sweater above and black trousers below, accentuating her exquisite figure with long, straight legs. In her daily interactions, she was impeccable, despite her youth and sweet, innocent appearance. Her maturity and composure often left Wu Yin at a disadvantage. Now, however, she had lost her poise, sprinting with her graceful legs, vibrant with youth. Yet her beautiful eyes blazed with fury, locking onto Zhong Cheng from afar, wishing she could stomp him into the very depths of the earth. Especially upon seeing Wang Xian already perusing the tome, she urgently shouted, "Do not look." Zhong Cheng recoiled in surprise, utterly unprepared for his sister's sudden onslaught from behind. Wang Xian exhibited a look of astonishment, glancing casually in her direction, and remarked to Zhong Cheng, "Your sister is quite petty. The Zhong family's secret texts are numerous. What harm is there in reading one?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Cheng broke into a cold sweat, feeling that Wang was somewhat reckless, as if he had cleanly distanced himself from the situation beforehand. He anxiously rubbed his hands together, exuding a sense of urgency, attempting to reclaim the tome. But Wang Xian held it firmly, disregarding him. After flipping through 2 pages, Wang Xian frowned. Is this truly the so-called secret text? The printed words exuded no spirit whatsoever. Whatever happened to the promised illustrations? Aren't secret texts supposed to be accompanied by diagrams of human postures? He found this quite lacking. Even old Zhang's 5 pages of golden scripture included illustrations, yet the Zhong family's tome had none? Wang Xian spoke with utmost seriousness. Is this a deficient version? Mere words without true representations are devoid of soul and may lead to errors in practice. Zhong Cheng stood in a daze, responding, "This is the scripture left by Chen Tuan. There are illustrations at the end." Upon hearing this name, Wang Xian immediately set aside any concern for the illustrations, reciting the scripture with haste, as it could very well be a remarkable text. Who was Chen Tuan? He was a transcendent figure in the realm of inner alchemy. Following Zhong Liquan and Lu Dongbin, a formidable force in Taoism, his scriptures are surely not mundane. Wang Xian read quickly, committing the verses to memory. and soon turned the page, which numbered only a few. Zhong Qing arrived at last, immediately attempting to snatch the tome from Wang Xian, her charming face clouded with frost. As she targeted both her brother and Wang Xian, she deemed this individual exceedingly audacious. Even at this juncture, he dared to continue reading. "Don't be stingy. Let me have a few more glances," Wang Xian declared, clutching the tome tightly and focusing intently, inscribing the knowledge within. Zhong Qing, upon hearing such words, felt her vision blur with rage, pondering the nature of the person before her. How could someone utter such audacious statements? She could no longer endure it and decided to take action. The audacity of his unrestrained gaze was simply outrageous. Wang Xian grasped the secret tome in one hand while using the other to block her pristine palm, saying, "Just let me read a couple more pages. I'm doing this for old Chen. He is not in good shape, and I plan to burn it for him to see later." Zhong Qing, having not glanced at the tome, kept her gaze fixed on Wang Xian. Upon hearing such absurdity, she felt as though she might lose her mind. What nonsense was this? Burning it for someone else to see. Beside them, Zhong Cheng was drenched in sweat, too frightened to move. Eventually, Zhong Qing realized that Wang Xian was earnestly uttering nonsensical words, his expression grave and wholly absorbed. The stark contrast was utterly ridiculous. She lowered her head to look and was instantly taken aback. It was entirely different from her imagination. It was indeed a scripture, devoid of any photographs of herself. The text within the tome was clear and printed. She had perused parts of it before, recognizing it as a significant work of Chen. Surprised, Zhong Qing quickly adjusted her emotions, gradually regaining her composure and calm. She spoke in a measured tone. "There seems to be some misunderstanding. Mr. Wang, please continue reading. I apologize for my earlier behavior." Her gracious demeanor was refreshing, accompanied by eloquent words of apology. "Thank you." Wang Xian barely acknowledged her, wholly engrossed in the scripture, swiftly committing it to memory. For the Zhong family, this was merely one among many rare texts, yet for him, it was immensely precious, a significant work of a wise predecessor, brimming with profound insights worthy of contemplation and emulation. Nearby, Zhong Cheng was immensely anxious, his body trembling, especially when he saw Wang Xian turn to the 6th page. He felt as if he might suffocate. "What are you so nervous about?" Zhong Qing, perceptive as ever, detected his unease. Zhong Cheng tried to maintain his composure, saying, "I didn't get permission from the family to show an important scripture to an outsider. I'm a bit scared. You won't tell on me, will you? I don't want grandfather to reprimand me." Zhong Qing shook her head, casting him a glance. "No, it's fine to show it to Master Wang. I had initially planned to collaborate with him." She looked at Wang Xian with a faint smile, referring to him as Master Wang, a conclusion drawn from her assessment that he would soon venture into that domain. As Wang Xian reached the 6th page, his expression shifted noticeably. He continued to flip through the pages, advancing to the penultimate 20th page. Zhong Cheng trembled in fear. Knowing that his sister could see the final scripture the moment, she lowered her head. Wang Xian, after thoroughly examining the text, with a mindset of integrity, prepared to close the tome to protect Zhong Cheng. However, Zhong Qing, too perceptive, noticed her brother's abnormality and quickly glanced down. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. This was utterly excessive. One dared to give, and the other dared to gaze. Moreover, all of this transpired right under her nose, especially recalling her earlier words to Wang Xian. Zhong Qing felt an overwhelming urge to scream, her delicate earlobes turning crimson. In a fit of rage, she snatched the tome away, first striking Wang Xian twice before turning her ire on her brother. Zhong Cheng, now entirely subdued, crouched on the ground, covering his head in surrender. Wang Xian could no longer endure the situation and remarked, "You have misunderstood your brother. These photographs are wrapped in quite substantial clothing." Zhong Qing's gaze was almost lethal, and she yearned to question him. "What are you thinking? Do you wish to see images devoid of such ample attire?" Wang Xian continued, "Do not rush me. Allow me to finish my thoughts. Your brother's aesthetic sense is severely flawed. The images he has pieced together lack any beauty. Your face is delicate and striking, truly beautiful. Yet, look at what he has done. Those bodies he has assembled are either overly voluptuous or grotesquely alluring. What a poor taste. Instead of appreciating your sister's pure and unparalleled figure, he opts for these chaotic selections that ruin the aesthetic." Zhong Cheng was on the verge of tears, desperately wishing to say, "Brother Wang, please, spare me your explanations. My sister is particularly sensitive about this. She detests the word voluptuous. especially upon learning that I chose such individuals to collage her photographs. This will surely be my undoing. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiaozhong's murderous intent toward Wang Xin diminished somewhat, but her fury reignited when she glanced at her brother, wishing to cast him into the depths of hell. Xiaozhong began to pummel Zhongcheng, leaving him bruised and battered. Wang Xin commented, "The last two photographs are quite exquisite. One features you in a school uniform, exuding a serene beauty reminiscent of tranquil times. The other captures you running on the beach in a swimsuit at dawn. Truth be told, your figure is truly commendable, radiating a youthful vitality in the morning light. I must admit, your brother possesses some discernment." With that, Wang Xin sauntered away, his spirits lifted, embodying one who appreciates the beauty of the world. After receiving such praise, Zhongqing was torn between the desire to exact vengeance and to contemplate that beauty. Ultimately, she resumed her assault on Zhongcheng, exclaiming, "Did you also release my actual photographs?" Zhongcheng protested, "There were only two. Besides, all your photos are covered so thoroughly. Even the swimsuit shot extends beyond the knee. What is there to worry about? Look, Brother Wang even complimented your figure. Beauty should be shared at the right moment to garner recognition and admiration." And thus, he was met with another round of blows. After Wang Xin departed, he quickly looked up to inspect the celestial herb, relieved to find it unchanged and still present. He turned and entered the hospital room, informing old Chen and Qing Mu that he had unexpectedly acquired a portion of scriptures. Although incomplete, they seemed quite potent. Old Chen regarded it seriously, sighing, "The texts of Chen Tuan are undoubtedly remarkable. He is a renowned master of Taoism. It is astonishing that the Zhong family could so casually present such a treasure, revealing the depth of their collection." The scripture was peculiar, seemingly concealing coded messages that unveiled layers concerning fog, illumination, fate, and herbal gathering, among other matters. Additionally, it appeared to narrate a mysterious and frightening tale, intriguing enough that it warranted further examination. The three of them studied it together, finding it to be exceedingly strange, containing a narrative within. By evening, the thunder had subsided, the clouds no longer hung heavily, and even the clouds on the horizon were torn apart, revealing a splendid sunset that painted the sky crimson. Wang Xian had been fixated on the celestial herb, and now his expression turned to one of alarm as he exclaimed, "Something is amiss. The herb is starting to sway unsteadily. It has not fallen, but instead seems to be burrowing into the clouds." Upon hearing this, Lao Chen's expression changed dramatically, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, "There is no other option. The heavenly herb may not have fully matured yet. We must ascend to the heavens and attempt to gather it." He instructed Qing Mu to prepare the spacecraft, determined to approach the location today, regardless of whether they could harvest the heavenly herb or not. Soon, a small spacecraft ascended, heading straight for the turbulent area of dark clouds. Wang Xian, carrying the bone of the female sword immortal, called out, "Lao Qing, be cautious." Olesha's spacecraft met with an accident. "We must not follow in his footsteps and face a thunderstrike. Fear not. Our vessel is equipped with a lightning protection system. Today, we shall harvest the great herb amidst the thunder." Qing Mu replied confidently. Indeed, as the golden light entered the dark clouds, it floated amidst the interwoven fog of lightning, shimmering with golden points and scattering a celestial glow, exuding an aura of the divine. "This truly is the heavenly herb." Lao Chen was astounded. Though he could not see it yet, even from a distance, he inhaled a fragrant aroma. Not only he, but Wang Xian and Qing Mu also detected the exquisite scent. It was remarkably mystical. How could such a fragrance reach them from afar, and even through the sealed spacecraft? No, this fragrance did not originate from their noses. It seemed to stem from a spiritual experience, as the scent of the heavenly herb permeated their very essence. Wang Xian's expression shifted, filled with astonishment. Chapter 94. Piloting the spacecraft to gather the heavenly herb, a waft of fragrance enveloped them, directly influencing their spirits despite being enclosed within the spacecraft, evoking a sensation akin to being in a forest, where they felt a refreshing and natural ambience. This experience was unique, although they were within the spacecraft. Entering the dense cloud layers, with occasional arcs of lightning passing by, it was as if they were surrounded by flora. "Lao Chen, is there any more documentation regarding the heavenly herb?" Wang Xian inquired, intrigued. How could such a herb come into existence amidst the clouds, where lightning frequently appeared? Chen Mingtian shook his head and replied, "There are no further records. I suspect even the Taoist ancestral halls have not provided much description. This substance is inherently mysterious. If it could be fully comprehended, the secret path would not have been blocked entirely. Qingmu remained silent, cautiously maneuvering the spacecraft closer to the hazy light under Wang Xian's guidance. Suddenly, the spacecraft shuddered slightly, as if grazed by an electric arc, causing both Wang Xian and Lao Chun to change their expressions. Everything is fine. It was not an electric shock, merely a brief encounter with disturbed air currents. Qingmu reassured them. Our spacecraft can withstand thunderstorms. Unusual air currents pose no threat. Indeed, the spacecraft stabilized and continued forward. Wang Xian expressed his confusion. It's strange. That light was just to the left, but now it has shifted to the right side of the clouds. Can its position really change? It may be due to the air currents. They cannot harm the spacecraft, but they could have caused the heavenly herb to drift from its original position. Qingmu prompted him to guide again. The black clouds churned, with lightning flashing intermittently like silver waterfalls, breathtakingly close, yet perilously daunting. Even Lao Chun felt a sense of unease. This spacecraft must not fail, for should it encounter disaster, not only would he fail to approach Chen Randang, but even the aspiration of becoming a true herbalist would be thwarted by a single strike of lightning. Qingmu, slow down. It's of no consequence if we cannot harvest the celestial herbs. This is not our domain. Navigate around the lightning. Do not recklessly charge through, advised Wang Xian. Qingmu, composed and steady, replied, Master, there is no need for concern. I have been commanding vessels for a decade, with over 20 years of experience. I frequently journey to the moon and have ventured to Mars, even traversing deep space alone. This layer of clouds is hardly a challenge. Wang Xian, filled with admiration, gestured for Qingmu to approach the celestial herbs while conversing about experiences in outer space. Old Qing, please impart your wisdom. My piloting experience is non-existent. What true man wouldn't yearn to navigate a spaceship through the vast cosmos? Of course, barring old Chen. Look at him. He seems as if he might succumb to seasickness. Chun Mingtu shot him a glare, retorting, when I was battling in deep space, you were still playing with little paper boats in the bathtub. I have 32 years of piloting experience. Suddenly, the ship jolted again, the tremors significant enough to alter Qingmu's expression. The protective systems had engaged, yet the turbulence persisted. A blinding flash of lightning streaked across the front of the craft, illuminating the surroundings with an intensity that obliterated the darkness, leaving only the terrifying brilliance that instilled fear. The three men felt a chill run down their spines. The sheer force of nature was daunting. If such power were to strike a person, how could one possibly survive? Wang Xian pondered the perilous journey of ascension, realizing how feeble humanity appeared amidst thunder, nature, and the cosmos, akin to mere specks of dust. As the dazzling light faded, Qingmu remarked, the temperature of that lightning is twice that of the sun's surface. If there truly exist celestial beings, they must be extraordinarily powerful. Old Chen interjected, those who ascend to immortality are not mere ordinary beings. They face complexities far beyond the lightning we see, likely entwined with mysterious forces. Wang Xian, astonished, exclaimed, we are nearing the celestial herbs, but why do I sense that we are being targeted? This thunder seems awry. Under his guidance, Qingmu maneuvered the ship closer to the celestial herbs, yet the surrounding lightning was distinctly anomalous, fiercely assaulting them. In an instant, the ship rocked multiple times amidst the terrifying beams of light that intertwined, creating a deafening cacophony. Qingmu was assured that the lightning protection systems were functioning, and the vessel remained unscathed, merely bobbing due to the energy waves from the clouds. What is that, a plum tree? Wang Xian marveled as they drew near, slowly discerning the nature of the plant. Bathed in a serene golden mist, a fruit tree stood, golden from trunk to leaf, truly extraordinary, rooted in the clouds. Disregarding other peculiar phenomena, its form resembled that of a plum tree. Towering over a person, the trunk was as thick as an arm, with pieces of golden bark unfolding like scales, emanating a divine golden light from the crevices. Its branches, soft as willow fronds, exuded a vibrant life force, while the elongated golden leaves cast a hazy glow. The entire tree bore but a single flower, its form reminiscent of a plum blossom, yet considerably more robust. Measuring nearly the size of an adult's fist, the petals had begun to unfurl, suggesting that withering and the bearing of fruit were imminent. Golden plum. Old Chun exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the description. Indeed, such a celestial herb took root amidst the clouds, accompanied by thunder. He felt a pang of regret, for it was now evident that the celestial herb had yet to mature, the fruits not fully formed. However, the leaves and branches of the medicinal tree were likely not ordinary, and they exchanged glances filled with hope. How did we get through? Under Wang Xian's guidance, Qingmu piloted the spacecraft closer to the enigmatic medicinal tree, astonishingly traversing the golden radiance. It was merely a hazy glow, devoid of any tangible form. Could it be that no real tree existed? The trio felt a twinge of anxiety. Having approached so closely, they would indeed lament any failure to procure something. Qingmu, determined, employed the mechanical arm to pluck the leaves of the celestial herb, for if they could obtain even a small portion, it would be an extraordinary gain. However, the mechanical arm passed through the golden light, retrieving nothing. The delicate, vibrant golden branches swayed amidst the tempest of thunder, tantalizingly out of reach. What species was this? Was the tree not a physical entity? The three were left in wonder. As they drew nearer, the floral fragrance intensified, sharpening their senses, yet no other extraordinary transformations occurred. The aromatic essence wafted directly into their minds, inducing a state of intoxication. This was indeed peculiar. The times had changed. They could navigate spacecraft into the heavens, traversing the clouds and thunder once deemed insurmountable by ancient peoples, yet still could not harvest the celestial herb. Old Chen felt a profound sense of loss and dissatisfaction. Though he could not see it, the fragrant aroma was palpable, seemingly within arm's reach, yet the elusive path remained inaccessible. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let us consult ancient texts, peruse the county records of Anqing, and explore whether there are any myths or legends pertaining to this region and the celestial herb." He proposed starting with the legends, as such a remarkable herb was too extraordinary to obtain in the present circumstances. Qingmu reflected, stating, "This celestial herb seems to pertain to the realm of the spirit, as if it exists beyond this world. What has brought it forth? Is there some factor in reality that has allowed it to reveal itself?" Wang Xian was struck by a thought, exclaiming, "If it relates to the mortal realm, invoking associations with the vast sea of humanity, could it be that old Chen's impending departure from this world, along with the recent tragic fate of the foremost figure in the new field, has stirred the hearts of the people in Anqing, thus prompting the appearance of the celestial herb?" Qingmu responded, "That makes sense." Wang Xian's eyes sparkled with intensity as he spoke forcefully. "If that is the case, old Chen, you must act swiftly. Issue an announcement tonight, stating that you are gravely injured and not expected to recover. How old are you, old Chen?" Qingmu also perked up, saying, if such news were released, it would likely incite an overwhelming wave of coverage. Within a single day, the leaders of both the old and new fields would have perished, undoubtedly igniting public discourse. Old Chen's gaze turned fierce as he retorted, "It is one thing for Olsha to have met with misfortune. Do you both truly wish for me to be declared beyond saving?" Then he sighed, saying, "You are overthinking this. It has little to do with human sentiment. I was reminded of an incident from my past, during my time at the Taoist ancestral home while practicing their secret arts. I once came across a page that mentioned the golden thunderfruit, which could assist one in mastering the highest Taoist skills. It now appears to be a celestial herb, quite similar to the goldenly found here. However, this entity is particularly sensitive to worldly disturbances. If human emotions are too agitated, it may swiftly vanish." Wang Xian was taken aback and remarked, "My conjecture was entirely incorrect. Could it be that the death of Aelia, along with the ensuing media frenzy, agitated people's hearts and intensified worldly emotions, causing this celestial herb to retreat?" Old Chen responded lightly, "Celestial herbs are remarkably enigmatic. Even the preaching alchemists and Taoists could not fathom their essence. No one has ever truly deciphered them, and we cannot pinpoint the special factors that prompt their appearance." He then furrowed his brow, stating, "The secret texts of Taoism vaguely mentioned that long ago, not only did the Taoists covet the thunder fruit, but there were also unparalleled demons vying for it, resulting in the Taoists suffering losses." Wang Xian expressed his astonishment, saying, "The precursor to Taoism is Taoism, which has existed since the preaching period. If we consider that era, it seems somewhat peculiar." It was not just him. Old Chen and Qingmu immediately recalled the extraordinary red-clad female demon they had seen in the inner landscape. From her ancient Jiangnan dialect, it could be inferred that she belonged to a time 2,000 to 3,000 years ago, speaking in a soft and melodious manner. The three were instantly astonished. The appearance of this celestial herb seemed to be no mere coincidence. It might indeed be connected to the unparalleled red-clad female demon. Was she fishing for something? The seasoned fisherman, Chen made this connection immediately. Wang Xian furrowed his brows, questioning. That seems improbable. She cannot penetrate the veil of the inner landscape, let alone intervene so forcefully in the present world. Regardless, they remained on guard. Wang Xian examined the bone fragment he carried, yet the female, sword immortal, showed no reaction. The trio maneuvered their spacecraft in the vicinity, attempting multiple times with mechanical arms to capture the golden Li, all to no avail. Let us retreat. We cannot obtain this thing, and it is not yet ripe, old Chen sighed. This area was fraught with dense lightning, and Qingmu was reluctant to take further risks, steering the spacecraft slightly backward. Wang Xian exclaimed in surprise. Old Chen suddenly looked up, sensing something unusual. Wang Xian had genuinely witnessed a transformation. The celestial herb, now taller than a person, radiated golden mist, and a patch of golden soil appeared around its roots, extending a full yard in diameter. Was it further manifesting, becoming increasingly real? Old Chen was astonished because the wound on his forehead was itching, as if his metabolism had accelerated. In an instant, Wang Xian also noticed a slight itch in all 10 of his fingers. Was he about to grow new nails rapidly? The celestial herb has solidified considerably, Wang Xian murmured. Old Chen reflected. Could it truly be as recorded, that one traverses the mundane seeking without success, only to find it unexpectedly upon turning back? Qingmu expressed his wonder. Does the celestial herb directly resonate with the human heart? Only by being willing to let go can one truly gain. The golden soil became ever more tangible, the golden leaf swaying with the thunder, its fragrance intensifying. Wishing all esteemed readers a peaceful and prosperous Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 95. The celestial elixir. In the midst of a vast crowd, one searches for him tirelessly, only to suddenly turn around and find the celestial elixir within reach. It is impossible for the trio to claim they are not anxious. A secret path lies before them, and no matter how bold their hearts may be, they cannot disregard it. Old Chen, dousing their hopes, remarked, it was meant to depart from the mortal realm and delve into the depths of the clouds. Could this current situation merely be a fleeting glimpse of illumination? Wang Xian responded, Old Qing, steer the ship a bit farther away to convey our indifference, our unwillingness to force matters, and our acceptance of nature's course. They allowed the vessel to adjust its position, whether it drifted away or drew closer. The celestial elixir and the golden soil remained unchanged, resembling a medicinal field. Wang Xian furrowed his brow, pondering the mysteries of nature. How could such a field of medicine exist amidst the lightning and clouds? Old Chen focused intently, stating, if this continues, my forehead, arms, and scalp could heal overnight. Wang Xian's injuries were more severe, yet he sensed a tingling in his fingers, estimating that within a day and night, his nails would fully regrow. Fairy, are you present? There exists a celestial elixir here. Could it be of use to you? Wang Xian revealed his final gambit, hoping the female sword fairy would appear. Regrettably, disappointment washed over him as the elixir remained still. He had learned during his last journey to the interior realm that the female sword fairy would be in slumber for 3 years. It seemed that time had indeed begun, and he ought to return the sword fairy to the collapsed small Taoist temple. Suddenly, Old Chen yawned repeatedly, succumbing to drowsiness. Soon after, Wang Xian and Qingmu also felt their eyelids grow heavy. In a haze, they beheld the ghostly monk, who, instead of waiting for the sword fairy to summon her, had emerged on his own. He gazed with unbridled longing at the golden celestial elixir and dashed from the ship to seize it. Boom! A peculiar bolt of lightning struck down, intertwining numerous spherical flashes, crimson as blood, enveloping that area. The void erupted, and the brilliance emitted by the spherical lightning was thunderous. To the ghostly monk, the dark clouds transformed into a bloody hue, drowned in electric light. However, the people of An City remained oblivious. Even those who looked up saw the sky remain pitch black, with only occasional arcs of lightning crossing it. The ghostly monk's face turned pale as he vanished from his position, rushing back in haste. He cast a regretful glance at the celestial elixir, feeling an overwhelming sense of horror. In the blurred vision, he perceived layers of curtains behind the elixir, and a faint red silhouette stood in the world beyond the veil. The ghostly monk lowered his gaze to his hands, which were also obscured by a luminous barrier separating him from the outside world. With a sigh, he disappeared from sight. Wang Xian and Qing Mu lifted their eyelids. The drowsiness evaporated, and both sensed something amiss, immediately realizing what had transpired. Old Chen awakened, exclaiming, "The ghostly monk appeared in my dream, rushing out to gather the celestial elixir, only to be struck back by lightning." Wang Xian nodded solemnly, saying, "I saw the crimson light driving him away. How can we procure the celestial elixir?" The three contemplated deeply, aware that missing this opportunity would lead to lifelong regret. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Xian. What if the celestial elixir is beyond our reach, much like the interior realm, not existing in the present world? What are your thoughts? Qing Mu inquired. If I were to activate the interior realm here, and then leap towards the celestial elixir, do you think it would allow me to capture it directly and plant it within my interior realm? Old Chen was moved. This idea was rather unconventional, yet somewhat plausible. Qing Mu was taken aback and remarked, "The crux of the matter lies in your inability to autonomously activate the inner landscape. If you could enter smoothly, there would be no need to take such risks here." Wang Xian, with a grave demeanor, stated, "I have never compelled myself to consciously trigger the Chalgan Dai. It has always manifested under external pressures. Today, I intend to attempt it. Shortly, I will self-hypnotize and leap from the spacecraft, hoping that the brink of death will induce the experience. By the way, Old Qing, you must be reliable. Activate the energy shield and ensure my protection. I cannot afford to be struck by lightning. If I can procure the heavenly medicine this time, I would be able to smile for a lifetime. Just think about it. Even the ghostly monk covets it, and the fact that he dared to venture for it attests to its extraordinary nature beyond our imagination." Qing Mu nodded, thumping his chest in assurance, declaring that safety was absolutely guaranteed, as the energy shield would withstand the onslaught of relentless lightning. However, Old Chen hesitated, saying, "I believe I just witnessed a peculiar ball of lightning, strikingly crimson, resembling a string of Buddha heads, which is quite terrifying." "Old Chen, are you trying to scare me with ghost stories?" Wang Xian glared at him. "I saw it in a dream. I cannot ascertain its truth," Old Chen replied, uncertain himself. "Enough of this self-scaring. I shall give it a try." The first challenge Wang Xian faced was self-hypnosis, convincing himself that he was in a life-and-death crisis to trigger the Chalgan Donkai. Old Chen shook his head, stating, "I doubt you can trigger the Chalgan Donkai this way. After all, one cannot deceive their own subconscious." Wang Xian disregarded his words. Being a man of action, he began to hypnotize himself. Remarkably, the effect was quite profound, and before long, he had fallen asleep. Qing Mu was dumbfounded, thinking, has he gone too far with this hypnosis? One must deceive oneself, but not truly fall asleep. Old Chen was equally astonished, waiting to see him leap from the spacecraft, only to find that he had lulled himself into slumber. Wang Xian indeed fell asleep and entered the emerging realm of his mind, soon encountering the ghostly monk. "Master, why have you come here again? Are you seeking to collaborate in harvesting the heavenly medicine? Speak, how shall we divide the spoils?" Wang Xian asked with anticipation. Without uttering a word, the old monk lunged at him and began to strike him mercilessly. Wang Xian was bewildered. What was happening? This was his first experience of being beaten, cornered by the old monk and enduring excruciating pain. Moments later, Wang Xian awoke, his entire body aching. Gritting his teeth in fury, bewildered as to why he had been struck without warning, he vowed that upon reaching the new star, he would certainly seek an explanation from the old monk residing in the ancient temple. Qing Mu looked at him in confusion, while Old Chen displayed a peculiar expression, asking, "You were beaten? How could you tell?" Wang Xian was astonished, but quickly realized the implication. Old Chen had fared worse, having been battered by the old monk in the spiritual realm throughout the night, gaining first-hand experience. "Old Chen, be sure to send that ghostly monk away. I cannot stand him." Wang Xian expressed indignation. However, upon further contemplation, it seemed the old monk was issuing a warning. At the critical moment, the ghostly monk, with his hands, manifested boundless crimson light and blood, within which stood a vague and graceful silhouette. Upon uttering these words, Lao Chun felt a chill run down his spine and exclaimed, "I knew it. The celestial medicine is unattainable. How could it simply manifest out of nowhere? We are in trouble. Let us retreat." Wang Xian also felt a surge of anxiety. Without uttering another word, Qing Mu piloted the spacecraft to flee. Suddenly, an intense fragrance of medicine wafted through the air, far stronger than before, as the celestial medicine underwent a remarkable transformation. The golden soil, a foot square, lost its luster and transformed into a radiant blaze akin to lightning, absorbed by the tree. Subsequently, the fist-sized golden flowers withered and rapidly bore fruit. It grew from the size of a fingernail to that of an egg, its entire surface a vibrant green, shimmering with myriad colors. More importantly, a unique fruity aroma emerged, rich and fragrant, penetrating the soul and invigorating the spirit. Lao Chen tore away the bandage from his forehead, and visibly, his wound began to heal at an astonishing rate, scabbing over until the blood scab finally fell away. Wang Xian unwrapped the medicinal cloth from his hands, revealing that his 10 mangled fingers were healing swiftly, with nails beginning to grow. In a fleeting moment, his nails became translucent, and his fingers regained their luster, returning to their original state. In mere moments, all the injuries on Wang Xian and Lao Chun vanished without a trace of scarring. As for Qingmu, his pores widened, and he felt as if he were about to ascend, with his bodily functions being dramatically enhanced, reaping significant benefits. Should we stay or leave? Qingmu's voice trembled. He believed that if this continued for a while longer, his power would surely increase. We shall not leave. Let us approach the celestial medicine, Wang Xian declared through clenched teeth. Are you mad? Lao Chen remained relatively composed. Wang Xian replied, I am not insane. If the scarlet-clad enchantress is indeed behind this, her capabilities must be nearing their limit. She cannot possibly intervene in the mortal realm. If she could affect me, she would have already acted. Although she may be fishing, she risks losing her bait and catching nothing. By saying this, are you not drawing her attention? Lao Chen questioned. If she could perceive this, she would not resort to such tactics. She likely can only see if we approach that particular area, Wang Xian insisted. Old Qing, let us move closer, taking the bait and ready to flee at any moment. All right, let us risk it. Qingmu recognized the peril but acknowledged the validity of Wang Xian's words. If she could interfere with the mortal realm, she would not go to such lengths. The spacecraft drew near the celestial medicine once more, the trees aglow with golden brilliance. The soil beneath drained, and a green fruit gleaming atop, continuously spilling radiant light into the vessel. This extraordinary luminescence caused a remarkable surge in the trio's metabolism, enhancing their physical condition. Upon arriving, they exchanged no words and immediately commenced their cultivation. Wang Xian, seizing the rare opportunity, began practicing the golden body technique under the mysterious light shed by the celestial medicine. As time progressed, portions of his skin began to shed, and to his astonishment, his golden body technique advanced from the initial 6th level to the mid-6th level. Mastering the golden body technique becomes increasingly challenging, with the 6th level demanding over 30 years for complete mastery. Yet, this was but a short span of time. The magnitude of his progress in the technique astonished Wang Xian. The celestial medicine lived up to its reputation, and such a dramatic change occurred even without consuming the fruit. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware that he was on the verge of triggering a heightened sensory state. An instinct stirred within him, suggesting that he would soon unlock the inner realm. Yet, instead of feeling elated, he was gripped by a chilling dread. Was this a force compelling him to access the inner landscape? His adversary seemed intent on exploiting the situation to return. The young man was perpetually prepared to flee. Wang Xian roared, resolutely refusing to invoke the primordial techniques of the ancient alchemists, vowing never to unveil the inner realm in this moment. Throughout this ordeal, he diligently practiced the art of forging his golden body, ultimately causing his form to radiate light and shed its skin, elevating his technique to the pinnacle of the 6th tier. Wang Xian was convinced that ordinary bullets could no longer harm him. The celestial medicine was shrouded in mystery, despite not having consumed a single morsel. It had propelled his golden body technique to unprecedented heights in such a brief span, nearing the 7th tier. Flee! Wang Xian suddenly shouted. He had triggered the heightened sensory state, although he had not utilized the ancient alchemical techniques. Merely practicing the golden body art, he could vaguely sense the inner realm. This was truly terrifying. Was the otherworldly crimson-clad enchantress intervening in the mortal realm? The thought was astonishing and frightful, causing Wang Xian's hair to stand on end, drenched in cold sweat. Although Qingmu was reluctant, he decisively chose to escape, exhibiting exceptional resolve. Hurry! Old Chen also cried out, sensing the impending danger, his scalp prickling. Boom! Thunder roared incessantly, crackling around the celestial medicine, and beyond the golden medicinal tree, multiple layers of shadows emerged, where a vague crimson figure loomed. Endless bolts of lightning, imbued with a sanguine glow, struck towards the spacecraft, sending chills down Qingmu's spine. The thunder was colossal, overwhelming the surroundings. Qingmu's heart sank, and he closed his eyes. Wang Xian reassured, "It's all right. It cannot interfere with the mortal realm. The blood-red thunder approaches the spacecraft, but dissipates." The spacecraft surged through the clouds, racing away. While behind them, the thunder clouds gradually obscured the ethereal, celestial medicine, rendering it invisible. Although the ordeal was harrowing, Wang Xian felt a profound sense of relief. The heightened sensory state had vanished, yet he bore no regrets. He was certain that had he been compelled to unlock the inner realm at that moment, calamity would have undoubtedly ensued. He had devoured the alluring bait without being ensnared, filled with joy and a sense of accomplishment. He couldn't help but shout into the stormy clouds interwoven with lightning, "Crimson Enchantress, next time, don't just focus on your cold calculations. When you deliver the medicine, hold an oiled paper umbrella and perform a dance of the otherworldly." Amidst the clouds, within the flashes of lightning, at the point where the celestial medicine had collapsed, a faint crimson silhouette emerged, graceful and enchanting, holding an oiled paper umbrella, casting a glance downward. Wang Xian. He immediately fell silent, uttering nothing more, a chill coursing up his spine. The Crimson Enchantress was truly extraordinary, nearly capable of intervening in the mortal realm. Had she actually heard his words? The exquisite figure faded from the point of collapse, vanishing completely. Chapter 96. The Master's consciousness inside the spacecraft. Only the three of them could be heard breathing, the atmosphere having been fraught with tension. The Crimson Enchantress had revealed a faint silhouette in the mortal realm, while undeniably beautiful. It was the most terrifyingly real horror they could ever imagine. Would performing the dance of the otherworldly cost them a piece of flesh? If a ghostly monk were to perform the pure land of ultimate bliss, I wouldn't spare him a glance. Wang Xian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, primarily to alleviate the tense atmosphere. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though they had survived a calamity, as if years had passed. Qingmu gazed at the dark clouds in the sky and said thoughtfully, "When the day comes that she truly emerges and you encounter her in this world, I shall be eager to hear what you have to say." A chill ran down Wang Xian's spine as he replied, "Old Qing, have some mercy." The spacecraft returned to the estate, safely landing on the helipad. As their feet touched the solid ground, a sense of security washed over the three of them, allowing them to exhale deeply. The night had long since fallen, and under the cover of darkness and the gentle patter of rain, they hurried back to their rooms. Finally in the mood to discuss their gains and losses, Wang Xian peeled away the skin from his arms and face, leaving Qingmu speechless yet immensely envious. The shedding was a clear indication of his significantly enhanced physique. Old Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. How fearful of death must one be to practice such a time-consuming and terrifying technique? In his view, this body technique, which demanded an inordinate amount of time, was simply not worth the effort. He would never engage in such a pursuit. The skin shed at the 6th level of the golden body technique was indeed a remarkable substance, thin, soft, and far more resilient than crocodile skin, ideal for crafting a sheath for a short sword. Old Chen sighed wistfully, his words tinged with both sincerity and a hint of jealousy. Wang Xian felt a surge of indignation, imagining using the skin of his own ancestor as a sword sheath. How could he even conceive of such a notion? Qingmu leaned closer, picking up a piece of the soft yet durable skin and tugging at it with force, only to find it undamaged, seemingly affirming his master's assertion, which caused Wang Xian's expression to darken instantly. "Are you determined to continue practicing?" Qingmu inquired. In the realm of ancient techniques, the golden body technique was undeniably of low cost effectiveness, especially in this technological age where the secret paths were blocked. To practice the golden body technique was akin to wasting precious time. Without decades of dedication, one would be unable to withstand a bullet. After several decades, one would grow old, their vitality waning, rendering such a physical pursuit futile. Yet, Wang Xian was indeed resolved to persevere. While other body techniques might yield quicker results, they would not stop a bullet. Were it not for the golden body technique, he would have perished the previous night. Furthermore, his focus on the golden body technique was a foundation for mastering Zhang Daoling's techniques. Had it not been for the success in the golden body technique, leading to his extraordinarily robust physique, it would have been impossible for him to master the 3 engravings recorded in the Golden Book. Old Zhang's body techniques were undoubtedly formidable. If one were to reach the highest level of the 5 pages of the Golden Book, One would likely not fear even the ethereal beings. Old Chen sighed. With secret paths available, one can act with abandon. However, I would never choose such a path. It is far too extravagant, akin to squandering one's youthful years. Old Chen, you seem younger. Wang Xian exclaimed in surprise. Old Chen was taken aback at first, then filled with joy, asking, how old do I appear to you now? Wang Xian studied his face and answered, you seem to look around 55. Old Chen, upon hearing this, frowned and chose not to respond. After all, he was only 52. Qing Mu added, Master, you do indeed look somewhat younger. Some wrinkles have vanished. Old Chen hurriedly fetched a mirror and examined himself, realizing he appeared several years younger. In his youth, practicing the esoteric techniques of the Taoist ancestral court had taken a toll on his body, making him look older. Now I feel as though I have returned to normal. Resembling a 50-year-old, Chun Mingtu said with a smile, clearly satisfied. Wang Xian was taken aback, having always assumed that old Chun was nearing 60. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he noticed old Chun rolling up his sleeves, prompting him to swallow his question and instead inquire, have you reached the realm of the burning lamp? Not quite yet, old Chun replied, shaking his head with a hint of nostalgia. Advancing in the extraordinary realm is far from easy. It is significantly more challenging than the cultivation of mortals. Even Qing Mu, hearing such words, felt disinclined to engage with his master. This time, Qing Mu had also reaped substantial benefits, drawing closer to the threshold of becoming a quasi-master. After further refinement, he would undoubtedly step into that domain. His previous path had come to a standstill, yet after traversing a chasm, the road ahead was not necessarily fraught with peril. Wang Xian, naturally, had gained immensely. Both his physique and spirit had undergone remarkable enhancement. If he were to encounter those opponents from the previous night again, he would not find himself in a life-threatening situation. Qing Mu marveled. Has little Wang entered the realm of masters? It seems the outside world was right. A master in his early 20s. Clearly, once this news broke, it would cause a stir, as those eager to form expedition teams to explore certain extraordinary territories would undoubtedly compete fiercely to secure him, sparing no effort to win him over. Old Chen shook his head, stating, his defensive capabilities are beyond discussion. His offensive power is also formidable, even capable of overpowering opponents at this level with sheer brute strength. However, there is still something lacking, a certain element that is noticeably absent. Upon hearing this critique, Wang Xian immediately became serious and asked what he was missing. Mastery of consciousness. Old Chen replied gravely, assessing Wang Xian's current state. Your offensive capabilities are sufficient, and your nascent spiritual domain is impressive, indeed. You possess formidable physical prowess, yet it has not been fully realized. He instructed Qing Mu to fetch a wooden stump for a live demonstration, using his right hand as a blade. Old Chen effortlessly struck down along the grain of the wood, producing a crisp crack as the stump split in two. It was evident that he exerted little effort, making it appear remarkably effortless. How do you fight now? You simply bulldoze through, using brute strength to crush your opponent, which lacks the aesthetic of combat. As he continued, Old Chen again used his right hand as a blade, this time striking horizontally against the stump. Although it still split, the force required was evidently greater, and the internal structure of the wood had also shattered, indicating a significant increase in the force applied. Do you see? A skilled woodcutter can split wood with ease and grace, saving both time and effort. Yet some may hack fiercely, only to find their efforts less effective than a gentle strike from another. Old Chun conveyed this with calm clarity. He candidly assessed the battle from the previous night, noting that those individuals, like Wang Xian, donned extraordinary armor and possessed master-level strength and speed, yet they lacked the consciousness of a true master. Had Wang Xian encountered a genuine master that night, he would have undoubtedly met his demise, without a hint of suspense. When a master strikes, it is rarely through sheer force. Rather, it is often akin to the elusive grace of an antelope's horns, emphasizing finesse. Their lethal capabilities are astonishing, coupled with an artistic beauty in their combat, occasionally executing a stroke of genius. Although Wang Xian faced criticism, he found it highly insightful and engaged in earnest reflection. Old Chun continued, the tiger is ferocious, yet during the hunt, it conceals its presence, striking with lethal precision at the critical moment. As for you, each time you strike, you rely on sheer brute force, shattering your opponent with a violent explosion of blood, such an extravagance of strength. Should you encounter an equally formidable opponent endowed with extraordinary physical prowess and a masterful consciousness, you might find yourself in a precarious situation. These concepts may elude your understanding. Wang Xian rose, stretching his body within the confines of the room, practicing an ancient technique, gradually enveloped by an ethereal beauty. The so-called masterful consciousness is merely a form of spirited combat mentality. Once dissected, with earnest contemplation and practice, one can gradually grasp and master it. Wang Xian, both in body and spirit, was sufficiently robust. Now, awakened by old Chen, he realized that if he diligently honed his skills, it would not be long before he too possessed a masterful consciousness. Our styles differ. I believe I can swiftly comprehend what you speak of, yet I will likely still lean towards a powerful form of combat, Wang Xian remarked, acknowledging his areas for improvement while retaining his strengths. With this understanding, he felt a sense of ease and smiled. You used the tiger's hunt as an example. Is the hyena's cunning strike a manifestation of effortless yet spirited precision? Old Chen widened his eyes and finally sighed. That belongs to the realm of extraordinary spiritual strikes. Qingmu was left in a daze. Can this truly possess spirit? Wang Xian nodded. It appears that aligning with the extraordinary is indeed the true path. Soon, there would be another chapter. Chapter 97. The affectionate confidant. Upon grasping the essence of masterful consciousness, Wang Xian departed. Having shed a layer of skin, he felt a sense of distaste for himself if he did not wash thoroughly. When he re-entered the ward, he discovered old Chen radiating vitality, astonishingly preening before a mirror, wielding a comb to groom his otherwise low-maintenance crew cut. What is going on? Wang Xian inquired of Qingmu. Qingmu, displaying an unusual expression, replied, a distinguished guest will arrive shortly. Wang Xian immediately understood and chuckled. Ah, the old affectionate confidant. Old Chen's comb flew towards him, nearly striking his forehead. Before long, a spacecraft indeed descended upon the estate's landing pad, prompting Qingmu to rush forth to greet the visitor. Only one woman accompanied by Qingmu entered the ward, while others were signaled to depart, escorted by the estate's staff to partake in dinner. Wang Xian hurriedly greeted her with polite acknowledgement, taken aback by her youthful appearance. She seemed merely 35 or 36, far younger than he had envisioned. Though approaching middle age, she exuded a captivating elegance, embodying a mature beauty. The old affectionate confidant was not old at all, nearly 20 years younger than old Chen. Wang Xian cast a peculiar glance at old Chen, instantly discerning the implication. Old Chen, I had not anticipated you to be such a person. In an instant, old Chen felt compelled to counsel Wang Xian to be a quiet and good man. I am of the same age as old Chen, the mature woman remarked with a smile, her perceptiveness allowing her to decipher their exchanged glances in an instant. Truly, sister, you are remarkably youthful, Wang Xian sincerely complimented, harboring grave doubts that old Chen's previous appearance of age was perhaps a result of his affectionate confidant's influence. Old Chen introduced the woman, named Guanlin, a longtime friend of his for 30 years, who had come personally to escort old Chen to the capital for recuperation. Tomorrow morning, Guanlin would attend the memorial service for old Sha, the foremost figure in the realm of new techniques. Otherwise, they would have set off tonight. Aoki quietly informed Wang Xian that the exploration organization had encountered many peculiar places. In the past, old Chen had ventured into a perilous realm to retrieve a rare flower documented in ancient texts for Guanlin, which was why she appeared ageless after all these years. Wang Xian was astonished. The treacherous territory Aoki referred to surely posed a life-threatening challenge. The fact that old Chen willingly risked his life for a woman suggested a profound connection between them, prompting him to inquire further. Aoki shook his head and murmured, my master has always remained single, and Sister Guan has nearly lived her life without marrying. The past is quite complicated. He refrained from elaborating, and Wang Xian did not press further, sensing that there were untold stories behind this. Guanlin then asked, Shaoqing, will any of you attend the memorial for Olsha tomorrow morning? After all, it is in your territory. It would be gracious to at least send a floral wreath. Shaoqing, Wang Xian chuckled, glancing back at Aoki, only to find him composed, already accustomed to the moniker. Wang Xian suddenly perceived that this woman, though seemingly gentle, was undoubtedly formidable, standing up for old Chen and Aoki, and was required to convey a certain demeanor towards specific individuals. Today, some were exerting pressure, attempting to coerce Aoki into a life-for-life exchange, and it was Guanlin who rebutted their demands. The invitation extended to those from the old arts to attend the memorial further underscored her strength, likely indicating underlying rivalries. Aoki sheepishly remarked, "My master wishes for me to send a wreath to Olsha." Guanlin shook her head, replying, "That's unnecessary. Let Xiao Wang go tomorrow. I will also attend. There should be no issue." Old Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Will there be no Grand Masters present?" "No," Guanlin replied, "recently. Grand Masters from the new arts have been falling one by one. Who would dare tread upon the old territory lightly, fearing calamity? Then it is settled." Old Chen replied with a faint smile. Guanlin, upon hearing this, cast a surprised glance at Wang Xian, instantly realizing something significant. The following morning, after Wang Xian had washed up and eaten breakfast, he wrapped his hands in gauze and boarded a special vehicle prepared by Aoki, heading towards a certain funeral home in Anqing. How intriguing! There were indeed individuals from the old arts present. Someone recognized Wang Xian upon his exit from the car, their expression shifting instantly, as he had left a profound impression during the rain-soaked battle. Upon arriving at the funeral home, he encountered many familiar faces from the countryside estate, all having congregated here. Old Wu, clad in black, spotted Wang Xian as he disembarked and promptly approached him, saying, "Xiao Wang, what brings you here?" "To bid farewell to old Ao. He has passed, so I won't dwell on the details," Wang Xian lamented. Old Wu was speechless. "Is that even something you should be concerned about? It's the new arts practitioners who care." "Xiao Wang, what nonsense are you speaking? I worry someone may hold you accountable later." Wu Yin hastily approached, dressed in elegant black attire that appeared strikingly alluring in the somber atmosphere, her curves unmistakably accentuated. To everyone's astonishment, Mr. Zhong Yong, a prominent figure among the super-rich, had personally written a condolence banner, which was sent over. Old Wu, upon hearing this, grimaced and remarked, "I can guarantee that this condolence banner was initially intended for Old Chen. However, Old Chen's resilience compelled the elder from the Zhong family to repurpose it for Old Sha. We are set to meet some old friends. Xiao Wang will engage in conversation shortly. Old Wu has taken Wu Yin away to meet some acquaintances among the magnates." Along the way, Old Wu whispered to his niece, "I have a feeling that Xiao Wang, bold and unyielding, dares to come here either because he has surpassed himself, unafraid of the masters in the new realm, or because someone stands behind him, intending to assert a firm stance to the relevant parties." He then added to his niece, "We must act swiftly. That mysterious place waits for no one. Xiao Wang is quite a person of good character. If he regards you as a confidant, I believe he will assist us." "Uncle, what are you insinuating?" she replied. "The influence of Old Sha is indeed substantial. Many distinguished guests have arrived today to extend their lifespans." Not far away, Zhong Cheng, wrapped in bandages, followed closely behind Zhong Qing. His keen eyes quickly spotted Wang Xian, and he whispered, "Sister, did you see? Old Wu and Sister Wu Yin were clearly trying to win over Old Wang. You must act quickly as well." Zhong Qing glanced at him, remaining silent. Zhong Qing murmured, "With your skills, it should not be difficult for him to perceive you as his cherished confidant. I will go greet him first. You should join me shortly." He then dashed toward Wang Xian, calling out from a distance, "Brother Wang." Upon turning, Wang Xian's face lit up with a smile. "What brings you here?" he asked, noticing Zhong Cheng's bandaged head and arm. "Have you suffered an orthopedic injury?" he inquired with concern. "Brother Wang, hush," Zhong Cheng replied, feeling guilty as his sister was nearby. If she overheard any indiscreet comments, he might find himself in a cast by tomorrow. "I didn't expect your sister to appear so gentle and sweet. Yet her methods are quite severe," Wang Xian remarked with a sigh. "Brother Wang, my sister actually wishes to have a word with you," Zhong Cheng said with a bright smile. Wang Xian, surprised, asked, "Did she bring any scriptures?" Zhong Cheng was taken aback, thinking, "Old Wang, you are rather coldly pragmatic." Chapter 98. The Anomaly Yearning for the Celestial Immortals. Zhong Cheng pondered whether Old Wang was serious. The crucial question was which scriptures he was interested in. "Did you comprehend yesterday's secret tome?" he whispered. "Of course. Such a large book, yet the true scriptures are so few." "It's ironic that you claim to have an extensive collection," Wang Xian replied. Zhong Cheng sensed layers of meaning in his words, but chose to overlook them. "Regardless, I have perused some scriptures. Please share your insights on practicing the old arts. I genuinely wish to delve into this realm. My family possesses the ultimate teachings of various sects, along with the golden bamboo slips of the celestial immortals and Guan. I guard this treasure mountain, yet cannot master it. Normally, one would not dare to divulge such secrets, fearing instability, but the super-rich Zhong family did not mind, and the outside world was already aware of their vast collection. In this era, black technology emerges continuously, and super battleships wield immense power. Technological civilization has already ventured into deep space, rendering the ancient tomes mere artifacts for enriching the shelves in the hands of the magnates. Wang Xian lamented that despite his patchwork efforts, he still felt future scriptures would be insufficient. Meanwhile, old Chen, having reached that level, expressed his deep regret, believing that extraordinary scriptures are exceedingly rare. His upcoming collaboration with the relevant departments was also aimed at borrowing scriptures for study. Wang Xian cast a sidelong glance at him. Having already discerned that Zhong Cheng was not as simple as he appeared, he was clearly tempting him, showcasing the brilliance of the Zhong family's scripture, tantalizing his appetite. He spoke softly. Practicing the ancient arts requires dedication. One must delve deeply into the background of a scripture, grasp its essence from the source, and immerse oneself in the mindset of its creator. Only then, through persistent practice, will one achieve results. Zhong Cheng was taken aback and then inquired, "Is that the only secret to your rapid progress?" Wang Xian replied, "There are no shortcuts in the ancient arts, no tricks that allow one to ascend in a single leap. You must calm your mind and immerse yourself fully in a scripture, contemplating every aspect of it. Let us take the snake crane 8 dispersion technique as an example. You have practiced it, correct?" "Yes, but after years of training, I still do not achieve the results you do after only a few days of practice," Zhong Cheng sighed. "Let us begin by analyzing the snake crane 8 dispersion technique," Wang Xian suggested, feeling that having examined the scripture, he ought to assist in its interpretation while also subtly guiding Zhong Cheng. Zhong Cheng became serious, for he aspired to master the secret texts of his family, not merely to speak of them. He had perused many tomes at home, drawn to the legends of the immortal beings, hoping that one day he could soar into the heavens on a beam of sword light, using his physical prowess to withstand a warship. The Zhong family possessed various mysterious scriptures, some possibly left by the immortal beings, yet he struggled to comprehend them, which was quite regrettable. It could be said that he was an anomaly among the heirs of the wealthy, for while many young people clamored for the latest battleships, he yearned for transcendence into the immortal realm. However, what pained him most was that despite his long-term study of the ancient arts and his practice of new techniques, he was still unable to surpass his sister. "You must understand that in that era, old Zhang was renowned across the world," Wang Xian began. Zhong Cheng cautiously interjected, earnestly seeking clarification. "Who is old Zhang?" "Zhang Dowling." Wang Xian shot him a glance, incredulous that this youth was so uninformed. Zhong Cheng swallowed hard. Reflecting on the limitations of his perspective, he mentally referred to the man before him as Old Wang, while the other casually addressed the founder as Old Zhang, which earned his respect. Old Zhang, having achieved mastery, retreated to Heming Mountain, where he witnessed a fierce battle between the flood dragon and the divine crane amidst the clouds and mist. This was the historical context. Thus, when we practice this scripture, we must first embody Old Zhang's inherent belief in invincibility and his post-retirement mindset of transcendence. Secondly, the conflict between the flood dragon and the divine crane was a relentless battle, filled with fierce, unyielding energy. Even if one were to perish, they would fight to the last breath against their opponent. Therefore, in practicing this physical technique, one must cultivate a heart of bravery, an indomitable spirit unafraid of death, and nurture boundless ferocity. This outlines the atmosphere of that time, and by immersing ourselves in this scripture, we will naturally achieve progress. Zhong Cheng listened, entranced, finding the reasoning compelling yet elusive. "Brother Wang, could you be more specific?" he asked eagerly. "Someone like old Zhang must transcend the mundane world. Thus, when practicing the snake crane 8 dispersion technique, one must adopt a posture of clarity and emptiness, with confidence etched into one's very bones, subtle yet unmistakable. An invincible mindset should be instinctive, yet also restrained. The body must harbor strength, poised yet unyielding, outwardly ethereal, yet within, boundless secret power churns to its zenith, awaiting the moment of release. One must embody the grace and essence of a recluse who has reached the pinnacle of strength. Until the moment of vanquishing the foe, the various parts of the body resonate violently, unleashing a fierce and tragic aura, swiftly delivering death to the enemy. Ultimately, as the energy is collected, everything returns to a state of tranquil naturalness. Wang Xian, with a serene expression, speaks calmly and methodically. conducting an on-site demonstration of the 8 scatter hands with an enlightened master's consciousness. It is only at the moment he strikes a several-ton ornamental stone at the funeral home that the intense, tragic aura erupts, before he once again peacefully gathers his energy. Zhong Cheng, taken aback, touches the shattered pieces of stone, feeling that old Wang is profound and inscrutable, and what he says is indeed reasonable. Living up to his title as the youngest master of this era. Brother Wang, your words have enlightened me. You have opened a window for me in the realm of ancient arts. It is not merely about practicing according to the scriptures, but also considering the contemporary context and the mindset of various parties. How exquisite! With a fervent gaze and a radiant expression akin to an epiphany, Zhong Cheng exclaims, Brother Wang, today you have earned my deep admiration. It seems there is indeed a reason for you to become a master at such a young age. Wang Xian secretly scoffs. Does this young man wish to fish for my teachings? You are still too green. Merely sharing my insights has reeled you in. Brother Wang, do you still wish to see that scripture from yesterday? Zhong Cheng inquires softly. Yes, I found that scripture quite appealing, Wang Xian nods, genuinely desiring to see the complete text of Chen Tuan's teachings. Zhong Cheng responds, did you bring your phone? Let us exchange deep space signals, and I will send it to you later. Wang Xian retrieves his phone, and they add each other as friends. I only remember part of that scripture. Once I return to New Star and organize it, I will find a way to send it to you, Zhong Cheng replies, then promptly sends 5 photos, all showcasing his sister's leisurely lifestyle. Wang Xian's expression shifts immediately. He feels inclined to say, I didn't expect you, Zhong Cheng, to be this kind of person. I asked for Chen Tuan's scripture, yet you send me photos of your sister. What is the meaning of this? However, he ultimately maintains his composure, thinking, is Wang Jiaozu really a person who enjoys dilly-dallying? I can't be bothered to explain. Let him send whatever he wishes. Zhong Cheng lowers his voice, saying, Brother Wang, to be honest, I used to think you were a bit of a scam, but now I believe you are indeed extraordinary. In the future, you may well step into the realm of myth. We have formed a good bond now. Should you achieve success, do not forget to bring me along. Then, in a barely audible tone, he adds, once I can access the unparalleled secrets at home, as well as the golden bamboo slips of the preaching alchemists, I will surely seek your guidance, Brother Wang. Wang Xian is moved, yet upon seeing Zhong Cheng's radiant smile, he immediately filters out more than half of his words. What savvy young person in a financial conglomerate can be underestimated? When Zhong Cheng expresses his sincerity, it feels genuine, suggesting he has matured significantly since before. Of course, if his words are not empty, Wang Xian would undoubtedly repay him handsomely in the future. Zhong Cheng silently approaches, and upon seeing her brother's deep space signal page, she discovers he has sent several lazy yet beautiful photos of her at home, causing her anger to flare up. This foolish and unrepentant brother has betrayed her for the sake of practicing ancient arts. Chapter 99. The Secret Realm of Deep Space. How dare he directly send her photos using his phone? Zhong Cheng, with her unadorned visage and crystal-clear gaze, emanated an ethereal beauty. Yet, upon striding over with her long legs, she decisively knocked her brother to the ground with a swift slap. Wang Xian was taken aback. The seemingly youthful and sweet Zhong Cheng possessed such strength? She then turned her gaze towards him, her eyes glinting with hostility, as if seeking an explanation. Wang Xian was bewildered. What did this have to do with him? He had no desire to meddle in the sibling quarrel and ambled away to attend the memorial for Olsha. An elder from the Zhong family, who practiced the serpent crane 8 scatter hands, appeared inside, remarking, this young man is indeed remarkable. His words sent shivers down my spine. I have spent a lifetime practicing ancient techniques, yet I have only delved into the scriptures themselves, never pondering the genesis of the texts. Today, I have an epiphany, yet it leaves me with a sense of loss. He stood there, lost in thought, gazing at the distant horizon for a long while, feeling an emptiness within. Is he truly that formidable? Zhong Cheng was visibly moved. Zhong Cheng stood up and replied, of course he is formidable. My earlier excitement was not entirely feigned. Do you know? What he spoke of bears a striking resemblance to the content I stumbled upon in a manuscript in the library not long ago. It is worth noting that the author of that manuscript was a terrestrial immortal. Thus, sister, I have cast my bait. The unparalleled secret tome, the golden bamboo slips. And you, to slowly reel him in. After all, you are so adept. Later, you can fully showcase your skills and make him fall irrevocably in love. Are you out of your mind? You intend to position me alongside the bamboo slips and the dusty manuscripts as bait? Zhongqing exclaimed, her pristine palm striking down, sending Zhongcheng sprawling once more. She strode over him, chastising, "Have you lost your way? What era are we in, still immersed in the legends of the celestial beings? If they were truly powerful, they would not have perished. By the time I harvest the terrestrial immortal grass, I will outlive them all. Our Zhong family will undoubtedly continue to explore the realms of mystery, and we will hold it in the highest regard, yet we shall not be shackled by techniques. We must transcend and master all. Look at the state you are in. After over a decade of cultivation, you have achieved less than I have in just a few years. One hand is sufficient to educate you." Zhongcheng felt like crying. He believed himself to be quite impressive, yet he could never surpass his sister. "If you dare to send me your photographs again, I will banish you to a desolate planet's base for 2 years." Zhongqing warned sternly, adding, "It is filled with cold-blooded mercenaries, not lacking in masters of ancient techniques. Since you enjoy it, you can engage and study with them." Zhongqing's eyes widened in shock, but he refrained from speaking. The funeral home was vast and solemn, with areas adorned with towering green pines and cypress trees, which shrouded the buildings in an even deeper tranquility. Many attended the farewell ceremony for Olsha, including representatives from influential families, surpassing even the number present at old Chen's passing, and of a higher caliber. This was primarily due to Olesha's significant role in extending the lives of several distinguished elders, thereby forging substantial bonds of goodwill. Wang Xian stood tall, his physique honed by the practice of ancient techniques, emanating an indescribable vitality, his eyes gleaming brightly. He was soon recognized, and the atmosphere shifted unfavorably. His infamous reputation preceded him, making him a notorious figure among those in the realm of new techniques. Most notorious was the incident where he had dispatched the Grandmaster Xia Qing with a single kick on the Pamir Plateau, in a tranquil garden of a funeral home. Several middle-aged individuals engaged in conversation, broaching the topic of a mysterious locale. This enigmatic region is shrouded in secrecy, with its periphery astonishingly valuable, having yielded rare minerals essential for concocting elixirs of immortality in substantial quantities. However, frequent incidents have fostered a profound sense of unease. Recently, financial magnates have been stirred, yearning to venture into this extraordinary land, yet they are beset by various terrifying tribulations. Notably, a colossal battleship has plummeted, severing all communication with the outside world, leaving important figures in peril, their fates unknown and in dire need of rescue. Similar to a previously discovered auspicious site, this location is permeated with an overwhelmingly potent substance, denoted as X material, which, over time, causes malfunctions in various sophisticated instruments. Despite numerous upgrades to the protective systems of their battleships, the formidable penetrative power of the X material renders such defenses inadequate. This region is also inhospitable to those pursuing new techniques, as the X material erodes the divine particle. Prolonged exposure leads to terrifying bodily transformations. Despite the immense dangers, factions are fervently rushing in, employing every means to explore, as they have successively uncovered remarkable oddities. Just 2 days prior, the Zhong family unexpectedly mitigated the interference of the X material and captured an astonishingly surreal image, driving the typically composed elder Zhong Yong to the brink of madness, yearning to personally delve into the depths of this secretive realm, unaware of what he might uncover. 2 masters from the realm of new techniques arrived, and, upon encountering the middle-aged men, fervently implored their assistance, suggesting that Qingmu offer his life in exchange. The middle-aged men remained silent. Some among them had exerted considerable effort, but encountered formidable resistance, being met with direct opposition. Furthermore, the authorities from the old world have already issued a statement, attributing the incident to an aviation disaster. Certain matters should not be taken too literally. Given the old world's display of an exceedingly assertive stance, further involvement could lead to a complete rupture of relations. With no vested interests at stake, there was no necessity to offend the deceased Olesha's allies, lest they provoke a series of uncontrollable repercussions. The expressions of the men remained serene as they reassured the 2 masters from the realm of new techniques, suggesting they first pay their respects to Olsha, emphasizing that some matters do not require haste and can be deliberated upon gradually. The 2 masters from the realm of new techniques sighed, fully aware that the foundation of their relationship lies in mutual benefit. Without substantial incentives, it is unlikely to sway such individuals. Although the financial conglomerates are immensely powerful, they would not gratuitously offend others, merely going through the motions without truly taking a stand. Master Zhou Wei of the New Techniques realm spoke calmly, stating that while the mysterious land is indeed hostile to the divine particle, some individuals within the New Techniques domain have fortified their physical forms to astonishing levels, allowing them to venture there without relying on the super substance and even journey deeper within. The other master, Sun Quan, spoke candidly, asserting that Chen Yongjia, the only grandmaster of the Old Techniques realm, would perish within days, leaving the New Techniques realm devoid of grandmasters, thereby facing a complete decline and becoming utterly reliant on nothing. The middle-aged men nodded in agreement. This was the truth. Chen Yongjia was indeed nearing death, making any request for him to lead an expedition into the mysterious land utterly impossible. Zhou Wei remarked, "The Old Techniques resemble a candle flickering in the wind when disturbed. They may briefly flare into a bright flame, yet this only signifies that after such agitation, they are destined to extinguish completely." He further elaborated, for instance, that young upstart, akin to a candle's glow amidst the gusts, is merely a budding master, lacking a solid foundation. Should he dare to venture into that sacred territory, his light will swiftly be snuffed out. Sun Quan nodded in agreement, stating, in the short term, he cannot penetrate the realm of mastery, for the efficacy of the Old Techniques is excruciatingly slow. The middle-aged men nodded, clearly indicating to the two masters of the New Techniques that if they could procure certain rare items from the sacred land, negotiations regarding profit distribution would be favorable. Simultaneously, they hinted that as long as the individuals from the New Techniques did not overstep, they would provide their backing. Zhou Wei and Sun Quan felt satisfied and turned to leave. Some individuals obstructed Wang Xian, forbidding him entry, their expressions icy. Had they encountered him in the desolate wilderness, they would surely have enlisted a master to deal with him mercilessly. Wang Xian calmly stated, as a newcomer just embarking on the path of cultivation, "I have come to bid farewell to the first of the New Techniques. Out of genuine respect, there is no need for excessive interpretation. You are not welcome here." One of the New Technique practitioners coldly retorted. In an instant, many attendees turned their gazes towards him, revealing their astonishment. Was this the formidable young man who had slain budding masters on a rainy night? Indeed, he was merely in his early 20s. Wu Yin was also present, opening her mouth to dissuade him, realizing that creating a scene here would not benefit young Wang. Zhong Cheng cast a glance at his sister, hesitating to voice his opinion. Wang Xian remained composed, stating, "Furthermore, I represent a portion of the Old Techniques here to present a floral tribute and express my stance. There is no need for you to target me. Our sights should be set further afield, for there is nothing that cannot be unveiled." His poise unsettled those from the New Techniques. Should they act too rashly, they would likely become the subject of ridicule. "Please, enter," invited Sun Quan, the master of the Old Techniques, who had just returned with Zhou Wei from the tranquil garden. As Wang Xian stepped inside, many eyes were drawn to him. In that fleeting moment, Sun Quan's eyes sparkled with intensity, fixating ahead. Though outsiders sensed nothing amiss, Wang Xian immediately recognized that the New Technique master was attempting to exert pressure upon him. This was a form of spiritual suppression, aimed at compelling him to kneel, rendering him unable to lift his head in the hall of mourning, a powerful, yet covert maneuver intended to humiliate him. Wang Xian's eyes glinted with coldness. Did they truly believe they could wield their high mastery to attack him on a spiritual level? Such thoughts were misguided. He had already developed a portion of his own spiritual domain. Let us see who would kneel before whom. Gratitude, despite the allure of the world. I thank the leader for their support. Chapter 100. The resplendent master Wang Xian stood tall and slender, yet exuded an aura of strength and balance. At this moment, just past 9 o'clock, the sun had already risen, casting its warm rays upon him, making him appear particularly radiant, in stark contrast to the heavy gloom within the morning hall. In that instant, onlookers beheld him as if he were emanating light. A figure poised to step into the realm of mastery at just over 20 years of age, he was undeniably captivating. In the frigid hall, two masters of the new arts stood, their expressions shrouded in gloom, exuding an icy aura that created an unmistakable distance. Soon, the atmosphere shifted. The brilliant young man remained motionless, yet his gaze grew ever more radiant, as if electric currents were weaving through the air. Meanwhile, Master Sun Quan of the new arts trembled slightly, his hands clenched tightly, betraying a faint quiver. What was transpiring? Upon the encounter of the youthful powerhouse from the old arts with a true master of the new, an inexplicable tension arose between them, and soon, the onlookers sensed a tempest brewing in the space between the two. Suddenly, a floral wreath nearby fluttered, its ribbon appearing to be torn apart by invisible hands. A consequence of the proximity between the two masters. Even those unversed in the arts could perceive the palpable discord, recognizing the silent confrontation that was both awe-inspiring and unsettling. Many were taken aback. How could the young man, who had not yet ascended to the realm of masters, engage in a clash with a genuine master? Would there be dire consequences? Wu Yin's heart raced with anxiety. In her estimation, though Xiao Wang was formidable, he was still merely an aspiring master. Could he truly contend with a seasoned expert? It seemed implausible that he would emerge unscathed. Olbu pondered, discerning that it was indeed the master of the new arts who appeared to be at a disadvantage, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he visibly shook. As time passed, the crowd began to realize that Sun Quan was struggling to maintain his composure, teetering on the brink of collapse. It was astonishing. How could old Wang possess such strength? Zhong Chang could no longer contain his astonishment. Had it truly only been a single day since old Wang had transformed into a genuine master? Increasing numbers recognized the underlying dynamics. The young man sought to enter the hall, yet was obstructed by the master of the new arts, who was now faltering. The funeral home in Anqing was vast, teeming with attendees, including wealthy tycoons and representatives of significant organizations, alongside notable figures from the old world, each of considerable stature. All eyes were fixed on the entrance of the memorial hall, where the young man stood like a drawn sword, his eyes radiating an astonishing brilliance that forced Sun Quan to gradually bow. Gasps rippled through the crowd. A mere newcomer was overpowering a seasoned master, an extraordinary spectacle indeed. How had he ascended so rapidly? Numerous attendees had rushed from a manor in the outskirts to this funeral home, having witnessed his prowess firsthand on that stormy night. And now, the impact was particularly profound. Wang Xian did not wish to press too hard. After all, this was Alesha's memorial service. Forcing a master to kneel would be excessively aggressive. He believed in the virtue of leniency, especially given the inappropriate circumstances that could incite controversy. Thus, he gradually tempered his spiritual force. However, some were unwilling to let matters conclude so easily. Sun Quan gradually straightened his posture, receiving a subtle signal from his companion. Zhou Wei supported his arm, indicating he should summon his strength and unleash his full potential. In that instant, Sun Quan comprehended that Zhou Wei intended to strike covertly, assisting him in suppressing this newly emerged young talent from the old arts in a public display. The confrontation within the realm of the mind is perilous. Should the two of them unleash their mental energy in unison, not only could they suppress one another, but they might also inflict severe psychological trauma upon each other. Sun Quan, in a fit of ferocity, recognized that the realm of ancient techniques had but one prodigy after the demise of Chen Yongjia. If this young man were to be incapacitated as well, the ancient techniques would truly be at an end. Gazing upon the new and the old, should both generations of the ancient techniques fall, there would be no suitable master to be found. With a resounding crash, Sun Quan did not hesitate. He once more summoned his mental energy, launching a ferocious assault while the young man was caught off guard, retracting his mental focus. Simultaneously, Zhou Wei erupted forth, his forehead gleaming as if a radiant orb were bursting forth. This was a phenomenon unique to the realm of new techniques. They possessed secret methods, and regardless of one's mental level, upon reaching the master realm, manifestations would inevitably occur. Nearby, a floral arrangement shattered, an ominous occurrence in such a context. Wang Xian's gaze was cold and piercing. While he harbored goodwill towards others, it did not signify that he was a pushover. He remained vigilant, his mental level significantly stronger, allowing him to perceive more acutely than the two adversaries. He sensed something amiss at once and decisively activated his nascent mental domain. Before him, a faint white mist materialized, while his eyes emitted beams of light like sharpened blades. "Ah!" Sun Quan screamed in agony, clutching his head, feeling as though his skull might fracture. His eyes ablaze with pain, blood streaming from the corners. He felt dizzy and collapsed to his knees, howling in distress, his face contorted in anguish, his mind in disarray. Simultaneously, Chen Wei let out a muffled groan, staggering backward. Had he not collided with the crowd, he too would have fallen. Wang Xian remained unscathed. After forming a portion of his mental domain, he was indeed an anomaly at the master level. Such individuals were rare. The true qualitative leap into the realm of the mind occurs only at the burning lamp stage. His relationship with the elder Chen was unique, primarily due to his repeated encounters with heightened perception and his forays into secret paths. He stood resolutely, bathed in sunlight, radiating a brilliant aura, starkly contrasting with the two masters in the hall of the memorial service. Wang Xian did not pursue further attack, for he truly lacked knowledge of offensive techniques pertaining to the mental domain. What he had executed was merely a robust counter. Sun Quan's kneeling was a desperate attempt to subdue Wang Xian, only to be met with a fierce backlash that resulted in his own downfall. The atmosphere was rife with commotion. People gasped in disbelief at the spectacle before them. A youthful figure, brimming with vitality, had managed to overturn two formidable masters of the new techniques, one of whom now knelt in submission, inciting a stir. The attendees were representatives from various factions, their statuses quite significant, including notable figures from the financial elite. Witnessing such a scene, many faces turned pale. Everyone understood that this young man was extraordinarily formidable. They had never encountered a master in their 20s before. Just a day or two prior, some had privately speculated on his potential to reach this realm. Yet they had no inkling of when he might step into it. Who could have imagined that merely a day later, upon our reunion, Xiao Wang had transformed into the illustrious Master Wang? What is most astonishing is that upon entering this realm, he effortlessly surpassed two seasoned masters, promising a future radiant with potential and awe that leaves no soul unmoved. Xiao Wang, no, Master Wang, has indeed bestowed upon me an abundance of surprises, far exceeding my expectations. Old Wu, with heartfelt admiration, gazed at his niece and whispered, "What do you think?" Meanwhile, Zhong Cheng, brimming with excitement, remarked, "Truly, Old Wang is deserving of his reputation. To stand boldly alongside Old Zhang as a formidable contender, has he truly ascended to mastery? How swift his rise! In this moment, I shall call him our esteemed patriarch. The future is bright." He then turned to Zhong Qing, asking, "Sister, what are your thoughts on this individual? Perhaps we should let him capture our hearts at first glance." I seem to hear the voices of my readers exclaiming, "Long, long, long." Hence, I have stayed up late to pen another chapter, initially intending to adjust my sleep schedule. But inadvertently, is this now the third chapter? I appeal for support in the form of monthly votes. Gratitude to Xie for their unwavering support. Chapter 101. A gifted prodigy. Wu Yin cast a fleeting glance at old Wu, remaining silent, yet her expression softened significantly when she looked at Xiao Wang, a smile gracing her features. At the same time, she noticed Zhong Qing, whose tall and striking figure was undeniably eye-catching, her exquisitely beautiful face reminiscent of a campus belle, radiating purity and tranquility as if she had just stepped into the university. As Xiao Zhong turned back, upon seeing her, she slightly raised her chin. Was this a challenge? Dawu lowered her arms, stepping forward in her high heels, her movements graceful and alluring, exuding confidence as she cast a dismissive glance at Xiao Zhong. Zhong Qing, usually meticulous and composed, felt an impulsive urge to confront Wu Yin directly. She believed that Wu Yin had been excessively aggressive lately, with a gaze that was truly irksome. Was it merely a matter of her stealing a glance? It wouldn't cost her anything. "Sister, did you see that?" Wu Jie exudes remarkable confidence. And with old Wu's guidance, if we don't take the initiative, old Wang may indeed be swayed by them. Zhong Cheng ventured, adopting a tone of urgent counsel. Old Wang is brimming with vigor. In an instant, he felt as if his arm might fracture, gripped painfully by his sister's delicate yet firm hand, and he quickly whispered, "Please, don't act out. I didn't imply any connection between him and you. What I meant was, old Wang is in the prime of his youth, full of spirit. If he were to lead our expedition team into the hidden realm and happen to gather the celestial herb, it would be an extraordinary fortune." As he continued, his excitement grew, yet he hadn't even swayed Zhong Qing. He became animated, exclaiming, "The celestial herb can extend one's life by several centuries. If I were to receive even one, I would gladly call him brother-in-law every night." And then, he was met with a swift reprimand. Zhong Cheng nearly cried out in pain. Were it not for the presence of others, which could create an undesirable impact, Zhong Qing would undoubtedly have toppled him and trampled over him with her high heels. Nevertheless, She remained aware that the hidden realm indeed required the expertise of top figures in the ancient arts. Contemplating how to draw Wang Xian closer to her side, as she observed him standing at the entrance. In the depths of the mysterious Substance X, the downfall of warships occurred, leading to the destruction of precision instruments and the erosion of the divine factor, making it more suitable for physically formidable individuals to explore those realms. Wang Xian stepped into the memorial hall, now the center of attention, with some people greeting him. It was impossible for individuals to display excessive realism, primarily due to the inappropriate setting. A solemn atmosphere was required, and most merely nodded in acknowledgement. Even so, Zhou Wei appeared pale, feeling utterly humiliated today, as he believed he had completely botched the situation. He had urged Sun Quan to strike again, hoping to deliver a decisive blow to the last remnant of the old arts. However, they faced an unexpected defeat in the duel of mental powers. Their ambush on that young man met with a fierce counterattack, causing him excruciating pain in his head. When he noticed the differing gazes of those around him, one directed at him and the other at the young man, his face flushed crimson in an instant. This outcome filled him with profound embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had been proclaiming to several middle-aged men from the financial magnate that the old arts were but a flickering candle in the wind, and that the young man would not reach the master realm in a short time, likely to extinguish soon. Now, he felt as though he had been slapped twice, experiencing not only the tangible pain in his head, but also the sting of humiliation in his heart. Sun Quan roared for a long time before finally calming down, gradually regaining his composure, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. The loss of face was monumental. He had publicly knelt before the new master of the old arts, an act more disgraceful than any other. The memorial service commenced as scheduled, presided over by an MC, proceeding in an orderly fashion, yet the sentiments of all parties had shifted. The representatives from the new arts maintained somber expressions, enveloped in silence, as the situation had descended into utter chaos. To them, it seemed as though a public blood sacrifice to two seasoned masters had transpired, thereby solidifying the resplendent reputation of the youngest master of the old arts in this era. The MC recounted the illustrious life of Olsha, whose achievements in the new arts could be described as monumental, but ultimately, fate was cruel, and he met an untimely demise in a tragic accident. Wang Xian remained composed, contemplating that if the final mystery were unveiled, it would surely send shockwaves through all present. Did they believe they had uncovered the hidden truths, identifying the true culprit as Qing Mu? It was the ailing old Chen who stood at the edge of the fog, having slain Olsha with his sword. Simultaneously, he felt hesitant to commend old Chen's peculiarities. The wreath he had sent today was pinned by old Chen's left hand, persistently insisting on bidding farewell to old Ao, even prompting Guanlin to cast him several disapproving glances. People queued to pay their respects, some even bowing, yet Wang Xian merely cast a glance downward, refusing to bow in that setting. Olsha lay peacefully covered in a white cloth. Wang Xian felt a deep sense of pity for old Ao. After being brutally slain by old Chen, he was further desecrated by Qing Mu's actions, and it was evident that his body was charred without needing to look. Even surrounded by a plethora of flowers, their fragrance could not mask the acrid odor. Wang Xian scarcely halted his stride, taking a brief glance before moving on. Now a master himself, his heightened senses could not endure the stench emanating from old Ao's remains. He surmised that he certainly would not desire roasted meat or anything of the sort today. It was simply too repulsive. He noticed many others, like him, taking a fleeting glance before hastily exiting. Even some individuals did not enter, such as old Chen's cherished confidant, Sister Guan. Her mere presence was a considerable favor. She had no intention of gazing upon that charred remnant. Wang Xian lamented that had he foreseen this, he would have fulfilled old Chen's wish by donning a human mask, allowing him to personally bid farewell to Olsha and inhale that distinct scent, undoubtedly imparting a profoundly memorable lesson to Chen Mingtu. Guanlin stood alongside several middle-aged individuals, exuding the camaraderie of longtime friends. Despite the inappropriateness of laughter in such a somber setting, their conversation appeared harmonious. Old Wu approached with familiarity, discreetly informing Wang Xian that these middle-aged individuals hailed from New Star, each backed by financial magnates supportive of the new techniques. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian quickly grasped the situation. It was likely that someone had exerted pressure within their ranks, compelling Qingmu to offer his life, only to be thwarted by Guanlin. However, observing their jovial discourse, Devoid of any antagonistic undertones, he could only reflect that certain confrontations unfold amidst laughter. It was evident that Guanlin was in good spirits, suggesting that the issues had mostly been resolved. Before long, many approached Wang Xian, eager to engage him. The emergence of such a youthful master in the realm of antiquated techniques had stirred intrigue among numerous individuals, particularly among large organizations capable of exploring that secluded territory, who were most enthusiastic in inviting Wang Xian on an adventure. Wang Xian responded with a smile, ultimately accumulating a substantial collection of business cards. After the memorial service concluded, numerous attendees prepared to depart. At that moment, two masters from the realm of new techniques approached with stormy expressions, their demeanor indicating simmering frustration, and privately sought Wang Xian for a more genuine exchange of skills in a different setting. It was clear they were unwilling to accept the humiliation of being overshadowed by a novice. Having been brought to their knees today, they could not swallow their pride. Upon hearing this news, some individuals immediately reconsidered their departure. Given Wang Xian's nature, he preferred to remain low-key, choosing to cultivate steadily and enhance his strength before facing various technological weaponry. Yet, he found himself thrust into the limelight, and crucially, Guanlin nodded at him, signaling that he should seize the opportunity to engage. Sister Guan had likely discussed something with those middle-aged individuals, and now, as he was prompted to suppress the representatives of the new techniques, he would naturally comply. Furthermore, with the thought that this identity would soon be frozen and seldom utilized, he felt indifferent, seizing the chance to educate the practitioners of the new techniques, leaving them with a profound memory before his departure. The arrangements for Olesha's funeral would be continued by Sun Quan, who was currently incapacitated due to mental strain. Zhou Wei felt that although he was mentally constrained, his true combat prowess could easily overpower newcomers who had only just entered this domain. Moreover, he had discerned that although the opponent possessed formidable spiritual power, they lacked the ability to launch proactive attacks, having not mastered the corresponding secret techniques. Now, he aimed to engage in actual combat, decisively overpowering this young individual and reclaiming his dignity. However, he did not intend to make a grand spectacle of it. He merely sought a private contest, intending to announce his victory afterward, unaware that news of this intention had leaked, prompting a crowd to follow. This confrontation took place in the outskirts, where the terrain was open and conducive to fierce battles. A large crowd stood at a distance, quietly observing without a word of encouragement or dissent, eagerly awaiting the clash of masters from both the old and new realms. As the moment of his true identity's revelation approached, Wang Xian felt no need for further subtlety. Once he made his move, he unleashed his formidable skills with great intensity. With a single step, he soared above the ground, like a dragon transforming from a serpent, harnessing celestial mists as he charged toward his opponent. At that moment, a delicate layer of mist enveloped him, reminiscent of a dragon ascending toward the heavens, poised to fiercely confront his adversary. The 8 dispersion hands of the snake and crane, Zhong Cheng whispered, recalling the words of old Wang, and he dared not blink, fixating intently on the spectacle. The elder beside Zhong Qing was equally fervent, his excitement palpable as he focused intently on the battle. Both felt increasingly convinced that Master Wang's teachings were profound, now manifesting in action. Wang Xian ascended, surrounded by white mist, embodying the ethereal essence of enlightenment, perfectly aligned with the mindset of Zhang Daoling, the founder of Taoism, during his retreat. Moreover, old Wang's gaze was mesmerizing, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Was this the moment of explosive confidence that lay deep within? Boom! In midair, a massive explosion erupted, energies clashing as the two engaged in a fierce confrontation, colliding repeatedly. The elder beside Zhong Qing trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Indeed, at this critical juncture, transforming from the natural emergence of enlightenment into a fierce, deadly assault is accomplished in an instant, terrifyingly powerful. This is the ultimate essence of the 8 dispersion hands." In the air, the two collided violently dozens of times until, with a sudden puff, Zhou Wei was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. At that moment, Wang Xian landed but immediately pursued Zhou Wei, launching into the final showdown. Wang Xian practiced against Zhou Wei, embodying the essence of a master, appearing both ethereal and, when unleashed, overwhelmingly domineering and fearsome, truly reflecting the principles he had articulated. Zhong Cheng was left awestruck, feeling a profound understanding blossoming within him. convinced he was on the verge of mastering 2 forms of the 8 dispersion hands. The elder, in a state of exhilaration, actively practiced on the spot, genuinely grasping the essence and elevating one of the forms to a more profound level. Heavenly talent. The elder was utterly astonished, overwhelmed with excitement. With a final blow, Zhou Wei was sent reeling, his chest caving in. In this climactic moment, although Wang Xian remained enlightened, showcasing the consciousness of a master, he could not restrain himself and executed a devastating chest kick. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Had the battle concluded so swiftly? Master Wang was far more formidable than they had imagined, decisively and forcefully defeating the seasoned veteran. I comprehend it. I truly grasp the 2 forms, Zhongcheng exclaimed, his lips trembling, unafraid of potential reprimand from his sister. In that moment, he mused, at this instant, I still wish to call him Master Wang. Perhaps adding brother-in-law as a suffix would also bode well for the future. Chapter 102. The curtain falls. The crowd disperses. Zhongcheng sought wisdom and received it, only to be swiftly reprimanded once more. Once again, he was sent sprawling by a swift slap from his sister. This time, upon rising, he ignored her entirely and immediately began practicing the 8 dispersion hands, gradually producing the sound of thunder. Zhongqing hesitated. Witnessing his fervor made it difficult for her to take action. Indeed, she discerned certain issues. It seemed that Zhongcheng had truly attained some level of enlightenment after 6 years of practicing the Sensho technique. Today, had he finally grasped its essence? A look of astonishment crossed her face. Could it be that the old Wang possessed remarkable wisdom, capable of elucidating the true principles of this martial art? Beside her, the elder was also engaged in practice, his chest faintly glowing as a delicate phantom of a dragon emerged from his mouth, splitting a nearby piece of bluestone in 2 with a resounding crack. What have you comprehended? Zhongqing inquired, addressing the elder with a tone of courtesy and respect, despite him being merely her protector. The elder sighed, appearing deeply moved, and remarked, one can only say that some individuals are indeed endowed with extraordinary talents. Well suited for this path, I wish to follow him for a time. At that moment, Zhongqing could hardly contain herself, observing her foolish brother, who would sacrifice her for the sake of practicing outdated techniques, and witnessing the genuine respect the elder held for old Wang. She felt that those around her had been poisoned by folly. Unable to restrain her frustration, she delivered a couple of sharp reprimands to her brother. I am only 17. It is not too late for anything. One day, when I ascend to immortality, you will dare not even glance at me. Zhongcheng, possessing a resilient spirit, hypnotized himself after being chastised. Wang Xian indeed spoke with clarity. His words reflected his genuine insights. However, the primary reason lay in the substantial accumulation of experience by those 2 individuals. The elder had diligently practiced this martial art for decades, and after receiving guidance, all the wisdom and understanding he had amassed over the years erupted forth. As for Zhongcheng, after 6 years of practicing the Shi Ba Sensho technique, his foundation was solid. He had previously been on the brink of mastering the 2 forms of Sensho. Now, having wholeheartedly embraced Wang Xian's teachings, he practiced with utmost sincerity, allowing his skills to flourish naturally. At this juncture, several individuals from significant organizations stood beside Wang Xian, displaying even greater courtesy than they had at the funeral home. A few middle-aged men from various financial conglomerates approached him. During their previous encounter, they had only conversed with Guanlin, refraining from directly engaging with Wang Xian. Now, they humbly approached him, primarily due to the sheer terror of his combat abilities. Having swiftly toppled Zhou Wei, a seasoned master with formidable strength. What manner of individual was Zhou Wei? A distinguished expert with exceptional prowess. Yet he found himself incapacitated by a single encounter, suffering grievous injury. An ambulance was summoned to take him away, and if things had gone awry, he might have followed in the wake of Olsha, necessitating a memorial service. The middle-aged men were all smiles, exuding a down-to-earth charm as they engaged Wang Xian in light-hearted conversation, during which they naturally introduced themselves. They no longer maintained their previous reserve, openly expressing a desire to collaborate with Wang Xian and warmly inviting him to voice any requests he might have. Do you possess any golden bamboo slips from the preaching era? Wang Xian mused internally, though he would never voice such a thought. Instead, he merely smiled and deflected, refraining from making any demands. He was acutely aware that, while these individuals were not the top authorities within their respective organizations, their status was far from insignificant. They were formidable players in a game where the stakes were high. Should he seize something from them, it would likely require him to pay a heavy price in return. This was ultimately an era of advanced technology, where super battleships ventured deep into the cosmos, and the financial magnates and major organizations wielded vast resources. In the eyes of these individuals, a master was merely a fleeting concern. Were it not for the necessity of physical resilience in that secluded land, it is likely they would not have sought contact with Wang Xian. In both the realms of new and ancient arts, the conglomerates prioritized the pursuit of longevity. In terms of strength, they would rather invest in the research of warships. Undoubtedly, those who approach the extraordinary evoke their apprehension, for they believe that such individuals should notify authorities when venturing out, owing to their formidable assassination capabilities. Master Wang, a prodigious talent in the realm of ancient arts, truly astounds. Seeing you is akin to encountering a younger version of old Chen, both of you being rare geniuses. Alas, in a few days, we shall likely bid farewell to old Chen. A middle-aged man expressed his sentiments, affording Wang Xian the respect he deserved while casually mentioning Chen Mingtu. Nearby, Guan Lin's expression darkened. She wished to retort that even decades after your demise, old Chen would remain unscathed, for he possesses a long life, and she would ensure surprises for him in the future. Regardless, the group was exceedingly courteous, lavishing Wang Xian with high praise and exchanging business cards. Naturally, Wang Xian wore a radiant smile, as the atmosphere was decidedly harmonious. Who would not engage in pleasantries? His mental vigor was abundant, and his perception keen, allowing him to discern that their enthusiasm was merely superficial, underpinned by a palpable sense of estrangement. Clearly, in terms of emotional ties, they could not compare to Old Wu. Over the past few days, Old Wu, despite his contemplative nature, demonstrated a genuine desire to befriend Wang Xian and maintain a good relationship. Guan Lin approached, directly interrupting the group, stating, "Young Wang is quite remarkable. He is my recognized brother and will accompany Chen Yongjie to the capital for recuperation. Spare yourselves the trouble." The men had indeed hoped to engage Wang Xian in discussions about exploring the secluded land, but with Guan Lin intervening, they could only defer their intentions for the time being. As the gathering concluded, everyone departed. Even Old Wu, who wished to converse with Wang Xian, was unable to do so, as he was whisked away by Guan Lin aboard a spaceship. Within an interstellar vessel, the middle-aged men from the conglomerate engaged in idle chatter. "Do you think Chen Yongjie will truly perish? I find this situation suspect," one of them suddenly remarked. The others displayed expressions of intrigue, for they were astute. After a moment of silence, someone nodded in agreement, stating, "It does raise doubts. His internal organs have shattered into countless pieces, yet he has managed to endure until now. Could it be that he has survived, perhaps even transcended into the extraordinary realm?" They grew solemn, contemplating the matter. Some speculated that Chen Yongjie might not be dead and could potentially deepen collaboration with the relevant departments on the old soil. Thus, the tragedy surrounding Olsha was not merely a matter of nostalgia. The group pondered for an extended period. Should Chen Yongjie indeed return, they would seize the opportunity to converse with him, inviting him to explore that secluded land, as they had collaborated in the past. They felt emboldened. In this era, even if the celestial immortals were to re-emerge, they could be vanquished by super warships. Even if Chen Yongjie had surpassed the Grandmaster level, it was hardly a cause for alarm. Old Chen should understand the nature of this epic. Should irreconcilable conflicts arise, even the mightiest could be swiftly dispatched. Before anything else, we must accord the due respect to Chen Yongjie. In this intricate and multifaceted world, everything ultimately revolves around interests. I believe a mutually acceptable path can be found. For after all, old Chen is a wise man. Chen Mingtian is set to depart for the capital to formally deepen collaboration with the relevant authorities. Before his departure, he engaged in extensive conversation with Wang Xian. "Go to New Star. There are abundant opportunities. Guan Lin brought me a book that made me increasingly aware that practitioners must actively seek the extraordinary. What discoveries have you made?" Wang Xian inquired, gazing at him. Old Chen, with a serious demeanor, replied, "In the realm of herb gathering, while it speaks of extracting the great medicine from within ourselves, after reading that book, I harbor doubts. It appears the ancients subtly suggest that frequent interaction with various secret medicines in reality and a closeness to extraordinary entities greatly benefits one's herb-gathering journey. Most importantly, the book solely discusses this level of herb gathering. Must other realms also require unusual encounters? Chen Mingtian sighed. Numerous texts are in the hands of the New Star Consortium, and treasures like Earth Immortal Grass and Longevity Liquid are hidden in the depths of space. There are countless opportunities. We should seize our youth to explore. Wang Xian, perplexed, remarked. Why do I get the impression that you are exceedingly eager for me to set off immediately? Everything stems from a mysterious encounter that occurred 30 years prior. Indeed. Old Chen could no longer contain himself and broached the subject once more. Stop. Wang Xian turned to Qingmu, saying, Old Qing, pilot the spaceship to send me. I shall return the sword fairy to the small Taoist temple where she once slumbered. Old Chen, suddenly disheartened, waved his hand and said, Qingmu, operate Guanlin's spaceship. There will be no tracking or locating. Not long after, Qingmu maneuvered the vessel, transporting Wang Xian to a desolate mountain range 800 miles away, a place scarcely trodden by human feet. This barren land, overgrown with sagebrush and brambles, hardly seemed like a site once graced by celestial beings. After a prolonged search, Wang Xian finally discerned the remnants of a small Taoist temple on a low hill, now cloaked in wild grass, with much rubble buried in the earth. This is it. Upon closer examination, he was convinced this was the location, identical to the site depicted by the sword fairy in his dreams. As Wang Xian retrieved the jade box containing the immortal bones, his eyelids suddenly became heavy, and he fell into a slumber. In his dream, he beheld the female sword fairy once more, ethereal and transcendent, with her chin held high, gliding gracefully towards him. However, this time she did not disdain him, nor did she wield her sword against him. Instead, she revealed some dark traces of thunder tribulation on the immortal bones for him to take with him. Wang Xian inwardly mused, how stingy of the sword fairy to gift me such dark remnants before parting. The female sword fairy, sensing his thoughts, instantly raised her sword in a threatening manner. Ultimately, in a huff, she demonstrated that retaining the traces of thunder tribulation would guarantee him safety once. Astonished, Wang Xian could only utter words of admiration. The fairy is so ethereal and transcendent, with an unparalleled grace that captivates time itself, enchanting the heavens, and possessing unmatched power. She could single-handedly subdue the crimson-robed female demon. Upon hearing this, the sword fairy appeared displeased, pouting slightly, and drifted away in her flowing moon-white gown. However, at the moment of turning, a subtle smile graced her lips as she heard those words of praise. She lifted her alabaster chin, revealing a radiant smile that she seldom allowed others to witness. Just before waking from his dream, Wang Xian beheld the female sword immortal, who waved her hand in farewell, embarking on a proud journey that gradually faded into the distance. In that final moment, a flash of light caught his eye. He glimpsed an inner realm, a shimmering curtain, and another sword immortal, whose unparalleled sword light rent the heavens, directing her celestial blade towards a formidable adversary in fierce combat. He jolted awake, yearning to assist, yet found himself back in the mundane world, unable to perceive anything further. In 3 years' time, I shall surely arrive here early to await your return, Wang Xian murmured, uncertain of what the future would hold, yet sensing that the sword immortal would not bring him harm, and instead wished for his safety. Chapter 103. Heart-wrenching farewell. Wang Xian was genuinely curious about what would transpire 3 years hence and the impact it would have on the world at large. With a soft sigh, he lamented his inability to effect change, muttering to himself, ultimately, I am not strong enough. At the very least, I must learn to protect myself. He felt diminished when compared to legendary figures, a profound sense of desolation enveloping him. Surveying the vast expanse of desolate mountains and wilderness, he solemnly remarked, when will the enchanting crimson-clad demoness perform her ethereal dance? Yet she remains silent, as if her power barely suffices. Qingmu approached, initially hearing his murmurs and sensing his despondency, feeling a twinge of sympathy. However, upon witnessing Wang Xian's serious demeanor, he mistakenly believed he was on the verge of a resolute declaration and a fervent rise. Yet, he never anticipated the following words that extinguished all sympathy within him. That's enough. The sun hasn't even set. Wait until you can surpass Chen Randang before indulging in such dreams, Qingmu stated blankly. Old Qing, one must always harbor dreams. 2 centuries ago, humanity was unaware of the location of new stars. Now look, everyone is venturing into deep space, Wang Xian countered. He added, since there is a possibility of a fateful encounter, it would be preferable for her to play the pipa and dance passionately. rather than resorting to lethal measures against me or destroying warships. Qing Mu nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. I shall await the day you confront the extraordinary crimson-clad demoness." Wang Xian, disinclined to continue the conversation, found old Qing's penchant for horror stories tiresome. Why could he not speak of a beautiful, grand future? He began to cautiously scrape the charred substance from the ethereal bones with his short sword, exercising great restraint and not overreaching. "I must take my leave," Wang Xian declared as he rose. As he journeyed back, a sense of melancholy washed over him. He was soon to embark for the new star and hoped that upon his return, nothing would have changed. "Old Qing, have we deciphered the text from the silver beast-skin scroll we obtained from the underground palace of Qingqing Mountain?" He pondered. In that subterranean realm, he had acquired 5 golden pages from Zhang Daoling and another beast-skin book that he entrusted to the exploration organization, likely equally extraordinary. Qing Mu sighed. Having summoned a host of ancient script researchers to decipher it, yet they remained baffled, no one able to recognize the symbols. My master, after perusing it, bore an unprecedentedly grave expression, remarking that those symbols seemed familiar and likely pertained to mysterious encounters. Wang Xian was astonished upon hearing this. Aoki intentionally set the stage for old Chen, or were those words indeed fraught with significant issues? Currently, Wang Xian's identity is to be frozen. He is on the verge of relinquishing the resplendent brilliance of a master and embarking on a life of ordinariness. However, numerous matters require resolution, such as the confidentiality of his identity, the privacy of his current mobile device, and the continued presence of a decoy shadowing old Chen, among others. These are trivial concerns. Aoki nodded, asserting that these were not problematic for him, given that his phone was not registered under his real name and could seamlessly switch locations at any moment. Then Aoki remarked, "By the way, Wang Xian and Anqing encountered a car accident, but fortunately he sustained only minor injuries and nothing severe." Upon hearing this, Wang Xian was immediately alarmed. He was currently using the alias Wang Xiao, and someone in Anqing had donned a lifelike mask to impersonate him as Wang Xian. And now there had been an accident? Aoki continued, "The issues left behind by the young man from the Song family have been resolved, and any lingering threads have been thoroughly dealt with. There will be no further complications." Wang Xian was left in disbelief. The maniac from the Song family truly was a deranged individual, having repeatedly sought to assassinate him. He had thought that once imprisoned, the threat had been eradicated. Yet, another scheme had emerged, intending to orchestrate an accident to eliminate him. Aoki explained, "This plan was laid out long ago, and the person who was paid to execute it only recently acted, completely unaware that the employer had been incarcerated. It appears that the lunatic from the Song family wishes to eliminate any man associated with Ling Wei, and the young man from the Wu family is the most unfortunate. He had merely met Ling Wei's parents and was subsequently incapacitated. The murderous intent from the Song family is excessive, should they ever be released. They will likely still target Wang Xian, for he is Ling Wei's former lover. Xiaosong, once I arrive at New Star, I shall undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate you." Wang Xian muttered to himself. They returned to the estate outside Anqing. As they were about to part ways, old Chen reminded him of certain precautions and insisted that Wang Xian keep the short sword close, as it could prove vital for his survival in critical moments, especially when confronted with inexplicable anomalies, as this sword might possess remarkable efficacy. "Can I take it aboard the spaceship when I go to New Star?" Wang Xian inquired. "Let Aoki arrange for you to obtain a modern art appraisal certificate. Seek the assistance of Master Zhang, the swordsmith, and present it as his latest masterpiece, a replica of the legendary Yuchang sword. Yes, such exquisite works by renowned figures are unlikely to be scrutinized. Once purchased, they are permitted for transport to New Star." Wang Xian was astonished. "This short sword bears a striking resemblance to the legendary Yuchang sword?" Aoki nodded, stating, "I have examined various documents and compared them with engravings preserved on some decayed bamboo slips. The resemblance is indeed notable." In the living room, Guan Lin lounged on the sofa, casually remarking, "If it truly were the Yuchang sword, certain elderly tycoons of the New Star financial conglomerate would not hesitate to spend exorbitant sums to acquire it. After all, it is one of the 10 renowned swords of ancient legend, but selling it to them would be a travesty. The various historical texts, rare ancient manuscripts, and even lost tomes from various sects are treated as artifacts displayed on their bookshelves. If it were indeed the Yuchang sword, they would likely regard it as mere decoration, hanging it on the wall or placing it on their desks. Could it genuinely be the Yuchong's sword? Wang Xian pondered, drawing forth the short blade, which was less than the length of his palm, to scrutinize it closely. Old Chen shook his head, stating, "It is not. The Yuchong's sword, forged by Yezi, primarily comprises copper and tin. Preliminary tests indicate that your short sword is unrelated to copper or tin, and its material is indestructible. A remarkable artifact indeed, resembling a bronze vessel, yet it is an unparalleled blade of extraordinary sharpness." Subsequently, they discussed Wang Xian's arrangements for his transition to the new star and the issues concerning his identity, emphasizing the need for discretion. Wang Xian yearned for a tranquil existence, content with an ordinary job. He mentioned that his classmate from the Crescent, Chen, was devising a plan to assist him in this endeavor. Old Chen nodded and remarked, "We may consider the path your university friend proposes, but discreetly, I can also arrange for you to assume the role of an inspector, facilitating your movements across various locations." For him, this posed no challenge. The strength of the exploration organization was formidable, with an incredibly profound foundation, making it relatively effortless to send someone to the new star. It was only at this moment that Wang Xian learned the full name of this organization, the Secret Path Exploration Society. It was immensely renowned in the Old Land. There was no need to utter the full name, for everyone knew whom it referred to. The name itself revealed the organization's intentions, evidently aimed at uncovering the inner sanctum of ancient arts, celestial medicines, and several secret paths. Chen Mingtu informed him that this organization was founded by his master. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, recalling the old man who had vanished 30 years prior. Ultimately, Old Chen and Qing Mu deliberated and concluded that after addressing those trifling matters and arranging subsequent related issues, it would likely require 5 to 6 days. Chen Mingtu suggested, "Let us book a ticket for 10 days hence. In the meantime, you should spend some time with your family and friends." Wang Xian discovered that a ticket to deep space astonishingly cost 2 million new star coins, which, when converted to old land currency, amounted to nearly 4 million. He was momentarily taken aback, realizing that a single ticket would require decades of toil without sustenance. Qing Mu patted his shoulder and said, "Be content. As technology matures, prices have significantly decreased. Otherwise, I would have been reluctant to vacation there in the past." Wang Xian stared in disbelief and remarked, "Old Qing, you are so affluent that you can afford to vacation in the new star without a care?" Qing Mu replied with surprise, "What good is wealth if it remains unspent? If one were to perish one day, realizing that their entire life was spent merely contending with mundane necessities would be a tragedy." Wang Xian swallowed hard and said, "The crux of the matter is that I have no money. Even if I wished to spend, I could not." "Didn't you earn 5 million last time?" Qing Mu inquired, puzzled. "I gave it all to my parents. Should anything happen to me, I want them to have some security." Guan Lin, witnessing Wang Xian's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Despite his formidable strength, this young man exhibited a refreshingly naive side. Qing Mu nodded and declared, "All right, I shall purchase this ticket for you." He then added earnestly, "You must change this mindset. Once you arrive in Crescent or New Star, take on as many exploration tasks as possible in your spare time. Otherwise, you may not even afford the return ticket." This struck a chord with Wang Xian, leaving him speechless. He was indeed a destitute youth at present. Qing Mu continued to elaborate. Although material life in the new star is generally satisfactory, the wealth gap is vast. If you do not exert yourself as a newcomer, you will likely find yourself renting a place long-term. Before even setting foot in deep space, Wang Xian received a stark lesson in material realities from Qing Mu. While this was disheartening, it was undeniably a pragmatic concern. Chen Mingtu sighed. "Thus, Old Ling's opposition to your relationship with his daughter is justified. You see, it is quite difficult for you to procure round-trip tickets, let alone discuss anything further. You two should depart promptly. I do not wish to see you again in the near future." Wang Xian urged them to set off, insisting they not linger before him. "Off you go, farewell. Young man, take care after you reach the new star." Old Chen patted his shoulder, preparing to embark. "You must collaborate with the relevant authorities. Take care of yourself and avoid any mishaps," Wang Xian said solemnly. "Rest assured, I have collaborated with them for many years, and we share a bond. Now, my strength has undergone a substantial transformation, allowing for greater avenues of collaboration. Most importantly, we are united in our objectives." As Old Chen spoke, he sighed, seemingly touched by his own words. "Unified objectives?" Wang Xian inquired. "In many respects, our goals align. But the most significant one is that my inner turmoil coincides with their affliction. It is all about the mysterious contact. Wang Xian was taken aback. Old Chen had indeed made a remarkable connection, ultimately returning to the subject of the mysterious contact. Very well, speak on. I am listening. Wang Xian exhaled. As he was bound for the new star anyway, and might as well hear what he had to say, Old Chen handed him an envelope, upon which were inscribed 4 characters, mysterious contact. On that day, Chen Mingtu formally departed for the capital to recuperate, accompanied by Guan Lin, Qing Mu, and Wang Xiao, while Wang Xian was cautiously arranged to officially restore his true self. Chapter 104. Mysterious contact. Days of incessant rain finally gave way to a clearing sky in the afternoon, revealing a rainbow that prompted many to gaze upward and capture the moment with their cameras. After several days, Wang Xian returned to his rented abode, seated at his desk, slowly tearing open the envelope. He was determined to uncover the truth behind this matter. The mysterious contact had been sealed away for 30 years. Old Chen immediately disclosed a specific time frame, prompting Wang Xian to recall Old Chen's master, who had mysteriously vanished 3 decades prior. Recently, individuals from the new techniques realm had also focused their attention on the mysterious contact. During the last battle at Congling, the Grandmaster Mo Hai from the new techniques realm had personally boarded a super battleship of the old Earth. To emphasize the seriousness of the situation, Old Chen revealed the adversarial faction. This was the truth. At that time, Mo Hai had met face-to-face with an aide from the relevant authorities, discussing the urgent need for concrete information regarding the long-lost mysterious contact. However, he was slain by Old Chen immediately after disembarking from the ship. In the letter, Old Chen informed Wang Xian that both his teacher and the aide's master were ensnared in this affair, having disappeared for 30 years. The old man's final gaze was filled with despair. His figure gradually faded from my view, and as he looked at me, he weakly opened his mouth. Yet no sound escaped. The sentiments of Old Chen could be sensed between the lines, steeped in endless sorrow. Back then, it was not only those 2 formidable elders. A number of powerful practitioners from that era also became entangled, vanishing without a trace, leaving not even a ripple behind. At that time, an area on old Earth exhibited anomalies, shrouded in a hazy light for several days. Light that devoured souls. Old Chen did not conceal his tumultuous emotions. On that fateful day, they were utterly oblivious to the perils that lay ahead as they cautiously approached the radiant light. At the last moment, in a fit of whimsy, his master abruptly hurled him away, resulting in the old man and others being consumed by the light. This incident became a haunting enigma for Old Chen, a riddle that remained unsolved even after 3 decades. The light enveloped the mountains and clung to the foliage, exuding an air of sanctity and tranquility. Yet, none could have anticipated that anyone who drew near would vanish without a trace. Moreover, the Zhong family was also involved in this mysterious encounter, playing a pivotal role, which ultimately led to the engulfment of 2 super battleships without so much as a ripple. Upon reading this, Wang Xian was taken aback. The situation seemed almost surreal. Old Zhong had been thoroughly terrified and fled back to the new star, not daring to return to the old land for many years. After several days, the ethereal light dissipated, leaving behind a series of enigmatic symbols. For a full 30 years, numerous renowned scholars and experts had attempted to decipher them, yet to no avail. These symbols bore a striking resemblance to the inscriptions found on the silver beast skin book on Earth from the subterranean palace of Qingqing Mountain. Wang Xian was profoundly moved upon this realization, for the beast skin book, which had captivated a transcendent alchemist until his last breath, indeed held monumental significance. Once the nebulous light faded, aside from the mysterious symbols, a black ancient sword was found embedded in the ground. Old Chen did not conceal in his letter that this sword was, in fact, the very black longsword he currently possessed. Wang Xian was astonished. Old Chen's weapon had such a remarkable origin. At that time, next to the black sword lay his skeletal remains, long since decayed. It was uncertain whether the black sword and the bones were remnants of the ephemeral light, as I had witnessed the scene firsthand and scrutinized it closely, concluding that the sword seemed to have been there long before. Only the mysterious symbols appeared to be of recent origin. This was the mysterious encounter from 30 years ago, which had swept away a cadre of ancient masters, proving too formidable even for super battleships, which had been devoured twofold. After 3 decades, news from deep space arrived. Remarkably, half a year ago, the nebulous light re-emerged. this time in the new star, leaving behind another set of cryptic symbols, known only to a select few. At the conclusion of the letter, old Chen alluded to the developments surrounding this matter, expressing his unrest. In the new star, following the disappearance of the nebulous light, an ancient blade was discovered at the site, yet after thorough investigation, some posited that the blade had been standing there for countless years. Furthermore, within 2 months, the light reappeared in another location within the new star, leaving behind mysterious symbols and an ancient spear. I feel that its occurrences are becoming increasingly frequent, and it is only a matter of time before it stabilizes and manifests in a specific location. After arriving in the new star, you must remain vigilant and observant. Wang Xian set down the letter, lost in contemplation, naturally generating a multitude of associations. The black sword could very well be a weapon of the immortals, especially considering its owner was an adversary of the sword immortal. How curious that it re-emerged following the mysterious encounter. With the ancient sword, ancient blade, and ancient spear, 3 weapons. Are they remnants that fell from the light, or had they long been embedded in the ground, triggered by some ritual? Is this matter connected to ancient beings? Is there any intersection with the immortals? If only I possessed the prowess of the scarlet-robed demon immortal, I would strike with a mighty blow, shattering that light without hesitation. Wang Xian shook his head, overwhelmed by an array of possibilities, each akin to a horror film or a thrilling drama, and he found himself reluctant to delve any deeper. The crux of the matter was, what could he do with such thoughts? Currently, he lacked the strength to effect any change. It was evident that Chen Mingtian held on to hope, believing he could rely on his own abilities to navigate the inner realms, distinct from the ordinary. Old Chen, I truly cannot assist you with this matter. Thank you for sharing this with me. I promise to steer clear of that luminescent entity in the future. The afternoon sky was splendid, with the rain having cleared, leaving a vibrant rainbow and invigorating air. Wang Xian decisively ventured out for shopping, as he would be visiting his parents and friends the following day. In just 10 days, he would depart from his old home, and he felt a twinge of reluctance. Before stepping out, he wrapped his left hand in a bandage. Having been involved in an accident, fortunately, it was not his true self that had been struck. Otherwise, the car might have crumpled under the impact, startling passers-by. Wang Xian was a man of action, completing his shopping and return journey in just over an hour, demonstrating astonishing efficiency. During this process, he became the subject of discussion. Did you see that young man? He is remarkably swift with his shopping, amassing a pile of items in mere minutes and heading straight to the checkout. A gentleman remarked, cautiously adding to his female companion. Look at us. We've been wandering for ages, and still haven't made our selections. Shouldn't we pick up the pace? The lady, with a casual demeanor, replied, that's because he is a single man, while you have me by your side. The gentleman nodded in understanding. Wang Xian nearly approached them to engage in a debate, perhaps even to share a bit of light-hearted banter. However, at that moment, the lady finally offered a compliment, exclaiming, he is quite handsome. Wang Xian, feeling magnanimous, chose not to dwell on the encounter, allowing the praises to wash over him as he walked away. Yet, he reflected on the fact that he seemed to have adopted some peculiar tendencies from the female sword immortal. After dinner, Wang Xian began to stroll around Yunk Lake, the most renowned scenic spot in an city, bathed in the glow of the evening sunset. He would be returning home the next morning and setting off for deep space in just 10 days. He feared that for the coming years, he would be unable to relish the beauty of an city again. Thus, in the afterglow of the sunset, he gazed serenely at the shimmering lake surface. At that moment, he was no longer Master Wang, having subdued his brilliance and returned to the life of an ordinary person. Even amidst the bustling crowd, he would not be disturbed. He savored this tranquility, basking in the twilight, observing waterfowl soaring low and the occasional fish leaping, shattering the golden lake's surface with ripples, his heart attaining an unprecedented serenity. The tycoons and representatives of large organizations had departed, the super battleships had vanished into the depths of the starry expanse, and the practitioners of new arts had also left. The once bustling city was devoid of storms and clamor. All grandeur and splendor had dissipated, leaving behind a serene silence, and in this moment, Wang Xian felt a profound enlightenment. Vaguely, he grasped a thread of the mindset of old Zhang as he retreated to Crane Ming Mountain. Having experienced the dazzling world of mortal affairs, ultimately seeking nothing more than a return to simplicity and truth amidst the verdant mountains, the snake crane 8 dispersion hand transcended within his heart, and the 3 engravings he had practiced from the Golden Book acquired a fresh understanding, imbuing him with a subtle aura of detachment. At last, he returned to reality, shaking his head as he mused. Where is the notion of entering or exiting the world? It is merely a different experience arising from varying states of mind. This vibrant and enchanting world of mortals is one I shall not forsake. He wandered along the lakeside, feeling a sense of completeness in his masterful consciousness, while the 8 scatter hands and the 3 engraved images transcended to a higher level, enhancing his prowess once more. Xiao Zhong, you are departing tomorrow, and I truly wish not to accompany you. Have you chosen Flight A or Flight C? Personally, I believe the space between A and C suits you best. Let us strive to avoid each other. Wu Yin, you have been exceptionally aggressive lately. However, I shall not engage with you on that front. Let us instead appreciate the beautiful scenery. By the way, was it not here that you were kicked into the lake last time? Upon hearing such exchanges and seeing the figures ahead, Wang Xian contemplated turning away. Yet, someone keenly spotted him. Wu Yin, with her long legs, swiftly approached, scrutinizing him with suspicion before unleashing a gaze as fierce as a predator, accompanied by a cold snort. Wang Xian realized that Dawu truly held a grudge. Having been kicked by him, she still looked as if she wished to devour him. He reflected on how, in different times and places, encountering the same person could yield vastly different outcomes. Dawu was so kind to Xiao Wang, always greeting him with a smile. Yet when faced with his true self, her breaths were quickened, her chest rising and falling violently, as if she wished to strike him directly. Ultimately, Wu Yin refrained from provoking a confrontation, her anger gradually subsiding, as she fixated on his left hand, which was wrapped in bandages. Her gaze then shifted to his right hand, casually tucked into his loose pocket. Wang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Could this woman possess such keen intuition? Was she harboring doubts? When he transformed into Master Wang, his appearance, hairstyle, and physique were entirely different, his shoulders reinforced with steel plates, broader and thicker. Was it possible she could still discern clues? Upon reverting to his true form, he had deliberately asked Lao Chun, Qing Mu, and Guan Lin to inspect him. Even they could not perceive any resemblance between the 2 identities. Was it really that Dawu had suspicions? Zhong Qing approached, youthful and radiant, inquiring if he were a friend of Wu Yin, extending her hand with a smile. Was she intending to shake hands? Wang Xian questioned where things might have gone awry. Had even Xiao Zhong sensed something amiss? Was she attempting to ascertain if his right hand bore any wounds? After all, it was common knowledge that his hands were a bloody mess, his nails shattered during the battle on that rainy night. Remaining calm and composed, he extended his right hand, grasping Zhong Qing's delicate, fragile hand. From Wu Yin's face, he observed a look of relief, yet he detected nothing of the sort on Zhong Qing's. Buddy, you should let go. This is my sister, came a voice as Zhong Qing approached. This revelation brought Wang Xian a sense of relief. If every individual viewed him with suspicion, it would lead to considerable trouble. He surmised that his silhouette, when he turned amidst the evening glow, bore a striking resemblance to Master Wang, and with his left hand wrapped in bandages, he had likely left the 2 women with a vivid first impression that sparked their doubts. Now, however, his right hand appeared long and smooth, with nails restored to their pristine state, allowing any associations they might have had to dissipate. As he waved farewell amid the setting sun, he left them with only his retreating figure. The next day, he returned home to inform his parents of his plans to travel to the new star. To his surprise, they expressed nothing but joy, devoid of any sentimentality, and began to plan a journey across their native land. Wang Xian felt an urge to inquire, "Am I truly your son?" Their cheerful demeanor seemed to suggest no hint of reluctance as they eagerly anticipated their travels. He sought out his childhood friends and met several acquaintances, distributing a plethora of gifts, leading to daily feasts and gatherings. During this time, Qingmu maintained clandestine contact, informing him that he had resolved various trivial matters and had sent him a package containing certificates for antique, swords, and other items. 10 days later, rather than entering Anqing, Wang Xian proceeded directly to the deep space spaceship base situated outside the city, preparing to depart from the old Earth. Chapter 105, Interstellar Journey. The deep space spaceship base, located 30 kilometers from Anqing, was vast and ranked among the top 4 in the old Earth. Those from neighboring provinces wishing to reach the new star were required to commence their journey from this very location. From a distance, it resembled a forest of steel, with numerous colossal starships docked, necessitating the highest levels of security with robots densely arranged and surveillance scanners omnipresent. The surrounding environment was pleasant, adorned with evergreens, yet paled in comparison to the imposing vessels. Even trees towering 6 or 7 meters appeared as mere tufts of grass in the presence of the gleaming, cold metal of the ships. As Wang Xian prepared to leave the old Earth, having never boarded an interstellar ship before, he arrived 3 hours early, anxious to avoid any unforeseen complications. After a seamless experience with intelligent security checks, he settled in the waiting hall, realizing he had arrived excessively early, with over 2 hours remaining until boarding. As time passed, the moment to embark finally arrived. Wang Xian cast one last glance at the old Earth before resolutely stepping aboard the ship. The immense vessel glided like a fleeting ray of light into the cosmos. Upon leaving the old Earth, the warp engine activated, accelerating their speed beyond light. As time progressed, their velocity continued to increase, and ultimately, the ship advanced as if traversing through a colossal bubble, seemingly unbound by the constraints of time and space. Their first destination was Proxima Centauri b, located 2 light-years from the old Earth, the nearest exoplanet to the solar system. There existed a wormhole that could bridge the vastness of space, bringing them closer to the new star. Originally, a wormhole connected the moon of the old Earth with the new moon on the other side, facilitating easy travel between the two. However, due to concerns regarding the proximity of the 2 stargates to the habitable planets and the potential for various safety issues, the connection was ultimately relocated. Proxima Centauri b replaced the moon, while the 8th star of deep space supplanted the new moon, becoming the new transportation hub. Currently, spaceships from the outer galaxy could not directly reach the new star, as the established stargates could be closed or even self-destruct at any moment, severing ties with the outside world. Though the distance from the old Earth to Proxima Centauri b was a substantial 2 light-years, once the warp engine was activated, the journey would take merely a little over 4 hours. Wang Xian suddenly realized that this interstellar travel was akin to flying between 2 distant cities on the old Earth in an airplane. Regrettably, the metallic cabin was entirely sealed, lacking the glass windows of an aircraft that would have allowed him to admire the external panorama, leaving his desire to gaze upon the splendid starry sky unfulfilled. Although the seats were equipped with immersive visual experiences that allowed passengers to admire the brilliance of the stars and the profundity of the universe, Wang Xian soon abandoned the attempt after finding it lacking in awe-inspiring qualities. The journey aboard the spacecraft was not entirely smooth. Occasional vibrations elicited gasps from the travelers, a testament to the effectiveness of the shields in neutralizing obstacles. Inside the frigid vessel, the atmosphere was rather oppressive, with little conversation as most passengers chose to rest their eyes. Wang Xian too closed his eyes, not in pursuit of sleep, but to embark on an audacious experiment. He had begun to form a preliminary mental domain and now sought to project it outward, facing the golden walls of the cabin. A faint white mist materialized upon his forehead, tendrils of vapor penetrating the metallic surface, gradually permeating through. This ability was a result of his nascent mental domain, allowing his consciousness to seep through barriers and perceive fragments of the situation on the other side. In the next moment, he encountered the true essence of the cosmos. The dazzling rivers of stars and the grandeur of deep space were mere illusions, overly beautified images crafted by technology. What he truly sensed was akin to plummeting into an abyss, an oppressive void devoid of light, an infinite darkness that seemed poised to consume the very essence of one's soul. This experience was profoundly unsettling, instilling a sense of suffocating despair. The surrounding darkness was unending and desolate, reminiscent of an afterlife realm. Only in the farthest reaches was there a flicker of distant light, wavering in the gloom. The universe was overwhelmingly vast. The stars appeared as mere specks of dust, far less radiant than they seemed in photographs. This first-hand experience revealed a stark reality of nothingness, coldness, silence, darkness, and an intrinsic fear of the abyss. Wang Xian gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow without his notice. His mental domain clung to the exterior of the spacecraft, where he discovered wisps of supermaterial, akin to the energies wielded by practitioners of the new arts. Additionally, there were other bizarre energies, invisible to the naked eye but perceptible to the mind. A massive energy mass, resembling ominous clouds, drifted by, heavy with an aura of mystery and terror, enfolding shattered metallic fragments. Wang Xian felt a chill run down his spine, Was his mental perception truly genuine? Strange cloud-like substances in the cosmos entangled with debris, what could they be? Unfortunately, the encounter was fleeting, too distant for him to discern with clarity. During this process, he attempted to draw closer, but it was merely a momentary impulse. A surge of trepidation gripped him, nearly causing him to lose a portion of his mental domain, prompting a hasty retreat. He then experienced the terrifying sensation of soaring through the sky, with his soul trailing behind, a truly harrowing ordeal. Fortunately, the attraction between his physical form and consciousness facilitated a difficult return. It was primarily because his mental domain had not strayed too far that he managed to recover narrowly. Wang Xian took considerable time to recuperate, eventually accepting a glass of water from the flight attendant to moisten his parched lips. The preceding moments had been perilous. He fell into deep contemplation, realizing that the dark universe harbored numerous unseen, peculiar energies, imbued with unimaginable dangers. What indeed were those shattered metallic objects ensconced within the ominous clouds? Were they fragments of the spacecraft? He could not ascertain. He was astonished to discover that his mental realm had indeed strengthened somewhat. Subsequently, he recalled the ancient myths and legends, where those nearing immortality would refine their bodies in the gale, transcend into the azure void, and gather the essence of the heavens to nourish their spirit. He speculated that perhaps he had departed the terrestrial surface and entered outer space, collecting various extraordinary energies. If his conjecture were true, modern individuals would possess remarkable convenience, boarding a spacecraft to traverse the universe, allowing for early cultivation even in their corporeal forms. However, upon further contemplation, he was struck by a headache. A single ticket cost 2 million new star coins, a price that was utterly exorbitant. He sighed, realizing that for ordinary people, whether in ancient times or modernity, the aspiration to ascend to the heavens and gather qi was an unbearable burden. For the first time, Wang Xian felt the pressing need to earn money. In the past, he had not paid much attention to it, but upon leaving the campus, he realized that in every aspect, be it emotions or ancient arts, one could hardly escape the necessity of material support. Proxima b had arrived, the closest exoplanet to the Sun, orbiting a red dwarf star. The planet was largely desolate, save for a well-established base that resembled a small city. 200 years ago, when humanity had yet to venture beyond the solar system, it was once thought to be a potentially habitable planet, but that notion was clearly misguided. After the spacecraft landed, it underwent the most stringent inspections, illustrating how rigorous the process was for those wishing to reach the new star, with security measures that left no room for oversight. For over an hour, both the interior and exterior of the spacecraft, along with all passengers, were subjected to multiple thorough checks before they were finally permitted to proceed. Clearly, there were others like Wang Xian, entering deep space for the first time, harboring various questions and curiosities about the new star, engaging in discussions with those around them. Are we really going to pass through a wormhole? Will our bodies truly disintegrate? What if there are unforeseen events? Where exactly is the new star? Don't worry. Just take a nap, and we'll be there before you know it. The new star likely resided outside the Milky Way, in the vastness of the universe. Locating a planet harboring life was an arduous task. It was said that within the entire Milky Way, there might be only one source of life on the old soil. Upon reflection, it was truly terrifying. Looking up at the sky revealed nothing but lifeless expanses. Wang Xian was astonished, uncertain whether the claims of others were genuine. Was the new star indeed beyond imagination and not within the Milky Way? If that were the case, traversing a wormhole was imperative. Otherwise, even with a warp engine, it would take years to depart from the galaxy. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly as the spacecraft gradually entered the wormhole. The flight attendants informed all passengers that a brief slumber would suffice for their arrival. This time, Wang Xian refrained from any reckless behavior. There were numerous theories regarding wormhole traversal. Consequently, he remained prudent, not extending his mental realm again. His consciousness grew dim, and he lost track of time until a brilliant light appeared ahead. The spacecraft emerged from the wormhole, arriving at Deep Space Star 8. Upon arrival, the spacecraft would proceed to the new star, while Wang Xian intended to visit the crescent moon to see Qin, necessitating a transfer to a medium-sized spacecraft. In this star system, Deep Space Star 8 held a position equivalent to Proxima b, located 4.5 light-years from Crescent Moon. 5 hours later, Wang Xian smoothly landed on Crescent Moon, a satellite orbiting the new star. It had been 2 months since their last meeting. He wondered how Qin was faring. Wang Xian emerged from the spacecraft, eager to reunite with his dear friend. The distance between them was vast, far exceeding the boundaries of the Milky Way, making regular communication with Qin impossible. The new moon had been beautifully constructed, the base teemed with life, adorned with an abundance of flora, and boasted impeccable infrastructure. The scenery resembled a veritable garden city, idyllic and inviting. Soon, Wang Xian encountered a holographic advertisement showcasing ethereal palaces, celestial maidens soaring through the air, fragrant osmanthus trees, and floating rabbits. A magnificent palace known as the Moon Palace graced the new moon's landscape. Apart from feeling a slight weightlessness, he found all else quite manageable, allowing him to gradually acclimate to his new surroundings. The base was expansive, transformed into a habitable city. Wang Xian hailed a hover car, intending to follow the address to find Qin. En route, he was struck by awe upon glimpsing a temple complex. Though not grandiose, it emanated a sacred aura under the sunlight that profoundly moved him. This was not mere psychological influence. He scrutinized the scene intently, extending his spiritual awareness and sensing the profound, mysterious energies within. For a fleeting moment, an intense impulse surged within him, urging him to explore immediately. This ancient temple complex, steeped in a history of over 2 millennia, had each brick and tile transported from the old earth, carrying with them the weight of history. It was said that the bodhisattvas here were remarkably effective, as the hover car driver informed him. The new moon also housed an exceedingly ancient Taoist temple, a sacred ground of Taoism, which had likewise been entirely relocated. Wang Xian's thoughts were tumultuous as he pondered whether to visit these ancient structures. He hesitated, wary of his own impulses. The 2 clusters of ancient architecture were extraordinary. Should he meddle, he could unwittingly unleash unknown entities. He even harbored the suspicion that he might inadvertently summon the old Zhang, a name he often mentioned. Chapter 106. A fortuitous encounter. The mysterious energies of the ancient temple were overwhelmingly potent. Although Wang Xian sat in the hover car, he found himself glancing back longingly, reluctant to depart. Yet he understood that for the time being, it was prudent to refrain from further exploration. Too much meddling could lead to unforeseen consequences. On the moon, devoid of an atmosphere, there was no scattering or refraction of light, rendering the sky perpetually black, both day and night. Here, proximity to outer space meant an absence of impurities, yet one could never behold the azure sky. The inky expanse above was cold and profound, revealing the reality of deep space. Stars could indeed be seen here, but they lacked the twinkling brilliance one experienced on old Earth or New Star. Was that New Star? Wang Xian gazed upward. A vast celestial body loomed in the dark sky, appearing monumental from the moon's surface. Indeed, it was New Star, confirmed the hover car driver. He had transported many individuals, and each time someone stood on the moon and gazed into deep space, the sight of that life-bearing planet evoked a sense of awe. Observing the moon from the ground, one might perceive it as larger than any celestial body other than the sun. Gazing at the nova from the lunar surface evokes a sense of grandeur, for its radius is 3 to 4 times that of the moon, rendering it magnificently colossal from this vantage point. The nova, akin to the old Earth, stands proudly as a solitary hue of blue against the ink-black tapestry of the night sky. Wang Xian experiences a peculiar illusion, perceiving the old Earth rather than the nova, as the two are strikingly similar in the vastness of space. The driver of the hovercraft, having transported those from the old Earth, possesses an insightful understanding of their psyche and observes, though the continental plates of the nova may differ from those of the old Earth, it likewise boasts abundant water resources, with diameter and mass comparable to those of the old Earth. Wang Xian nods, recognizing the significance of this fact. In the grand scheme of the cosmos, humanity is but a speck, dwarfed even by dust, rendering our existence remarkably fragile and heavily reliant on our environment. If the discrepancies in mass and gravitational pull between the nova and the old Earth were substantial, humanity would find it impossible to inhabit or establish roots here. Thus, a similar environment is deemed the ideal new sanctuary. However, what astonishes Wang Xian is the striking proximity of various parameters between the two worlds, akin to sister planets. He contemplates the profound implications of such a discovery, pondering the formidable challenges of locating planets so similar amidst the vast universe, suggesting intricate underlying reasons for their resemblance. His thoughts drift to the origins of the nova's discovery. In the past, during the tumult of the old Earth's heated conflicts, some fled to the moon. Soon after, a surge of advanced technology emerged, leading to interstellar exploration and the eventual settlement of the nova. Many speculate about what humanity initially uncovered and inherited on the moon, which has culminated in the present state of affairs. Indeed, many inhabitants of the nova believe that the latest scientific advancements continue to reap the benefits of the moon's legacy. Still in a phase of restoration, the emergence of certain advanced technologies today may not necessarily be original creations. With the persistent unearthing of lunar heritage, humanity grows increasingly confident, and technology steadily evolves, promising a future where we may venture into the far reaches of deep space. Nevertheless, the people of the nova appear predominantly imitative at this stage, grappling with certain issues that elude their understanding and hinder deeper utilization. There exists a faction that harbors both fear and reverence, pondering the origins of the technological legacy left on the moon and its whereabouts today. Consequently, the leadership of the nova remains vigilant, ensuring that the established Stargate can be sealed and destroyed at a moment's notice, effectively severing all ties with the outside world. Yet, in recent years, a growing number of individuals have gained confidence, taking bolder steps forward. Chen works for an organization named Dingwu, which is indeed a significant entity, primarily providing security services. The company on the nova is merely a branch of the larger Dingwu organization. This organization wields considerable influence on the nova, with rumors suggesting the existence of its own mercenary corps stationed on barren planets, ready for exploration when needed. The defense of the new moon is naturally handled by formal military forces, supplemented by organizations like Dingwu to address any gaps. The Dingwu branch on the nova is not far from the ethereal, mist-laden ancient architecture, fragrant with osmanthus blossoms. Thus, Wang Xian disembarks early, intending to take a look around before walking to meet Chen. The Palace of Eternal Frost, the most luxurious resort upon the moon, resembles a celestial wonderland, adorned with various dreamlike scenes and unparalleled services. The driver of the hovering vehicle, upon witnessing him alight here, was filled with envy, mistakenly believing he intended to reside in this ethereal locale. Wang Xian shook his head, revealing that he was merely here to explore the vicinity. Chen had previously penned a letter to him, explicitly cautioning that the expenses here were rather daunting. Although Chen's family was relatively affluent, he expressed a desire for frugality, refraining from spending lavishly at the Palace of Eternal Frost. The crescent moon perpetually presents a fixed face toward the new star, yet it also undergoes a slow rotation, completing a full turn approximately every month, resulting in an extended duration of day and night. The environment at the Palace of Eternal Frost diverges from this norm. The protective dome overhead has been specially treated for light perception, allowing the transition of day and night to mirror that of the new star, shrouded in swirling white mist. Do you see that? Are you aware of what those mists are? Someone remarked, filled with wonder. Wang Xian was taken aback. He recalled how old Chen had mentioned celestial herbs alongside peculiar substances such as mountain snails and golden mushrooms, touching upon the topic of moonlight silver. This rare mineral, concealed within unique rock formations, must be consumed immediately upon being crushed, lest it evaporate swiftly, escaping like the radiant moonlight. It is known to invigorate flesh and blood, prolong life, and enhance physical constitution, rendering it an immensely precious tonic. To his astonishment, the Palace of Eternal Frost utilized such an exorbitantly priced mineral to create heavenly mists. Although diluted, one could still perceive the grandeur of their expenditure. While the protective dome mitigated the potential dispersal of moonlight silver, a certain degree of loss would inevitably occur daily, incurring substantial costs. This is an imitation of celestial mist, Wang Xian mused, finally grasping why Chen refrained from indulging here. The opulence, as evidenced by the moonlight silver, was overwhelming. The entire ancient architectural complex exuded a distinct aura of the divine, enveloped in white mist, with jade towers and palatial structures. Where the osmanthus tree at the entrance required several individuals to encircle it, Wang Xian harbored doubts, suspecting it may be an artificial tree. He had never encountered such a grand osmanthus tree even on Earth. Indeed, others nearby echoed his skepticism, questioning its authenticity. Surely it must be fake? Countless visitors traversed the crescent moon, as it was a renowned attraction, with many lingering in the vicinity. The real trees were reportedly excavated from the Moonwatch cliff of the new star. and it was said that the Palace of Eternal Frost housed even older osmanthus trees than the one at the entrance. Wang Xian glanced around, feeling little incentive to enter, and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, someone emerged from the swirling celestial mist, their face aglow, seemingly rejuvenated. This middle-aged man immediately spotted Wang Xian, and his demeanor shifted, exuding palpable pressure. "It's you," he exclaimed, recognizing Wang Xian and swiftly approaching. "Old Ling." Wang Xian blurted out, his surprise genuine. He had not anticipated encountering Ling Wei's father, Ling Qiming, in this setting. In Wang Xian's memory, Ling Qiming possessed an imposing presence. Their first meeting had made it abundantly clear that this man was resolute and unyielding in character. Ling Qiming was taken aback, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Just 2 years prior, he had been addressed with courtesy as Uncle Ling, yet upon their reunion, he was abruptly relegated to Old Ling. "What brings you here?" Ling Qiming inquired, his tone as commanding as ever, his eyes glimmering with scrutiny. Wang Xian had initially intended to clarify that it was not his intention to call him Old Ling, but upon hearing the question, he recalled that Old Ling had previously greeted others and forbade him from approaching Exine Xing. Thus, he chose not to correct the title and countered instead, "Why am I not allowed to come?" Ling Qiming remained exceedingly serious, his piercing gaze unwavering, silent yet imposing in his scrutiny. 2 years ago, Wang Xian had been able to engage him in rational discourse without feeling intimidated. Now, he felt even more composed, particularly since, not long ago, Old Wu had frequently approached him, fostering a rapport that had made him perceive Old Ling's presence as somewhat diminished, almost trivial. Consequently, when he noticed Old Ling glaring at him, he disregarded the older man's ire and instead focused on a youth, around 15 or 16, who had accompanied him. The boy sported glossy, ear-length hair, large expressive eyes with long eyelashes, and a charming oval face, undeniably striking in appearance. "What a handsome young lad," Wang Xian remarked, ignoring Old Ling while praising the youth beside him. Ling Qiming's lips twitched slightly, though he remained silent. However, the youth was indignant. Striding forward to meet Wang Xian's gaze and exclaiming in a melodious voice, "Who are you calling a boy?" Wang Xian was taken aback. The short-haired girl, dressed in a rather androgynous manner, had initially been unrecognizable to him. He reached out to gently pat her head, prompting the girl to retreat in annoyance. Returning to Old Ling's side, not wishing to entangle himself with the child, Wang Xian quickly said, "My apologies. The young lady is indeed lovely and charming." To ease the tension, he added a compliment for Old Ling, stating, "She bears a resemblance to you." The girl glared at him, visibly miffed. Old Ling raised an eyebrow, feeling that this young man had become far bolder, daring to compliment his daughter so casually, and even asserting she resembled him. "I meant to suggest that your family has remarkably strong genes, all quite attractive. No offense intended," Wang Xian hastily clarified. Old Ling's expression darkened, and he chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Wang Xian decided against further conversation, simply waving his hand before turning to depart in search of Qin Cheng. "Go, intercept your sister and find a way to delay her for a while. Don't let her come out just yet." Ling Qiming instructed his daughter as Wang Xian vanished from sight. The little girl nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain, before darting into the Guanghan Palace. Even on vacation, he cannot rest. What brings this young man here? Ling Qiming muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Wang Xian arrived at the branch office of the Dingwu organization on the moon, standing outside the office building while pondering how to locate someone, when he unexpectedly spotted them. Qin Cheng was leisurely strolling back, accompanied by a young woman. Qin Cheng. Upon hearing the call, Qin Cheng looked up in astonishment. How could old Wang possibly appear in the new moon? It must be an illusion. Someone mentioned the curvature engine, and while I referred to it as the warp engine, such a sci-fi concept is not flawed. However, elaborating on it within the book would consume too many words, so I shall leave it for interested readers to explore on their own. In reality, there exists Proxima Centauri, a red dwarf star, along with Proxima Centauri b, a planet, which is accurate. Chapter 107. Above the moon, Qin Cheng, regardless of the presence of his female companion, exclaimed in awe, a common expression back on Earth. He was utterly shocked. Old Wang had silently traversed to the moon of this new star, appearing unexpectedly before him, far exceeding his expectations. It is essential to note that they were no longer within the Milky Way, but rather over 100,000 light-years away from Earth, and yet, his good friend from Earth had suddenly materialized. "What brings you here?" Qin asked, overwhelmed with excitement, disregarding his female companion as he rushed over to embrace Wang Xian warmly. Riding the sword across the starry sea, I simply floated over, Wang Xian replied, dismissing the notion that even celestial beings would find such a distance exhausting. Qin was elated, urging him along. Come, let me arrange accommodations for you. Rest for a few hours, and once you've regained your strength, I will formally welcome you. Concerned for his friend's fatigue from travel, he suggested a light meal and rest before anything else. No need, I feel invigorated. I could go days without sleep, Wang Xian countered, his words not mere bravado. At the level of a master, his vitality burned brightly, far beyond that of ordinary individuals, which explained his immense power. Wang Xian glanced at the woman in the distance and quietly remarked, "What is the situation? How does this align with your girlfriend back on Earth? No wonder she promptly broke up with you when she heard you were coming to deep space. That girl possesses remarkable foresight." Qin cast a glance back, sighing. "It's not as you imagine. I've been taken advantage of, and I can't seem to shake her off. It's complicated, and I'm utterly exasperated with her. We'll discuss it later." Before departing, he merely waved at the woman. "I'll help you get acclimated to the surroundings." Noticing that Wang Xian truly didn't appear fatigued, Qin took his backpack and summoned a small, unmanned airship. The route was predetermined. The airship glided slowly at low altitude through the base, passing by the Moon Palace, ancient Taoist temples, and experimental fields for mutated medicines. On Earth, this moon was referred to as the New Moon, but most inhabitants here simply called it the Moon, or Luna. Many in the new star referred to our moon as the Old Moon, Qin explained. The parameters of the two moons are remarkably similar. The most disorienting aspect of this place is the complete absence of blue skies and white clouds. Although it is daytime now, the depths of the sky remain black. When I first arrived, I found it particularly unsettling and yearned to paint it a vibrant blue. The lengthy cycle of day and night on the moon, spanning nearly 27 to 28 days, was also somewhat intolerable for him. Every section of this base is enveloped in a protective layer. The material in question possesses a transparent quality, exhibiting exceptional toughness and durability, rendering it an ideal substance for space applications. Numerous regions are interconnected, resembling a cluster of bubbles, with these bubble-like areas communicating with one another, yet capable of instant separation, ensuring that any mishap in one zone does not propagate to others. With such a protective layer in place, coupled with real-time adjustments to internal air temperature and humidity, the base is relatively habitable aside from the issue of weightlessness, flourishing with verdant flora, akin to a garden city. Aboard the airship, Qin elucidated to Wang Xian some fundamental aspects of the moon, primarily concerning various research bases that are dispersed across different locations, unconnected to this one. Interstellar spacecraft and warships necessitate performance testing in outer space to acquire critical data, alongside a plethora of sophisticated instruments and cutting-edge technological advancements, all of which require detachment from terrestrial confines for experimentation and assessment. Consequently, the few bases on the moon hold immense significance, with access strictly forbidden to outsiders and security maintained at the highest level. I shall not escort you for a tour, as I have not visited them myself. This habitable base primarily caters to tourism, alongside some low-risk research facilities, which at the very least do not resemble weapon bases that sporadically unleash energy beams into the cosmos. Old Wang, what brings you to this part of the starry sky? For work, though I may soon be heading to Nova, Wang Xian candidly replied. Qin was taken aback, fully aware of his friend's circumstances, realizing how arduous it must have been to arrive in this celestial realm. Although he had previously endeavored to assist Wang Xian by providing a lead, encouraging him to explore the opportunity, he still felt the chances were slim. "Did you truly succeed, and are we in the same company?" Qin inquired eagerly. Initially, his family had leveraged connections to facilitate his entry into the Dingwu organization's South Branch in Crescent, where he assumed the role of a safety expert. His resume boasted, adept in ancient arts, gas extraction, and successful internal cultivation, though it was evident that such a portrayal was inflated. His responsibilities were rather leisurely, primarily overseeing the testing grounds for mutated tiger and wolf medicinal herbs. "What title did you come under, Old Wang?" Qin pressed. "Special Safety Consultant," Wang Xian disclosed. In truth, he held another position within Old Chen's exploration organization, which allowed him convenient travel, though he currently found no need to utilize that identity. "Special Consultant." Qin was astounded, genuinely taken aback, for he was well acquainted with the internal dynamics of the Dingwu organization. Individuals like him, who had gained entrance through connections, were understood by those in the know to be mere transitional figures en route to Nova, hence placed in untroubled roles to avoid complications. In the Dingwu organization, anyone designated as a special consultant was typically highly skilled, seldom burdened with routine tasks, merely holding a title with substantial remuneration, only called upon in times of genuine crisis. Old Wang, to what level have you mastered the ancient arts to warrant such a special appointment? Remarkable. Wang Xian speculated that this development likely stemmed from the efforts of Old Chen and his associates, suggesting a close collaboration between the Secret Path Exploration Organization and the Dingwu organization. Nonetheless, his true prowess as a master indeed justified the title of special consultant. However, he could not reveal his true abilities, so he humbly remarked, if unrestricted free combat were to be held in the old lands, I would likely rank among the top few in a province. Qin Sheng could not help but exclaim in astonishment, Old Wang, are you not being a tad too arrogant? I have already been sufficiently low-key. Wang Xian sighed. Qin Sheng, taken aback, responded, so, you mean to say that even at your worst, you could still place within the top 40 or 50 in the field of old techniques? Including the new stars, you would be among the elite 100 in old techniques? Wang Xian had little to say, as it was truly impossible to be any more modest. Come, while it is still afternoon, I will take you to complete the formalities. As a specially appointed consultant with a free identity, your treatment is quite favorable, far superior to staying in a hotel. Qin Sheng led Wang Xian to switch to a hover vehicle, heading towards the branch of the Dingwu organization on the moon. Unfortunately, that insufferable person isn't here, otherwise. Bringing back a special consultant like you would likely intimidate him, Qin Sheng mumbled with some dissatisfaction. Everything proceeded smoothly, and Wang Xian officially became a special consultant for Dingwu. Everyone in the company understood that such individuals were exceptionally formidable, specifically hired to resolve troublesome issues, which drew many curious glances. Wang Xian's south residence was in close proximity to Qin Sheng's, situated in a pleasant environment with a small courtyard of 200 square meters adorned with flowers. This evoked a profound sense of envy in Qin Sheng, as such space was exceedingly rare on the moon where land was incredibly valuable. That evening, still as bright as day, Qin Sheng hosted a welcome dinner for Wang Xian at an upscale restaurant, where he lamented over his misfortunes. The head of a certain department in the company treated him like a cash cow, demanding 3 million new star coins from him, yet failing to accomplish anything in return, while still persistently seeking to extract more from him. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian's expression grew serious. 3 million new star coins were equivalent to 1.5 deep space tickets, indicating the other party's insatiable greed. It's primarily my fault. I wish to go to New Star, but I lack some essential qualifications, always a hair's breadth short of gas extraction. Qin Sheng sighed over his drink. If only you had arrived at New Moon earlier, your strength might have seen a significant increase by now, Wang Xian stated calmly. What do you mean? Qin Sheng asked, puzzled. I am the guardian of the foremost figure in the realm of old techniques. Of course, his #1 status is soon to be challenged, Wang Xian reflected. Recently, let me think of some strategies to assist you. Qin Sheng was bewildered, feeling that old Wang was once again speaking in riddles. Preoccupied with worries and reminded of that insufferable person's greed, Qin Sheng lost his appetite, merely watching as Wang Xian feasted heartily. We are not far from that ancient temple. Let us stroll over and take a look, Wang Xian suggested, intending to scout the situation. Old Wang, you actually believe in this? Qin Sheng was astonished. Wang Xian replied, I do this for your benefit. While I may not be able to transform you into an unparalleled master, I should be able to assist you in dealing with your troubles. Elevating your strength to place within the top 100 of the old techniques should not pose much difficulty. Wang Xian, is that truly the case? Qin Sheng felt a surge of excitement, knowing Wang Xian was reliable and never made empty promises. What I just shared must remain between us. Do not let it escape your lips, Wang Xian cautioned. As he approached the ancient temple, steeped in a millennium of history, he was immediately enveloped by an aura of profound mystery, suggesting that numerous bodhisattvas had once graced this extraordinary place. The atmosphere felt unusually vibrant, as if the mysterious energies were actively reaching out to him, exuding joy and excitement. Qin Sheng inquired, Old Wang, your expression seems somewhat off. What troubles you? I find myself yearning for the familiar comforts of home, Wang Xian replied gravely. noting that the mysterious energies were indeed colliding with him from a distance. Old Wang, we had an agreement. You are to assist me, yet you contemplate fleeing the moment you arrive? Qin Cheng expressed his confusion. Very well, let us observe first. Wang Xian hesitated before murmuring, perhaps seeking out old Zhang would be more prudent. After all, he has chosen to retreat to Heping Mountain in his later years, cultivating a serene mindset. Yet, should I inadvertently encounter him and release those energies, will he ponder my constant invocation of his name? Chapter 108. The Bodhisattva's Enthusiasm. This ancient temple, enduring through the rise and fall of dynasties, bears the marks of time, its venerable essence steeped in history. Now it stands resolute at the edge of the starry sky, gazing upon the Milky Way, reflecting on the past, while countless old tales fade into the winds of time. Nevertheless, certain consciousness remains, unchanged and enduring. Wang Xian was convinced that the remnants of Bodhisattva's spiritual energy were sealed within extraordinary objects, awaiting his awakening. The mysterious forces greeted him with exuberance and delight, welcoming his presence. Where lies the abode of the immortal sages? Where is the pure land of the Bodhisattvas? Wang Xian pondered, questioning why none of those formidable beings from ancient times had left a trace behind, despite their immense powers. Now, the residual spiritual energies seemed to be causing turmoil, attempting to escape from one pit after another, likely dragging the unwitting into their fate as scapegoats. What connection do these remnants hold with the true immortals and bodhisattvas? Are they manifestations of those very beings, or simply deliberate vestiges anchored to this world? Old Wang, I never realized how uniquely special this ancient temple is. While it may not tower high, it evokes a sense of grandeur, compelling one to look up in reverence. Observe those weathered blue bricks and gray tiles, bearing cracks from countless historical upheavals, yet they emanate a profound sense of time's weight. They now seem to glow, stirring within me a poignant emotion, a recognition of the greatness of this legacy. The eternal flame of Buddhism flickers, spreading across the cosmos, perpetually conveying the Bodhisattva's compassion, yearning to purify the world and touch hearts. I find myself irresistibly drawn to worship. Qin Cheng gazed ahead, embodying the spirit of a pilgrim. Wang Xian grasped his arm, realizing that his enthusiasm was resonating with the temple's enigmatic treasures, awakening the dormant energies within this ancient site. Snap out of it. You are merely under the influence of some lingering spiritual force. Instead of venerating the true immortal, do you wish to renounce the world? Wang Xian lightly patted his shoulder. At the same time, his spiritual domain manifested, a white mist enveloping his forehead, resonating to restore clarity to Qin Cheng's gaze. Old Wang, this temple seems remarkably different today. Imbued with an extraordinary sanctity that evokes fondness, Qin Cheng remarked in astonishment. Step back 10 meters and reassess your feelings, Wang Xian instructed, urging him to maintain some distance. He believed that everything stemmed from the excessive remnants of mysterious forces he had attracted to himself, and that Qin Cheng, being too close to him, was influenced by the residual power of ancient deities. Strangely, that sensation had begun to fade. Qin Cheng was perplexed. Wang Xian refrained from providing an explanation, fearing it might frighten him. Instead, he guided him closer to the temple, selecting a spacious area where they could stand quietly, attuning themselves to the surroundings. He turned to Qin Cheng and said, "Here, practice the diamond fist. Is there a particular significance to this?" Qin Cheng inquired, filled with curiosity. "This vicinity is quite suitable for practicing such martial arts," Wang Xian replied. "Excellent." Qin Cheng nodded, recalling that they had all learned the diamond fist during their old technique experimental class, and he felt quite familiar with it. In this place, he stretched his body, facing the millennia-old temple, and it indeed possessed a certain charm. Wang Xian silently activated the foundational methods of the pre-Qin alchemists, which instantly attracted more mysterious elements, causing even him to perceive the temple as seemingly glowing. However, he remained unperturbed and did not enter. Instead, he stood before the temple courtyard, resonating with the mysterious forces. Utilizing his mental domain, he drew all of it towards Qin Cheng. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to independently activate his inner landscape. As these mysterious substances were innately drawn to him, naturally gravitating closer, the richness of the descending mysterious elements paled in comparison to what resided within his inner landscape. Yet it was more than sufficient for Qin Cheng, who had never encountered such substances before, rendering them particularly precious. Wang Xian estimated that if Qin Cheng were to cultivate in this place, he could potentially ascend to the realm of Grand Masters within a year or two. Currently, he directed all the mysterious elements towards Chen, which was quite remarkable for someone who had yet to gather qi. As the subject of this phenomenon, Chen, although unable to perceive the mysterious elements, noticed an enhancement in his vitality, an acceleration in his metabolism, and an increasing sensation while practicing the diamond fist. Am I about to gather qi? He could hardly believe it. As he practiced, he looked down at his body and his hands, almost trembling with excitement. In truth, he had been approaching this level for quite some time. After arriving at the new moon, guarding the Tiger Wolf medicinal trial field, and receiving medicine from others, he had exerted himself to digest and absorb it with evident results. However, the threshold for gathering qi had always eluded him, remaining just out of reach. Now, everything had changed. Nourished by the mysterious elements, his vitality surged, and his spirit thrived, allowing him to feel that he was on the verge of breaking through. Chen felt an overwhelming urge to cry. He had longed for this state for so long, yet had been unable to surpass it. And now it was within his grasp. Recently, he had been plagued by guilt over spending too much of his family's money and being treated as a cash cow upon arrival, having handed over 3 million new star coins without seeing any returns. The root cause lay in his inadequate conditions, which had prevented him from gathering qi, forcing him to offer tribute to that repugnant individual. Old Wang, I feel like crying. I don't thank the myriad deities. I believe it is you, with your unknown methods, who has assisted me, Chen said, his eyes reddening. He was perceptive enough to recognize, through Wang Xian's various unusual actions and the extraordinary experiences encountered at the temple, that his friend was indeed enigmatic. The practice of ancient techniques bestows upon those poised to harness energy an intuition far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Do not speak. Do not disrupt your profound perception. Wang Xian advised him to cultivate tranquility. I feel as if I am on the brink of entering, Chen declared, his eyes reddened and his voice trembling. Tinged with an almost mournful tone, Wang Xian replied gravely, do not shatter that delicate veil. Remain in this state of introspection a while longer. It will greatly aid you in breaking through later. Remember the sensation. Chen nodded and adhered to his counsel. An hour later, he hesitantly inquired, what if I miss the opportunity to transcend? You shall not, Wang Xian reassured him. Tomorrow, I will escort you directly to the temple. Cast aside all burdens. There will be no unforeseen occurrences. For his dear friend Chen, Wang Xian was prepared to offer substantial support. Should the opportunity for inner exploration arise again, he would gladly take Chen along. That night, Chen tirelessly practiced the diamond fist, enveloped in a unique state of comprehension, his flesh nourished by a mysterious essence, deepening his accumulated strength. From his initial tearful state, he quietly wiped away his sadness, ultimately relinquishing the heavy burdens within his heart, fully immersing himself in the experience, gradually restoring his confidence and fortifying a certain belief. Let us return, Wang Xian called after another hour, and they began their journey back. Although the light was akin to that of day, it was time to sleep. As per the timekeeping of the new star, it was already night. Thankfully, the room was devoid of all light sources, shrouded in darkness, allowing Wang Xian to fall into slumber swiftly, unless summoned by dreams. It was rare for a master like him to dream. He would descend into the deepest level of sleep. Upon returning, Cheng's eyes were once again slightly red. Being a sentimental person, he immediately penned a letter to inform his parents that he would soon be able to go to New Star, no longer requiring offerings to certain individuals, as he would rely on his own merits to succeed. The following day, Wang Xian and Chen visited the lunar branch of Dingwu Company, where they encountered the insatiably greedy department head, Li Kuan, a middle-aged man whose smile did not quite reach his eyes. Li Kuan welcomed Wang Xian's arrival with perfunctory pleasantries before taking his leave. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xian and Chen also departed, heading towards the ancient Taoist temple that had stood for a millennium. Wang Xian surveyed the area, sensing something extraordinarily significant about this place. The entire temple complex was serene and profound, suffused with a mysterious essence that expanded around them, undoubtedly harboring formidable wonders within this ancient architecture. It was indeed a millennium-old temple, likely imbued with remnants of extraordinary entities from revered ancestors. Wang Xian furrowed his brow, contemplating the scene before him. The mysterious essence here was not overly active. Although it permeated the air and approached him, it remained calm. The residual spiritual energy of the transcendent beings seemed potent yet passive. Was it in a deep slumber, or was it simply its nature to be tranquil? Standing before the temple, Wang Xian felt as though he was gazing into an unfathomable abyss. He had come to realize that this ancient temple was one of the ancestral homes of Taoism. Perhaps, he mused, if it truly is the lingering spiritual essence of old Zhang that lies dormant here, I fear that upon awakening, he may harbor grievances against me and deliver a sound thrashing. His prolonged calls for old Zhang had indeed made him feel slightly apprehensive. Of course, this was not the primary concern. He decided to venture into the ancient temple because he felt that, given the other party's discourse on cause and effect, it was time to repay a favor. I had previously released the ghost monk, effectively saving one of your bodhisattvas. Subsequently, I vanquished demons for you. First eliminating the white tiger, and then battling the crimson-clad enchantress, narrowly escaping with my life. All of this stemmed from the fragments of the great demon bones, suppressed deep within your Buddhist temple's crypts, having scattered outside. Wang Xian murmured as he entered the ancient temple. At this moment, he was not considering releasing anyone. If he were to liberate a few bodhisattvas, it could lead to significant complications. He intended to observe carefully, for now. Merely standing there would suffice to attract the mysterious energies required by Qinsheng. Upon entering the millennia-old temple, Wang Xian immediately sensed a powerful anomaly. The incense wafting from the bodhisattvas had intensified considerably. The smoke, swirling thickly, began to gravitate toward the golden statues, slowly enveloping them as if something was about to materialize. The rich, mysterious energy surged towards Wang Xian, and the bodhisattvas appeared exceedingly welcoming. Wang Xian hastily led Qinsheng out of the bodhisattva hall and into the courtyard. Staring blankly at the large bronze furnace there, feeling that something was amiss. It was broad daylight, under the clear sky. What intentions did the bodhisattvas harbor? What is going on, old Wang? Qinsheng inquired. Nothing to worry about. You practice in the courtyard. Just let it settle, and then break through that layer of obstruction. Wang Xian instructed, adding, gathering energy is merely a small goal. There is ample potential for significant advancement ahead. Soon after, an elderly monk accompanied a middle-aged man into the courtyard, intending to enter the bodhisattva hall. Wang Xian's expression shifted. It was indeed a coincidence to encounter old Ling once more. Ling Qiming, accompanied by the old monk, proceeded directly without acknowledging Wang Xian. That man looked somewhat familiar. Qinsheng mused. That's old Ling. Wang Xian revealed. Clearly, Ling Qiming had caught wind of their conversation. His facial muscles twitched slightly, but he restrained himself and ignored them. Entering the bodhisattva hall directly, the old monk, upon witnessing Ling Qiming offering incense, remarked, Today, the hall is bustling with incense, the smoke swirling around the bodhisattva. This is an auspicious omen, perhaps connected to a noble offering. Wang Xian noted that old Ling appeared to accept this with a calm demeanor, even nodding slightly. He promptly turned to lead Qinsheng away. Subsequently, the old monk and Ling Qiming observed the smoke swirling around the bodhisattva drifting towards the retreating figures of the two young men. The old monk chanted a Buddhist invocation, while old Ling, feeling a sense of unease, decisively exited the bodhisattva hall and, regaining his composure, called out, Wait a moment. Chapter 109. The might of old Ling. Wang Xian paid no heed. Only moments ago, Ling Qiming had entered the bodhisattva hall with an icy demeanor, not sparing a glance at either of them, and now he was calling out to wait. At the courtyard entrance stood a group of spirited individuals, their prowess astonishing, directly blocking Wang Xian and Qinsheng's path. Ling Qiming's outings were undoubtedly accompanied by stringent security measures, despite the claim of being exceedingly safe at Crescent Moon. Formidable experts shadowed him. Furthermore, the latest model of intelligent robots guarded the front, obstructing their way. The scientific achievements of this series are such that a single entity can effortlessly vanquish legions of flesh and blood, capable of downing small spacecraft. Wang Xian paused, his expression turning cold. Was Ling Qiming attempting to exert pressure? Qinsheng's demeanor was equally frosty as he stood beside his friend, acutely aware of the intricate dynamics between these two individuals. Ling Qiming approached, silent and aloof, casting a glance at Wang Xian before shifting his gaze to Qinsheng. Finally, he gestured for the bodyguards to withdraw, instructing them to wait outside the gate. At that moment, the massive bronze incense burner continued to emit fragrant smoke, but it no longer curled around the bodhisattva nor pointed toward anyone. Everything had returned to a state of normalcy. Ling Qiming, who harbored no faith in deities, had come merely to observe the ancient relics, offering incense as a mere formality. Now, having regained his composure, he felt he had overthought the situation. Why are you two in such a hurry to leave? Just 2 years ago, you both called me Uncle Ling. Why now the pretense of unfamiliarity? Ling Qiming inquired. Despite his earlier icy demeanor, he exhibited a remarkable ability to shift between detachment and engagement, now questioning the two men. Wang Xian retorted, "Your presence is so commanding that you treated us as if we were invisible, completely disregarding us. We thought you intended to clear the area and conduct your incense offering in solitude, hence we thought it prudent to depart early." Ling Qiming scrutinized him, noticing that this young man was increasingly irksome. Consequently, he chose to ignore Wang Xian again, turning his attention to Qin Sheng. "Little Qin, I've heard commendable things about you from Ling Wei. You appear to be a solid young man, quite grounded and not at all impulsive." Qin Sheng, unwaveringly supportive of his friend, simply smiled and nodded in humility upon hearing the praise. Wang Xian quickly grasped that Ling Qiming's words held deeper implications, yet he remained unfazed. Why was Qin Sheng abruptly turning to leave? It was to await Ling Qiming's arrival for a brief conversation. He disregarded Ling Qiming's thoughts and expression, boldly stating, "Do you still remember Qin Sheng?" Indeed, he was quite helpful to Ling Wei when she first arrived in its city. For instance, there was a certain young, successful local figure and a number of well-connected students who, unaware of Ling Wei's background, incessantly showered her with flowers, bordering on harassment. In the end, it was Qin Sheng who resolved the situation. Ling Qiming felt that this young man was rather loquacious. The more he listened, the more uneasy he became. Was Qin Sheng's assistance to Ling Wei in fending off suitors tantamount to clearing obstacles for Wang Xian? Consequently, his disdain for Wang Xian deepened. He patiently listened to the end, nodding at Qin Sheng, acknowledging his commendable character. It was evident that Ling Qiming was deliberately giving Wang Xian the cold shoulder, avoiding eye contact and refraining from dialogue. Nevertheless, Wang Xian, rather garrulous, seemed oblivious to the subtle cues and continued his discourse. "You know, at that time, Qin Sheng was exceptionally attentive to Ling Wei. However, did you know that upon his arrival in your territory, he was extorted, treated as an easy target, and bullied mercilessly?" Wang Xian stated calmly regarding the incident, meeting Ling Qiming's piercing gaze without flinching, their eyes locking in a moment of unspoken tension. He wished to assist Qin Sheng in extricating himself from his predicament. However, this was New Star, where absolute and frigid rules prevailed. Warships loomed overhead, and intelligent automatons instilled a sense of trepidation. Reckless action was not an option. To strike down a person outright would surely lead to his own demise. This was no longer an ancient society. Beneath the resplendent canopy of technological marvels, even the most righteous of individuals could not act with impunity. Every action must conform to the statutes of New Star, and even the conglomerates that participated in drafting these rules publicly adhered to them, for they could not arbitrarily disrupt the established order. As for the clandestine dealings behind closed doors, Wang Xian found little inclination to comment or elaborate. Ultimately, his strength was insufficient. He remained far from the lofty heights of swordlight soaring into the heavens and the ethereal Yaoqi. Ling Qiming displayed a faint smile, a rare expression for the usually aloof youth. Was he truly soliciting his assistance? Qin Sheng, in a fit of impatience, was unwilling to witness Wang Xian bowing to Ling Qiming on his behalf and opened his mouth to speak, only to be restrained by Wang Xian. Maintaining his composure, Wang Xian remarked, "Originally, I intended to inform Ling Wei that an old classmate, who had always looked out for her, has encountered severe bullying on her territory." Ling Qiming's smile faded, and he regarded Wang Xian with an appraising gaze before finally responding, "Do not seek Ling Wei. Speak with me instead." Wang Xian held back the anxious Qin Sheng, succinctly articulating Qin Sheng's dilemma. Ling Qiming nodded, his demeanor cool, yet his spirits evidently lifted. This young man had taken the initiative to request his aid, a departure from past encounters. As one transitioned from the realm of academia into the world of reality, acceptance of the harsh truths became inevitable. Ling Qiming spoke candidly, feeling that once a matter was broached and one bowed their head, it signified concession and the relinquishment of many initial principles. At that moment, he perceived the once rebellious spirit as no longer a threat, and any prospects with Ling Wei seemed to have dissipated. Qin Sheng, flustered, interjected, "Old Wang, there is no need for such measures. There's no obligation to demand his assistance." Wang Xian recognized the misunderstanding, and with a sigh, he realized that Qin Cheng still harbored a mindset of a weaker individual, believing he was groveling for help. Was Wang Xian truly that kind of person? He had never experienced such a sentiment. He was acutely aware that Ling Qiming held little regard for him, and he too found Ling distasteful. However, since fate had conspired to bring them together, he might as well enlist Ling Qiming to perform some practical tasks. I have some collaboration with the Dingwu organization. Since young Qin has encountered difficulties, could you summon that individual? Ling Qiming stated, his tone calm, yet imbued with authority. These matters were trivial for him. Wang Xian grasped Ling Qiming's mindset. The latter believed he had conceded and set aside his pride, thus his spirits were elevated. Wang Xian smirked slightly. Indeed, Ling Qiming held him in disdain, yet if he thought Wang Xian had capitulated, he was sorely mistaken. Who had Wang Jiaozu recently been facing? The female sword immortal, the ghostly monk, the peerless crimson-clad siren, and he had just visited Old Zhang's Grand Taoist temple. Additionally, Old Wu had been seeking to cultivate a rapport with him, while Xiao Zhong's brother, Zhong Cheng, was utterly devoted to learning the ancient arts from him. Most importantly, Wang Jiaozu was currently the guardian of the foremost practitioner of the old arts, which had inflated his sense of pride, fostering an invincible mindset. Therefore, his decision to assign Old Ling with the task was not born from a sense of seeking favor, but rather from mutual disdain. It was a matter of making use of available resources for something meaningful. Qin Sheng had already been compelled by Wang Xian to summon the department head, Li Kuan, to this location, under the pretext that an esteemed client of the Ling family wished to meet him. It was only at this moment that Wang Xian casually remarked, "In fact, we have many acquaintances at New Star who would be more than willing to lend a hand if approached. For instance, Zhao Qinghan, Zhou Kuan, and Su Chan maintain excellent relationships with us." The crux of the matter lies in Qin Cheng's inability to swallow his pride. He has been insisting to those classmates that he is doing well and facing no difficulties. What he stated was indeed true. Qin Sheng, with his strong sense of self-respect, felt that having relied on connections to join Xin Yue was already somewhat humbling, and to seek assistance from his peers would only add to his discomfort. Wang Xian spoke with a measured tone. Thus, upon realizing this, I deemed it necessary to inform you, especially since Qin Sheng had previously aided Ling Wei. If he were to be mistreated here and word got out, enough. Ling Qiming interjected abruptly, having discerned the underlying implications. This young man was not merely bowing to him for help. Rather, he was attempting to delegate tasks without any regard for their relationship. How could one possess such audacity? In that instant, Ling Qiming's disdain for Wang Xian intensified tenfold. His expression darkened, and his irritation towards Wang Xian grew more pronounced. In truth, Wang Xian felt the same aversion, mentally criticizing, "Old Ling, you obstructed my path to New Star, and that score remains unsettled. So what if I ask you to get some work done now?" Qin Sheng began to grasp the situation as well. Old Wang was rather formidable, exhibiting an astonishingly bold mindset, compelling Ling Qiming to undertake the task with an air of opportunism. Ling Qiming, however, was burdened with heavier thoughts, leading to an increase in his disdainful glances towards Wang Xian. "Practice your Vajra fist and strive for an early breakthrough," Wang Xian advised. Qin Sheng nodded, stretching his body once more as he practiced the Buddhist martial arts, exuding vigor and grace within the temple. Wang Xian, maintaining his composure, directed mysterious energies towards Qin Sheng, enveloping him in a dense aura that significantly enhanced his vitality. However, this time, no extraordinary phenomena occurred, despite being a distance away from the Bodhisattva Hall. The entire edifice radiated a sanctity unlike any other day. The old monk, glancing back, had earlier sensed something unusual about the Bodhisattva statue today, but now, tranquility reigned. Could it have been merely an illusion? Ling Qiming remained silent, accepting the existence of extraordinary phenomena, but preferring to understand them through scientific inquiry rather than venerating the long-gone ancients. Recently, the tycoons had been exploring secretive grounds, reaping immense benefits and acquiring rare treasures, sufficient to extend his life by a decade or more. Suddenly, with a jolt, Qin Cheng's body trembled. The fist imprint he struck produced a thunderous sound, generating powerful currents of air that could no longer be contained, leading to a complete breakthrough. Ling Qiming was taken aback, witnessing for the first time a familiar individual achieving a breakthrough in a traditional technique. Gathering qi, nurturing the inner self, a seamless transition. Qin Cheng's eyes sparkled with joy. filled with exhilaration. After successfully gathering qi, many would require extensive time to discover the path to nurturing their inner selves. Only a select few could achieve it in one fluid motion. Wang Xian was aided by a mysterious force, which nourished his flesh and blood to perfection. If this were not achieved in one fell swoop, then there would indeed be a problem. The old monk's expression shifted as he realized that the extraordinary phenomena he had witnessed were the result of this young man's practice of the diamond fist. Furthermore, the simultaneous success in both energy absorption and internal cultivation indicated that he possessed remarkable innate talent. He chanted a Buddhist mantra, stating, "You are fated to connect with our Buddha." He added, "I too sensed a calling from the Bodhisattva in a dream last night, which compelled me to come here." Qin Sheng nodded in agreement, feeling a strong rapport with Wang Xian, intending to help the old monk as much as possible, although he believed that silence would suffice. "You are welcome to visit often," the old monk said eagerly. When Li Kuan arrived and saw the group of bodyguards and the latest intelligent robots outside the courtyard, he felt a surge of anxiety. Shortly after entering, he learned of Ling Qiming's identity, and upon seeing Qin Sheng standing nearby, he was drenched in cold sweat. Ling Qiming regarded him with disdain, offering a few words that were rather cryptic, lacking the straightforwardness typical of youth, a habit cultivated from a life of discretion. Wang Xian found this insufficiently direct and strode over, explicitly instructing Li Kuan to return the 3 million star coins immediately. "No, make it 5 million, he added, questioning whether there would be no consequences for wrongdoing. He then observed the other party nodding, drenched in sweat, and without further ado, he delivered a kick that sent him soaring over the courtyard wall. Ling Qiming shot him a fierce glare at this display. Wang Xian, undeterred, initiated further conversation. Qin Sheng, listening nearby, felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, while the old monk stared in astonishment at the two. Ling Qiming's cold gaze intensified. His disdain multiplied 1,000-fold. Wang Xian sighed and remarked, "I have addressed you in this manner and requested your assistance. Is there still any doubt?" He continued, "Let us coexist peacefully from now on." Ling Qiming was taken aback, reflecting on this sentiment, yet his demeanor remained frosty. "Therefore, do not employ any underhanded tactics against me. Should anything happen to me, the entire world will receive my message, claiming that you caused my demise. I trust that by then, Ling Wei would not forgive you." Wang Xian stated earnestly. He understood the need for vigilance, as old Ling wielded considerable influence within the New Star realm and could easily orchestrate his downfall. Thus, he deliberately referred to him as Old Ling, signaling his stance. Ling Qiming, feeling a mix of emotions, nodded slightly before departing with a cold expression. Once they were away from the monastery and in solitude, Qin Sheng inquired, "Old Wang, were those words of yours genuine? What is genuine or not? If I were to encounter Ling Wei, would I change my address?" "I shall continue to call him as I have always done," Wang Xian replied calmly, adding, "As for Old Ling, since I have already called him that, I shall continue to do so. Old Ling will certainly take issue with this." Qin Sheng sighed. What can he do? Each has their own views. Wang Xian dismissed nonchalantly. In the following 2 days, Qin Sheng, at the old monk's invitation, frequented the ancient monastery to practice the diamond fist, and in his delight, the old monk imparted to him the great diamond fist technique. He perceived a certain spirituality in Qin Sheng, as if he were infused with the luminous essence of a bodhisattva. Each time he practiced his martial arts, an extraordinary aura would emanate from him, even causing nearby Buddhist statues to exhibit peculiarities. This phenomenon was attributed to Wang Xian's presence alongside Qin Sheng, as he channeled mysterious energies to fortify him, solidifying his foundation to an impressive degree. Wang Xian was pressed for time and could not afford to linger on the moon. He intended to journey to a new star soon. Thus he endeavored to help Qin Sheng strengthen his roots before his departure. This time, Wang, the esteemed teacher, exercised remarkable restraint, refraining from causing disturbances within the temple. Although he discovered at least 8 kinds of transcendent entities, he dared not release even a solitary old monk, for he was genuinely apprehensive. The release of a celestial monk could lead to unforeseen consequences, compelling him to extricate all the transcendent beings from the ancient pit within the temple, a scenario that could prove catastrophic by upsetting the balance of power, the outcome of which was entirely unpredictable. Truly, this is the White Horse Temple. Wang Xian marveled. He did not take the words of the temple's venerable monks at face value, but instead conducted a meticulous investigation and verification. Certain stone tablets, the foundations of pagodas, and the underground chambers of this temple could date back 2 millennia, their historical gravitas undeniable to his spiritual perception. As for the walls and roofing, they had suffered repeated destruction during times of war and had been rebuilt continuously through the ages, leading to a mosaic of bricks and tiles from various periods throughout history. The temple's renown was unparalleled, hailed as the foremost ancient temple, the ancestral ground of Buddhism. Historical texts meticulously document that the White Horse Temple was established in the year 68 AD, corresponding to the 11th year of the Eastern Han Yongping era, marking it as the first temple of ancient China. As Wang Xian approached the underground chamber, he felt as though he was confronting an endless expanse of sky, vast and desolate. His heart trembled. According to legend, the chamber might house the relics of the Buddha's cranium. After much contemplation, he prudently decided to retreat. A ghostly monk was taken aback. The mere thought of releasing the essence of Buddhism's origins filled him with trepidation. Until he could ascertain the true circumstances of the ancients, he resolved to exercise caution. There was something peculiar about the situation. On one side lay the foremost temple of Buddhism, while on the other, it was highly probable that old Zhang's Taoist sanctuary was situated nearby. Why were the ancestral grounds of both Buddhism and Taoism relocated to the moon? Such an arrangement raised doubts in Wang Xian's mind. It was said that during the establishment of this lunar base, certain artifacts had been unearthed. It was too late to change locations, as the project was nearing completion. Qin Cheng provided this information. Such assertions were rather esoteric. The exact discoveries remained undisclosed, ultimately leading to the relocation of both sects to reside atop the lunar surface. Could such a notion be true? Wang Xian's curiosity was piqued. Qin Cheng nodded, admitting that he too had harbored doubts upon his arrival at the new moon and had sought to investigate further. He had found some data within the Dingxia branch, as this organization specialized in safety services and maintained records of anomalous events. Over a century ago, during the construction of this lunar base, a grave safety incident had occurred, resulting in numerous fatalities, though no specifics were provided. Years later, the ancestral homes of Taoism and the foremost temple of Buddhism were successively relocated here. 80 years prior, several individuals within this base inexplicably succumbed to madness, incessantly uttering incomprehensible and bizarre syllables that were unintelligible to outsiders. Qin Cheng spoke at length, ultimately escorting Wang Xian back to the company to retrieve certain documents for his perusal. As Wang Xian leafed through the materials, a look of intrigue crossed his face. His mind utterly captivated. 50 years prior, a professor had defied the laws of life, astonishingly reverting to a youthful state, only to succumb suddenly half an hour later. There were 6 witnesses, yet all 6 had perished within 3 years. 2 decades ago, an individual had floated in midair, only to decay rapidly upon landing, leading to their untimely demise. These remarkable incidents, succinctly noted, all transpired in a singular location, the lunar crater from which extraordinary artifacts had been unearthed, now long sealed off. Wang Xian set the documents aside and inquired, "Has there been no thorough investigation?" Qin Cheng replied, "On the contrary, while the average person may be unaware, each year, a dozen or so expedition teams venture there. I recall that just 2 weeks ago, a group visited. Most return unscathed, which suggests a lack of discoveries. However, some ill-fated teams have entered and never re-emerged." He then lowered his voice, adding, "Rumor has it that a warship once crashed there, which is why significant activity ceased afterward. As long as one maintains a safe distance, they remain unharmed." Qin Cheng regarded him solemnly, admonishing him against harboring any curiosity, for that place had been designated by the Dingwu organization as the most perilous on the moon, without exception. Wang Xian nodded, assured that he would not recklessly embark on an expedition. He mused, "Fascinating indeed. While advanced technology is excavated from the old Earth, this lunar realm yields enigmatic occurrences. The duality of these moons is truly peculiar." Qin Cheng lamented, "Interestingly, the restoration of Taoist and Buddhist origins on the moon has become a significant draw, attracting a multitude of visitors eager to explore, especially since New Star holds a profound interest in historically rich sites." Wang Xian fell silent, finally comprehending why the conglomerates were so intent on exploiting the old Earth. All cities in New Star are newly constructed, with barely over a century of history. Thus they fervently pursue what they lack. When the topic of lunar tourism arose, Qin Cheng instantly perked up, exclaiming, "That scoundrel Li Kuan promised me he would have 5 million transferred within a day." Once the funds arrived, He intended to gift Wang Xian an additional 2 million. Furthermore, he planned to indulge extravagantly, spending his own 3 million to take Wang Xian into the Guanghan Palace for a glimpse. Are you out of your mind? Spending such a fortune on sightseeing? Wang Xian urged him to reconsider, asserting that it was merely a tourist attraction and such opulence was entirely unnecessary. Old Wang, you simply do not understand. It is precisely for this reason that I wish to repay you. I am determined to take you inside to see for yourself. Qin Sheng explained. The Guanghan Palace is a place of life extension. Everything within holds significance. Every morsel consumed is a means of nurturing life. Encapsulated by the motto, restoring the ancient celestial abode, there exists a broth within Guanghan Palace, concocted from golden mushrooms. Whispers suggest it is crafted from rare ingredients sourced from hidden locales, capable of nourishing bone marrow and generating more vibrant blood. After consuming it for a period, one's physical constitution would be markedly enhanced. As he recounted these details, Qin Sheng could hardly contain his envy. Wang Xian was finally moved. The business of the Guanghan Palace was astonishingly impressive, undoubtedly controlled by a powerful financial conglomerate. Otherwise, how could such rare and precious items be supplied? The golden mushroom, mentioned by old Chen, is a treasured item known to enhance one's physique. Immensely beneficial for practitioners of ancient arts. If it truly costs 3 million new star coins, we would go all out. Even Wang Xian was tempted, wishing to enter alongside Qin Sheng to rejuvenate himself. Even if nothing else, the golden mushroom alone would be worth it. Qin Sheng appeared somewhat embarrassed and remarked that while spending 3 million new star coins would certainly grant access and corresponding rejuvenation services, he was uncertain whether they could arrange for the golden mushroom. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian understood immediately the golden mushroom was likely unavailable, and he was acutely aware of just how precious such rarities were. No worries, I'm in no rush. In time, I shall venture into that hidden realm to gather a basketful of golden mushrooms, and then I shall treat you to chicken stew with mushrooms. Wang Xian declared grandly, waving his hand with promise, not forgetting to belittle the Guanghan Palace, saying, look at their miserly ways, only throwing in a couple of mushrooms for soup. How petty. Old Wang, your grandeur surpasses even that of the financial tycoons. I'll remember that. Qin Sheng gulped, regardless of whether it would come to pass. He deceived himself into believing that such a day would indeed arrive. In a while, I should be able to transfer to the new star, and then I'll be waiting for your grand feast. Wang Xian waved his hand dismissively. No problem. Tell me, what other special items does the Guanghan Palace offer? Should I ever find myself in that hidden realm, I must be better prepared than they are. This was also a way for him to indirectly learn about the treasures produced in the hidden realm and to prepare accordingly. The celestial brew from the Guanghan Palace is reputed to be unparalleled. To my knowledge, numerous leaders of significant organizations have come seeking it, singing its praises. The brew seems to contain a certain essence from mountain snails, rumored to be exceedingly rare, with only a few jars provided each month, which sell out on the first day of the month. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian was profoundly shaken. What are mountain snails? According to the book given to him by old Chen, mountain snails are born from mountain rocks, classified as rare mountain treasures. If captured, dried, and ground, consuming just a small amount daily for half a month could extend one's life by 5 years. This is a truly remarkable treasure that can prolong life. And it is astonishing that someone would offer a small quantity each month. He began to comprehend why the Guanghan Palace seemed to devour wealth like a black hole. Not to mention the other items, just the recipes alone surpassed ordinary imagination. The Guanghan Palace releases some mountain snail brew each month to attract major organizations, with key members of financial conglomerates ultimately acquiring it, thereby expanding their networks. Wang Xian realized why. On the first day he arrived in New Moon, he saw Ling Qiming emerge from their radiating vitality. He must have undergone significant rejuvenation. What are we talking about? Grinding mountain snails into powder for brewing? How trivial. Wang Xian clapped Qin Sheng on the shoulder and said, in due time, I'll treat you to garlic mountain snails. We'll roast them and eat by the pound until you're full. Qin Sheng, envisioning such a scene, was momentarily lost in thought before finally sighing, old Wang. How grand. Regardless of the outcome, simply having such thoughts and daydreaming in idle moments is truly delightful. Wang Xian pondered deeply. The hidden realm was indeed extraordinary, harboring all manner of rare treasures. His earlier comments were not made in jest. He was genuinely seeking to understand what the hidden realm contained, as these would become his aspirations. Qin Sheng's thoughts returned to reality as he conveyed to Wang Xian that the material life in the new star was generally adequate. Yet the disparity was alarmingly pronounced. At the pinnacle of the social pyramid, a select few had commenced their pursuit of immortality, a realm unattainable for the common populace. Wang Xian nodded and replied, "There is no need for haste. Let us proceed slowly. What they seek, I am already in the process of realizing."